Chapter 173. Proposing Divorce, a Decisive Agreement. Shuang plunged into Eugenia's embrace, tears cascading down her cheeks in large droplets. "Mummy, let's leave. Uncle Yanting clearly said I could choose whichever room I wanted. But Sister Wen is so stingy, refusing to relinquish her room to me. After all, this is not our own home." Eugenie cast a glance at Zhao Yanting, letting out a faint sigh. "Yanting, it seems that neither Shuang nor I are particularly welcome. Perhaps we should take refuge in a hotel." Eugenie grasped Shuang's hand, feigning to depart. Zhao Yanting immediately interjected. "Sinny, Shuang can stay in whichever room she desires." Upon finishing, he directed a piercing gaze at Wen. "You are older than Shuang. You ought to exhibit the demeanor of an elder sister by yielding your room. Shuang will only be staying for a few days. Do not be so unreasonable." Suyun trembled with rage upon hearing Zhao Yanting's words. She rushed out, enveloping the red-eyed Wen in her arms, and looked up to confront Zhao Yanting. "On what grounds do you claim Wen is being unreasonable? Is she your biological daughter, or is Shuang your biological daughter? This is Wen's room, her personal space. How can you inflict such emotional pain on your own daughter?" Zhao Yanting furrowed his brow as he regarded Suyun, who was gentle and mild-mannered. She had always complied with his wishes without question until now. He had already elucidated the reasons to her. What was she irrationally fussing about? Could it be that she was envious of Eugenie? A housewife is often narrow-minded and incapable of achieving greatness. If you cannot accept this, you may take Wen and move out for a few days. Upon hearing Zhao Yanting's words, Suyun's heart felt as though it had been struck heavily, leaving her both stifled and pained. "Suyun, our guest is a distinguished individual. For them to stay with us is a tremendous honor. You may not assist Yanting regularly, but at critical moments, please refrain from causing further chaos," Madame Zhao remarked with visible displeasure directed at Suyun. Suyun's nose tingled with bitterness. She struggled to hold back the tears welling in her eyes, but they fell uncontrollably. "You're being too oppressive." Wen embraced Suyun. "Mummy, don't cry, and please do not argue with Daddy anymore. I will yield my room. Tonight, I will sleep with Mummy and Daddy." Suyun wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and led Wen toward the master bedroom. "Suyun, the kitchen and dining area are still untidy. Please attend to them," Zhao Yanting instructed in a deep tone. Suyun ignored Zhao Yanting. After entering the master bedroom with Wen, she forcefully closed the door. "An uneducated woman, relying on my son for sustenance, dares to throw a tantrum." Madame Zhao turned to Eugenie with a sycophantic expression. "Sinny, please do not take offense. Had you not gone abroad to marry years ago, and had you wed my son, he would undoubtedly be more successful than he is now." Eugenie smiled gently. "Auntie, you flatter me." Shuang dashed to Zhao Yanting's side, her smile radiant as she took his hand. "Uncle Yanting, will you tell me a bedtime story later? My daddy was always busy with work and rarely spent time with me. I have scarcely felt a father's love." Zhao Yanting glanced at Eugenie, who returned his gaze with a charming smile. He found himself unable to utter any words of refusal and nodded. "All right." After soothing Wen to sleep, Suyun took a bath. Lying in bed, she waited for an extended period, yet Zhao Yanting did not return to their room. Suyun opened the door and stepped out. In the living room, she observed a man and woman conversing on the balcony. Eugenie donned a silk nightgown, the hem short enough to reveal her long, fair legs. She and Zhao Yanting leaned against the railing, their backs turned toward the living room, appearing quite intimate. Suyun approached the balcony. "Yanting, was it because I married abroad immediately after graduation that you hastily wed Suyun to provoke me?" Upon hearing Eugenie's words, Suyun halted abruptly. She held her breath, her eyes fixed intensely on Zhao Yanting's back, her heart nearly leaping into her throat. She feared that Zhao Yanting would utter the answer that would shatter all her fantasies. Zhao Yanting turned to face Eugenie, his expression grave as he replied, "It is all in the past, is it not?" Eugenie's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "In truth, I have not fared well these past years." That man had tendencies toward domestic violence. "Although he met an untimely end, leaving me a substantial inheritance, I yearn for someone warm and understanding by my side. Yanting, do I still have a chance to have you?" Eugenie's alluring figure leaned closer to Zhao Yanting. Zhao Yanting did not shy away from Eugenie's proximity, yet his brow furrowed as he said, "But I currently have a family. Suyun has done nothing wrong. I heard your mother say she can no longer bear children, but if you are with me, not only will you have wealth, but I can also give you a son." A flicker of conflict and hesitation crossed Zhao Yanting's gaze. "Could you allow me to contemplate this?" Yusini wrapped her arms around Zhao Yanting's neck, her soft red lips moving closer to him. Yanting, what more is there to consider? Su Yun is merely a weary housewife. I have heard your mother say she only completed junior high, and she is utterly unworthy of you. Just as Yusini's lips were about to meet Zhao Yanting's, a sudden force surged in, separating the two. Zhao Yanting, having noticed Su Yun's unexpected arrival, manifested a fleeting look of panic. Wife you. Smack. Su Yun delivered a sharp slap across Zhao Yanting's face. Yusini's expression darkened at the sight of Su Yun striking Zhao Yanting. Su Yun, what right do you have to hit Yanting? You heard our conversation, did you not? If you have any sense, you should proactively divorce Yanting. Smack. Su Yun retaliated with a slap aimed at Yusini. Ever since witnessing her mother-in-law bowing in supplication for the warmth of her daughter, Su Yun has been harboring an invisible fury within her chest. Su Yun, have you lost your mind? Zhao Yanting exclaimed, seizing her hand, the one that had struck Yusini, with force. You've transformed into a shrew. My mother and Sini were right. You are utterly unworthy of me. To his knowledge, Yusini possessed at least $1 billion in liquid assets. The standalone villa she acquired in Ujinjiwen was something he could never afford through a lifetime of hard work. If he were to be with Yusini, he could ascend to great heights. Su Yun, we shall divorce. Upon hearing Zhao Yanting's words, Su Yun felt an icy chill envelop her, as if her heart was on the verge of ceasing its rhythm. Her mind seemed to stall, taking a considerable time to process the situation. Zhao Yanting gazed at Su Yun, who appeared dazed and bewildered. He anticipated her to erupt in madness, yet after a prolonged silence, the first words she uttered were, I consent to the divorce, but the house and all cash shall belong to me. You are still legally obliged to pay child support for Wan each month. Zhao Yanting was taken aback that Su Yun, who had loved him deeply, would agree to the divorce. The apartment was modest, valued at no more than $2 million, and he possessed a mere $200,000 in cash, which paled in comparison to Yusini's fortune. Very well, as long as you do not pursue me any further, I accept your conditions. A few days later, Wen Shuang received a call from Su Yun, informing her that she and Zhao Yanting had finalized their divorce proceedings. Su Yun intended to sell the house and purchase a smaller residence. Her decisiveness left Wen Shuang with a newfound respect for her. Shuang, a friend of mine has returned from Beijing. She saw you on television and learned that you can read fortunes. She wishes for you to help her find her daughter, who has been missing for 27 years, Madame Fu announced, accompanied by a lady of high status. The lady, surnamed Tang, had lost her 3-year-old daughter 27 years ago. Although she later bore 2 sons, she and her family had never ceased their search for their daughter over the years. She longed for her child to return to her family. Having seen Madame Fu's daughter-in-law on television displaying her fortune-telling skills, she approached with a desperate hope akin to grasping at straws. Wen Shuang examined Madame Tang's facial features and was suddenly struck with astonishment. The daughter that had gone missing was, in fact, Chapter 174, relentlessly moving forward. Never looking back after her divorce from Zhao Yanting, Su Yun found employment as a cleaner at the Grand Hotel of Yi City. She received a notification from her supervisor, instructing her to clean up a broken wine bottle in box 10. Pushing her cleaning cart, she arrived at the door of the box, which was slightly ajar. Through the gap, she caught sight of a couple inside, toasting each other with their glasses. Yanting, kiss Xine E again. The raucous laughter echoed, prompting Su Yun to glance back at the revelers. To her astonishment, it was Zhao Yanting and Yu Xine E. In just a few days of absence, Zhao Yanting had transformed his attire. Previously clad in formal suits that exuded maturity and composure, he now donned trendy casual wear. His hair styled in a fashionable Korean perm, appearing significantly younger and more handsome. Su Yun recalled that during his university days, Zhao Yanting had occasionally adopted a similar style. Back then, she had been puzzled by this sudden shift in his fashion sense, unaware that it was all in accordance with Yu Xine's preferences. Understanding that her presence would only invite scorn, she lowered her gaze and prepared to summon a colleague to take her place. However, just as she turned, a sharp voice pierced through the air. Cleaner, why are you dawdling at the door? Hurry up and come in to clean. It was the same woman who had instigated the playful taunts urging Zhao Yanting and Yu Xine to kiss. Her name was Chen Man. And during Su Yun's marriage to Zhao Yanting, she had made snide remarks to Su Yun, insinuating she was unworthy of him. At the time, Su Yun had assumed Chen Man harbored feelings for Zhao Yanting, which was why she spoke so. Now, it became evident that Chen Man was closely allied with Yu Xine, standing up for her friend. Yanting, that cleaner looks just like Su Yun.
Yukin remark et sudande.
Instantly, The heads of the 10 or so men and women in the box turned towards Su Yun at the door. Having been married to Su Yun for a decade, Zhao Yanting recognized her silhouette immediately. Today was a reunion with his university classmates, and he was taken aback to encounter Su Yun here. Hadn't she taken everything he owned? Why was she now working as a cleaner? Was she intent on tarnishing his reputation further? Is that really Su Yun? Even after the divorce, she still clings on. A woman who hasn't even completed high school is only fit to scrub our floors, Chen Man sneered, rising from her seat and striding towards Su Yun, forcibly grabbing her arm. The broken wine bottle hasn't even cleaned yet. Why are you trying to run away? Are you embarrassed to be doing such menial work? Lucky for you that Yanting divorced you. Su Yun yanked her arm free from Chen Man's grip, meeting her disdainful gaze with steadfastness. Earning my living through my own efforts is nothing to be ashamed of. Crossing her arms, Chen Man assumed an air of superiority. Then you better get inside and clean, or I'll report you to your manager. Taking a deep breath, Su Yun pushed her card into the box. It truly is Su Yun, you ex-Sione said, leaning against Zhao Yanting, her eyes betraying a hint of pity. Not having received much education, it's no wonder she can only do such lowly work. It must be quite difficult for her. Zhao Yanting's expression darkened as he observed Su Yun in her cleaner's uniform, her hair tied back, devoid of makeup. Did you come here to deliberately embarrass me, knowing I was meeting with my university classmates? Su Yun's heart sank slightly. Although she had decisively divorced Zhao Yanting, her love for him had spanned many years. Having previously devoted herself wholeheartedly to him, she sought neither his affection nor his pity, but at the very least, she wished not to be humiliated in public alongside others. Casting a glance at Zhao Yanting, she replied, I have no such inclination. The broken wine bottle lay not far from Zhao Yanting and Yu Xian's table. As she bent down to collect the shards of glass, she prepared to rise when Chen Man unexpectedly bumped into her. Su Yun stumbled, her knees hitting the ground, her palms pressing against the glass shards, a sharp pain radiating through her. Look, even the ex-wife thinks Yanting and Xian are a perfect match. Ha ha ha. Look, she's even kneeling to pay her respects to them. Chen Man's words incited a wave of laughter from the box. Yu Xian stifled a giggle, leaning against Zhao Yanting. Suppressing her pain, Su Yun stood up, stowing the glass shards into the trash bin with deliberate calmness. Chen Man, reveling in her misfortune, gleefully quipped, now that you've finished your act of submission, you should hurry along before you ruin our gathering. In a sudden burst of defiance, Su Yun turned and forcefully collided her cleaning cart's metal handle against Chen Man, causing her to lose balance and fall to her knees. With a cold smile, Su Yun remarked, Miss Chen, it appears you two are performing an act of submission. Rubbing her sore knees, Chen Man glared at Su Yun, her face pale with rage. I will report you to the manager. No. I will make sure you can find no work in Yi City from here on out. Zhao Yanting's gaze turned steely as he focused on Su Yun. Chen Man's father is the vice president of Ruikong Pharmaceuticals under the Tang Group, and he is about to be promoted to general manager. How dare you push her? Apologize to Chen Man immediately. Zhao Yanting's unjust accusations pierced Su Yun's heart like a venomous dagger. She had not anticipated such ruthless disregard from him. Though her heart was already numb with pain, his words still stung deeply. Su Yun reflected on how she had sacrificed her youth for him. Was it truly her fault that Chen Man had initiated the confrontation? Just because her father was wealthy and influential, did that mean she must apologize to the instigator? Yanting, you looked down on me for being a cleaner, yet when you were in university, broke and weeping, begging for my help, did you find me shameful then? When your mother was ill and I cared for her, enduring all, even spending my savings on her medication, did you consider me an embarrassment? When you came home every day, collapsing onto the couch while I bustled about, treating me like your personal maid, did you ever feel ashamed? Now that Yu Xian has returned, armed with her late husband's vast inheritance, you wish to take shortcuts, discarding your old wife and burdensome daughter. I have not clung to you. Yet you conspire with these people to humiliate me? Every penny I earn is hard-won, clean money. Unlike you, who lives off others while cloaking yourself in false virtue. Rest assured, even if all the men in the world vanished, I will never return to you. With that, Su Yun pushed her cart and swiftly exited. She chose to ignore the myriad of voices behind her, fully aware that she had offended them and might find it impossible to secure even a cleaning job in the future. Chapter 175. The True Young Lady, Unwanted. Yet, yearning for one as anticipated, no sooner had Su Yun stepped out of the box than she received a notification from her supervisor. She was terminated. Heartbroken, She exited the hotel, engulfed in confusion and despair. What had her years of marriage truly brought her? Her daughter, Wen, had nearly lost her life, and she had been abruptly divorced, unable to even retain her position as a cleaner. Yet, she could not afford to falter. Wen was still young and needed her mother. The greatest casualty of her divorce was Wen. In recent days, her daughter had not smiled once. As Suyin passed by a toy store, she purchased a small teddy bear and proceeded to the school gate to pick up Wen. Before long, she spotted Wen emerging with her backpack, followed closely by Qingyang. Whatever he had said caused Wen's tears to stream down her cheeks. At that moment, Wen Shuang stepped out of the car and witnessed the scene unfold. That boy Qingyang, surely he hasn't uttered anything hurtful again? Su Yun greeted Wen Shuang and commented, Wen has been particularly sensitive lately. It may not necessarily be due to anything Qingyang said. Once Qingyang appeared, Wen Shuang promptly inquired, how did you manage to upset Wen again? Qingyang was about to respond, but Wen quickly shook her head and, displaying remarkable maturity, said, Qingyang didn't make me cry this time. It was my inability to control my emotions. Su Yun noticed shoe prints on Wen's school uniform, along with marks from a black pen, her brows furrowing in concern. Wen, have you been bullied at school? Wen shook her head, denying it.
Qingyang interjected.
Yes, I did see it. This afternoon, when I went to the restroom, I found Wen cornered by a few girls in the girls' bathroom. They had been close friends with her, but because of a new transfer student from class 3, Yu Xian, who said, Wen, your mother is the third party in my mom's relationship with Uncle Yen Ting. If it weren't for you meddling, my mom wouldn't have moved abroad. They started to ostracize her. Yu Xian even called Uncle Yen Ting to school to verify her claims. Su Yun was taken aback, her pupils dilating as she looked at Wen. Your father came to school today and claimed in front of your classmates that I am the third party who destroyed his relationship with you xine. Wen leapt into Su Yun's embrace, her eyes red as she affirmed, Mom, I know you are not a third party.
Su Yun trembled uncontrollably,
feeling as though she had plunged into an unfathomable abyss of despair. Zhao Yenting had truly changed beyond recognition. For the sake of you xine. He had abandoned even the most basic moral principles. Wen was his own flesh and blood, yet he allowed Yu Xian to defame her at school, forcing her to bear the stigma of being the daughter of a third party, subjecting her to isolation and ridicule from her peers. Auntie, I believe you are not that kind of person. Even if other students refuse to be friends with Wen, I will stand by her side, Qingyang declared. Patting his chest with conviction, Su Yun expressed her gratitude with a nod. Wiping away the tears that had escaped her eyes, she picked up her phone and called Zhao Yenting. After several rings, he finally answered. Unable to contain her fury, Su Yun exclaimed, Zhao Yenting, do you still consider yourself human? If you have even the slightest shred of conscience, you should come to school and clarify the truth. Lest Wen face discrimination and isolation. On the other end of the line, Zhao Yenting paused for a moment before responding, Su Yun, I have told you, I need financial support for xine. Once I get promoted, my salary will double, and I will be able to provide more for Wen. Children often joke around. Why take it so seriously? Tell Wen not to be so sensitive. Yu Xian is the one who is pitiful, having just lost her father and in need of warmth and care. Without waiting for Su Yun to reply, he abruptly hung up. Wen Shuang stood nearby, feeling as if she were powerless to intervene. Is this a manifestation of moral decay, a distortion of humanity, or merely a spineless man recklessly dancing on the edge of his own demise? She pondered. If Su Yun were to acknowledge her ties to the Tang family, wouldn't she then be a daughter of privilege? I wonder if this spineless man will regret it once he learns the truth. Truly, those who fail their wives lose everything. Su Yun, there is something I must discuss with you privately, Wen Shuang began, revealing the matter of Mrs. Tang's searching for her lost daughter. Wen Shuang deduced that Su Yun was the daughter Mrs. Tang had lost, but in the realm of high society, acknowledgement often hinged on scientific evidence. Su Yun, unfamiliar with Mrs. Tang, recalled only what her adoptive mother had told her about her origins. She had been found wandering the streets at the tender age of 3, her forehead injured and her memories wiped clean. Her adoptive mother, feeling pity for her plight, had taken her in. Her adoptive mother had once encouraged her to seek her true family, but Su Yun had hesitated, unable to recall any memories from before the age of 3, believing herself to have been abandoned. She handed over the hair sample when Shuang requested, harboring little hope of reuniting with her biological family. reflecting on her late mother-in-law's disdainful gaze and Zhao Yanting's gradual transformation from tender affection to cold indifference. Culminating in outright humiliation, she began to question whether genuine connections truly existed between people. Regardless of familial bonds or romantic attachments, it seemed they all crumbled in the face of worldly temptations and vanity. Even if her biological parents were to find her, would they not look down upon her for her modest education and perceived shortcomings? For now, all she wished for was to care for Nguyen, and if she could no longer stay in Yi City, she would take Nguyen and her adoptive mother to another city. After handing Su Yun's hair to Mrs. Tang, Wen Shuang, accompanied by the Fu family, made her way to Yujing Garden. Recently, Fu Sangyu had moved in with Zhou Jing and Mo at Yujing Garden. They had already registered their marriage and were preparing for their wedding. That evening, Fu Sangyu personally cooked dinner for her family. As their vehicle entered the villa district of Yujing Garden, the meticulously designed gardens and winding artificial lakes came into view. Passing by one of the villas, Wen Shuang suddenly spotted a group of people, with Su Yun's ex-husband Zhao Yanting at the forefront, accompanied by the woman who had disrupted her family, Yu Xian. To afford a villa in Yujing Garden, it seems that Yu Xian must have inherited a substantial fortune, Wen Shuang mused. Yu Xian's husband must have died not long ago. How could she return to insert herself into Zhao Yanting and Su Yun's marriage? Let me see what unfolds. Another scandal was brewing, and the Fu family perked up, especially Fu Ma, who, being close friends with Mrs. Tang, had been particularly attentive to Su Yun ever since learning she might be Mrs. Tang's daughter. Naturally, she was also eager to know if there were any juicy stories involving the unfaithful ex-husband and his mistress.
Ah.
This villa actually belongs to a benefactor Yu Xian found after returning to the country, she exclaimed. Wait, the benefactor she thought was wealthy is actually just a driver. And a driver assigned to the Tang family in Yi City. So, the true owner of the villa they entered is a member of the Tang family? The fact that Yu Xian disrupted Zhao Yanting and Su Yun's marriage was for the sake of. Chapter 176. Nothing at all. Get lost as far as you can. If Zhao Yanting knew the true motive behind Yu Xian's actions in ruining his marriage, I wonder if he would be left speechless? The Fu family questioned, what is the true motive? Please do tell. Wen Shuang, however, was oblivious to their impatience, her focus returning to Su Yun. Although Su Yun deeply loves Zhao Yanting, she does not cling to him with desperation. Upon realizing he had changed, she chose to let go and divorce him. I find that quite admirable. A woman must prioritize herself. Loyalty in love is essential, but obsession is detrimental. One must first become their own mountain before seeking the sea within their heart. Avoid entanglements with bad people and matters. Never compromise oneself, and always wear a smile, bidding farewell to one while welcoming the next. Upon hearing Wen Shuang's words, Fu Ma silently gave her a thumbs up. Her daughter-in-law truly lived with remarkable clarity and openness. Fu Ma suddenly felt that her eldest son was unworthy of such a daughter-in-law. Should she ever choose to leave, Fu Ma would not stand in her way. Such a radiant and transparent girl should live passionately and freely. No person or circumstance should hinder her strides forward.
Zhao Yanting, Chen Man,
and several other university classmates followed Yu Cini into the villa. The towering European-style dome, the resplendent crystal chandelier, and the imported marble flooring exuded an air of opulence and luxury, evoking the sensation of stepping into a medieval palace. Zhao Yanting's heart raced violently. His blood surged with fervor, and his eyes sparkled with warmth and longing. This villa, even if he toiled his entire life, would be difficult to afford. Yet, as long as he was with Yu Cini, he envisioned himself as the master of this grand abode. Cini, this house is extravagantly splendid, and you are truly remarkable. Isn't it? Living here feels akin to residing in a palace. If I could dwell in such a house for the rest of my life, it would be worth it. Hearing the praises of his classmates, Yu Cini couldn't help but smile. If you all enjoy it, do come and visit often. Chen Man glanced around the house and suddenly fixated on an antique painting on the wall. She felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had seen it somewhere before, but she couldn't quite recall where. Zhao Yanting followed Yu Cini into the kitchen to brew tea. Upon entering, he couldn't resist wrapping his arms around Yu Cini from behind. Darling, I feel incredibly fortunate to be with you. Given her beauty and wealth, she could easily find a younger companion. Yet she chose not to mind his past marriage and willingly stayed with him. Zhao Yanting felt as though he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Initially, after his divorce from Su Yun, he felt a tinge of emptiness, but at this moment, he had no regrets. Yu Cini stood on her tiptoes and kissed Zhao Yanting, saying, "As long as you follow my plans, everything will only get better." Zhao Yanting held her slender waist, leaning in for a deeper kiss, when suddenly his phone rang. Noticing it was a call from his neighbor at the rental, he stepped into the garden to answer. "Mr. Zhao, your mother collapsed while we were playing cards and has wet herself. You need to come back quickly." Zhao Yanting's expression shifted, and after ending the call, he pondered before dialing Su Yun's number. Assuming Zhao Yanting was calling regarding their daughter, Nuan Nuan, Su Yun picked up, ready to speak, only to hear Zhao Yanting command. "Su Yun, my mother has fainted. You need to go to my rental and take care of her. From now on, I will give you 5,000 a month if you look after her." Before Su Yun could respond, Zhao Yanting continued, "You offended Chin Man, and you won't even find a cleaning job in the future. If it weren't for your past experience caring for my mother, I wouldn't have called you. Graduating middle school, 5,000 a month is quite a good salary." Hearing his words, Su Yun felt a chill run down her spine. Trembling with fury, she retorted, "Zhao Yanting, are you out of your mind? We are divorced. What right do you have to come to me for help with your mother? Am I some sort of servant to your family? You think I should be grateful for 5,000? What good is your brain besides making you taller? You are nothing but a shameless leech." Zhao Yanting was clearly taken aback by Su Yun's sudden outburst of vulgarity. You are truly uncultured.
Su Yunun teraptit.
You take care of your own mother. If not, let your new girlfriend Yu Cini handle it. Don't expect to be welcomed back here. You are nothing to me now. Get as far away as you can." Without waiting for Zhao Yanting to respond, she hung up the phone. Zhao Yanting was left in a daze. He had never been spoken to like this by Su Yun. Anger and humiliation coursed through him, and his face darkened. Realizing he needed to confront her, he tried to call again, but his calls went unanswered. Clearly, Su Yun had blocked his number. Fury bubbled within him. How ungrateful she was. He offered her a job, and instead of gratitude, she insulted him. Zhao Yanting felt an unquenchable anger rising in his chest. In the past, he had always held the upper hand with Su Yun. Whatever he said, she complied. Even during their divorce, she had not put up much of a fight. He knew her feelings for him were deep, and her departure would tear her apart. Once he secured a promotion and wealth alongside Yu Cini, he would not neglect Su Yun, for she was Nuan Nuan's mother. But Su Yun did not understand him. After their divorce, she had become so bitter and coarse. She had lost her job as a cleaner, was alone with their daughter, and had an ailing adoptive mother to care for. Sooner or later, she would have to bow to him. With these thoughts, Zhao Yanting felt a little better. When he returned to the rental, his mother was already berating him, and an unpleasant odor filled the room, making his stomach churn. "Yanting, hurry and call Su Yun to come help me clean." Frowning, Zhao Yanting frantically contacted the neighbor lady, spending 1,000 yuan for her assistance. After the cleaning was done, Zhao Yanting's mother, concerned about the money spent, said discontentedly, "Why didn't you call Su Yun? She has taken care of me for years and has experience. She still relies on you for Nuan Nuan's support. She should learn gratitude. Besides, now that you're with Cini, you're on your way to success. By the way, I've invited relatives and neighbors from our hometown to come and visit your and Cini's grand villa. They've always laughed at you for marrying a middle school graduate. This time, I will show them just how well you are doing." Chapter 177. Intentional Display. Soon to face consequences. After the paternity test results between the Tang family and Su Yun were revealed, Wen Shuang contacted Su Yun, asking her to visit the Fu family. Anxious, Su Yun arrived at the Fu residence, knowing that Wen Shuang must have the results of the test. In the living room, Mr. and Mrs. Tang, along with their eldest and youngest sons, were all present. Over the years, Mrs. Tang's excessive longing for her daughter had etched lines on her face. Yet her innate grace remained. Upon seeing Su Yun, tears welled in her eyes. Su Yun's features mirrored those of her youth. "My child," Mrs. Tang choked out, rushing forward and enveloping Su Yun in a tight embrace, disregarding all decorum. Su Yun's slender frame stiffened slightly. On her way there, she had imagined countless scenarios, fearing her appearance would be met with disdain by her biological parents. However, at that moment, as Mrs. Tang held her, Su Yun felt an overwhelming warmth emanating from her maternal instincts. "Child, Mama has finally found you. I've missed you so much over the years," Mrs. Tang cried uncontrollably. Mr. Tang and the two brothers quickly approached, joining the embrace. The scene of reunion was touching and heartwarming.
Contrary to Su Wen's expectations,
Her biological parents and brothers welcomed her with love, their eyes reflecting nothing but concern and guilt, devoid of any trace of disdain. Su Yun was enveloped in an unprecedented warmth. When Shuang and the Fu family members watched this touching moment, their eyes glistening with unshed tears.
Especially Fuma,
who deeply understands the struggles of Madame Tang. If her daughter had been missing for years, she would undoubtedly be devastated. After a considerable amount of time, Madame Tang's emotions began to stabilize. She turned to Wen Shuang, her eyes brimming with heartfelt gratitude. Shuang, it is thanks to you that I have been able to find my daughter. This kindness shall be forever etched in the hearts of the Tang family.
With that,
Madame Tang looked towards Su Yun, her gaze filled with tenderness and affection. My child, now that you have returned to the Tang family, we must celebrate this momentous occasion. I shall host a grand reunion banquet for you. Madame Tang, a woman of decisive action, scheduled the reunion banquet for 3 days later. The event was to be held at an opulent estate belonging to the Tang family. As Wen Shuang and the Fu family arrived, they found the estate's lawn filled with a variety of luxury cars. Wow, the Tang family is truly wealthy. Aside from villas, they also possess a grand estate. One remarked, have they forgotten about the villa in Yujing Garden due to their numerous properties? Another chimed in, today, old Madame Zhao actually brought her relatives and neighbors to the Yujing Garden villa, claiming it to be her son and new daughter-in-law's marital home. A third voice interjected, that old hag is utterly shameless. Fuma overheard Wen Shuang's thoughts and promptly sought out Madame Tang, who was busy greeting guests. Aying, does your family have a villa in Yujing Garden? Madame Tang nodded, yes, we do. I intend to transfer it to Yun'er after the reunion banquet. I have already arranged for someone to fetch Yun'er's adoptive mother today, so she can live there comfortably. The day after reuniting with Su Yun, the Tang family visited her adoptive mother, expressing their gratitude and inviting her to the upcoming banquet. However, Su Yun's adoptive mother was initially reluctant to attend. After much persuasion, she finally agreed to come to the city for her retirement. Have you arranged for anyone to stay at the Yujing Garden Villa?
Fuma inquired. Madame Tang responde, o casino la.
Our driver, Uncle Zhong, goes there to tend to the gardens. With a hint of concern, Madame Tang asked, Wan Ru, is there something you wish to discuss with me? My second daughter and son-in-law also reside in Yujing Garden. Just a few days ago, when Shuang and I visited my second daughter's home, I noticed a crowd of men and women entering your villa, she replied. Madame Tang was taken aback, remembering that the villa had a coded lock. Without the code, entry should not have been possible. Could it be the friends of driver Zhong? I will call Zhong immediately, she declared. Fu Ma quickly intervened. No, you should send a lawyer and bodyguards instead. Otherwise, when Yunu's adoptive mother arrives, she might be bullied. Madame Tang nodded. All right, I will arrange it right away. At Yujing Garden, old Madame Zhao, accompanied by her relatives and neighbors, entered boldly after inputting the code provided by Zhao Yanting. Dressed in vibrant red and adorned with gold and silver, her face beamed with pride. Everyone, take a look. This is my son and new daughter-in-law's marital home. The relatives and neighbors, having come from a small town, were awestruck by the luxurious villa, their eyes wide with disbelief. Just look at this life. We have never seen such opulence in our generations back in the town, one woman remarked, gently caressing the armrest of a sofa, envy etched on her face. Your son has truly made it big, marrying such a wealthy daughter-in-law. Soon, you shall enjoy a life of luxury in this grand villa. Old Madame Zhao's eyes sparkled with glee. The woman speaking had previously mocked her son for marrying an uneducated bride. Now, she was being served a dose of her own medicine. Just then, a mischievous little boy dashed through the living room and accidentally shattered a fine porcelain vase. The boy's grandmother hurriedly apologized to old Madame Zhao, who waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. My daughter-in-law is wealthy. A broken vase is of no consequence. Unbeknownst to her, that vase was a valuable Ming Dynasty piece acquired by the Tang family at an auction. An elderly, slender man approached, gazing at the antique paintings on the wall. Old sister, look at these paintings. I've heard a single stroke could yield a year's harvest for us country folks. Old Madame Zhao chuckled. If you like them, take them. Tomorrow I'll have my daughter-in-law buy more. A younger girl descended from upstairs, carrying several outfits. Grandma Zhao, I feel out of place in my cheap clothes. May I borrow a few beautiful outfits from your daughter-in-law's wardrobe? Of course, they're just old clothes. Take whatever you wish, old Madame Zhao replied, basking in the flattery of her guests. After giving them a tour of the villa, she suddenly recalled Su Yun's adoptive mother. Last time, when she had an unfortunate incident, She had summoned Su Yun to assist her, but Su Yun had refused. Old Madame Zhao had harbored resentment since. Su Yun's adoptive mother was from the same small town, and surely, seeing this lavish lifestyle would evoke envy. If Su Yun made her life difficult, she would retaliate against her adoptive mother. Old Madame Zhao had a close neighbor send a video call to Su Yun's adoptive mother. When the call connected, she turned the camera to showcase the opulent villa and shouted, "Look, this is my son's new home, which he moved into immediately after divorcing your daughter. Life truly favors some over others. Don't feel sorry. Your daughter never deserved my son. Don't expect her to support you as she is struggling to take care of herself now." With a mocking laugh, she ended the call, convinced that Su Yun's adoptive mother would be devastated. At the time of receiving old Madame Zhao's video call, Su Yun's adoptive mother had just been brought to the villa's entrance. With the door wide open, she peered inside, confusion evident in her eyes.
Xiao Su.
Are you sure this is the right place? Is this where Yunu's mother wanted her to retire? Before she could finish her sentence, old Madame Zhao spotted her, her eyes widening in shock. I did not invite you. What are you doing here? Chapter 178. Completely dumbfounded, the villa's owner is the former daughter-in-law. Upon hearing old Madame Zhao's words, the relatives and neighbors inside the villa turned their attention towards the entrance. Whispers filled the air, their expressions gleaming with anticipation for the unfolding spectacle. Old Madame Zhao's sarcastic visage radiated disdain as she remarked, "You're not here to plead with me, are you? Hoping for my family, yanting to remarry your daughter?" With a derisive laugh, she continued, "Do not harbor such naive hopes. Su Yun pales in comparison to my new daughter-in-law. Marrying your daughter was a stroke of bad luck for my son. Just look after the divorce. He has moved into this grand villa, and soon he will receive a promotion and a raise." Su Yun's adoptive mother's complexion shifted between hues of green and white. Ever since Su Yun had married Zhao Yanting, old Madame Zhao had never treated her or Su Yun kindly, constantly belittling them. Now, even after the divorce, she continued to humiliate them mercilessly. "My daughter no longer desires your Zhao Yanting." Su Yun's adoptive mother, a woman of integrity, could only manage a weak retort after a long pause. Old Madame Zhao laughed heartily. "Everyone in the vicinity knows how Su Yun pursued my Yanting. Even the tuition for his university was covered by her. Once he graduated, she used her kindness to coerce him into marrying her. After all these years, she has only given birth to a daughter. She couldn't even bear a son, and it will be difficult for her to conceive again. Now that she is divorced, who would want to marry her?" The neighbors and relatives of the elderly, Mrs. Zhao, began to chime in as well. Su Yun had divorced Yanting and was now living alone with her daughter. She would inevitably have to rely on the Zhao family in the future. After all, how could a woman with little education support her child on her own? Could it be that Su Yun had sent her adoptive mother to come and collect gifts? The items in the villa were all high-end. Even taking one would sustain the Su family for several years. How shameless! Even after the divorce, she clung to them like a stubborn adhesive plaster. Assistant Su, accompanying Su Yun's adoptive mother, observed the group of chattering women within the villa with a furrowed brow. "Who are you to cause such a ruckus here?" he demanded. Upon hearing Assistant Su speak, Mrs. Zhao placed her hands on her hips, glaring as she shouted, "And who might you be? What business do you have here? This is not a place for you." Assistant Su had never encountered such an unreasonable shrew. His expression turned cold as he replied, "I am the assistant of the Tang family, and this villa is one of their properties in Yi City. I have come to escort the adoptive mother of the young lady here for her retirement." Mrs. Zhao interrupted, "What Tang family? What young lady? This is the villa of my daughter-in-law and son, and it will be my place to live in my old age. You, an outsider, are making a fuss here. If you know what's good for you, leave at once." Assistant Su regarded Mrs. Zhao's forthrightness with confusion. Could it be that he had made an error in identifying the address? He took a few steps back to glance at the house number. No. This was indeed the address provided by his employer. He took out his phone to call Madame Tang, only for Mrs. Zhao to snatch it away abruptly. "Give me back my phone," she yelled, hurling it forcefully to the ground, and then joined her neighbors and relatives in pushing both Assistant Su and Su Yun's adoptive mother out. Mrs. Zhao spat angrily. "This villa belongs to my son and daughter-in-law. How dare you create a disturbance here? Get out at once." She then turned her gaze towards Su Yun's adoptive mother, declaring, "Even if you were to kneel and beg me, I will never agree to a reconciliation between Yanting and Su Yun. Your daughter can't even keep a job as a cleaner. Given her current plight, how could she ever hope to associate with the Zhao family? It's nothing but a dream." Su Yun's adoptive mother, in poor health, was being shoved backward by Mrs. Zhao and the others. She coughed uncomfortably but straightened her back in defiance, stating, "My daughter has already found her biological parents, who are quite well off. She has no need for Yenting." Mrs. Zhao scoffed, "You're just boasting. Even if her biological parents are wealthy, they wouldn't want her. If they did, why would they have abandoned her, leaving you, a widow, to raise her? She has a life no one wanted. Stop gilding her lily." Su Yun's adoptive mother trembled with rage, pointing a quivering finger at Mrs. Zhao. Her voice choked with emotion. "That's not true. You're slandering us." Assistant Su steadied the wobbling Su Yun's adoptive mother, saying, "Auntie, let me help you to the car." He knew that reasoning with this group of unreasonable women was futile. He needed to drive to the property center. Just as Assistant Su was about to get in the car, several black sedans approached. A middle-aged man, dressed in a bespoke suit and carrying a briefcase, stepped forward, followed by over 10 bodyguards clad in black. Upon seeing the man, Assistant Su immediately greeted him, "Lawyer Qin." Lawyer Qin nodded at Assistant Su, then turned to Su Yun's adoptive mother, respectfully stating, "Madam Su, this villa will now be your and the young lady's residence. You may rest assured here." With that, he clapped his hands, and 5 or 6 uniformed servants descended from the cars. "These individuals will remain here to assist you." The scene left Mrs. Zhao, her neighbors, and relatives utterly astonished. Who were these people? Why were they treating Su Yun's adoptive mother with such deference? Just as Mrs. Zhao was about to voice her thoughts, she noticed the middle-aged man with the briefcase turning to look at her, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. "Miss Su is the owner of this villa. As her adoptive mother, you are here to reside and retire. What right do you, a group of intruders, have to interfere?" Lawyer Qin, flanked by bodyguards, made his way toward the villa. Mrs. Zhao, confronted by this imposing presence, felt her earlier bravado falter. Yet, not wanting to appear weak before her relatives and neighbors, she stubbornly declared, "Su Yun is the owner of this villa? You must be joking. This belongs to my daughter-in-law, you Cinny." Lawyer Qin opened his briefcase and produced the property deed along with a transfer document. The deed, once in Madame Tang's name, had now been entrusted to him for transfer to Miss Su. In a few days, the new property deed will be issued. "May I ask where the property deed for your daughter-in-law, you Cinny, is?" Among the relatives and neighbors, a few literate individuals widened their eyes in disbelief upon seeing the property deed Lawyer Qin had revealed. The address on the deed indeed matched this villa. Could it be that it was not the property of Zhao Yenting's new wife after all? Chapter 179. The protagonist of the recognition banquet turned out to be her. At this moment, Assistant Su had driven to the property center to summon the property manager. After verification, the property manager stated, "The owner of this villa is surnamed Tang, and there is no owner with the surname Yu in our Yujingyuan villa area." Mrs. Zhao and the relatives behind her were left dumbfounded, frozen in place. Heavens! All this time, this was not Zhao Yenting's new wife's villa? Why did Mrs. Zhao bring us here for a tour? Mrs. Zhao's complexion shifted through shades of green and purple, her features contorting as she shouted in agitation, "Impossible! This is absolutely my daughter-in-law's villa, otherwise. How could she have given me the password to enter?" Lawyer Qin's expression grew stern, his gaze piercing. "I will investigate how your daughter-in-law learned the villa's password. You have intruded without permission. I will pursue legal action against you as per national laws." The neighbors and relatives were frightened, glancing at Mrs. Zhao in alarm. "You insisted we come and view your son's grand villa. If we are sued, you must take full responsibility. Could Zhao Yenting's new wife truly be a fraud? The lawyer just mentioned that this villa will soon belong to Su Yun. My goodness, could Su Yun's biological parents be wealthy? If Su Yun transforms into a highborn heiress, wouldn't Zhao Yenting have divorced the true heiress for a fraudulent woman?" The gazes of the crowd turned to Mrs. Zhao, now filled with complexity. Mrs. Zhao could hardly bear such scrutiny and discussion. She waved her hands, her agitation spilling over as she shouted, "Impossible! My daughter-in-law is not lacking in wealth. She would never deceive my Yenting." As Lawyer Qin and his entourage entered the villa, he noted the shattered Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain, the famous calligraphy and paintings that hung on the walls now marred by a hole, and numerous luxury items packed into snakeskin bags. He pulled out his computer to make a rough estimate. Lawyer Qin's gaze turned sharp as he faced Mrs. Zhao. The Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain was purchased by Mr. Tang at the Port City auction for 5 million. The painting was crafted by the renowned Chinese painting master, Lin Lao, whose works are highly sought after. Mr. Tang visited multiple times to acquire this genuine article for 2 million. This is not merely a painting, it is a treasure of art. The items you have damaged, including the Ming Dynasty carved rosewood ornament and the jade rui, amount to a total compensation of 10 million. Upon hearing this astronomical figure, old Mrs. Zhao and the others were left utterly flabbergasted. Old Mrs. Zhao, they recalled, when my grandson shattered the vase, you insisted it was of no consequence, suggesting that your daughter-in-law could simply purchase another. If any compensation were necessary, it would fall upon her. Indeed, and what about this painting? You explicitly promised to gift it to me, old Mrs. Zhao. Neighbors and relatives hastily shifted the blame squarely onto old Mrs. Zhao. Fuming, she leapt to her feet and chastised Lawyer Qin. You are utterly extorting us. How could a mere broken vase be worth such an exorbitant sum? Baring her teeth, old Mrs. Zhao attempted to seize Lawyer Qin, prompting the bodyguard to swiftly intervene and restrain her. Lawyer Qin regarded her with a cold, piercing gaze, asserting, every item you have damaged comes with an appraisal certificate, leaving no room for deception. In the eyes of the law, no one shall evade accountability. Just as old Mrs. Zhao prepared to continue her unreasonable tirade, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. Uniformed officers swiftly arrived, promptly documenting the wreckage within the house. Upon the officers' verification, old Mrs. Zhao was met with the revelation that the owner of this villa bore the surname Tang, not you. Her complexion turned ashen, her ears buzzing as if a swarm of bees were buzzing within. Neighbors and relatives, now fully cognizant, grasped the gravity of the situation. This was not, in fact, the villa of old Mrs. Zhao's new daughter-in-law. Rather, she had made a grand blunder in her attempt to show off. Old Mrs. Zhao, it was you who insisted we come here. We will not be liable for the damages inside. Any compensation must come from you. Yes. Did you not claim your daughter-in-law was wealthy? Let her pay. As neighbors and relatives contemplated fleeing, the police ensured that none would escape, taking them all to the precinct for questioning. Regret coursed through them as they cursed old Mrs. Zhao for leading them into this predicament. Observing Su Yun's foster mother seated in a luxurious vehicle, they all approached her in tears, begging for forgiveness. However, Su Yun's foster mother turned her face away, ignoring them. Madam Su, please this way, Lawyer Qin beckoned as he assisted her out of the car. Old Mrs. Zhao watched as Su Yun's foster mother was respectfully ushered into the opulent villa, her spirit crushed. No. Su Yun's foster mother is merely a widow, leading a life beneath my own. She cannot possibly reside in such a grand estate at her age. Old Mrs. Zhao could not bear this reality. Today, she had come to flaunt her connections with her neighbors and relatives, intending to strike a blow to Su Yun's foster mother. Yet it was she who had been dealt a crushing blow. Moreover, she now faced the specter of enormous compensation. Surely, something had gone awry. How could Su Yun have transformed from a mere chick to a phoenix? As old Mrs. Zhao was escorted into the police vehicle, her fingers trembled as she retrieved her phone. I must call my son and daughter-in-law. However, upon dialing, she was met with the disheartening message that the phone was turned off. Suddenly, it occurred to her that Zhao Yanting and Yu Xini had gone to a banquet that evening. Once it concluded, they would undoubtedly come to rescue her from the precinct. Old Mrs. Zhao and her entourage were taken away in police cars, while those who had previously fawned over her now criticized and blamed her, causing her to spit blood in fury. A little more provocation, and she might suffer a stroke, leading to her untimely demise in just a few days. Zhao Yanting and Yu Xini, having been introduced by Chun Man, were also attending the Tang family's recognition banquet. Zhao Yanting felt a swell of pride, eager to meet the Tang family at the banquet. Chun Man's father was also unfortunate, raising a troublesome daughter. She was about to be promoted to general manager, but it seemed likely she would face dire consequences now. However, I am most eager to witness the scene when Zhao Yanting, Yu Xini, and Chun Man realized that the main character of the Tang family recognition banquet is Su Yun. The Fu family expressed their anticipation. Upon arriving at the Tang family estate, Zhao Yanting felt as though he had previously been a frog at the bottom of a well. The world of the wealthy was indeed a realm of utmost luxury and grandeur. The Tang family had found their daughter, lost for 27 years, who was of a similar age to him and, reportedly, still single. If he could become the son-in-law of the Tang family. He quickly shook his head, dispelling such daydreams. Finding someone of Yu Xini's caliber was already a stroke of luck. He dared not even dream of the Tang family's eldest daughter. Look, the Tang family's eldest daughter is coming down, someone exclaimed, prompting Zhao Yanting to swiftly raise his gaze towards the staircase. Chapter 180. Utterly dumbfounded. A stinging slap to the face. The lights in the banquet hall dimmed, leaving only a beam of white light illuminating the spiral staircase. A slender figure clad in a champagne gold couture gown appeared before the crowd. The dress, tailored to perfection, accentuated the woman's delicate waist, while her long, lustrous hair was elegantly tucked behind her ear. Diamond earrings and a ruby necklace complemented one another splendidly. With a meticulously crafted visage and a hint of a gentle smile, she exuded an aura of grace and elegance. Madame Tang approached the woman, guiding her step by step down the staircase. That beam of white light followed her closely, and in that moment, she resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, breathtakingly beautiful. Zhao Yanting, initially feeling proud to attend such an illustrious recognition banquet, gradually sensed something amiss. The Tang family's daughter increasingly resembled his ex-wife, Su Yun. No, I must be mistaken, Zhao Yanting thought, closing his eyes briefly before reopening them. Yet the resemblance persisted. Chun Man and Yu Cini exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise. Cini, do you think the Tang family's daughter bears a striking resemblance to Su Yun?
Chen Man whispered.
Yu Cini furrowed her brow. It must merely be a coincidence. After all, this is the Tang family's daughter. Does Su Yun possess such fortune? Chun Man found her reasoning sound. If Su Yun were truly the Tang family's daughter, she would be in a rather fortunate position. Chun Man's father called her aside and lowered his voice. The Tang family's daughter has just been found. You must find a way to befriend her. You wish to marry the second son of the Tang family, do not? They hold her in high regard, and if you establish a good rapport, you might just have a chance to become the second daughter-in-law of the Tang family. Chun Man nodded. Don't worry, Dad. This daughter, lost for 27 years, will surely find it difficult to make friends upon her return to high society. If I approach her, she will undoubtedly become my friend. Her father nodded.
Do not let me down.
Su Yun was led by Madame Tang to the stage, where Mr. Tang, Tang Zaheo, and Tang Ziru swiftly approached, standing beside her as her staunch support. With red-rimmed eyes, Madame Tang was the first to introduce Su Yun to the crowd, after which Su Yun took the microphone to speak. As her voice resonated, Zhao Yanting was once again rendered speechless. The voice of the Tang family's daughter echoed eerily similar to Su Yun's. Yet, he remained reluctant to acknowledge that Su Yun was indeed the Tang family's daughter. Wen Shuang had been keenly observing Zhao Yanting's shifting expressions and discerned his thoughts. Once Su Yun concluded her speech and descended from the stage, Wen Shuang approached her with a beaming smile. Sister Su Yun. As Su Yun beheld Wen Shuang, a radiant smile graced her countenance. She took the initiative to clasp Wen Shuang's hand, and the two engaged in a fervent conversation. The utterance of Sister Su Yun by Wen Shuang rendered Zhao Yanting utterly motionless. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the elegantly attired woman adorned with opulent jewelry, a peculiar blend of the unfamiliar and the familiar washing over him. Others had already spoken her name, leaving him no room for self-deception. The daughter of the Tang family, indeed, was the very ex-wife he had divorced not long ago. Just 3 days prior, he had mercilessly mocked and humiliated her, witnessing her inability to retain even a position as a cleaner. How could he have envisioned that, in such a brief span, she would metamorphose into a paragon of the Tang family, an unattainable figure? Had he not divorced her, he would now be the son-in-law of the Tang family. The thought of having almost ascended to such heights sent tumultuous waves through Zhao Yanting's heart. Yanting, do you harbor regrets? Yu Cini's eyes narrowed as she cast a glance at Zhao Yanting, equally incredulous upon hearing Wen Shuang call out to Su Yun, her expression nearly fracturing. Words eluded Zhao Yanting as he grappled with a whirlwind of emotions, shock, confusion, regret, and helplessness all mingling within him. Yet, amidst this turmoil, a flicker of hope remained. They had not yet formalized their marriage, and if he were to seek reconciliation with Su Yun, perhaps she would acquiesce. After all, she had loved him for so many years, and they had shared sweet moments. Perhaps, with a little coaxing, she might return to him. After all, she could no longer bear children due to severe hemorrhaging during childbirth. Even if she returned to the Tang family, remarrying would be out of the question. Zhao Yanting, speak. Yu Cini exclaimed, noticing his dazed stare fixed upon Su Yun, pinching his arm with urgency. Zhao Yanting snapped back to reality, glancing at the furious Yu Cini beside him, hastily insisting, I did not. Do not misunderstand. He lacked absolute certainty that Su Yun would return to him. He could not afford to alienate Yu Cini completely. Yu Cini looped her arm through his, pouting slightly as she reproached him, as long as that is the case, you must not let me down. Zhao Yanting's gaze lingered on the enchanting Yusini, his throat involuntarily tightening. Yusini possessed a charm that outshone Su Yun. At the very least, she understood how to capture a man's heart. Mr. Chen approached with Chen Man to greet the Tang family. When Su Yun observed Chen Man extending her hand towards her, she chose to disregard it. Chen Man's smile faltered.
Miss Tang, Shu Jun interrupt Miss Chen.
Did you not disdain me in the private room at the Yecheng Grand Hotel a few days ago? Why do you wish to shake my hand now? Chen Man's face paled abruptly. What? The daughter of the Tang family is actually Su Yun? Her eyes widened in astonishment. Yunner, do you know Miss Chen? Lady Tang inquired. Tang Zihao approached with his phone in hand, opening a video. Mother, on the day we recognized our eldest sister, I noticed she had an injury on her hand, so I had someone investigate. It turns out she was pushed down by Chen Man. He played the video for Lady Tang, who, upon viewing it, turned pale with rage. Her heart ached for her daughter, who had been so humiliated and bullied, even deprived of a cleaning job. It was utterly intolerable. Chen Man and Mr. Chen were thrown into a state of panic. Mr. Chen looked at Chen Man in disbelief. What have you done? How dare you offend Miss Tang? Chen Man felt her heart tighten, her scalp prickling, as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Days prior, she could never have imagined that Su Yun was the daughter of the Tang family. I didn't know Su Yun's true identity at that time. Lady Tang, livid, retorted with a chilling tone. Not knowing her true identity gives you the right to trample on the dignity of an ordinary person? As long as they do not steal or rob, and earn their living through hard work. Why should they be subjected to the disdain of a sheltered young lady like you? Though my family has a prestigious background, we have always respected every individual and never used our power to oppress the weak. Your father works as a deputy general manager at Rueikong Pharmaceutical under our Tang Group. It seems that has fostered your arrogant demeanor. Lady Tang turned to her second son, Tang Zihao, like father, like daughter. How, after your sister was bullied, did you investigate Chindahui? Tang Zihao, known for his decisiveness in business, nodded. Mother, I have already had someone look into it. Chindahui has colluded with unscrupulous distributors, using his position to inflate drug prices and sell untested medical equipment, while also accepting bribes. Upon hearing Tang Zihao's words, Mr. Chen and Chen Man felt darkness envelop them. Mr. Chen's face turned ashen, lips trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with panic and fear. Lady Tang, young Master Tang, I have never done such a thing. It must be a misunderstanding. Chen Man was also in a state of utter disarray, never anticipating such severe consequences for offending Su Yun. Their family relied entirely on her father's substantial salary. At nearly 30, she had yet to secure a proper job. If her father were to lose his position, how would she survive? Lady Tang, it must be a misunderstanding. My father would never do such a thing. Chen Man pleaded, casting a desperate glance towards Su Yun. Su Yun, I was wrong that day in the private room. I apologize. You can hit or scold me. Just please don't let my father lose his job. Su Yun shrugged off Chen Man's grasp, her expression frigid. Chen Man, if your father has not committed any crimes, there is no need for you to plead with me. My family will take no action against him. If he has, he must face legal consequences. Lady Tang clapped her hands, summoning the butler to ensure Chindahui was taken to the police station. She then cast a disdainful glance at Chen Man, ordering her out of the estate. Chen Man's legs weakened, and she sought to kneel before Lady Tang and Su Yun, but the butler swiftly seized her arm and forcibly dragged her away. After being expelled from the estate, Chen Man witnessed her father being pushed into a car by the Tang family's bodyguards, destined for the police station. Tears streamed down her face as she approached. Dad, you have worked at Rueikong Pharmaceutical for many years, always loyal. Surely young Master Tang has made a mistake?
Slap.
Before she could finish her sentence, a heavy slap landed on her face. Chen Man's lip was split, blood seeping from the wound. You worthless failure. Mr. Chen glared at her, his eyes filled with fury, wishing to tear her apart. Chen Man stood there, dazed, her face as pale as a sheet, shivering with cold. It was all over. Had she known that offending Su Yun would result in such a dire outcome, she would never have acted so foolishly that day. But regret was futile now. After an indeterminate amount of time, Chen Man suddenly recalled Yusini. Yusini was wealthy and had recently encouraged her to invest in a project, claiming it would yield substantial profits. If she could earn money, perhaps she could continue living the life of a young lady. In the banquet hall, Zhao Yanting watched as Su Yun, escorted by Lady Tang, conversed with influential figures he had only seen on television. Jealousy and envy surged within him. Why had he not been blessed with such fortune? As Yu Cini gazed at Su Yun, who had transformed into the pampered daughter of the Tang family, a wave of discomfort washed over her. Just as she prepared to take Zhao Yanting's arm and depart, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Was that Mr. Zhong? Had he also come to attend the Tang family's recognition banquet? Fearing that Mr. Zhong might see her linked with Zhao Yanting, she quickly withdrew her hand from his arm. Yanting, I need to visit the restroom, she said. Zhao Yanting, preoccupied with thoughts of Su Yun, absent-mindedly nodded in response. Yu Cini made her way to the garden of the estate, searching high and low until she found Mr. Zhong in a glass conservatory, watering the flowers. Mr. Zhong, what brings you here to tend to the flowers? Upon hearing her voice, the man turned to face her. A fleeting look of panic crossed his eyes, but he soon regained his composure. I prefer solitude, and this place is peaceful. I noticed some flowers were thirsty, so I gave them a drink. What about you? Yu Cini approached him. Noticing his designer shirt and luxury watch, her doubts dissipating. Since their acquaintance, Mr. Zhong had always been a remarkably low-key individual. I came with a friend to attend the Tang family's recognition banquet. The thought of Su Yun now being the Tang family's beloved daughter filled Yu Cini with discontent. She wondered how Mr. Zhong's wealth compared to that of the Tang family. Mr. Zhong, what have you been busy with lately? I wanted to see you, but you had no time. She playfully tossed the hose from his hands, stepping closer, her finger playfully tapping his chest. With a seductive smile, she continued, Mr. Zhong, my car has been refusing to start lately. I noticed you have quite a collection of luxury cars in your garage. Could you lend me one? Before he could respond, Yu Cini leaned in and kissed him.
What?
Yu Cini is truly bold, attempting to seduce Mr. Zhong at the Tang family's recognition banquet. The Fu family members exclaimed in disbelief.
What?
Yu Cini is so audacious? Haha, does she really think Mr. Zhong is a wealthy middle-aged tycoon comparable to the Tang family? This scandal is too juicy. I can't be the only one to enjoy it. Wen Shuang found Su Yun and shared the news of Yu Cini's flirtation with Mr. Zhong in the glass conservatory. Su Yun was taken aback. It seemed that Yu Cini had not inherited her late husband's vast fortune but had instead latched onto Mr. Zhong while simultaneously pursuing Zhao Yanting. Sister Su Yun, should we have your ex-husband catch her in the act? Su Yun nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Zhao Yanting had been observing Su Yun's movements and, noticing her heading towards the garden alone, quickly followed her.
Su Jun,
He called out as he hurried to catch up. Ignoring him, Su Yun continued on her path. I apologize for my past actions. For the sake of Nuan, can you give me another chance? Su Yun turned to face him. I've given you a chance. What about your precious Yu Cini? Zhao Yanting fixed his gaze on Su Yun. His lips pressed tightly together as he replied, I only used Yu Cini to further my career. It was all for you and Wan. Su Yun felt a wave of nausea rise within her. Struggling to suppress her discomfort, she managed a forced smile. Come with me. I have a surprise for you. Chapter 182. Never forgive. Go as far as you can. Hearing that Su Yun had a surprise for him sent ripples of anticipation through Zhao Yanting's heart. He knew that Su Yun still cared for him. After all, years of affection couldn't simply vanish in a matter of days. As he imagined the surprise she might have in store, perhaps a proposal for reconciliation, he found his steps growing lighter. Su Yun led Zhao Yanting to the glass conservatory. Its exterior cloaked in climbing vines, obscuring the view within. Is your surprise inside? He inquired. She nodded affirmatively. Just as Zhao Yanting was about to push open the glass door, a sultry, breathy sound wafted from within. Little vixen, how daring of you. Mr. Zhong, don't you like my boldness? The woman's teasing voice left Zhao Yanting frozen in place. Was he hallucinating? How could he be hearing Yu Cini's voice? The intimate sounds coming from inside suggested they were engaged in something exceedingly close. Zhao Yanting, your precious Yu Cini is inside. Don't you want to see the surprise? Instinctively, he reached out and forcefully pushed open the glass door. The sight that greeted him made his mind go blank. A seductive woman sat in the lap of a middle-aged man, her gown askew, her sultry gaze and lascivious demeanor shocking him to the core. Yu Cini, he roared. Yu Cini turned abruptly, her eyes widening in terror at the sight of Zhao Yanting standing at the door. She screamed in alarm. Meanwhile, Wen Shuang, the Fu family members, and the Tang family approached. Just as Wen Shuang was about to peer into the glass house, a long, warm hand covered her eyes. Don't look. You might taint your eyes. A deep, magnetic voice warned from above her. What? I want to see. Why won't you let me? Wen Shuang protested, pushing Fu Sihong's hand away. At that moment, Yusini hurriedly adjusted her gown while Mr. Zhong appeared shaken, fastening his belt with a troubled expression. Madame Tang's face darkened as she observed the scene unfolding in the glass house. Mr. Zhong, today is a joyous occasion for the Tang family. How dare you engage in such shameful acts here? Faced with her rebuke, Mr. Zhong lowered his head, embarrassed.
Madam, I am sorry.
Yusini's mind raced in panic. Being discovered by Zhao Yanting meant she might never win his heart again, but at least there was still Mr. Zhong. Yet, why was Madame Tang speaking to Mr. Zhong as if he were her subordinate? Furrowing her brow, she directed her gaze at Madame Tang. Madam, he is Mr. Zhong, not your servant. Even if he was in your glass house, you should speak to him with respect. His wealth should not be inferior to that of the Tang family. As her words hung in the air, an awkward silence enveloped the scene. Madame Tang scoffed. Mr. Zhong, what is your identity? Have you not clarified your standing with Monsieur? Before Mr. Zhong could respond, Madame Tang continued. Mr. Zhong has been our family's driver for over 20 years. What? Yusini's eyes widened in disbelief. Mr. Zhong was merely a driver for the Tang family? No, that couldn't be possible. She turned to Mr. Zhong, her voice trembling. How could a driver afford designer attire and luxury watches? Madame Tang coldly replied, a few years ago, my mother-in-law fell ill while visiting Yi City. Mr. Zhong promptly took her to the hospital, saving her life. In gratitude, we gifted him some of my husband's in-use designer clothing and watches. Several properties in Yi City are also entrusted to him for management. Little did we know he would exploit our kindness to deceive women.
Chongbo's legs faltered.
And he hastily sank to his knees. Madam, I did not deceive Yusini. It was he who misunderstood and voluntarily approached me. I realized my mistakes. Upon hearing Zhongbo's words, Yusini swayed unsteadily, feeling as though an immense syringe had drained all her strength. Her complexion turned as pale as parchment, her eyes rimmed with crimson, and her pride shattered into countless fragments. The billionaire she had envisioned turned out to be merely a chauffeur? Thus, the grand villa in Yujinjiwen and the Bentley luxury car all belonged to the Tang family? Yusini felt on the brink of collapse. How foolish she had been to exert every effort to seduce him. It was infuriating. She raised her hand and swung forcefully at Zhongbo's face, exclaiming, It is you who deceived me. If you were not a billionaire, would I have willingly approached you? What could I possibly gain from you? Your age? Your looks? Your destitution? Zhongbo retaliated, striking Yusini across the face. You flaunt your allure, bask in vanity, and act so clever, yet you blame me? When have you ever heard me claim to possess a fortune of billions? That was but your delusion. I am a normal man. You came to me of your own volition, and if the opportunity arose, would you not seize it? Do you truly believe yourself to be so pure and innocent? For money, you have likely bedded countless men. You are nothing but a shameless harlot. In an instant, the intimacy that had once enveloped the two was replaced with venomous words and a violent clash. Zhao Yanting watched Yusini, now resembling a comedic fool, and he felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning. The image of Yusini as his flawless goddess shattered completely. For such a woman, he had actually divorced Su Yun. Had he lost his mind? Yet, thankfully, he had not yet shared a bed with Yusini. Perhaps there remained a chance for reconciliation with Su Yun. Zhao Yanting turned to Mr. and Mrs. Tang. Father, mother, I am Zhao Yanting, Su Yun's husband, and we have a lovely, obedient daughter. Su Yun abruptly interrupted Zhao Yanting before he could finish. Zhao Yanting, how shameless can you be? We are already divorced. Now that you see my status has changed, you wish to return? I am not a garbage bin. I will not recycle trash. Su Yun spoke so well. Zhao Yanting's skin could be used as a bulletproof vest. The average man possesses an inexplicable confidence, believing that merely by softening and admitting his faults, Su Yun would return to him. Su Yun's future life will be splendid. She need not marry or bear children, for she has wealth, a child, and a loving family. How carefree and joyful she will be. The Fu family silently nodded in agreement. Such a scoundrel who seeks to return should be cast as far away as possible.
Zhao Yanting, witnessing Su Wen's indifference,
felt the warmth and affection he once held for her evaporate, replaced by a frantic anxiety. Could it be that Su Yun would refuse him even one chance? He had merely committed a mistake that all men make, and besides, he had not strayed physically.
Su Yun, I truly realize my errors.
Rest assured, I will treat you and Wan well in the future. I promise to be a good husband. Recall the blissful days we once shared. Su Yun could no longer bear to listen. she coldly interrupted him. Enough. Even if you speak until your throat is raw, I will not turn back. Monmon will not recognize you as her father. Su Yun turned to Mrs. Tang, who immediately understood her intent and summoned the housekeeper to expel Zhao Yanting Yusini and Zhong Bo from the premises. Before they were forcibly removed, Mrs. Tang coldly warned, "If you dare appear before my daughter again, I will not spare you." Zhao Yanting had never experienced such humiliation. He was unceremoniously ejected from the Tang family estate. Had he not divorced Su Yun for Yusini, he would have been the son-in-law of the Tang family. All was Yusini's fault. She had destroyed everything for him. In a fit of rage, Zhao Yanting struck Yusini twice across the face. Seeing that he dared to hit her, Yusini retaliated fiercely, and Zhong Bo quickly fled the scene. Yusini's long nails left several bloody scratches across Zhao Yanting's face. Neither emerged unscathed. Zhao Yanting, no longer wishing to deal with Yusini, drove away, battered and bruised. As he drove, he suddenly recalled that his mother had taken neighbors and relatives to the Ujinjiwan villa that evening. If the villa belonged to the Tang family, then his mother had trespassed into a mansion. Realizing this, Zhao Yanting hastily turned on his phone. As it powered up, he was bombarded with numerous missed calls. He sensed that something might have gone awry with his mother. Just as he was about to return a call, he received a call from the police station. After the call, he rushed to the precinct, only to learn that his mother and her entourage had damaged property within the villa, and they were liable for damages exceeding 10 million. Zhao Yanting's breath hitched, and he nearly fainted from the shock. He spent a fortune to bail out his mother and her neighbors from the police station. The authorities informed him that within 3 days, he must compensate for the damages or face imprisonment for his mother and relatives. Yanting, whose villa is it really? How could that woman, Su Yun, who cannot even bear a child, possibly be the owner? Has she been kept by some old man? Zhao Yanting, feeling overwhelmed, interrupted his mother. Shut your mouth. If you weren't so obsessed with wealth, always picking apart Su Yun, I wouldn't have divorced her. Madame Zhao's expression shifted. Su Yun was never worthy of you. With Yusini's wealth, you could spare yourself decades of struggle. I was thinking of your future. Am I in the wrong? Do you not realize that Su Yun is the true heiress, while Yusini clung to a mere chauffeur of the Tang family? The villa in Ujinjiwan belongs to Su Yun. Yusini possesses nothing. Madame Zhao's mouth fell open in shock. How? How can this be? Zhao Yanting, burdened with the thought of the impending 10 million in damages, felt a splitting headache. He remembered he had taken out a 2 million loan and misappropriated company funds for the project Yusini had introduced. He promptly dialed her number, only to find her phone had been turned off. Just as he contemplated calling again, he received a call from Chun Man Yanting regarding the investment Yusini introduced. I've reconsidered and fear it may be unreliable. I was about to withdraw my money from the app, but now I cannot access it. Can you reach Yusini? After hanging up, Zhao Yanting hurriedly logged into the app, only to discover that his invested funds were also inaccessible. His heart raced with panic. At that moment, a flurry of calls came in from a dozen classmates from their previous gathering, all inquiring about the investment. 3 days later, Su Yun visited the Fu family to see Wen Shuang. My former mother-in-law passed away suddenly upon learning that Yusini had manipulated Zhao Yanting, embezzling several million and vanishing without a trace. Wen Shuang nodded. Zhao Yanting is now burdened with immense debt. His future will be far from easy.
Su Jun,
Finally coming to a realization, understood that Yusini had not genuinely loved Zhao Yanting, but had instead exploited him to swindle both him and his college peers. Wen Shuang. Indeed, otherwise, Yusini, having just returned to the country, would find it challenging to easily gain the trust of her university classmates. Zhao Yanting, who once excelled academically and has fared well in the professional realm, enjoys a commendable reputation among his peers, which is precisely why Yusini has chosen to exploit him. Su Yun is truly grateful that when she divorced Zhao Yanting, she did so without any lingering attachments. Zhao Yanting, who prides himself on being an intellectual elite, has always looked down upon her. However, she comprehends a fundamental truth. Fortunes do not simply fall from the sky. Zhao Yanting's current predicament is entirely of his own making. And what of Yusini? With a substantial sum in her possession, will she be apprehended? When Shuang calculated that the vast amount of money she defrauded could not have been achieved single-handedly, she must be backed by a fraudulent syndicate, from which she could only receive a commission. Yet, her carefree days are numbered, as the police in E-City are currently investigating that very scam ring, and Yusini has become a target of their pursuit. Su Yun smiled wryly, for indeed, retribution is swift. Recently, Zhao Yanting has been utterly exhausted. After cremating the late Zhao matriarch, he has been evading creditors, hiding from one place to another, unable even to retain his job. Now he bears immense debt. With his family shattered, each night, he finds himself sleeping in underpasses, and in the stillness of the night, he reflects on Su Yun's past kindness towards him. Filled with deep remorse, he attempted to seek out Wan at school, but the teacher informed him that she had transferred, leaving him clueless as to where to find her. He then ventured to Yuan, hoping to appeal to Su Yun's adoptive mother for a chance to see Su Yun and Wan once more. Yet he could not even gain entry to the gates of Yuan. In a matter of days, he has fallen to a state worse than that of a beggar. Tears have nearly dried up, and regret gnaws at his very core. If only time could reverse. Alas, in this world, there exists no such if. The fates of Zhao Yanting and Yu Xini have brought a sense of catharsis to Wen Shuang. During the weekend, she taught Xiao Qingyang to draw several talismans. Sister, next month there will be a metaphysics competition among various temples. I am unsure whether I should sign up for it. In the past, our Qingyang temple could not even make it past the preliminary rounds and was often mocked by Yuming temple. Wen Shuang, observing Xiao Qingyang's recent progress in talisman drawing, patted his shoulder, insisting that he must register. Put in your best effort. This time, you will surely shine brightly and elevate the reputation of Qingyang temple. Hearing Wen Shuang's encouragement, Xiao Qingyang nodded with renewed confidence. After spending another hour coaching him, Wen Shuang finally emerged from the study. Fu Sihong, having just finished his shower, stepped out of his room. Shuang, your visa for M country has been approved. In a few days, our family will travel to M country to visit Lao Wu. You will join us, Wen Tiyu? Wen Shuang nodded enthusiastically. That sounds wonderful. I have never been abroad before. Lao Wu is currently facing a significant crisis, and if it is not averted in time, his life may be in peril. Fu Sihong's heart tightened at the thought. Lao Wu is in grave danger? Chapter 184. No longer living apart, sharing the same bed. Darling, Mother has sent me a chi pao. Wait a moment, I will try it on for you. When Shuang dashed into the bedroom, Fu Sihong wanted to inquire about the nature of Lao Wu's impending crisis, but he reconsidered. As long as Wen Shuang was by his side, no matter how severe Lao Wu's troubles, they would surely be resolved. A few minutes later, Wen Shuang emerged from the room, adorned in the chi pao tailored specifically for her by Fu's mother. The fabric, perfectly fitted, accentuated her delicate waist, while the skirt's slit revealed glimpses of her fair, jade-like legs. When Shuang approached Fu Sihong, gracefully twirling before him, "What do you think? When I wear this to M country, will it embody the beauty of Huaxia?" Fu Sihong's dark, deep-set eyes were fixated on Wen Shuang. His throat involuntarily moved as he admired her. Dressed in the chi pao, she possessed a breathtaking allure, captivating with every smile and gesture. Fu Sihong stepped behind her, his long, slender arm encircling her waist gently. The unexpected gesture made Wen Shuang's heart race. "It looks stunning," he murmured, leaning his chiseled jaw against her shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her ear, igniting a spark within her. Wen Shuang's long lashes fluttered, and she nudged him playfully with her elbow. "You rogue! How is it that my once cold-faced husband has become increasingly charming? Oh dear, what should I do? I find myself somewhat drawn to this. My heart seems on the verge of losing control." Hearing her unvoiced thoughts, Fu Sihong's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Madam Fu, we have been living apart for 4 or 5 months. May I return to the master bedroom?" As he posed this question, his heart raced, fearful of hearing her refusal. Yet, through their time together, he sensed her diminishing resistance to his closeness. Still, he was uncertain whether sharing a bed would be unwelcome to her. When Shuang bit her lip, contemplating for a moment before responding, "If you wish to return to the master bedroom, then do so. However, I tend to toss and turn in my sleep. You might find it unbearable."
No worries.
"I am willing to be your personal body pillow." When Wen Shuang emerged from the bathroom after her shower, she found Fu Sihong had already moved back to the master bedroom. He was propped up against the headboard, engrossed in his phone. Upon hearing her approach, he glanced up, and in that moment their eyes met, causing an inexplicable flutter in her chest. "Calm down, he is a virgin. He shouldn't fear me taking advantage of him. What do I have to be afraid of? Besides, he fits my aesthetic perfectly. Sharing a bed with him is hardly a loss for me." After reassuring herself, Wen Shuang lifted the covers and lay down on the bed. After turning off the lights, Fu Sihong joined her on the bed. It was their first time lying on the grand bed of the master bedroom. Neither spoke, and the atmosphere was profoundly quiet, punctuated only by their soft, varied breaths. The fresh, clean scent of his post-shower aroma wafted towards Wen Shuang. After an indeterminate time, her hand was suddenly grasped by a long, warm hand. "What are you doing?" she asked, alert. Fu Sihong's deep voice lowered. "I'm simply holding your hand, nothing more. Don't be tense." There was a hint of playful laughter in his rich, magnetic tone. Wen Shuang bit her lip. "I am not tense." Fu Sihong replied with an "oh," before propping himself up and leaning over her. Before she could react to his intentions, he pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. "Good night, Madame Fu." Once he kissed her forehead, he settled down beside her to sleep. A smile crept onto her lips as she replied, "Good night, Mr. Fu." A sweet, lingering atmosphere enveloped the stillness of the night. The following day, when Wen Shuang awoke, she glanced at the space beside her. Fu Sihong had risen at some point, and she got out of bed to head toward the bathroom. The tall, stately man stood at the sink, dressed in a loose white t-shirt and dark trousers. A striking contrast to his usual sharp attire, now exuding a youthful charm. He held a razor in his hand, his chin lathered with white foam. Curious, Wen Shuang inquired, "Are you going to shave?" Fu Sihong looked at her through the mirror, his dark eyes sparkling with amusement. "Yes. Would you like to help me?" Wen Shuang shook her head. "I wouldn't know how." Just as she spoke, his long arm reached out to her slender waist. Lifting her effortlessly and placing her on the sink, he positioned himself between her legs, handing her the razor. "It's all right, I'll teach you." He grasped her delicate, fair hand, guiding it slowly towards his jawline. It was the first time Wen Shuang had ever shaved a man's beard, and she focused intently on her task, fearful of inflicting any harm upon his skin. The air was filled with the refreshing scent of shaving foam that clung to him. Once the shaving was complete, she followed his instructions and applied aftershave lotion. As her fingers brushed against his handsome, smooth face, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly captivating. I confess, I am indeed a sucker for good looks." Such a chiseled visage, devoid of any blemish whatsoever. When Wen Shuang's fingers grazed his thin lips, Fu Sihong suddenly took hold of her hand, pulling it away, and then leaned down to kiss her. She quickly turned her head aside. "What are you doing?" "I haven't brushed my teeth yet." He repositioned her face, his lips hovering at the corner of hers, his voice low and husky. "I have. But I haven't." She managed to reply before being enveloped once more in his deep kiss. As Wen Shuang exited the master bedroom, her legs felt somewhat weak. "Oh my. After just one night sharing a bed with that insufferable man, he has me utterly enchanted. How am I to navigate the days ahead?" Suddenly, I grasped the meaning behind the phrase, "The night is fleeting, and the emperor does not rise early." Sob sob, I find myself reluctant to go to work.
Downstairs, Fu Xingzu.
The assistant waiting for Wen Shuang to join him at the fortune-telling hall remarked, "Why is the sister-in-law so lackluster about work today? It seems she's been bewitched by that male beauty of an older brother." Fu Sihong emerged from the bedroom. "Madame Fu, shall we take a day off today?" Wen Shuang hurriedly dashed downstairs. "If I don't go to work, won't that man devour me whole? Going to work provides a sense of security." Fu Xingzhou nodded in agreement. "Yes, indeed, work is essential. Pursuing men is utterly meaningless." Assistant number 2, Fu Ma, smacked Fu Xingzhou on the back of his head. "Speak no nonsense. If your brother cannot keep your sister-in-law, your position as assistant number 1 will soon be in jeopardy." Fu Xingzhou scratched his head. "Oh. Should I buy him a uniform online? Don't girls love the allure of uniforms?" Fu Ma looked at him in exasperation. "Stop with those frivolous ideas. Your brother is not that kind of person. Let them be. At least your sister-in-law is beginning to grow accustomed to and accept her closeness to him." Chapter 185. Urgent situation. She must return swiftly. Wen Shuang's fortune-telling hall only conducted 2 readings each day. As assistant number 1, Fu Xingzhou ushered the first client of the day into Wen Shuang's office. "Sister-in-law, this is Ms. Ruanjia." Wen Shuang glanced at Ruanjia, who appeared to be in her late 20s, looking haggard and weary. "Master Wen, I recently divorced and have not been in a good state lately." Wen Shuang instructed Fu Xingzhou to fetch a bottle of milk for Ruanjia, her tone gentle. "You wish to inquire about your daughter, correct?" Ruanjia had long heard of Wen Shuang's prowess, but she was astonished by how accurately Wen Shuang discerned her needs even before she articulated them. "My daughter, Huan, is 5 years old. After my divorce, I was unable to secure custody. Her father treats her well, but recently her aunt has started dating a man over 20 years her senior. They plan to vacation in Europe, and Huan wishes to accompany them. Her aunt and uncle have both agreed. Her aunt's boyfriend is in his 40s, and while she accompanies him, I still feel uneasy. I express my concerns to my ex-in-laws, but my ex-mother-in-law and ex-husband believe I am overreacting. Before the divorce, I had a decent relationship with my sister-in-law, who is a warm-hearted person, albeit somewhat lovesick, disregarding family opposition to be with a man so much older. Oh, by the way, it was my sister-in-law who reminded me that my ex-husband preferred men. I caught him cheating at a hotel, which revealed his sexual orientation. If my sister-in-law were to take my daughter alone, I would feel reassured, but with her boyfriend, I am not so sure. I would like Master Wen to help me determine if any issues may arise if my daughter travels to Europe with them. Wen Shuang glanced at Wan Jia's maternal palace, where a faint, ominous aura lingered. Do not allow her to go, otherwise, you risk losing your daughter. Wan Jia's heart raced. Her pupils dilating. Is my daughter in danger? Wen Shuang nodded. Show me a picture of your daughter. Wan Jia promptly produced a photo of Huan Huan. Wen Shuang opened her spiritual eye. 5-year-old Huan Huan happily accompanies her aunt and uncle to Europe. Her aunt enjoys nightlife, and on the third night in Europe, she arranged to meet friends, leaving Huan Huan with her uncle in the hotel villa. Her aunt, being carefree, never considered that her seemingly refined and mature boyfriend might be a depraved predator. That night, the man offered Huan Huan a glass of milk, and while she slept, he committed unspeakable acts. When he realized he had gone too far and Huan Huan was bleeding profusely, fearing exposure, he set the villa ablaze. Huan Huan perished in the fire, while the man attempted to absolve himself, claiming that when he left to fetch Huan Huan's aunt, she was watching television in the living room, and it was possible that shortly after he left, Huan Huan played with fire, igniting the tragedy. Upon hearing the dreadful news, Huan Huan's aunt was distraught. Under her boyfriend's suggestion, she had Huan Huan cremated abroad. By the time Wan Jia and her ex-husband arrived, they were met only with Huan Huan's ashes. Fu Xingzhou and Fu Ma turned pale with anger upon hearing Wen Shuang's revelations. What kind of boyfriend does her aunt have? He is utterly inhuman. How could that aunt leave her daughter in the care of a man in his 40s alone in a hotel villa? Even a 1 in a million chance warrants caution. Wen Shuang succinctly recounted the vision she had seen to Wan Jia. Upon hearing this, Wan Jia's face drained of color. Although Master Wen hadn't elaborated extensively, she pieced together the grim reality. Her sister-in-law, Yan Kiki, was involved with a man who had psychological issues, someone who only desired young girls. But how could he dare approach her Huan Huan, who is only 5? And Master, what should we do now? My Huan Huan is already on a flight to Beijing with them and will be heading directly to Europe tomorrow morning. Wen Shuang pressed her lips together tightly. You must call your sister-in-law immediately and demand she bring Huan Huan back. Wan Jia's eyes were red-rimmed as she replied, my sister-in-law will certainly not heed my words. If I buy a ticket to Beijing now, she won't hand Huan Huan over to me. If I had a way, I would have stopped this already. Wen Shuang pursed her lips, contemplating for a moment before stating, as long as your daughter does not leave the country, she will be safe. Tell your sister-in-law to feign sleep tonight and secretly observe what her boyfriend might do. Wan Jia nodded. All right, I will call my sister-in-law right away. Wan Jia's sister-in-law, Yan Kiki, received the call with displeasure. Sister Wan, what are you so worried about? Originally, my uncle and I wanted a sweet getaway, but Huan Huan insisted on going to Europe. We kindly invited her along, and you seem to have such reservations. What exactly are you afraid of? Wan Jia bluntly relayed the dire consequences that Master Wen had predicted. Upon hearing this, Yan Kiki scoffed. Sister Wan, are you feeling unwell since your divorce? You believe in the words of a charlatan? My boyfriend is a renowned artist and philanthropist. Could he possibly possess such perverse inclinations? Moreover, I must admit that I am arguably more beautiful than Huan Huan, and at the tender age of 20, he is already mine. How could he possibly be infatuated with Huan Huan? Wan Jia is aware that without concrete evidence, labeling someone's boyfriend as deviant can indeed provoke ire. However, she cannot afford to take that risk. She does not wish for Huan Huan to encounter any misfortune. Coco, should I have misjudged your boyfriend, when you return, I will bow before you and him an apology. Please trust me just this once. Tonight, pretend to be asleep, and at midnight, observe what your boyfriend does.
Coco.
I implore you, Huan Huan is your beloved niece, and you would not want her to come to any harm, would you? On the other end of the line, Yan Coco fell silent for a moment. Coco, had it not been for you, I would still be oblivious to your brother's sexual orientation, mired in ignorance. You are a wonderful girl. Please trust your sister-in-law this time. Sister-in-law, while I do not believe a word you say, Huan Huan is my niece, and I cherish her dearly. I will do as you suggest, but if nothing occurs tonight, I hope you will apologize to my boyfriend in person. Wan Jia nodded, her eyes reddening. Very well, should I have wronged your boyfriend, I will certainly kneel before him in apology. For the sake of her daughter. Wan Jia is willing to sacrifice everything, including her own dignity and knees. After concluding the call, she entered Wen Shuang's office and added Wen Shuang on WeChat. Master Wen, I will purchase a ticket to the capital shortly. I will update you with any new information via WeChat. Wen Shuang nodded in agreement. As for Yen Coco's boyfriend, that beastly deviant, I too wish to see him brought to justice swiftly, for who knows how many children may suffer in the meantime. After Wan Jia departed, Fu Xingzhou brought in a sweet-looking girl named Jiang Yu, who had come to seek counsel regarding her romantic fate. Master Wen, I wish to inquire when my boyfriend will marry me. Jiang Yu presented a photograph of her boyfriend to Wen Shuang. Fu Xingzhou glanced at the man in the photo and widened his eyes in astonishment. Goodness, this girl's boyfriend is none other than the sensational star, Liang Xixu, who has captured hearts nationwide. Liang Xixu, at 26, rose to fame 2 years prior through a popular ancient fantasy drama, Qing Qiong. In Qing Qiong, he donned a dark robe, his ink-black hair tied up, embodying an ethereal presence that has become a cherished figure in the hearts of countless fans. Recently, under Fu Xingzhou's recommendation, Wen Shuang had watched Qing Qiong and praised Liang Xixu's remarkable acting and captivating image, affirming his status as a top-tier star. However, upon seeing the photograph of Liang Xixu presented by Jiang Yu, Wen Shuang involuntarily furrowed her brow. Master Wen, is there something amiss? Will my boyfriend marry me? Jiang Yu, having watched Wen Shuang's variety shows, knew her predictions were often accurate. Initially, she should have had complete faith in Liang Xixu, but lately, he had grown somewhat distant. She was left wondering if he had changed his heart. She and Liang Xixu had grown up together in an orphanage, providing each other companionship and warmth. They were each other's light. In their childhood, she was small and frail, and Liang Xixu would often save his cookies for her, even warming her hands with his breath during the cold winter months. During their college entrance exams, Liang Xixu did not perform well and decided against attending university. He went to Hengdian to take on minor roles, using his earnings to pay for her tuition. At first, he had no intention of seeking fame. He merely wanted to earn enough for her to finish her education. They began a long-distance relationship, but she would visit him in Hengdian whenever she had a break. At that time, they had nothing to their names, sleeping under bridges and eating cold noodles and buns together. He would hold her shoulders, tears welling in his eyes, vowing that he would make a name for himself so that his Yu could enjoy a good life in the future. She accompanied him to auditions, and despite lacking any connections or a prestigious education, he faced countless disdainful glances and prejudice. Yet, he possessed an indomitable spirit, often arriving at the set before dawn, enduring the bitter cold for hours, all for a fleeting moment on screen. He had no assistant, no privileges, and even makeup artists would only spare him a cursory glance before sending him on his way. Regardless, whenever he stood before the camera, whether as an unnamed minor character or an unnoticed background figure, he poured his heart and soul into his performance. Gradually, he began to receive lines. Jiang Yu vividly remembers when he video called her, joyfully announcing he had been given a few lines. His smile sparkled with unshed tears. Whenever she had the chance, she would help him practice his lines and expressions. Opportunities always favor the prepared. Eventually, a director recognized his talent and cast him in a supporting role in a new drama. That character brought him a measure of fame and garnered him a following of devoted fans. During the summer of their junior year, she joined him on set. However, unbeknownst to her, a producer in his 50s had taken an interest in her, insisting she visit his room late at night. If she complied, he would ensure Liang Xixu's rise to stardom. If not, he would obliterate Liang Xixu's career. Aware of the precariousness of Liang Xixu's hard-won success, she felt utterly helpless. Just as she was at her wit's end, Liang Xixu, having caught wind of the situation, held her tightly, resolutely declaring that even if he were blacklisted, he would never allow his girlfriend to accompany another man. He would fight tooth and nail to protect her. In that moment, her heart swelled with emotion. That night, Liang Xixu contacted the producer's wife, revealing her husband's heinous behavior. With a determination to go down fighting, he prepared himself for the possibility of being blacklisted. Fortunately, the producer's wife gathered evidence of her husband's infidelity, divorced him, and secured a substantial portion of his assets. Impressed by Liang Xixu's devotion to his girlfriend, she signed him to her company and began to promote him. After graduating, Jiang Yu became a screenwriter for the producer's wife's company. and Qingqiong was born from her pen. Together, they triumphed in the entertainment industry, a formidable duo. Yet, as a popular star, Liang Xixu's fanbase was vast and fervent. Publicizing their relationship would undoubtedly incur significant repercussions for both him and the company. Jiang Yu never voiced any grievances, always supporting him from the shadows. She understood the struggles he had faced, and he had promised her he would marry her. Recently, on her 26th birthday, he had claimed he would surprise her. However, on that day, he was on set and could not return in time to celebrate with her. She did not receive the anticipated surprise. Since then, he had grown increasingly distant. She tried calling and texting him, but all she received were excuses of being busy. Jiang Yu was utterly perplexed about what had gone awry. Wen Shuang withdrew her gaze from Liang Xixu's photograph and looked at Jiang Yu. "You should visit Lanwan Villa number 11, Unit 103. You will find Liang Xixu there." Jiang Yu's eyes widened in shock. How could he be at Lanwan Villa when he's been filming out of town? "You will find out once you go." Wen Shuang produced a concealment talisman and handed it to Jiang Yu. "You are not the owner of the Lanwan Villa. The security guard may not permit you entry. Adhere to this talisman, and it will grant you invisibility." Fu Xingzhou promptly interjected, "Sister-in-law, please provide me with a concealment talisman as well. I shall accompany Miss Jiang." Liang Xixu was Fu Xingzhou's idol, and he had initially hoped to have Liang endorse the Fu Corporation's men's watches. He needed to see for himself whether Liang Xixu had faltered. At the Lanwan Villa, after Jiang Yu and Fu Xingzhou affixed the concealment talismans, Jiang Yu pressed the doorbell. As the chime echoed, her heart raced violently. She was genuinely apprehensive that Liang Xixu would betray their affections. The doorbell rang for an extended period, and just as Jiang Yu thought no one would answer, the door abruptly swung open. "Who is it?" Liang Xixu called, peering outside but spotting no one. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yu and Fu Xingzhou, cloaked in invisibility, slipped into the villa. Jiang Yu glanced back at Liang Xixu, who remained gazing outward. He wore a crisp white shirt and tailored trousers, the top button fastened tightly against his alluring Adam's apple, exuding an aura of restraint and cold elegance. He was not disheveled as she had envisioned. Had she misjudged him? Was he not hiding a paramour? Just as a twinge of guilt stirred within her, a voice echoed from upstairs. "Xixu, who has arrived?" Jiang Yu turned sharply towards the staircase. Her pupils dilated when she beheld a woman descending. Clad in a man's shirt, Lu Qianya, the very girl who had tormented her during their high school days, the one both she and Liang Xixu loathed. Why was she here? And why was she wearing Liang Xixu's shirt? Chapter 187. A chilling realization. During high school, Jiang Yu and Liang Xixu were not in the same class. Though Liang Xixu's academic performance paled in comparison to Jiang Yu's, his striking looks earned him the title of campus heartthrob, attracting the admiration of many, including Jiang Yu's deskmate, Lu Qianya. Hailing from a wealthy family, Lu Qianya had been indulged by her parents since childhood, fostering a personality that insisted on obtaining whatever she desired. She fell for Liang Xixu at first sight and boldly confessed her feelings, only to be met with a merciless rejection. Lu Qianya soon realized that Liang Xixu harbored a special affection for Jiang Yu. Consequently, she began covertly inciting other girls in their class to ostracize Jiang Yu. Committing heinous acts such as urinating on Jiang Yu's dormitory bed, placing insects in her water cup, and falsely accusing her of cheating during exams. Jiang Yu reported Lu Qianya's transgressions to their homeroom teacher. The teacher summoned Lu Qianya to the principal's office, and Jiang Yu naively expected Lu Qianya to face reprimand. However, it was soon Jiang Yu who was called in for self-reflection, as Lu Qianya's parents had generously donated a library to the school. The bullying intensified, and to shield Liang Xixu from the truth, Jiang Yu bore the torment in silence, minimizing her interactions with him. Yet, Lu Qianya remained relentless, enlisting other girls to slap her, tear at her clothing, and even seeking out thugs to tarnish her reputation. That fateful night, had it not been for Liang Xixu's timely arrival in the alley, her life could have plunged into despair and darkness. He drove away the thugs with his fists and carried the tearful Jiang Yu to the hospital. Later that night, he confronted Lu Qianya, delivering 2 stinging slaps. He declared that he would rather drop out than allow harm to befall his Yu. He professed that in his lifetime, apart from Yu, he would never harbor feelings for another girl. Perhaps it was the sting of Liang Xixu's slaps that shattered Lu Qianya's heart. For when Jiang Yu was discharged from the hospital, Lu Qianya had transferred to another school. The next time Jiang Yu heard of Lu Qianya was when news broke of the Lu family's financial ruin, with Lu Qianya entering the entertainment industry to repay debts. Although she ventured into showbiz, she remained a mere background figure, with little to no intersection with Liang Xixiu's life. Accompanied by Liang Xixiu, Jiang Yu seldom thought of the tormentor from her past. She believed she would never cross paths with Lu Qianya again, yet fate had other plans. To her dismay, Lu Qianya was not only with Liang Xixiu but was also clad in a shirt. The dual blow was unbearable for Jiang Yu. If Liang Xixiu succumbed to the temptations of the entertainment industry, perhaps she could begrudgingly accept it, but why must his infidelity be with Lu Qianya? Did he not recognize the profound hurt Lu Qianya had inflicted upon her? Is there no one outside? Lu Qianya approached, affectionately linking her arm with Liang Xixiu's. He shook his head.
No.
Could it be paparazzi? She inquired. They can't get in, he replied. Lu Qianya entwined her arms around Liang Xixiu's neck, her smile beguiling. Carry me upstairs. Liang Xixiu extended his arms and lifted Lu Qianya effortlessly. Jiang Yu stood frozen, watching the scene unfold, neither advancing to confront them nor intervening. She turned silently and walked away.
Fu Xingzu hastily followed.
Once outside the Lanwan community, Fu Xingzhou could not contain his indignation. Recently, I've witnessed my sister-in-law endure numerous tales of scoundrels, but Liang Xixiu's actions are the most infuriating. Knowing that Lu Qianya bullied your girlfriend, how could he still be with her? Is he not stabbing his girlfriend in the heart? Miss Jiang, I secretly recorded a video of their betrayal. If you wish to ruin Liang Xixiu's reputation, I can provide it, he offered. Jiang Yu turned to Fu Xingzhou, her cheeks glistening with hot tears. Can it be deleted? Fu Xingzhou gazed at her in surprise. He has betrayed you. Do you not desire revenge? Jiang Yu shook her head. If he has fallen for Lu Qianya, I shall grant him his wish. I have witnessed his struggles. After all, I once loved him. I do not wish to destroy him. Watching Jiang Yu, who seemed even more infatuated than before, Fu Xingzhou sighed. You are truly foolish. After escorting Jiang Yu home, he returned to the fortune-telling parlor, seething with anger. I cannot believe it. I once thought Liang Xixiu was one of the few good men in the entertainment industry, but it turns out it was all an act. He is involved with the very woman who tormented Jiang Yu. Wen Shuang was engrossed in Liang Xixiu's latest activity photos on her computer. Sister-in-law, why are you still fixated on this scoundrel? She asked, her brow furrowed. Something feels off. On Jiang Yu's birthday, Liang Xixiu was supposed to propose. Why would he suddenly betray her? It turns out that on Jiang Yu's birthday, Liang Xixiu received a call from the hospital informing him that he was in the late stages of gastric cancer. Fu Xingzu exclaimed. Is it possible that Liang Xixiu, fearing Jiang Yu could not bear the weight of his impending death, chose to cheat with Lu Qianya? What kind of twisted logic is that? To learn that one's lover has betrayed them with someone who once bullied them is an even greater blow.
No.
Liang Xixiu's recent activity photos seem somewhat off. I must see his face in person. Sister-in-law, there will be a charity gala tomorrow with numerous celebrities attending, including Liang Xixiu. Would you like to accompany me? Wen Shuang mused. The third brother has been quite perceptive lately. He seems to know exactly what I desire. Just as I was about to doze off, a pillow has been presented to me. When Wan Jia arrived in the capital, the sky had already darkened. She messaged her sister-in-law, Yan Kiki, reminding her not to forget to pretend to be asleep that night. Upon receiving the message, Yan Kiki was utterly speechless. Her boyfriend, He Huayuan, despite being 23 years her senior, exudes a mature charm, displaying a considerate and refined demeanor imbued with the essence of an artist. It is hardly surprising that he attracts the affections of numerous women. Moreover, given her youth and beauty, how could he possibly harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards a mere 5-year-old child? Following her divorce from her elder brother, Wan Jia seems to have been affected, leading to a distortion in her judgment. As Yuan Kiki entered the living room of their suite, she observed her boyfriend patiently teaching Huan Huan how to paint. His demeanor was one of gentle guidance, maintaining a respectful distance, embodying the role of a caring elder. Although she found it hard to believe that her boyfriend could be anything but virtuous, she had agreed to Wan Jia's concerns and felt compelled to adhere to them. Around 10 o'clock that evening, after seeing Huan Huan to sleep, she returned to the master bedroom. Her boyfriend, freshly bathed, was lying in bed. As she approached, he tenderly kissed her forehead, murmuring, "Good night, my dear." Nestling into his embrace, she smiled sweetly and echoed, "Good night." Since becoming his partner, there were moments when she could sense his desire, yet he steadfastly refrained from acting upon it, claiming he wished to wait until their wedding night. Such a wonderful man could not possibly be a beast, could he? Time passed, and as she neared slumber, she felt him stir beside her. He rose from the bed and called out to her softly. With her eyes closed, she remained silent. Perhaps noticing her deep sleep, he tucked her in before stepping out of the room. Upon opening her eyes and catching a glimpse of his retreating figure, she recalled Wan Jia's words and, driven by an inexplicable impulse, followed him. He entered the adjacent room where Huan slept, and Kiki peered through the door. The sight before her sent chills down her spine, her pupils dilating in horror. Her boyfriend was kneeling beside Huan's bed, lifting the covers to kiss her tiny feet. He then moved toward the balcony, retrieving Huan's underwear from the drying rack, inhaling its scent with an expression of madness and ecstasy. This scene filled Kiki with dread and fury, a torrent of emotions surging through her. The man she once deemed nearly perfect, save for his age, was indeed the perverted individual Wan Jia had warned her about. Instinctively, she wanted to confront him, yet a fragment of rationality compelled her to restrain her emotions. Returning to her room, she took a deep breath and called out softly, "Uncle! Uncle!" Startled by her voice, the man, still entranced by the underwear, snapped back to reality. "Kiki, you're awake?" he exclaimed, hastily dropping the garment and returning to the master bedroom. Kiki sat at the edge of the bed, her hair disheveled, eyes reddened. Upon his arrival, she threw herself into his arms, clinging tightly. "Uncle, I just had a terrible nightmare." Seeing her affection and dependence, his frantic heart calmed slightly. Relieved that she had not witnessed his aberration, he gently patted her back, murmuring, "Don't be afraid, Uncle is here." Anxious that he might venture back into Huan's room, she held onto him tightly, unwilling to let him move. The following morning, as dawn broke, Kiki awoke quietly. Her boyfriend was still asleep, so she carefully got out of bed, lifted Huan from her slumber, and took her belongings, exiting the room. Wan Jia received Kiki's message and hurried to the hotel, taking Huan from her hands. Noticing the child appeared unharmed, Wan Jia felt a slight sense of relief. "I'm so sorry, sister-in-law," Kiki said, still shaken by the previous night's events. Had Wan Jia not intervened, she and He Huayuan would have taken Huan to Europe and given her carefree nature. She would have likely left the child with him. The thought of what could have transpired was unbearable. Thankfully, tragedy had been averted. Wan Jia frowned at Kiki, whose intentions were not malevolent. "You must end things with that old man," Kiki replied. "He must be experienced. I want to stay close to him to see if he has ever harmed other children." Wan Jia quickly interjected, "I understand your desire for revenge, but do not compromise your safety. Come back to Yecheng with me. We will consult Master Wen. He will surely uncover the truth about his past misdeeds." Under Wan Jia's insistence, Kiki accompanied her back to Yecheng. Master Wen had anticipated their visit. "In He Huayuan's study, there is a hidden room you can investigate." Following her instructions, the two women entered the concealed chamber within his study. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the sight before them. The room was filled with sculptures, and Wan Jia counted over 20, each depicting a different young girl, each labeled with specific dates and numbers. "Sister-in-law, there's also a DV camera here," Wan Jia noted, joining Kiki to watch the footage. The more they viewed, the greater their horror and rage grew. Some of the girls were even younger than Huan, innocent and adorable. He Huayuan, a renowned sculptor and philanthropist, often visited impoverished mountain regions to lend aid. Those vulnerable girls became his targets. The footage revealed the terrified, helpless expressions on their faces as they huddled together, crying, completely unaware of the monstrous acts being perpetrated against them. Meanwhile, the beast reveled in his depravity, recording every atrocity as if it were a trophy of pride. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Wan Jia's face. How helpless those children must have felt, waiting for their parents to return only to encounter such a monster. Kiki's eyes glistened with rage, her blood feeling as though it had turned to ice. "Sister-in-law, we must report this to the authorities. This creature must face the consequences of his actions." Wan Jia immediately agreed, "Absolutely." Upon waking, He Huayuan found Kiki and Huan missing. After searching the presidential suite, he realized their luggage was gone as well. A sense of alarm surged within him. Kiki, who was so infatuated with him, would not leave without a word. Suddenly struck by a thought, he retrieved his phone and accessed the home surveillance footage. When he saw numerous uniformed police officers entering and exiting his house, a chill ran through him. Gathering his belongings and passport, he hurriedly hailed a taxi to the airport. He was unsure how the police had discovered his actions, but he knew his heinous deeds had been exposed. His only chance for escape lay in fleeing abroad. After checking in, Passing security and boarding the plane, he felt a momentary sense of relief. However, just as the aircraft was about to take off, several police officers swiftly approached and clamped cold handcuffs around his wrists. He Huayuan attempted to feign innocence, but the police informed him that they had discovered sculptures and videotapes of the victimized little girls hidden in the darkroom of his villa. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving him with no escape. Upon learning of He Huayuan's arrest, Yan Kiki and Wan Jia wept in each other's embrace. Sister-in-law, it's fortunate that you sought Master Wen. Otherwise He Huayuan would have committed even more heinous acts, Yan Kiki said, her eyes reddened as she gazed at Wan Jia. I have made up my mind to help you obtain custody of Huan Huan for my brother. Wan Jia looked at Yan Kiki in disbelief. Really? Is that true? Yan Kiki nodded, affirming that Huan Huan should grow up alongside her mother. Wan Jia hugged Yan Kiki tightly, her voice choked with emotion. Kiki, thank you. Yesterday, Jiang Yu had spent a sleepless night after witnessing Liang Xishu and Lu Qianya's betrayal at the Lanwan villa. When she arrived at work, her eyes were still swollen from crying. As she entered the office, she overheard her colleagues buzzing with gossip. Mr. Liang actually brought Lu Qianya to the company. I just went to the boss's office to deliver some documents and overheard Mr. Liang asking the boss to sign Lu Qianya on, treating her with the resources of a top-tier star. No way. How did Mr. Liang suddenly get involved with an underwhelming actress? I heard rumors that he and screenwriter Jiang Yu were a couple. Even supported their ship. Mr. Liang is a top-tier celebrity. He has no shortage of women around him. His aloof and abstinent persona on screen is just a facade. He probably leads a much more extravagant life off-screen. Chapter 189, No Longer in Love, Proposing a Breakup. Listening to her colleagues' discussions, Jiang Yu felt a sense of disorientation. Before witnessing Liang Xishu's infidelity, he had seemed like a refreshing presence in the entertainment industry. Aside from necessary socializing, he refrained from smoking and drinking. When not filming, he would personally cook for her. Although they were both orphans, lacking parental affection, he had always cherished her deeply. He would rather endure hunger and cold than let her suffer. He would even pluck the stars from the sky for her, if she wished. Once, when she was afflicted with gastroenteritis and was vomiting in the dormitory, Liang Xishu had driven for over 10 hours from Hengdian to care for her upon hearing that she was unwell. Once, when she expressed that she missed him, he would suddenly appear outside her dormitory to surprise her. Once, when she craved a midnight snack, he would drive halfway across the city to satisfy her. Once, when she couldn't sleep due to menstrual pain, he would gently massage her abdomen all night. He had meticulously cared for her in every aspect of life. Had she not experienced his love, perhaps she could have persuaded herself to let go. Yet, it was clear that he had once held her so tenderly in his heart. Be careful. As Jiang Yu was brewing coffee in the pantry, the hot liquid spilled over the cup, threatening to scald her hand. Suddenly a tall, slender figure rushed over and pulled her hand away. Jiang Yu regained her focus and looked up at the young man, who was Liang Xishu's assistant, Luo Bai. Typically quiet, Luo Bai only communicated with Jiang Yu when she couldn't reach Liang Xishu. She had previously sensed some disdain from Luo Bai towards her. Did you burn yourself? Luo Bai instinctively reached out, intending to examine the back of Jiang Yu's hand. She recoiled slightly, casting a wary glance at Luo Bai.
I'm fine.
Realizing his actions were inappropriate, Luo Bai quickly lowered his gaze and murmured an apology. Jiang Yu shook her head, lacking the inclination to engage further with Luo Bai. She carried her coffee cup and walked out. Luo Bai observed Jiang Yu's slender silhouette and felt an inexplicable ache in his heart. Why did it hurt? He couldn't quite comprehend. Not long after Jiang Yu settled at her workstation, Liang Xishu emerged from the boss's office with Lu Qianya at his side. Lu Qianya clung to Liang Xishu's arm, her demeanor somewhat haughty. She surveyed the room, and her gaze unexpectedly landed on Jiang Yu. Their eyes locked. Lu Qianya nestled her face into Liang Xishu's embrace, her red lips curling into a provocative smile. Xishu, if you want me to join your company, you'll have to do me a favor. Liang Xishu looked down at Lu Qianya, his eyes filled with affection and tenderness. What is it? Get rid of her. Lu Qianya pointed a finger at Jiang Yu. The colleagues in the screenwriting room collectively gasped. Jiang Yu was their company's top scriptwriter, and Liang Xishu's rise to fame was largely attributed to her script, Qing Qiong. Just when everyone thought Liang Xishu would refuse Lu Qianya's unreasonable request, he coldly smirked. I will remove anyone or anything that brings you unhappiness. Xishu, you are so good to me. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yu felt her heart fracture into pieces. The pain was excruciating, suffocating. Rising from her seat, she called out, Liang Xishu, I need to speak with you privately. Liang Xishu shot her a cold glance before gently comforting Lu Qianya. Sweetheart, go wait for me in the car. I will talk to her for a moment, and then join you. Lu Qianya nodded, whispering, just don't rekindle any old flames with her. Rest assured, my heart belongs solely to you now. After Lu Qianya left, Liang Xishu and Zhang Yu entered the meeting room one after another. As soon as they entered, Liang Xishu coldly declared, as you can see, I am now with Lu Qianya. We are breaking up. Although Zhang Yu had anticipated his declaration, hearing it firsthand made her eyes brim with tears.
Why?
What have I done wrong to warrant such a drastic separation? I no longer love you. Can't you feel it? Zhang Yu stared at Liang Xishu, searching for any hint of deceit in his eyes, but found none. His gaze held only indifference and disdain. She could no longer sense an ounce of love from him. Was a man's affection truly capable of vanishing so swiftly? It had only been a month since his absence on her 26th birthday. During this month, he had not reached out to her. Instead, she had been the one to initiate contact. Yet each time, he had claimed to be busy. She had assumed it was due to filming, but she was utterly clueless as to what she had done wrong to cause his love to evaporate so completely. Liang Xishu, why Lu Qianya? You know, she once bullied me. The man frowned as he regarded her. If you were bullied, perhaps you should reflect on your own shortcomings. Zhang Yu felt as if she were plunging into an icy abyss upon hearing Liang Xishu's words. Was he even speaking human language? She stared at him, her heart aching as if it might shatter. Are you still Liang Xishu? Liang Xishu scoffed. Zhang Yu, after loving you for so many years, I've simply grown weary. After Liang Xishu left, Zhang Yu slowly sank to the floor, tears streaming silently down her face. After an indeterminate amount of time, a figure squatted down in front of her. Don't cry. It's not worth it for someone like him. Zhang Yu looked at the man offering her a tissue. After accepting it, she wiped her tears and asked, Luo Bai, when did Liang Xishu and Lu Qianya become involved? Luo Bai furrowed his brow as he gazed at Zhang Yu. I don't know. Zhang Yu assumed that as Liang Xishu's assistant, Luo Bai was reluctant to disclose his boss's private matters, so she refrained from pressing further. Zhang Yu, please don't cry. Let me treat you to a bowl of beef noodles from the cafeteria, all right? As Zhang Yu prepared to leave, her steps suddenly faltered. She turned to look at Luo Bai, and in his eyes, she perceived concern and heartache. Her delicate brows involuntarily knitted together. Didn't he used to dislike me? Luo Bai scratched the back of his head, a hint of confusion flickering in his gaze. Did I really dislike you? Zhang Yu found Liang Xishu's behavior peculiar, and it seemed that even his assistant, Luo Bai, had taken on an odd demeanor. She was utterly perplexed as to what had gone awry. At the charity gala, Wen Shuang accompanied Fu Xingzhou into the venue, with Liang Xishu gracing the stage as the final guest to make an appearance. Sister-in-law, I have been tracking Liang Xishu's news for the past month. He has made several headlines. One was about his constant NG while filming. Another involved a Weibo post directing fans to Dahui Mountain, where there is said to be a locust tree that grants wishes. And yet another was regarding him striking his assistant, Luo Bai. Wen Shuang observed Liang Xishu, the last to walk the red carpet, on the large screen, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully. So that's it. I understand why Liang Xishu would stray to Lu Qianya, betraying Zhang Yu. Chapter 190. Soul Exchange, a Glimmer of Hope. Fu Xingzhou gazed at Wen Shuang with curiosity. He too was eager to discover why Liang Xishu would betray his childhood sweetheart, Zhang Yu, in favor of Lu Qianya, who had once bullied Zhang Yu. This was far more shocking than a scandal. Soul exchange? Fu Xingzhou's peach blossom eyes widened in astonishment. What? A soul exchange? In other words, the soul currently inhabiting Liang Xishu's body is not the true Liang Xishu. Fu Xingzhou felt a shiver run down his spine. My goodness, how terrifyingly bizarre. However, having spent considerable time with his sister-in-law witnessing the absurdities of the entertainment world, his initial shock was swiftly replaced with a deeper curiosity, whose soul had swapped with Liang Xishu's. In the apartment, Zhang Yu sat on the living room sofa, watching the live broadcast of the charity gala on television. Liang Xishu was brazenly walking the red carpet with Lu Qianya, having soared to the trending topics on Weibo. He appeared indifferent to the fans' disputes, insults, and unfollowing, his eyes brimming with unabashed affection and adoration for Lu Qianya. He was on the verge of publicly professing his love for her on camera. Zhang Yu bit her lip hard. Her heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, aching as if it might shatter. Hadn't he painstakingly reached this point? Did he not understand how crucial his fans were to him? Now, with a mass exodus of fans, did he still aspire to thrive in the entertainment industry? Had his affection for Lu Qianya escalated to the point of jeopardizing his own career? Tears, uncontrollable and sorrowful, welled in Jiang Yu's eyes and spilled over. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Hastily, she wiped her tears and approached the door, opening it to find Luo Bai standing there, carrying a large bag of fruits and snacks. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Luo Bai, what brings you here? She glanced at the bag, filled with her favorite treats. Did Liang Xishu send you? Despite the heartache Liang Xishu had caused her, a flicker of anticipation still shone in her eyes. Luo Bai observed Jiang Yu's red-rimmed eyes, clearly having cried, and furrowed his brows. If he did send me, would you be a bit happier? Jiang Yu turned her gaze back to the television, where the live feed had just shifted to Liang Xishu, who was entirely focused on Lu Qianya, neglecting the camera. When Lu Qianya requested water, he promptly opened a bottle and handed it to her. A mocking smile curled Jiang Yu's lips, her eyes filled with bitterness. How could it be? He is completely disregarding his image, resolutely determined to be with Lu Qianya. How could he still care about me? She stepped aside, allowing Luo Bai to enter the apartment. Regardless, I must thank you. Please take a seat. I'll get you some water. After Luo Bai placed the items on the coffee table, he followed Jiang Yu into the kitchen. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Let me prepare something for you. Before Jiang Yu could respond, she watched as Luo Bai opened the fridge and pulled out leftover rice, 2 eggs, and a sausage. His familiarity in the kitchen left her momentarily stunned. This was his first visit to her home, yet he acted as if he were well acquainted with it. Jiang Yu wanted to say something, but found Luo Bai already slicing the sausage. Your fridge isn't well stocked, so I'll whip up some egg fried rice. I remember you like it. The moment the words left his mouth, even Luo Bai was taken aback. How could he know that Jiang Yu enjoyed egg fried rice? His memory was a blank slate. Yet, curiously, from the moment he laid eyes on Jiang Yu, he felt an overwhelming desire to cherish her. And seeing her weep over Liang Xishu's betrayal made his heart ache. Not long after, Luo Bai presented a steaming plate of egg fried rice. The rice, enveloped in golden egg, was perfectly separated, with diced sausage interspersed and garnished with vibrant green scallions, a feast for the senses. Jiang Yu gazed at the dish he offered, her expression momentarily dazed. Having spent so much time beside Liang Xishu, even his method of cooking egg fried rice seemed to have been absorbed. She took a spoonful, and the familiar taste exploded on her palate. This was undeniably the flavor Liang Xishu had crafted. Shocked, she dropped the spoon to the floor, her eyes wide in disbelief as she looked at Luo Bai. Why does the egg fried rice taste exactly like Liang Xishu's? Luo Bai frowned slightly. I apologize. I have amnesia. I don't know who I learned it from. It's possible Yang Laosher taught me. Jiang Yu still found it hard to believe. Even if Liang Xishu had taught him, it was improbable that he could replicate the same taste. That strange sensation began to unfurl within her heart once more. Just as Jiang Yu felt a whirl of confusion, her phone rang. It was a call from Master Wen Shuang. After the charity gala concluded, Liang Xishu, hand in hand with Lu Qianya, settled into a business vehicle, instructing the driver to take Lu Qianya home first. Qianya, I will publicly announce your identity on Weibo tomorrow. Lu Qianya was taken aback yet delighted. Recently, she had become a trending topic thanks to Liang Xishu's fame. Being with the boy she had admired for years while elevating her own status was an opportunity too good to pass up. Snuggling into Liang Xishu's embrace, she traced circles on his chest with her fingers. Sisu, do you really not like Jiang Yu anymore? During high school, Liang Xishu's exclusive affection for Jiang Yu had sparked both envy and jealousy within her. She had dreamt of possessing Liang Xishu's unique love. I only like you now. Lu Qianya's lips curled into a self-satisfied smile. After dropping Lu Qianya off at her home, Liang Xishu intended to return to Lanwan. However, along the way, he began to experience severe stomach pains. Initially tolerable, the sensation gradually intensified into sharp stabs. His complexion turned pale, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Noticing Liang Xishu's discomfort, the driver quickly diverted to the hospital. After examining him, the doctor frowned and remarked, "A month ago, I informed you of your late-stage stomach cancer. Your body can no longer endure high-intensity work. You must rest and recuperate. How could you still?" Liang Xishu clutched his agonizing stomach, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the doctor. What did you say? Late-stage stomach cancer? How could he possibly be afflicted with late-stage stomach cancer? The doctor, regarding the dazzling star before him, expressed a touch of regret. In your youth, did you push yourself too hard and neglect your diet? Liang Xishu's mind buzzed incessantly. He could not absorb a single word the doctor uttered. In the late stages of gastric cancer, this sudden blow nearly overwhelmed him. Doctor, is there any hope for treatment? He asked, his voice trembling. The doctor shook his head. It was beyond cure. Liang Xishu felt his blood run cold, a sensation akin to falling into an icy abyss. After an indeterminate span of time, he pondered something, and his dimmed gaze rekindled with a glimmer of hope. No, he would not succumb to death. He still had a chance to live, as long as he could. Chapter 191. Making a deal to fulfill a wish. As long as he could return to his own body, he would no longer be a patient in the late stages of gastric cancer. But if he returned to his body, he would be unable to be with Lu Qianya. Just as he grappled with the inner turmoil of choosing between a healthy body and the long-desired love, the ward door was abruptly pushed open. Jiang Yu and Luo Bai entered, followed by two strikingly attractive strangers. Master Wen, do you mean to say that the soul within Liang Xishu's body is Luo Bai, while the soul inhabiting Luo Bai's body is the true Liang Xishu? Wen Shuang inquired, observing Jiang Yu's shocked expression upon learning the truth. She nodded affirmatively. The man in the hospital bed widened his eyes at Wen Shuang. Who are you? How could you discern that our souls have exchanged? Luo Bai. Even if you wish to return to your own body now, it is impossible. Wen Shuang's words plunged the man on the hospital bed into despair. No, this cannot be. He insisted that he could indeed return to his own body. Tell me, how did you exchange souls with Liang Xishu? The pallid man on the hospital bed sank into his memories. Luo Bai's mother was a servant of the Lu family, and he had cherished Lu Qianya since childhood. She was beautiful and kind, often seen providing food to the homeless or assisting classmates with their businesses. After his sister tragically died in an accident, Lu Qianya even urged her parents to raise his mother's salary. Luo Bai's greatest wish in life was to be with Lu Qianya, yet he knew that her heart belonged solely to Liang Xishu. To find common ground with Lu Qianya, he became Liang Xishu's assistant. On the surface, he performed his duties diligently, carrying bags, fetching water, and arranging schedules with meticulous attention. However, whenever Liang Xishu was distracted, he would surreptitiously take photos of him to send to Lu Qianya. Unsurprisingly, Lu Qianya began to engage him in conversation, albeit focused on Liang Xishu. And Luo Bai found joy in that. Whenever he saw Liang Xishu with Jiang Yu, he felt a pang of injustice for Lu Qianya, believing Jiang Yu paled in comparison. In the stillness of night, he often fantasized about becoming Liang Xishu, for then he could finally be with the woman he had long admired. Perhaps the heavens heard his prayers. A month ago, on Jiang Yu's birthday, after a grueling 24 hours of filming, Liang Xishu hurried back from the set. The driver happened to be unwell, and Liang Xishu, having not slept for a long while, offered Luo Bai overtime to drive him home. The filming took place in the mountains, and to save time, Luo Bai took a shortcut. Halfway through, a thunderstorm erupted, and as torrential rain fell, Luo Bai lost visibility. The car veered off course and crashed into a large tree, flipping over. Liang Xishu, who was still asleep, fainted instantly. Luo Bai, feeling dizzy, eventually stumbled out of the car. The sky loomed dark, the rain relentless, and his phone had no signal. He attempted to right the overturned vehicle, but it was futile alone. In his panic, a strange voice echoed behind him. If you make a deal with me, I can grant you one wish. Startled, Luo Bai scanned his surroundings but saw nothing. Fear and confusion gripped him tighter. Who are you? He demanded. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply make a deal with me, and I shall fulfill your wish. Following the voice, he beheld an ancient locust tree, imposing and sturdy, its canopy resembling an umbrella. As if it had eyes fixated upon him, Luo Bai trembled and fell to the ground, ready to scream. When the tree continued, I can make you him, and him you. The tree seemed to perceive his deepest desires, and its offer was tantalizing. Yet, Luo Bai hesitated, wrestling with uncertainty. I shall give you 3 seconds to decide. 3, 2. Just as the tree was about to count to 1, Luo Bai acquiesced. He wanted to become Liang Xishu. This way, he could not only bask in the limelight but also be with the woman he adored. Though Liang Xishu treated him well as an assistant, he longed to escape the drudgery of being a mere cog in the machine. I agree, but what do you desire? I wish for you to promote me in Liang Xishu's name, to have his fans worship me, to know of my powers, and to come to me. Luo Bai stared incredulously at the locust tree. Was such a simple request truly all it entailed? The tree smiled enigmatically, indeed. After the transaction with the locust tree was complete, he lost consciousness. When he awoke again, rescue teams had arrived. He and Liang Xishu had sustained only minor injuries. And rather than going to the hospital, he returned home to gaze into the mirror. When he beheld the face identical to Liang Xishu's, exhilaration coursed through him. The locust tree had indeed granted his wish. In the beginning, as he assumed Liang Xishu's identity, he felt a pang of trepidation, but soon discovered that Liang Xishu had lost his memories following their soul exchange. He could scold and hit Liang Xishu on set, and Liang Xishu did not retaliate. Eagerly, he used Liang Xishu's phone to contact Lu Qinya. Everything seemed to be unfolding as he had envisioned, until the shocking news struck. Liang Xishu had developed late-stage gastric cancer. This revelation was akin to a thunderclap for Luo Bai. After hearing Luo Bai's account, Jiang Yu was left in utter disbelief. She glanced at the man beside her, her long eyelashes fluttering. "Are you truly Xishu? You haven't changed your heart. You simply don't remember anything?" The man beside her displayed a hint of confusion in his eyes. "I do not know who I am, but I am certain that I care deeply for you, Jiang Yu." Before Jiang Yu could respond, the man's voice, now hoarse, continued, "Seeing you in tears pains me. All I desire is to see you happy." Jiang Yu sniffed. "You remember nothing, yet you still recall what I like to eat, where my apartment is, and that I enjoy adding diced sausage to my fried rice." No wonder she felt something amiss. The Liang Xishu, who truly loved her, had transformed into assistant Luo Bai. Fu Xingzhou observed the heartfelt exchange between the two, scratching his nose. "Well, this is unexpected. I've just been hit by a wave of dog food." The man in the hospital bed felt a familiar, agonizing twist in his stomach once more. "Ah. It hurts so much," he lamented. He yearned to seek out the old locust tree, to return to his own body. The vessel of Liang Xishu was not likely to endure for much longer. Perhaps, when Liang Xishu succumbed, he might seize the opportunity to enter and reunite with the goddess in his own form. Luo Bai staggered from the hospital bed, his pallid face directed towards the exit. But in the next moment, Chapter 192, Surge of Spiritual Power, severing the locust tree spirit, Luo Bai collapsed once again onto the floor. The stomach pain rendered him drenched in cold sweat, his legs weak, curling into himself in utter discomfort. With reddened eyes, he gazed at Liang Xishu. That robust body had once belonged to him. "Return my healthy body to me." Gritting his teeth, Luo Bai rose once more from the ground. He understood that Liang Xishu could not facilitate the exchange of their souls. He had no choice but to seek the old locust tree. Clutching his painfully twisting stomach, he staggered toward the exit. Jiang Yu observed Luo Bai's departing figure, her brows knitted tightly. "Master Wen, will Luo Bai and Xishu's souls ever be exchanged again?" Xishu's body was afflicted with advanced stomach cancer, and likely had little time left. If they were to switch back, she would face the imminent separation of life and death. A chasm between realms. This reality was more unbearable than the betrayal of their love by Xishu. "If only I could give my body to Xishu. I wish for him to live healthily." To support her university education, Xishu often went hungry while working in Hengdian. It was likely during that time that his stomach ailment began. Her Xishu still had a bright future ahead. He should not perish like this. "Jiang Yu, what nonsense are you speaking?" A man beside her glared at her, his eyes reddened. "If you dare to give me your body, I will never forgive you." Jiang Yu looked at Liang Xishu. Although he currently bore Luo Bai's unfamiliar face, the depth of his gaze remained affectionate. She buried her face in Liang Xishu's embrace. Her voice choked with emotion. "But I cannot bear the thought of your death." She truly could not accept such a cruel reality. Why was it not her who had advanced stomach cancer? Behind Wen Shuang, Fu Xingzhou felt deeply moved, tears welling in his eyes. The last time he felt such emotion was with Pei Jinyan and Lin Wanqing. Fortunately, they had been reborn together in their next life. But for Jiang Yu and Liang Xishu, if one were to die while the other lived on, separated by life and death, it was truly heartbreaking. "It may not be possible to switch back. You should return for now. I will confront the old locust tree." Wen Shuang called Xiao Qingyang, requesting that he bring her toolkit. Upon learning of Wen Shuang's intention to confront the awakened locust tree, Fu Xiqing, concerned for her safety, personally drove Xiao Qingyang to her. Shuang, do you need me to call more bodyguards?" Wen Shuang shook her head. "No. Too many people would hinder my ability to act." Fu Xiqing and Fu Xingzhou, worried for Wen Shuang, followed her into the mountains. Beneath a sturdy old locust tree, a throng of young men and women knelt, fervently praying. They were all fans of Liang Xishu, guided there by Luo Bai to pay homage and seek blessings. When Shuang opened her heavenly eye and saw white streams of energy continuously drifting away from the bodies of those gathered, Xiao Qingyang frowned and said, "Sister, the locust spirit is absorbing the believer's faith energy. If this continues, their vitality will be severely depleted, and their lifespans will diminish drastically." When Shuang nodded, when these fans prayed, their souls released energy imbued with hope, longing, and obsession, akin to the most delectable nourishment. The old locust tree, employing dark sorcery, absorbed this essence to fortify its roots and expand its spiritual power. The more worshippers there were, the faster its energy would grow. When Shuang turned to Fu Xiqing and Fu Xingzhou, "I will create an illusion, making the worshippers believe a great fire has broken out in the mountains. You must lead them away swiftly." Although Fu Xiqing was concerned for Wen Shuang's safety and wished to remain by her side in battle, he feared becoming a liability. He nodded. "All right, just be sure to stay safe."
Do not worry.
A mere little locust spirit is hardly to be feared. When Shuang recited a spell, waving her hand, instantly, the fans were engulfed by an illusion of smoke and heat. "The mountain is on fire," a voice cried out, and the devotees abandoned their prayers, fleeing down the mountain. Once the last worshipper had departed, when Shuang stood beneath the locust tree, the locust spirit roared in rage, "Who dares to disrupt my affairs?" With that, the trunk began to shake violently, and the branches writhed like serpents. When Shuang drew a long sword from her bag, scoffing coldly, "Locust spirit, you dare to consume the faith of the innocent, seeking to harm their lives." The old locust tree cackled. "They willingly come to their doom. Why should I not revel in it? You, a mere mortal, dare to challenge me? You are courting death." As it spoke, the branches shot towards Wen Shuang like lightning. She raised her sword and swiftly danced it through the air. With a series of crackling sounds, the attacking branches were severed. Realizing that Wen Shuang was no ordinary opponent, the old locust tree quickly transformed into human form. "Little girl, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you, lest you die without even knowing how." When Shuang did not grant the locust tree the opportunity to finish its sentence, she immediately swung her sword towards the shadowy figure. In recent months, she had diligently accumulated merit, enhancing her spiritual energy. Wherever her sword passed, it exuded an overwhelming force. The locust tree, now in its shadowy humanoid form, was forced to retreat with each strike. Just as when Shuang's sword was about to pierce the shadow's chest, a maniacal laugh resounded. "Dare you harm my true form? I will kill your apprentice immediately." When Shuang narrowed her eyes at the small boy, Xiao Qingyang, who was being restrained by the locust tree's avatar. "Every person has a soft spot. Your weakness is this girl. Once I absorb your spiritual energy, my power will surge." Before the locust tree's avatar could finish speaking, it suddenly felt a sharp pain from behind. "You wish to consume my master's spiritual energy?
You are not worthy."
The locust tree's avatar realized something was amiss. When it looked down to find the boy it had restrained transformed into a paper figure. The real boy was now attacking it from behind. What a cunning human! When Shuang gave Xiao Qingyang a thumbs up, "Well done, you've made progress." The old locust tree had already cultivated to a spirit. It possessed a true form and an avatar. Only by vanquishing both could they prevent future troubles. Taking advantage of the fact that both the true form and avatar were injured, when Shuang retrieved a heavenly lightning talisman. Chanting a spell, she summoned the thunder. "Who are you to possess such magical prowess? Please do not burn me, or you will regret it." Coldness flickered in Wen Shuang's eyes. "I never act with regret. If you dare to harm the innocent, you shall undoubtedly perish today." Before the locust spirit could utter another word, its massive trunk began to tremble violently. Suddenly, the roots tore from the earth, sending dust flying. Xiao Qingyang saw something emerging from the roots and exclaimed, "Sister, look." "What is that?" Chapter 193. Unable to exchange. Heart like ashes. A gentle blue light flickered into view. Xiao Qingyang attempted to approach, but as he drew near, the malevolent aura emanating from that blue light knocked him to the ground. When Shuang swiftly approached and assisted Xiao Qingyang to his feet, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into his chest. "Next time, do not recklessly approach unknown objects." A metallic taste filled Xiao Qingyang's throat as he wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, obediently nodding in agreement, promising that it would not happen again. When Shuang raised her hand, infusing her spiritual energy into the azure glow, gradually, the malevolent aura within the blue light began to dissipate. As she moved closer to inspect, She discovered beneath the roots of the old locust tree a piece of jade, entirely azure, seemingly alive with flowing light and shadow. Could it truly be the azure spirit jade from 1,000 years ago? I once heard my master say that the azure spirit jade has existed since ancient times. If one were to gather the azure spirit jade, the black Xian jade, the purple ghost jade, the red flame jade, the green sky jade, and the golden radiance jade, one would possess the supreme power to reshape the heavens and traverse through time and space. This power could either manifest divine beings to safeguard the world or give rise to malevolent deities that would plunge the three realms into an endless abyss. The turmoil 1,000 years ago was indeed due to these 6 jades. Wen Shuang struggled to recall many details about the events from a millennium past. However, if she could gather all 6 jades, perhaps she could return to that bygone era. The fallen old locust tree gazed at Wen Shuang in disbelief. You are capable of taming the azure spirit jade? Wen Shuang looked at the old locust tree, her brows slightly furrowing. Why was the azure spirit jade suppressed beneath your roots? The old locust tree's branches drooped weakly, its cracked bark opening and closing, producing a hoarse, self-mocking sound. Do you truly believe I am an irredeemable monster, eager to consume the faith of innocent souls? The truth is, I am barely able to suppress this azure spirit jade. A millennium ago, a powerful being sealed this jade within my roots, entrusting me to guard it, for should it ever emerge, it could unleash a storm of bloodshed. Yet, as time has passed, the spiritual energy of this world has dwindled. Despite my 1,000 years of cultivation, it has become increasingly difficult to contain. The azure spirit jade seems to sense the loosening of its seal, continuously provoking me, yearning to break free. I fear that if it escapes, the world will be engulfed in unending calamity. When Shuang observed the azure spirit jade in her hand, tainted with the malevolent aura of the ancient battle, yet upon falling into her possession, it seemed compliant, causing her no harm. She placed the azure spirit jade into her chinquin pouch and narrowed her beautiful eyes as she surveyed the nearly lifeless locust tree spirit. Though you have committed grave misdeeds, you have also guarded the azure spirit jade for a millennium. I shall return the faith you have consumed to the innocent souls, and you will be reborn as a sapling, starting anew. The locust tree spirit gazed at Wen Shuang in disbelief. I want to have to die. Transforming into a sapling and starting over is hardly better than death, she replied. Overcome with joy, the locust tree spirit wept. Master, as long as I do not perish, I fear not the chance to cultivate anew. I vow never to harm others again. When Shuang nodded, gently tapping her fingertip to disperse the faith the locust tree spirit had consumed, returning it to the innocent souls. Soon, the locust tree spirit transformed into a small sapling. As Wen Shuang prepared to depart with Xiao Qingyang, she suddenly felt a gentle force tugging at her pant leg. Looking down, she was surprised to see the small sapling. A slender branch extended from it, with a few delicate leaves timidly tugging at her trousers. Master, could you take little Huai along with you? Wen Shuang, Xiao Qingyang, and the now transformed locust tree spirit, whose voice had taken on that of a young girl, were taken aback. Wen Shuang pursed her lips and replied, "The spiritual energy in the mountains can aid your cultivation." The small sapling seemed anxious, its leaves quivering more vigorously, yet it was careful not to harm Wen Shuang. In a soft, pleading tone, it continued, "I have guarded the azure spirit jade for a millennium. It has chosen to go with you. I do not wish to be separated from it. Please, master, take me with you." The azure spirit jade within the Qianquan pouch seemed to register the sapling's words and protested vehemently within the pouch. "It appears the azure spirit jade does not wish to accompany you," Wen Shuang remarked. The small sapling gradually released its grip on her pant leg, its verdant leaves drooping down as it began to whimper softly. "Wah, the azure spirit jade is a scoundrel, a heartless traitor." Wen Shuang stared at the small sapling for several seconds before finally conceding, "Very well, you may accompany us." The sapling immediately perked up, its branches and leaves dancing in joyous celebration, exclaiming, "Ah, thank you, master." Wen Shuang instructed Xiao Qingyang to carry the small sapling, who had grown fond of the transformed locust tree spirit. "From now on, I shall call you Little Tree."
No.
"The name Little Tree is too plain. Call me Little Huai instead. It sounds more elegant." As Wen Shuang and Xiao Qingyang prepared to descend the mountain, they were met by Luo Bai, who arrived just in time. His face was pale and his clothes soaked in sweat. Upon witnessing the once mighty locust tree reduced to ashes, he cried out in despair, "Where is the locust tree immortal? Where has it gone? I regret this. I want my healthy body back." My stomach hurts. I feel awful. Benefactor, it cannot be restored. Soul transactions are no trifling matter. You sought a shortcut to acquire a life that does not belong to you. This is your just recompense. As he beheld the small sapling addressing him, Luo Bai's eyes widened in terror. You are the locust tree immortal? The sapling nodded. I have committed grave errors. My millennium of cultivation has been lost, and I have received my due punishment. Hearing that he could not revert to his original body, Luo Bai's face twisted in anguish. In a fit of rage, he charged forward, intent on breaking the small sapling, exclaiming, I had no idea Liang Sushi was suffering from terminal gastric cancer. I no longer want his body. You must give mine back, or I will kill you. The small sapling immediately scurried behind Wen Shuang, whimpering, Master, little Huai is scared. The soft, childlike voice made the hairs on Wen Shuang's arms stand on end. Just as Luo Bai was about to reach the small sapling, Wen Shuang brandished her sword, declaring, My possessions are not to be touched by anyone. The small sapling cheered. Ah, Master, you are so fierce. I love you. Wen Shuang's expression darkened. Be quiet. The small sapling obediently replied, Oh. Luo Bai, doubled over in pain, knelt on the ground, resembling a trapped beast. Master, I understand my mistakes. Since you were able to subdue this locust tree spirit, surely you can help me regain my body? Wen Shuang gazed at Luo Bai, whose face was streaked with tears and regret. If Liang Sushi had not fallen ill with terminal gastric cancer, would you still desire to return to your own body? A complex emotion flickered in Luo Bai's eyes. Had Liang Sushi not fallen ill, he surely would not have wished to return. Wen Shuang saw through Luo Bai's thoughts and let out a cold laugh. Even without Lu Qianya, you still covet becoming Liang Sushi, do you not? You only see the glory of his success, but you fail to recognize the effort he exerted in the past. You chase after a radiance and admiration that do not belong to you, willing to forsake your own flesh. Your soul has already become lost in this transaction, led astray by your greed and wicked thoughts. As you have sown the seeds of evil, so too must you bear the consequences. Luo Bai crumpled to the ground, the burning and cramping in his stomach causing him to spit blood. Wen Shuang, witnessing his plight, revealed a truth that would shatter him. A revelation that would plunge him into despair. Chapter 194. Beauty and Kindness, a False Facade. Your sister, Luo Ting, was harmed by Lu Qianya. Luo Bai's eyes widened in shock, fixated on Wen Shuang, his emotions surging as he shook his head in disbelief. No, Qianya is beautiful and kind-hearted. How could she possibly harm my sister? My sister suffered from depression and was lost in thought while crossing the street, resulting in a tragic accident. Wen Shuang pressed her lips together, acknowledging the painful truth. Your sister has indeed succumbed to depression, losing all faith in life. Much like those who leap from heights to end their suffering, she chose to meet her demise under the wheels of a vehicle. Wen Shuang's words made Luo Bai's stomach churn even more. Lu Qianya was the very source of your sister's affliction. Luo Bai could not bring himself to accept Wen Shuang's assertions. His sister's death was solely the consequence of her own reckless choices and moral decay. At such a tender age, she neglected her studies, bartering her body for money. Eventually, she found herself unexpectedly pregnant, only to suffer an ectopic pregnancy that led to the removal of 2 fallopian tubes. From that moment on, she spiraled into a deep depression.
Come.
I shall take you to see your sister, Wen Shuang urged. Before Luo Bai could comprehend the meaning behind her words, he was forcibly pulled out of the hospital room. Wen Shuang led him to a bustling road filled with traffic. The sight of the road before him made Luo Bai's body tense involuntarily. This was the very road where, 12 years prior, his sister had met her tragic fate. Why have you brought me here? He stammered. His sister had become a source of shame for their family, and they seldom spoke of her. Yet, the mere thought of her brought a pang of sorrow to Luo Bai's heart. Chanting a spell, Wen Shuang caused Luo Bai to suddenly glimpse a young girl with a ponytail, clad in school uniform, wandering aimlessly across the road. The girl, burdened with a backpack and her head bowed low, bore a striking resemblance to his sister. She dashed through a red light, oblivious to her surroundings, and as she reached the center of the road, a car sped towards her. With a sickening thud, the girl's frail form was hurled through the air, tracing a tragic arc before crashing to the ground, her blood staining the asphalt.
Luo Bai gasped, Ting Ting.
As he prepared to rush onto the road, he witnessed the girl rise from the ground, turning back to approach him. Upon seeing her face, pale skin, a pointed chin, and large, expressive eyes, he knew it was his sister.
Ting Ting, Ting ting.
he cried, attempting to grasp the girl as she walked back towards the road. Yet, he was unable to hold her back. Once more, she ventured onto the road, and once again, he watched her slender figure being struck by a vehicle. When his sister had perished, he had been representing his school at a competition, never having witnessed the accident firsthand. But now, he saw it all too clearly. His sister had met a horrific end. Tears welled in Luo Bai's eyes. As the girl made a third attempt to cross the road and faced yet another impending collision, Luo Bai turned to Wen Shuang, pleading, "Master, what must I do to prevent my sister from being struck by a car time and time again?" Wen Shuang regarded him solemnly. "Your sister is bound by her obsessions, trapped in a cyclical fate, endlessly repeating her final moments." Luo Bai clutched his hair in anguish, his heart wrenched. For over a decade, his sister had been reliving this harrowing experience. It must have caused her immense pain. "Master, please help my sister." As the girl once again approached the center of the road, Wen Shuang recited another incantation. The girl halted her relentless march. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, meeting the eyes of Wen Shuang and Luo Bai. In the dim light of the night, her eyes appeared hollow and haunting. Yet, Luo Bai felt no fear. He hurriedly stepped forward, his voice hoarse. "Ting ting, it's your brother Luo Bai." The girl gazed at him with confusion and uncertainty. Realizing that he now bore the appearance of Liang Xixu, he hastily added, "I've swapped souls with a celebrity, but I am undeniably your brother." He recounted several memories only they shared. "Brother," she finally called out, and Luo Bai nodded, tears streaming down his face. "Yes, I am your brother." Just as his words left his lips, the girl suddenly raised her hand and slapped him fiercely across the face. "None of you believed me. Mom and Dad didn't believe me, and neither do you. You all trust Lu Qianya. I never want to see you again." Luo Bai clutched his stinging cheek, his lips trembling. "Did your death truly have something to do with Qianya?" The girl lowered her gaze. "I know you like her, but you wouldn't believe me if I told you." Wen Shuang stepped closer to the girl, gently urging, "Speak of all the injustices and hurts you have endured." The girl looked at Wen Shuang, sensing her power and kindness, and nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Luo Bai and Luo Ting were fraternal twins. Yet Luo Ting was the more beautiful of the two, with fair and delicate features. Their mother had sometimes taken Luo Ting to the Lu family, where Lu's parents would gift her discarded toys and clothes from Lu Qianya. Back then, Luo Ting viewed Lu Qianya as a beautiful fairy. When they entered middle school, Luo Ting enrolled in the same school as Lu Qianya, excelling academically and receiving tuition and living expenses waivers from the school. She was placed in the same class as Lu Qianya and eagerly sought to befriend her. Lu Qianya never shunned her for being the daughter of a servant, gradually forming a friendship. On weekends, Lu Qianya would ask her to help deliver buns to beggars or the homeless. Luo Ting had always believed in Lu Qianya's kindness until one day, a beggar cornered her in an alley, claiming she had poisoned the buns with small stones, causing him to chip a tooth. Sensing something amiss, she discreetly followed Lu Qianya, only to discover that her friend was not as benevolent as she had seemed. When the school's dance teacher chose the school beauty, Yao Ji, to lead the New Year's performance, Lu Qianya, feeling slighted, orchestrated a complaint that resulted in Yao Ji's parents' bun shop being shut down. Moreover, she began bullying Yao Ji at school. And when Luo Ting could no longer bear it, she confided in a teacher. Shortly thereafter, Yao Ji transferred schools and Lu Qianya, suspecting Luo Ting had betrayed her, turned her bullying attention towards her instead. "I don't mind that your mother is a servant, and I became friends with you, yet you stabbed me in the back?" Lu Qianya cornered her in the restroom, slapping her repeatedly. "Your father is ill, and your mother relies on my family's income to support you all. Do you wish to see her lose her job? You wore my clothes and played with my toys as a child. Shouldn't you be grateful? You're nothing but an ungrateful wretch. You dare oppose me? Just wait and see how I make your life miserable." That day, she was photographed in a compromising position. Lu Qianya used her mother's job and the photos to blackmail her, utterly crushing her self-esteem. Lu Qianya treated her as she pleased, hitting and berating her. She could endure it all until one fateful day. Lu Qianya dragged her to a bar, forcing her to drink. After consuming the alcohol, her head began to spin. When she finally regained consciousness, she found herself naked in a hotel bed. A portly man emerged from the bathroom. Realizing what had transpired, she trembled, feeling as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. The man approached, playfully patting her cheek. "Quite amusing. I'll be sure to call on you again." She, like a wounded creature, bit him fiercely. In response, he slapped her hard. Just as she was about to fight back, the door swung open. Lu Qianya cast an evil grin towards her. Luo Ting, you truly are remarkable. At such a tender age, you are already capable of earning money. The man extended his hand, which bore the marks of her bite, towards Lu Qianya. She has bitten me. Then you shall pay 200 less. Rest assured. I shall train her well. There will not be a next time. After the man departed, she lunged at Lu Qianya in a frenzy. Why must you treat me this way? What have I done wrong? The bodyguard behind Lu Qianya forcibly pinned her onto the bed. With a needle in hand, Lu Qianya viciously jabbed it into the most concealed part of her body. To this day, you remain oblivious to your transgressions? I loathe betrayal above all else. If you dare to report me, you shall face consequences. Fortunately, your visage is quite appealing. You will atone with your beauty and body henceforth.
Oh.
And should you dare to inform your family or contact the authorities, your mother's job and your photographs will. Lu Qianya did not finish her sentence. Yet Luo Ting understood her implication. Upon returning home, she beseeched her mother to allow her to change jobs and transfer schools. But her mother chastised her for her lack of understanding and remarked on her plummeting grades, threatening her with the prospect of working if she did not improve. She then sought solace from her brother, expressing her concerns about Lu Qianya's character, only to be met with his anger, accusing her of jealousy towards Lu Qianya. She felt as though her life had plunged into an abyss of despair. Overwhelmed with helplessness and fear, each time Lu Qianya coerced her into earning that filthy money. It felt like a living nightmare. 6 months later, she unexpectedly found herself pregnant, an ectopic pregnancy. Upon learning this, her mother visited the school, where teachers informed her of Luo Ting's inappropriate behavior and declining academic performance. In her fury, her mother struck her sharply across the face. After taking her for surgery, Luo Ting summoned the courage to share her experiences with her mother. Coincidentally, at that moment, Lu Qianya had come to the hospital to visit her parents. Hearing Luo Ting's words to her mother, Lu Qianya began to weep, claiming innocence, asserting that it was Luo Ting who sought to frame her for her own misconduct. She would forever remember the scene of her mother comforting Lu Qianya, expressing her belief in her. Her heart turned icy. From that point onward, she withdrew from school, ceased conversing with her family, and grew increasingly silent and peculiar. Each time she closed her eyes, she was haunted by the repulsive and sordid events that had transpired. Her suffering became unbearable, leading her to contemplate that only death could offer her liberation. That fateful night, she donned her clean school uniform, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and walked towards the road that would lead her to death. In the moment the car struck her, she felt no pain. Finally, she was free. It felt wonderful. Yet, the demon who had inflicted such torment upon her still thrived.
How could she accept that?
Upon hearing Luo Ting's account, Luo Bai felt as though a thunderclap had struck him. His mind buzzed as if swarmed by countless bees, leaving him utterly dazed. In his heart, Lu Qianya had always been a paragon of kindness and beauty. How could she be a creature so devoid of humanity? Yet, with his sister gone, she could not possibly be lying. It was Lu Qianya's vile actions that had led to his sister's demise. It was also his and his family's disbelief that had caused her death. Recalling the anguish and torment his sister had endured, Luo Bai felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if he were suffocating.
I'm so sorry.
He clutched his head, fingers tugging at his hair, and sank helplessly to the ground. Luo Ting's gaze was vacant and hollow as she stared at Luo Bai, her emotions unperturbed. She could not forgive Lu Qianya. Similarly, she could not forgive her family, who had never believed her. The despair, pain, and suffocating emotions had long been etched into her very soul. You treated me as the disgrace of his family. I never wished to see you again. Initially, she had envisioned studying diligently, aiming for a prestigious university, hoping to alleviate her mother's burdens. She harbored no grand aspirations, merely wishing for her family to live comfortably. Alas, fate had dealt her a cruel hand. Master sister, my heart still aches terribly. Luo Ting turned to Wen Shuang. Wen Shuang produced paper money and incense from her bag, igniting them and allowing Luo Ting to inhale a few breaths. Do you wish for Lu Qianya to face retribution? Luo Ting nodded, yearning for it, but felt powerless. Wen Shuang gently patted Luo Ting's head. I shall assist you. Luo Bai rose from the ground, fists clenched in determination. I will kill Lu Qianya right now. He felt it was appalling that he had harbored feelings for a woman as devilish as she, not to mention that she had caused his sister's death. When Shuang shot him a cold glance, If you commit murder under Liang Xishu's identity, do you wish to ruin his reputation as well? Luo Bai's gaze fell, defeated. What should I do then? Tomorrow, you and Lu Qianyao will hold a press conference together, Wen Shuang outlined her plan. Luo Bai nodded in agreement. Sister, will you come home with me tonight? Please do not repeat this cycle of despair. Luo Ting inched closer to Wen Shuang. Master sister, I do not wish to return with him. Wen Shuang nodded. Very well, you shall come with me. She produced a small paper figure, allowing Luo Ting to inhabit it. Upon returning to the Fu residence, Xiao Qingyang had already planted a sapling in a flower pot. The Fu family gathered around the pot, eyes wide with astonishment. Sister-in-law, has the old locust tree spirit transformed into a young locust tree spirit? The tender green leaves of the sapling waved at Fu Xingzhou. Hello, I am Xiao Huai. Fu Xingzhou was so startled that he fell to the ground, exclaiming, Wow, it can even act coy. Wen Shuang ignored Fu Xingzhou and addressed Fu father and Fu mother. I've brought Xiao Huai back to raise. Do you mind? This was the first time Fu mother had seen a talking sapling. Though initially startled, she found it quite endearing. Not at all, daughter-in-law. You may bring back anything you wish to raise. Wen Shuang acknowledged, placing the small paper figure on the coffee table. Hello, uncle and aunt, brothers and sisters, I am Ting Ting. Fu mother watched the talking paper figure, swallowing hard, and waved her hands. No worries. Anything you bring back is fine. I have a strong capacity for acceptance. Fu father nodded in agreement. So, do I. The sapling turned to the paper figure. Ting Ting. I am Xiao Huai. The paper figure gazed at the sapling, momentarily stunned before tremblingly responding, Hello, little sister Huai. I am the 1,000-year-old Xiao Huai. Good day. Grandma Huai. Oh no, I mean little sister Huai. Well then, you may call me little sister Huai. Listening to the exchange between the paper figure and the sapling, Fu Xingzhou could hardly contain his delight. Haha, our home will be lively from now on. After ensuring the sapling and paper figure were settled, Wen Shuang ascended to take a bath. Once finished, she realized she had forgotten to bring her nightgown. Wrapping herself in a towel, she dashed out of the bathroom. Spotting her nightgown on the bed, she glanced back at the closed door, abandoning the thought of locking it. Fu Siheng had yet to return, and the rest of the Fu family would not enter her room without permission. Even if they sought her, they would knock first. Wen Shuang hastily discarded the towel draped over her body, her fingers delicately lifting the nightgown lying on the bed. Just as she was about to don it, the door was unexpectedly thrust open. Instinctively, she turned her head, only to find herself locking gazes with Fu Sihong's fathomless, obsidian eyes. Chapter 196. Press Conference. Public Execution. Wen Shuang froze in place, her mind momentarily blank. The man at the door, with his deep-set pupils slightly constricting, swept his gaze from her delicate face down to her bare form. A sharp jolt of panic surged within her as she realized what he had seen. Ah! She quickly retrieved the towel that had fallen to the floor, frantically wrapping it around herself, her beautiful eyes flashing with indignation as she glared at the man. Are you still looking? Fu Sihong, snapping back to reality, felt his handsome visage flush with heat, as if set ablaze. In a low, hoarse voice, he uttered an apology. With a resounding bang, he slammed the door shut. Wen Shuang's long eyelashes trembled violently, her entire being engulfed in a fiery blush. After Fu Sihong exited, he did not leave immediately but leaned against the doorframe, struggling to control the chaotic rhythm of his heart. The image of what he had just witnessed replayed incessantly in his mind, causing his throat to constrict. A rush of warmth surged through his nostrils, and as he touched his face, he discovered he was bleeding from his nose. Bro, what is wrong with you? Did you do anything to Shuang? Fu Ma and Fu Xingzhou, having heard Wen Shuang scream, rushed over. Fu Sihong, not wishing for them to see his current disheveled state, barked, Don't come over. Fu Xingzhou had already dashed to the staircase, where he spotted Fu Sihong's dripping nosebleed and the evident signs of his distress. What the hell? Is that something I should be seeing? Before Fu Ma could comprehend the situation, Fu Xingzhou hurriedly pulled her down the stairs. What happened? Did you two have a fight?
Impossible.
Recently, my sister-in-law has completely captivated my brother. They could never quarrel. After Fu Xingzhou and Fu Ma had distanced themselves, Fu Sihong strode purposefully towards the guest room, his body thrumming with agitation, needing to cool off with a cold shower. Once Wen Shuang had changed into her nightwear, she lay on the bed. The heat within her had dissipated. Typically, at this hour, she would be indulging in beauty sleep, yet now her eyes occasionally flickered towards the door, pondering whether Fu Sihong would return to the master bedroom tonight. The earlier incident replayed in her mind, leaving her feeling thoroughly embarrassed. As the clock neared midnight, the door was gently pushed open. The man entered quietly. Wen Shuang immediately sat up, perhaps taken aback that she was still awake at such a late hour, causing Fu Sihong to pause in his steps. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, both feeling awkward and at a loss. The atmosphere was thick with silence, save for their shared breaths. Unable to endure the tension, Wen Shuang tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and remarked, "You saw everything earlier, didn't you?" Fu Sihong pressed his lips together, again murmuring an apology. Wen Shuang waved her hand dismissively. "So what if you did? What do you think of my figure? Not bad, right? My chest isn't small, and my waist is fairly slender. Wouldn't you agree?" Fu Sihong. After an indeterminate time, he hoarsely inquired, Shuang, "Are you certain you want to discuss this at this ungodly hour?" Wen Shuang raised her hands to cover her face, "Since you've seen it. I just want to know if there's anything about my figure that needs improvement." Fu Sihong could hardly bear to meet her gaze. "You're perfect," he added hastily. "Everything is fine." Oh dear, he thinks I'm perfect in every way. Surely, he doesn't expect anything more tonight?
Fu Xiang approached Wen Shuang.
Taking her slender fingers in his grasp, his voice lowered. Shuang, while I do have feelings for you, I will never force you into anything. I shall always respect you. Goodness, my grumpy husband is becoming increasingly charming. I find it hard to want to leave him now. Fu Sihong's lips curved slightly in an almost imperceptible smile. The following day, Luo Bai contacted Lu Qianya after reaching out to major media outlets in Yecheng. Lu Qianya assumed Liang Suxiu was about to publicly announce their relationship, so she meticulously prepared herself before arriving at the hotel hosting the press conference. Upon seeing Luo Bai's pale countenance, with bloodshot eyes, she felt a flicker of suspicion. "Suxiu, did you not rest well last night?" Luo Bai shot her a cold glare, wishing to rend her to pieces. "Suxiu, why are you looking at me like that?" Remembering Master Wen Shuang's instructions, he suppressed his urge to eliminate Lu Qianya. "It's nothing. Let us go. The reporters are here, and I have something important to announce." Lu Qianya's heart raced. He must be about to officially declare their relationship. The announcement of a top star's romance would surely ignite a frenzy on social media. Following Luo Bai to the press conference venue, Lu Qianya spotted Jiang Yu among the crowd. A smirk crept onto her lips as she cast a subtle, triumphant glance at Jiang Yu. In this life, she would have everything she desired, while the only person she could not attain was Liang Suxiu from high school. Thankfully, at 26, Liang Suxiu had discerning taste, leaving Jiang Yu for her. At the press conference, a journalist initiated a live broadcast. The top-tier Liang Suxiu and the rumored Lu Qianya graced the event together, capturing the attention of countless fans and netizens. The live stream audience surged past 1 million within moments. Wen Shuang stood not far away with Luo Ting, who trembled at the sight of the glamorous Lu Qianya. "Don't be afraid of her. I'm here. Just be yourself." Luo Ting nodded, her eyes glistening with determination. "Master sister, I want to confront Lu Qianya and expose her misdeeds." "All right, I'll support you." As the press conference commenced, Liang Suxiu grasped the microphone. His voice gravelly as he stated, "Today, I have something significant to announce." Lu Qianya was nearly beside herself with excitement. She was about to be declared Liang Suxiu's only official girlfriend. With that label, fame would follow, and she could thrive in the entertainment industry. Luo Bai glanced at the woman beside him, who was secretly reveling in joy, and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Lu Qianya bullied many female classmates during school and was responsible for the death of my assistant Luo Bai's sister." The smile on Lu Qianya's face froze instantly. What did he just say? As Lu Qianya was about to deny it, she suddenly felt a chilling wind sweep over her. Before she could grasp what was happening, her body trembled violently, as if something had latched onto her. "Lu Qianya, you are a devil." "Yes, I am the devil." Lu Qianya seized the microphone from Luo Bai's grasp, addressing the multitude of media reporters with a quivering voice. 12 years ago, out of jealousy towards the school belle Yao Ji, I led the bullying against her. After the daughter of our family's maid, Luo Ting, secretly reported to the teacher, I shifted the bullying onto her. I had people slap her, used needles on her private parts, and took nude photos of her, threatening her with those and her mother's job, coercing her into prostitution. I sold her first time to a rotund man, forcing her time and again to barter her body and soul. Chapter 197. Evil begets evil, time to see the fifth. She revealed my atrocious deeds to her mother and brother, yet none believed her. Whenever I shed a few tears in feigned distress, her closest ones sided with me. I spread rumors to tarnish her reputation, and soon after, she became pregnant, an ectopic pregnancy. Her mother took her for an abortion, severing both fallopian tubes, and in a bid to protect me, she berated her as a worthless wretch. Subsequently, she succumbed to depression and chose to run a red light, leading to her untimely demise. Even now, her family regards her as a source of shame, while I have ascended to the heights of stardom. Lu Qianya's words sent ripples of shock through the audience. Journalists relentlessly thrust their cameras into Lu Qianya's face. Everyone had anticipated that Liang Suxiu would publicly announce his relationship with Lu Qianya. Instead, she revealed her past transgressions. It was utterly inhumane. Not only did I bully and harm Luo Ting, but I also tormented Jiang Yu during high school and Dan in college. Yet what of it? Would they dare to step forward? I could act with impunity, unscathed by legal repercussions. After Luo Ting's spirit inhabited Lu Qianya, she divulged everything she learned from Master Wen Shuang. It transpired that Lu Qianya had not only bullied her, but had also tormented numerous innocent girls, all previously silenced by the power of the Lu family. She yearned for all those girls once victimized by Lu Qianya to stand up and bravely defend their rights. At that moment, Yao Ji, watching the live broadcast, dashed out of the training school without a second thought. After being bullied by Lu Qianya, she had transferred to another school. Although she changed schools, the emotional scars remained. For a time, she even questioned herself, believing that being bullied was her own fault. In high school and college, she struggled to fit in, often isolating herself. However, she was slightly more fortunate than Luo Ting. Her parents believed in her and stood by her side. Though she couldn't fathom why a villain like Lu Qianya would publicly confess, she resolved to courageously step forward to accuse Lu Qianya of her past misdeeds. Not only Yao Ji, but several other girls who had suffered at Lu Qianya's hands also hurried to the press conference. Once Luo Ting vacated Lu Qianya's body, and Lu Qianya began to regain her consciousness, she sensed something was amiss. Journalists bombarded her with sharp and incisive questions. Lu Qianya, you caused Luo Ting's death and bullied so many female classmates. How can you still show your face in the entertainment industry? You deserve to be executed. Panic and confusion filled Lu Qianya's eyes. What had just transpired? Viewers of the live stream erupted in outrage, especially those who had also experienced bullying. Oh my god. Luo Ting's ordeal makes me want to cry. I was bullied too, and during that time, not a single classmate helped me. The teachers turned a blind eye. And even my family said it was my own issue, questioning why I was the only one bullied. They told me to find the reason within myself. I once knelt and begged the person who bullied me. She spat on me, forced me to eat flies, and kicked me in the chest. I suffered severe depression and dropped out of high school. I resolutely left my family and later met my wonderful husband, who has healed me. Now we have a lovely daughter.
Luo Ting truly deserves compassion.
I hope in her next life, she will be reborn into a loving family and never encounter bullies like Lu Qianya again. I was also bullied and isolated as a child because I developed earlier, having a larger chest than my peers, which led to ridicule. No girl wanted to be my friend, and every time I entered the classroom, I felt scrutinized. As a result, I was afraid to walk upright, often hunching my back and lowering my head. I felt so inferior that even when others looked at me, I would mistakenly believe they were mocking me. Now that I am grown, I have developed a people-pleasing personality. Yet I have discovered that no amount of effort to please others earns true friends. Lu Qianya turned her head towards Luo Bai, her eyes brimming with tears. Panic-stricken as she implored, Suxiu, help me, I didn't. Luo Bai glared at Lu Qianya with intense hatred. Were it not for his current occupation of Liang Suxi's body, which prevented him from tarnishing his image, he would have relished the opportunity to strangle Lu Qianya on the spot. Lu Qianya, Liang Suxiu will never love a woman with a heart as venomous as yours. Lu Qianya shook her head. No, that cannot be. She was bewildered by the drastic change in Liang Suxiu within such a brief span. Why was he leading the charge to unveil her true nature? Moreover, what had transpired when she lost consciousness? She had certainly not confessed. Could it be that Luo Ting's vengeful spirit had possessed her? The thought sent a shiver down Lu Qianya's spine. She attempted to flee the press conference, however. A group of girls, hand in hand, approached her. Those girls were Yao Ji, Jiang Yu, and Lu Yi, all of whom she had once bullied. They stood before the cameras, recounting their experiences of being victimized. Lu Qianya shook her head in denial, yet no journalist came to her defense, regardless of her protests. It's all one-sided. I did nothing wrong. I will sue you for defamation. Before she could finish her protest, a male voice interjected, "I have evidence." Upon seeing the stout man approach, Lu Qianya felt her blood run cold, as if it were turning to ice. He was the man who had taken Luo Ting's innocence. Once a bar owner and a ne'er-do-well, he had helped Lu Qianya find the men who had assaulted Luo Ting. They had agreed on a transaction of money for services rendered, and now he was here to testify against her. Had he lost his mind? Did he not fear imprisonment? Knowing Luo Ting was only 14 at the time? Unbeknownst to Lu Qianya, earlier that morning, Wen Shuang had taken Luo Ting's spirit to confront the man. Terrified, he had agreed to testify against Lu Qianya, aware that failing to do so would endanger his family. Over the years, he had reformed, leading a respectable life with a wife and child, and he was unwilling to risk his family's safety. However, the sins of his past demanded a reckoning. When he had struck a deal with Lu Qianya, he had secretly recorded their conversation, preserving the evidence in anticipation of her potential betrayal. The man publicly revealed the evidence he had gathered. Lu Qianya collapsed to the ground, her body limp. It was over. She was truly finished. The police soon arrived to escort both Lu Qianya and the man away. "Master Sister, will Lu Qianya and that man face legal consequences?" Luo Ting asked, her voice trembling. Wen Shuang nodded. "Yes, not only that man, but also the others who violated you will be apprehended. Lu Qianya will endure bullying in prison, experiencing firsthand the pain and harm of being victimized. As for those men, they will be reduced to playthings, suffering a fate worse than death behind bars." Luo Ting could hardly fathom that those who had once harmed her would face justice. With tear-filled eyes, she turned to Wen Shuang and said, "Thank you, Master Sister." Wen Shuang shook her head. "This is what I ought to do." This incident of bullying would garner widespread attention. Schools would emphasize the dangers of bullying. The Education Bureau would implement strict punitive measures, and counseling centers would be established. We must reject bullying and restore sanctity to our schools. May every student's youth be met with kindness. Luo Bai approached Wen Shuang and Luo Ting, his eyes red with emotion as he addressed Luo Ting, "Sister, our parents have arrived. They wish to see you." Luo Ting shook her head, firmly rejecting the notion, "I do not wish to meet them." Wen Shuang turned her gaze toward Luo Ting and said, "I shall guide you to your next life. In your coming existence, you will be blessed with a pair of loving and trusting parents." Luo Ting nodded in agreement. "Very well. Thank you, Master Sister." After facilitating Luo Ting's reincarnation, Wen Shuang encountered Luo's parents in the hotel lobby, grappling with Liang Xishu. "You are undeniably our son. Why have you chosen to disown us?" After dismissing the reporters, Luo Bai hastily approached Luo's parents, asserting, "He is not your son. I am." He revealed the truth of their souls having exchanged places, exonerating teacher Liang, who was innocent in this ordeal. "Now, I cannot revert this exchange, and my time on this earth is nearly at an end. Please cease your harassment of teacher Liang. All of this is my fault. Perhaps this is the punishment for our family's mistrust of Tingting." Luo's parents were struck with terror. "What do you mean? You must have seen the live broadcast, right? It was Lu Qianya and our lack of faith that led to Tingting's demise. I, too, am afflicted with terminal stomach cancer." Luo's parents were left in utter shock. "No, you cannot be our son." Luo Bai recounted his upbringing and the secrets he shared with his parents, leading them to collapse in despair upon hearing his words. Meanwhile, Liang Xishu and Jiang Yu sought out Wen Shuang, where Liang presented her with a check for 10 million, intending to donate the rest of his assets to charity. He had no plans to return to the entertainment industry. He desired a simple life with Jiang Yu. The wealth he had earned would be given back to society. Originally, he was destined to die, never dreaming he could continue living in Luo Bai's healthy body. Once the matters at hand were settled, Wen Shuang, accompanied by the Fu family, journeyed to Country M to meet the fifth son of the Fu family. "I can barely contain my curiosity. I wonder what kind of scandal the fifth son will bring?"
Fuxingzu whispered to Fuma.
Fuma recalled Wen Shuang's previous heartfelt words about the fifth son facing a grave danger that could threaten his life, if not averted in time. What could this calamity possibly be? Chapter 198. Encountering the fifth son, preserving life through heartfelt thoughts. After a lengthy flight of over 10 hours, they arrived in the city where Fu Yilin, the fifth son of the Fu family, was studying. Due to the time difference, it was still daylight in Country M, and Fu Yilin had already gone to school. Wen Shuang yawned as Fu Xiqing led her to an upstairs room. "Darling, is this villa one of your overseas properties?" Fu Xiqing replied with a soft affirmation. "The fifth son dislikes staying at school, so I purchased him a villa to live in." Wen Shuang mused, "Truly, He is a wealthy tycoon, possessing properties worldwide. Fu Xiqing took hold of Wen Shuang's hand, gently squeezing her fingers. My wealth is yours. You may utilize my funds to acquire whatever you desire in the future. Wen Shuang smiled. I still prefer our homeland, Huaxia. Fu Xiqing nodded. So do I. When we grow older, we can purchase a manor in the suburbs.
Ah?
I'm still young and beautiful. Why is he already thinking about retirement? Fu Xiqing's lips curled ever so slightly. He not only contemplated future retirement, but also fantasized about what their future children might resemble, hoping for a daughter who would inherit her beauty. After her bath, Wen Shuang lay on the soft bed. As the electric curtains closed, the light was entirely obscured, plunging the room into darkness. Though fatigue enveloped her, she found herself unable to sleep, perhaps due to the novelty of her first trip abroad. Fu Xiqing, having finished a shower, lay beside her and noticed her restlessness. Shuang, what troubles you? Wen Shuang yawned, feeling particularly fatigued, yet unable to drift into slumber. Darling, can you sing? Perhaps your song will lull me to sleep. His voice is so melodious. Surely his singing would be equally enchanting, she thought. Fu Xiqing's deep, resonant voice inquired, what would you like to hear? He proceeded to sing a classic English song, his rich and soothing voice resonating in the tranquil space, akin to aged wine, providing a comforting and intoxicating balm. As Wen Shuang listened to his steady and profound melody, her tensions gradually eased, and before long, she succumbed to sleep. Hearing her rhythmic breathing, Fu Xiqing lowered his gaze to her. Though obscured by darkness, her peaceful, gentle, and beautiful visage vividly appeared in his mind. He leaned down, placing a tender kiss atop her head. When Wen Shuang awoke, it was already afternoon. As she stirred, she sensed something amiss. Her face was not resting on a pillow but rather against the solid and broad chest of the man beside her. One slender leg draped across his lean waist. Oh my, what an ungainly sleeping position, she thought. I must quietly reposition myself before my sleeping husband awakens. Just as she prepared to move, a deep, husky voice resonated from above her. Awake? Wen Shuang awkwardly nodded. I'm sorry, I seem to have pinned you down. She quickly shifted her leg, only to inadvertently come into contact with his arousal, instantly realizing her blunder. Oh heavens, how embarrassing. He actually reacted. Fu Xiqing's body stiffened. He instinctively reached to cover her mouth. Yet he quickly remembered her ability to hear thoughts. Shuang, I'll take a shower. Without waiting for her response, he tossed aside the covers and strode toward the bathroom. When Shuang observed his retreating figure, quietly sighing to herself. It must be tough for him. At 26, he has never experienced intimacy. Why did he have to share the same bed with me? I'm not ready for that kind of relationship yet. He just torturing himself? Fu Xiqing poked his head out from the bathroom, interrupting her internal lament. Shuang, Mom just messaged me that dinner is ready. You can head downstairs to eat. When Shuang nodded, okay. Downstairs, Fu Yilin returned from school, preparing to ride his motorcycle out for a race. Fu Ma stopped him. Your elder sister-in-law has traveled a great distance. At least greet her before you leave. Fu Xingzhou chimed in, exactly. I'm eager to hear any juicy gossip from the fifth son. Fu Yilin glanced at his watch. It'll take me over 30 minutes to ride there. I don't know when my sister-in-law and brother will wake up. If I wait any longer, I'll be late. Is the race truly more important than meeting my sister-in-law? Raising an eyebrow, he continued, Mom, I made a bet with my rival. If I lose tonight, I'll have to kneel and call him brother at school tomorrow. I can't afford that kind of embarrassment. Just then, he heard a woman's voice exclaim, Oh my, what an ungainly sleeping position. Taken aback, he paused. And as he regained his composure, another voice followed, Oh heavens, how embarrassing. He actually reacted. Fu Yilin widened his eyes, scanning the living room. Aside from himself, his mother, and his third brother, there was no one else present. Where was that female voice coming from? Mom? Third brother, did you hear a woman speaking? Are we haunted? Fu Ma smacked the back of Fu Yilin's head. Haunted? That was your sister-in-law's voice. Fu Xingzhou cast a glance at Fu Yilin, saying, Did I not mention before that our entire family can hear the thoughts of our sister-in-law? Fu Yilin touched his nose, his handsome face reflecting a hint of horror. Does that mean I can hear them too? Fu Xingzhou raised an eyebrow. Of course, unless you are not truly our parents' offspring. Well, I can hear them now. Which proves I am indeed their child, not some illegitimate offspring, Fu Yilin retorted. Fu Mother glared at her two rebellious sons, nearly choking on her breath. As Wen Shuang descended from upstairs, she encountered Fu Yilin. The genes of Fu father and Fu mother were truly remarkable. The males were handsome, and the females were beautiful. The fifth son of the Fu family possessed striking brows and bright eyes, exuding an air of rebellious charm and individuality. Wen Shuang had always imagined that the fifth son, when playing the piano, would embody a quiet and reserved demeanor. Dear daughter-in-law, did you sleep well? Fu mother turned around, her face beaming with a smile as she looked at Wen Shuang. Wen Shuang nodded, affirming that she had. This is our fifth son, Fu Yilin, Fu mother introduced. Nudging Fu Yilin, hurry and greet your sister-in-law. When Fu Sihong and Wen Shuang registered their marriage, Fu Yilin was studying abroad. And this was his first encounter with Wen Shuang in person. He had heard that Wen Shuang was rather difficult in the past, and that his elder brother and family held a strong dislike for her. However, he didn't harbor any resentment, having never interacted with her.
Now,
the family had all altered their perceptions of Wen Shuang, as each had relied on her insights to escape peril. He was curious to know what he needed to be cautious about. Just then, he heard a voice. Tonight, the fifth son will face calamity. Chapter 199. He who listens closely evades disaster. Fu Yilin was taken aback. I will face calamity tonight? Surely, Wen Shuang must be joking. Fu mother looked at Wen Shuang with a tense expression. Dear daughter-in-law, the fifth son is going to participate in a motorcycle race shortly. Wen Shuang turned to Fu Yilin. You'd best not venture out tonight. A great disaster awaits tonight. It is either death or severe injury. Fu Yilin exclaimed, is it really that exaggerated? Fu mother and Fu Xingzhou gazed at him, their eyes urging him not to act recklessly. Fu Yilin had already heard from Fu Xingzhou about Wen Shuang's extraordinary abilities, and he felt a twinge of apprehension. If it were just him, he might have doubted her, but now that the entire family, save for him, had witnessed her prowess, he could see that Wen Shuang's insights were indeed legitimate. He was not foolish enough to court disaster. Sister-in-law, my teammates are nearly at the racing venue. If I don't go, I fear I will be ridiculed by my rivals tomorrow. Wen Shuang pressed her lips together. You'd best instruct them to cancel tonight's race and return home. Just as Fu Yilin was about to ask more, his teammate Qin Chu called through a video chat. Brother Ling, Xian and Jiyu and I have arrived at the race site. Why haven't you come? Tell them to return immediately, otherwise, danger awaits tonight. Wen Shuang's voice echoed once more. What the hell, Brother Ling? Who was that speaking just now?
Qin Chu inquired.
My sister-in-law. She has the ability to foretell and said we would encounter danger during the race. You all need to hurry back. Qin Chu was astonished. No way. If we don't race, won't we be mocked by Yan Hao and the others? Tomorrow at school, we have to kneel and call him Big Brother. Mo Xian and Ji leaned closer to the camera, both looking at Fu Yilin with confusion. Ji Yu, the only girl on their motorcycle team, frowned. Brother Ling, I was counting on winning the race tonight for the prize money. Trust my judgment and return. If we must kneel and call Yan Hao Big Brother tomorrow, I will take the blame alone. He wouldn't gamble with the safety of his teammates. If Wen Shuang turned out to be wrong, he could shoulder the consequences alone. Ha ha, Fu Yilin, are you perhaps afraid? You seem like a coward, a turtle hiding its head. If you cannot even enter the race, do not pretend to be a master. Just leave the racing world. Yan Hao suddenly appeared in the video, raising his middle finger to the camera while his friends burst into laughter behind him. Qin Chu and the others turned pale, wanting to confront Yan Hao. But Fu Yilin stopped them once more. Listen to me. Return. Yan Hao laughed even more arrogantly. Fu Yilin, you surrender without a fight. Tomorrow at school, I will be waiting for you to kneel and call me Big Brother. I didn't expect you to falter at a critical moment. Usually, you put on such a brave front. How embarrassing. With such a lack of spirit. He thought he could be a racer? He should just return to his mother's womb and start afresh. Yan Hao and his friends laughed heartily, their eyes filled with disdain. Brother Ling, are we really going to cancel the race and let them mock us?
Qin Chu protested.
Fu Yilin nodded firmly. Yes, hurry back. After persistent urging from Fu Yilin, Qin Chu and the others left the race site. I didn't expect the fifth son of the Fu family to be the most obedient one. Previously, the fourth son of the Fu family wouldn't believe anything I said at first. I thought the fifth son would be the same. Being praised by my sister-in-law feels good. Fu Yilin touched his nose, casting a rebellious glance at Fu Xingzhou. Third brother, did you ever heed sister-in-law's advice? Fu Xingzhou recalled his past behavior and wished he could slap his former self. I was even less obedient than your fourth brother. I almost got killed by a ghostly girlfriend. Now that you are listening to her, you will surely avoid disaster. Fu Yilin was deeply curious about the nature of this impending calamity. Shortly after finishing dinner, several of his teammates arrived on their motorcycles. Brother Ling, we just passed by the entrance to your community, and a shop sign fell down, smashing the outdoor freezer. Thankfully, no one was around, otherwise, it would have been fatal. Fu Yilin, struck by a thought, pulled out his phone and checked the community owner group. Indeed, a resident had shared a video. The shop sign had fallen just 40 minutes prior. Had his sister-in-law not stopped him, he would have been at the shop buying gum at that precise moment. A shiver ran down Fu Yilin's spine as he realized the gravity of the situation. Just then, he heard Qin Chu exclaim, "What the hell? I just saw a live stream. There was a shooting at our racing venue. The person involved was a fugitive being pursued by Interpol. He had been hiding in the mountains for days, and when the officers closed in, he fled onto the racing road, knowing he would likely die. He opened fire indiscriminately at the racers, trying to drag them down with him. Oh my goodness, I saw Yan Hao get shot in the chest. He can't be dead, can he?" Fu Yilin dashed to Qin Chu's phone to watch the live broadcast. The scene was so horrific that the stream was quickly shut down. He saw Yan Hao's teammates lying on the ground, bloodied and lifeless. Fu Yilin, along with Qin Chu, Mo Zian and Ji Yu, turned pale. Had they not returned, their fate would have likely mirrored that of Yan Hao and his companions. "Brother Ling, you saved our lives." Fu Yilin, still shaken, patted his chest, looking toward Wen Shuang, who was watching television in the living room. "It wasn't me who saved you, it was my sister-in-law." Qin Chu and the others followed Fu Yilin's gaze. There sat a woman, unadorned with makeup, her skin fair and her features exquisitely radiant, comfortably perched on the sofa. "How did your sister-in-law know?" Fu Yilin beamed with pride as he thought of his sister-in-law's remarkable abilities. "My sister-in-law is a master of metaphysics. She can read fortunes and predict destinies. Truly impressive." Qin Chu, Mo Zian, and Ji Yu hurried towards Wen Shuang. "Sister-in-law, I am Qin Chu, a classmate of Fu Yilin." "Sister-in-law."
I am Montag Xian.
"Sister-in-law, I am Ji Yu." Wen Shuang withdrew her gaze from the television, her enchanting eyes landing on the smiling faces before her. "Hello. I am Wen Shuang." "Sister-in-law, not only are you beautiful, but your name is also delightful." Fu Yilin approached Qin Chu and playfully kicked him from behind. "Stop flattering her. If my brother sees you, he might give you a good thrashing." "I'm not flattering her. I merely wish to seek her guidance for a fortune."
Fu Yilin pushed Qin Chu aside.
"Sister-in-law, I also wish to consult you about a love dilemma. Could you assist me?" He took out his phone and transferred the fortune-telling fee to Wen Shuang. Upon receiving the payment, she opened her mystical insight and turned her gaze towards Fu Yilin. The moment she did, a smile broke across her face. "Ha ha ha. The romantic entanglement of the fifth son of the Fu family is undoubtedly the most amusing and peculiar among the siblings." Chapter 200. Astonishing. The online romantic interest turns out to be. Fu Yilin felt a twinge of confusion. Was his romantic predicament truly that strange and humorous? Fu Xingzhou nudged his arm with his elbow. "What love troubles are you experiencing? Speak up. Surely you're not involved with some ghostly girlfriend like your third brother?" Fu Yilin shot him a glare.
Impossible.
6 months ago, while gaming, he met the object of his online affection. Initially, they were merely friends within the game. However, one day, when they turned on their microphones, he was captivated by her melodious voice, causing his heart to race inexplicably. They exchanged WeChat contacts, and as their conversations deepened, she sent him selfies. With hair cascading to her waist, skin as fair as snow, and brows resembling distant mountains. She radiated an ethereal beauty intertwined with an air of aloofness. This contrast between her voice and her appearance fascinated him. Upon seeing her photograph, he discovered that she was Sheng Qianzi, the belle of their university's dance department. Fu Yilin had admired her from afar for a long time, yet her icy demeanor made him hesitant to express his feelings, especially after witnessing countless rejections she had dealt to other suitors. As he became engrossed in racing, his initial infatuation gradually faded. Little did he expect that Sheng Qianzi would prove to be entirely different online than in reality. One day, courageously, he approached her in the cafeteria to say hello, but she merely glanced at him before walking away indifferently. Thinking that perhaps his lack of honesty about their online acquaintance had caused her coldness, he decided to message her about it. To his surprise, she expressed her social anxiety, stating she preferred to nurture their relationship online until they truly understood each other before meeting in person. Doubts crept in, prompting him to send her a necklace as a gift, which she wore the following day. Convinced it was indeed her with whom he was chatting, he refrained from interrupting her in real life. To win her affection, He occasionally transferred money to her and sent gifts to her dormitory. She consistently expressed her gratitude over WeChat and occasionally shared more photos of herself. Although they pretended not to recognize each other in real life, he still felt a sweetness in his heart. Until a few days ago, when he saw her conversing with several girls by a small lake on campus. He inadvertently overheard one girl asking, "Qianzi, with so many people pursuing you at school, is there no one you like?" She shook her head, indicating there was no one. His heart plummeted. If she liked no one, what did that make him? That evening, her messages were filled with warmth, leaving him utterly bewildered. Did she possess a dual personality? After listening to Fu Yilin's story, Qin Chu, Mo Zian, and Ji Yu were utterly astonished. Wow, Yilin, you've secretly engaged in an online romance with the goddess Xingqianzi? Fu Yilin scratched his head, feeling troubled. I don't even know if this counts as an online romance. She agreed to be my girlfriend online, but acts so cold offline. Fu Xingzhou raised an eyebrow. Fifth brother, you haven't been deceived, have you? Your online love interest might not even be the real Xingqianzi. Fu Yilin vehemently refuted. That's impossible. She accepted all the gifts I sent to her dorm. And she is still wearing the necklace. Plus, her voice is identical to the one I heard in real life.
Montag Xian interjected.
What if Xingqianzi is merely using you for your gifts and money? Ji Yu added, I don't think Xingqianzi seems like that kind of person. Fu Yilin turned to Wen Shuang, his brow furrowing. Sister-in-law, please help me figure out what is going on. Wen Shuang stood from the sofa.
Come.
I will take you to meet your online girlfriend. Fu Yilin, feeling a surge of anxiety, replied, right now? I need to go upstairs to change and fix my hair. Wen Shuang shook her head. No need. Just come with me as you are. Fu Xingzhou, intrigued by why Fu Yilin's online girlfriend was so cold towards him in person, followed along. Qin Chu, Mo Zian, and Ji Yu accompanied them as well. Wen Shuang led them to an internet cafe outside the university.
Now.
Call your girlfriend for video chat. Fu Yilin shook his head. She has social anxiety. She only speaks to me via voice. All right. Then call her for voice chat. Fu Yilin put on his Bluetooth headset, took out his phone, and promptly initiated a voice call. Striding into the cafe, he noticed no one's voice ringing. It wasn't until he passed by a small private room that he heard a voice echoing. Peeking inside, he saw a scruffy man picking his feet while answering the call. Fu Yilin realized that his voice call had been answered by someone else. Soon, a sweet and melodious female voice resonated through his Bluetooth headset. Hello, darling, aren't you supposed to be racing tonight? Why are you calling me? Fu Yilin removed the Bluetooth headset and glanced into the room once more. Darling, why aren't you speaking? The scruffy man continued talking sweetly into the phone while still picking his feet. Oh my goodness. Is something wrong with my ears? How can this foot-picking guy sound exactly like Xingqianzi? Behind Fu Yilin, Fu Xingzhou burst into laughter at the absurdity. Ha ha ha, little brother. Your online girlfriend turns out to be a foot-picking man. The people in the private room turned to look at the commotion. Upon meeting Fu Yilin's mortified gaze, a flicker of panic crossed the man's eyes. He attempted to hang up the call, but Fu Yilin rushed inside and snatched the phone from him. Opening WeChat, he found an entire history of their conversations from the past 6 months. Fu Yilin felt on the brink of collapse. He could accept being deceived, but he could not bear being tricked by a foot-picking man. Who the hell are you? Why are you using Xingqianzi's name to deceive my emotions and swindle my money? Over the past 6 months, he had transferred significant sums to her online and gifted her countless items, totaling over $1 million. Although this amount was insignificant to him, he was willing to invest as long as she was happy. Yet, he never imagined his goddess would turn out to be a foot-picking man. He not only possesses intimate photographs of Xingqianzi, but also has learned to mimic her voice. What does this imply? It suggests that he is well acquainted with Xingqianzi. Suddenly, Fu Yilin was struck by a more terrifying realization. Could it be that Xingqianzi had conspired with the toe picker to deceive him? Fu Yilin hastily scrolled through the WeChat messages from the toe picker. As expected, he had not only deceived Fu Yilin online, but had also tricked several other netizens. Consumed by rage, Fu Yilin clenched his fist and struck the toe picker, sending him crashing to the ground. Tell me, what is your relationship with Xingqianzi? Why are you using her name to swindle people? The toe picker was taken aback by Fu Yilin's sudden confrontation. He had not prepared any excuses and stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. At that moment, Qin Chu exclaimed, Oh my god, there are rumors on the school forum that Xingqianzi has been two-timing.
Now,
the men she deceived are gathering outside the girls' dormitory. Chapter 201. Clarifying Misunderstandings, a Mutual Pursuit. Fu Yilin was heartbroken. He never imagined that the goddess who had captured his affections could actually be a colossal fraud. Was it possible that she had enlisted the toe picker to assist in her deceptions because one person was not sufficient for her schemes? First, take this person to your school, Wen Shuang instructed. Fu Yilin gripped the toe picker by the collar, his expression darkening as he dragged him toward the school. When they arrived beneath the girls' dormitory, Sheng Qianzi was cornered by 3 young men. You sent me a photo of you wrapped in a towel after your shower and claimed you weren't the one I was in a virtual romance with? Listen to this voice message you sent me. It sounds exactly like yours. You've been playing multiple men, and now that you've been exposed, you want to deny it? What are you trying to achieve with your aloof facade? Sheng Qianzi's delicate face, pale as jade, turned a shade of green and white as she faced the sudden onslaught from the men. A crowd of fellow students had gathered around, pointing fingers at her. It turned out that her cool demeanor was merely a facade. She was branded a loose woman, a harlot. Despite numerous boys confessing their feelings for her at school, she had rejected them all, revealing an affinity for wealthy men outside the campus. What a goddess. Bah. She was just a tarnished vessel. With her fingers digging into her palms, Sheng Qianzi's eyes brimmed with tears as she addressed the 3 men. I have never had any interaction with you on WeChat. If you don't believe me, feel free to video call me right now. Despite the accusations, insults, and vitriol hurled at her, she remained composed. One of the men promptly initiated a video call. However, it was not her phone that rang but one a short distance away. After dragging the toe picker over, Fu Yilin forcefully pushed him forward. The toe picker stumbled to the ground, and his phone landed just beside the man who had made the call. What is happening? The man stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Fu Yilin approached, glancing at Sheng Qianzi before turning to the man. We've all been deceived. The person we were chatting with online is actually him. Isn't he the expelled Wu Huan? The 3 girls in Sheng Qianzi's dormitory rushed down upon hearing her being attacked. One of them, named Yi Meng, paled upon spotting Wu Huan. I remember now. Wu Huan confessed to Sheng Qianzi before, but after being rejected, he stalked her, attempting to assault her. His conduct was atrocious, which led to his expulsion. Oh my god, I can't believe he hasn't changed. He actually used Sheng Qianzi's name to scam people online. But how did he obtain her private photos? The fact that he can even imitate Sheng Qianzi's voice is chilling. Sheng Qianzi too found the matter of the private photos perplexing. The only individuals who could have taken her towel-clad pictures were her few roommates. Although she appeared aloof, she shared a close bond with her roommates, treating them like sisters. She had never anticipated that one of them would want to tarnish her reputation. Fu Yilin looked at Sheng Qianzi and saw the fleeting confusion and hurt in her eyes. He immediately understood that she had no connection to the toe picker. She was likely a victim as well. Fu Yilin raised his foot and kicked the toe picker, demanding, "Who sent you those intimate photos of Sheng Qianzi?" The toe picker, pleading for mercy after being kicked, trembled as he pointed a finger at the girl behind Sheng Qianzi. It was Yi Meng. Sheng Qianzi whirled around to face Yi Meng. Yi Meng's face drained of color as she shook her head, and no, it wasn't me. Fu Yilin picked up the toe picker's fallen phone and opened WeChat. Soon, he stumbled upon the chat history between the toe picker and Yi Meng. As expected, all of Sheng Qianzi's private photos had been sent by Yi Meng. She had even detailed Sheng Qianzi's preferences, instructing the toe picker on how to imitate her likes and personality in conversations. Through the chat logs, Fu Yilin discovered that all the gifts he had sent to Sheng Qianzi's dormitory had been taken by Yi Meng. The necklace he had gifted her was later presented to Sheng Qianzi under the pretense of being a birthday gift, leading her to believe that Yi Meng had saved for a long time to purchase it, making her cherish it even more, wearing it daily around her neck. The chat logs revealed Yi Meng's cruel mockery of Sheng Qianzi. She pretends to be so refined and aloof outside, but in the dorm, she wears revealing nightgowns. Showing off her figure to us, right? Her sister, Sheng Qianxue, used to be a mistress, and after being caught by the legitimate girlfriend, she was humiliated and jumped off a building. I also know a secret about her. She filled her diary with the name of her sister's professor, Yan Li, whom she tried to seduce. She probably wants to follow in her sister's footsteps and become a mistress too. Who doesn't know how much Professor Yan loves his wife? They are the model couple at our school. Use her name to seduce more men, ruin her reputation. After all, once she becomes Professor Yan's mistress, no one will believe she's innocent anymore. Sheng Qianzi approached Fu Yilin, her face paling further as she too saw the chat logs. She had genuinely considered Yi Meng a good friend, and the betrayal cut deep. Turning back, she glared at Yi Meng, her voice trembling with indignation. Why? What have I done to offend you? With her deceit exposed, Yimeng dropped her facade. There's no reason. I simply cannot stand your hypocritical, pretentious demeanor. So many boys at school have confessed to you, yet you refuse them all, while secretly wishing to become Professor Yan's mistress. I'm just doing the world a favor. Fu Yilin stepped closer to Wen Shuang and lowered his voice. Sister-in-law, does Sheng Qianzi truly like Professor Yan? Wen Shuang shook her head. She doesn't like him. She actually despises him, because that Professor Yan is one of the culprits responsible for her sister's death. However, Sheng Qianzi does have someone she secretly admires. Fu Yilin opened his mouth, about to speak. When he heard Wen Shuang's inner thoughts, the person Sheng Qianzi has a crush on is none other than that foolish Fu Laowu. Yimeng's desire to ruin Sheng Qianzi's reputation is also due to Fu Laowu. Didn't Yimeng confess to him before? Doesn't he remember at all?
Fu Yilin,
Being the school heartthrob, had received countless confessions. He truly could not recall when Yimeng had confessed to him. During Yimeng's confession, he outright rejected her. Later, Yimeng overheard him chatting with Qin Chu and discovered his affection for Sheng Qianzi, which led her to conspire with the toe picker for revenge. As Fu Laowu opened his heart online to the toe picker, expressing his feelings, Yimeng and the toe picker shamelessly mocked him from behind. The sensation of having the god who rejected her confession completely under her thumb filled Yimeng with a sense of achievement. In an effort to dissuade Sheng Qianzi from her feelings for Fu Laowu, Yimeng instructed the toe picker, who possessed a talent for mimicry, to record an audio clip in which Fu Laowu expressed his disdain for someone of Sheng Qianzi's type. After Yimeng played the audio for Sheng Qianzi, her hopes for Fu Laowu were utterly dashed, leading her to ignore him when he attempted to speak to her in the school cafeteria. Fu Yilin was taken aback to learn that he and Sheng Qianzi were both pursuing one another. In Chapter 202, A Public Confession, I Like You, Sheng Qianzi's reputation was nearly tarnished, and private photos were circulated, prompting her to take out her phone and call the police. Upon witnessing this, Yimeng's eyes finally revealed a hint of panic as she clutched Sheng Qianzi's clothing, pleading, Qianzi, for the sake of our shared school experience, please let me off this time. I will return all the money I conned from Wu Huan. Sheng Qianzi shrugged off Yimeng's hand, her gaze icy as she replied, it's easy for you to say. If Wu Huan isn't caught, I wouldn't be able to clear my name even by jumping into the Yellow River. Yimeng, furious at Sheng Qianzi's determination to report her, retorted, isn't it just your pretentiousness? So many boys in school are infatuated with you. You must feel quite accomplished, right? Sheng Qianzi was taken aback by the ferocity of Yimeng's jealousy. You're just like your sister, nothing but a harlot, dangling those boys along to become Professor Yan's mistress. Fu Yilin could no longer tolerate Yimeng's words. He shielded Sheng Qianzi, pushing Yimeng away with force. Lack of education can be remedied, and being unattractive can be changed, but a wicked heart is beyond redemption. As Yimeng fell to the ground, her eyes reddened as she glared at Fu Yilin, shouting hoarsely, Fu Yilin, do you think protecting Sheng Qianzi will make her like you? She, like her sister, only wants to be Professor Yan's mistress. If you wish to win her heart, wait for the next life. Just as her words hung in the air, Sheng Qianzi interjected, Fu Yilin, I don't like Professor Yan, I like you. Earlier, Yimeng had me listen to an audio of you chatting with Qin Chu, where you said you disliked someone like me. That must have been Yimeng's doing, right? Fu Yilin was stunned by Sheng Qianzi's public declaration of her feelings for him, his mind momentarily blank. Regaining his composure, a blush spread from his rebellious face to his pristine ears. It was time for him to be brave too. Indeed, I never said I disliked your type. If I didn't like you, I wouldn't have been deceived by Wu Huan. Sheng Qianzi smiled, revealing two charming dimples at the corners of her lips, making her exceptionally beautiful. Witnessing their mutual declaration, Yimeng trembled with rage, her eyes reddened from the emotional blow. Once the police arrived, everyone was taken to the station, including Fu Yilin and Sheng Qianzi, who proceeded to give their statements. Afterward, they exited in succession, an awkward tension lingering between them following their earlier public confession. Fu Xingzhou, noticing the discomfort, gave Fu Yilin a hearty shove. What are you shy about, man? Go ask her for her contact information. Blushing, Fu Yilin quickly caught up with Sheng Qianzi. His usually fierce and untamed features were now flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head and stammered,
Can I add you on WeChat?
Sheng Qianzi, gazing at the handsome boy before her, bit her lip and replied, Who are you?
Sheng Qianqi. Could I possibly add you on WeChat?
As he dared to look at her, A smile crept onto her lips at the sight of the boy who could rarely meet her gaze. Fu Yilin, are you afraid to look at me? After a deep breath, he met her gaze. I'm not afraid at all. Their eyes locked for a fleeting moment, but his handsome face flushed once more. He wondered when he had become so easily flustered. Sheng Qianxi pulled out her phone and exchanged WeChat information with Fu Yilin, then returned a necklace she had thought was a gift from Yimeng. I believe this was from Yimeng. It's yours. Fu Yilin received the necklace. Now soiled from Yimeng's handling. I'll buy you a new one. No need. But you said you liked me. Should we not try dating? The moment those words escaped his lips, his heart raced alarmingly. Sheng Qianxi lowered her long, thick lashes, biting her lip.
Fu Yilin.
I can't agree to that. His heart sank as he furrowed his brow. Why not? Due to my sister's incident, I must confess. I came here to investigate the truth behind my sister's suicide. I refuse to believe she was a mistress.
Fu Yilin nodded doubtfully.
I don't believe your sister was a mistress either. Sheng Qianxi looked at him, surprised. You've never met my sister, yet you believe she wasn't he? He affirmed, because if you're so wonderful, your sister must be as well. Touched by his words, Sheng Qianxi recalled her sister, Sheng Qianshui, who was 6 years her senior. Although several years had passed since the tragedy, the rumors of her sister being a mistress still lingered throughout the campus. Sheng Qianxi knew that as long as Yan Li and his wife Lu Hanyan were seen as a model couple, it would be challenging to clear her sister's name. Despite 2 years of discreet investigation into Yan Li, she had yielded no results. If you have a photo of your sister, you could consult my sister-in-law. She's quite remarkable. Without her, I wouldn't have discovered that my online romance was with Wu Huan, Fu Yilin explained, recounting how he had uncovered Wu Huan's true identity. Your sister-in-law sounds amazing. Could I consult her? Fu Yilin replied, of course, but there's a fee. I'm willing to pay any amount. My sister-in-law charges modestly. Around 500 to 1,000. As Fu Yilin shared more about his sister-in-law's impressive abilities, Fu Xingzhou interjected, you should be the last to talk. Considering without our sister-in-law, you'd still be in a relationship with a toe picker. Fu Yilin's face turned crimson. Come on, let us not mock each other. Please give me some dignity in front of my goddess. And yet you laugh at your brother for having a ghost girlfriend? Alright, enough of that. Observing the camaraderie between Fu Yilin and his brother, Sheng Qianxi reminisced about her own sister. During their childhood, their parents were often busy with work, leaving her sister to care for her most of the time. She felt a closer bond with her sister than with their parents. Her sister had once promised that she would have her as a bridesmaid at her wedding. Yet, after that phone call, the next time she saw her sister, it was only her cold, lifeless body. It was hard to believe that her sister, who had seemed so joyful when mentioning her boyfriend, could ever be involved in such a scandal. Chapter 203, Love Diary, a heart-wrenching scheme. Fu Yilin escorted Sheng Qianxi to the villa. Upon seeing Fu Yilin bring his goddess, Mother Fu warmly welcomed them. She had heard from Shuang that the fifth son, that scoundrel, and Sheng Qianxi were secretly in love with each other, both reciprocating their affections. Among her 4 sons, only the eldest and the 5th were somewhat dependable. The 3rd son had an utterly wretched girlfriend, leaving him heartbroken and uncertain when he would find another. As for the 4th son, it was needless to say, Xiaotong would probably never forgive him in this lifetime. Hello, auntie. I came in a hurry and didn't bring a gift, Sheng Qianxi said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Mother Fu grasped Sheng Qianxi's hand, beaming with joy. No need for gifts. Your presence alone makes me very happy. Fu Yilin interjected. Mom, don't act as if you're meeting a daughter-in-law. Sheng Qianxi is here to consult with my sister-in-law about fortune-telling. Besides, she hasn't even agreed to be my girlfriend yet. Don't scare her off.
Mother Fu shot Fu Yilin a glare.
You little rascal, what do you know? A girl visiting for the first time deserves to leave with a good impression. Fu Yilin reassured Sheng Qianxi, don't feel pressured. My mom is just like this. She worries that us brothers want to find partners. The corners of Sheng Qianxi's lips curled into a smile. Mothers worry about their children. Just as the old saying goes, a mother worries as her child travels 1,000 miles. As long as you remain unmarried, her heart will never be at ease. Mother Fu nodded. Indeed, Qianxi is very thoughtful. A chill ran down Fu Yilin's spine. He took hold of Sheng Qianxi's arm and led her to the backyard to find Wen Shuang. Wen Shuang and Fu Sihong were strolling in the garden. After their walk, Wen Shuang sat on a swing while Fu Sihong stood behind her, gently pushing. Fu Yilin beheld the warm and beautiful scene in the garden, his eyes reflecting disbelief. In just a few short months, his elder brother had changed remarkably. Previously, he was a cold, emotionless work machine, but now, Fu Yilin saw a softness and warmth on his brother's face that had never been there before. Elder brother, sister-in-law, Fu Yilin called out. Wen Shuang and Fu Sihong turned to look at him. Sister-in-law, Sheng Qianzi wants to consult you about her sister. Wen Shuang, having anticipated Fu Yilin bringing Sheng Qianzi, nodded. All right, follow me to the tea room. Upon entering the tea room, Sheng Qianzi presented a photo of herself and her sister to Wen Shuang. After examining the photograph, Wen Shuang furrowed her brow slightly. Sheng Qianzi's heart tightened. Master, my sister is auntie the mistress they speak of, right? Wen Shuang shook her head, no. Sheng Qianzi exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, yet her heart ached even more for her sister's plight. Then why Wen Shuang stood up from her chair? I need to visit your school once more. Sheng Qianzi, Fu Yilin, and Fu Xingzhou followed Wen Shuang back to the school. There was a secluded grove on campus, and she led them to a particular tree. She activated her phone as flashlight, revealing two names carved into the trunk, Sheng Qianxue and Yan Li, third brother, fifth brother. Dig up the soil here, Wen Shuang instructed. Fu Xingzhou and Fu Yilin complied, using tools to unearth the ground. As the soil was turned over, a rusted box emerged. Sister-in-law, there's a box, Fu Yilin exclaimed, retrieving it and brushing off the dirt before presenting it to Wen Shuang. She glanced at Sheng Qianzi. This is for you. It's your sister's belongings. Fu Yilin promptly handed the box to Sheng Qianzi. Opening the lid, she discovered a yellow diary and a bottle filled with folded paper stars. With trembling fingers, she opened the diary. Date XX year, XX month, XX day. Today has been truly unfortunate. On my way to school, I encountered a group of delinquents who blocked my path with ill intentions. I felt an overwhelming fear, my heart nearly leaping from my throat. Just as despair enveloped me, he appeared, like a deity, descending from above. He stood tall, with a steadfast gaze, and swiftly chased the thugs away. He took off his coat and draped it over my shoulders. When our eyes met, it felt as if the world had come to a standstill, and all I could hear was the frantic beating of my heart. Date XX year, XX month, XX day. After he saved me, I regretted not asking for his name. However, I was fortunate today. I encountered him in the school cafeteria. It turns out we are in the same major, both immersed in research. I desperately wanted to ask for his contact information, but lacked the courage. How exhilarating. After evening study, he approached me and asked for my contact details. His smile is truly captivating. Date XX year, XX month, XX day. Ever since I met him, I seem to run into him in every corner of the school. Perhaps this is fate. As we grew closer, we attended classes together, walked into the library together, and passionately debated various academic issues, only to smile at each other upon resolving them. He would gently pat my head when no one was around, and would discreetly bring me pain relief during my menstrual discomfort. I think I've fallen for him, and I mustered the courage to write him a confession letter. I asked him to meet me in the grove. Date XX year, XX month, XX day. After dressing up for the occasion, I arrived at the grove. The wait was agonizing, filled with anxiety and torment. If he didn't show up, it would mean he rejected me, and I would have to keep my distance from him. After what felt like an eternity, just as I thought he wouldn't come, he appeared. He accepted my confession, but he feared it would affect his studies and asked me not to disclose our relationship, though it couldn't be public. I was still overjoyed. Yan Li would henceforth be my boyfriend. As Sheng Qianzi flipped through several more pages, she found the innocent, beautiful love of a girl, just discovering her feelings. The words were filled with excitement, sweetness, and dreams for the future, until the final pages, where the handwriting became erratic. Date XX year, XX month, XX day. Recently, I have been locked in the laboratory day and night, striving to conquer a lingering research dilemma. My efforts bore fruit, and I finally succeeded. I shared my joy with him immediately, but when he received the document, his expression was not the surprise and delight I had hoped for. Instead, his gaze turned complex. Just as I was about to inquire what was wrong, a furious female voice erupted behind him. A woman approached, claiming to be his girlfriend, accusing me of being a shameless mistress. I was utterly bewildered. Date XX year, XX month, XX day. His girlfriend posted my confession letter on the school bulletin board, publicly berating me as the seductress of her boyfriend. I felt an unprecedented humiliation. I urged him to clarify, yet he claimed I was the one unilaterally pursuing him, stating that he had never promised me anything. In that moment, I felt as if I had been struck by lightning. Date XX year, XX month, XX day. I fell ill, suffering from a high fever, and spent several days in the hospital. When I returned to school, he had taken my research findings and garnered the professor's favor, ensuring he could remain at the school after graduation. In that moment, I realized he had never liked me. He was merely interested in my talents, seeking to exploit my research achievements to secure his position. I reported the theft of my research achievements to the school, yet no one was willing to vindicate my innocence. I felt as though I were nailed to the pillar of shame. On the date of XX, regardless of where I went, various malicious rumors followed me like a shadow. I sensed my life plunging into an abyss of darkness. However, I refused to accept this fate. Why should I, who was deceived and had my scientific accomplishments stolen, become a pariah scorned by all? I arranged to meet him tonight at the laboratory building, determined to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. The diary entry abruptly ended here. Sheng Qianzi, tears streaming down her face, looked at Wen Shuang and implored, "Master, what truly transpired the night my sister met Yan Li that led to her tragic fall?" Chapter 204. Such explosive revelations, each playing their own game. Wen Shuang furrowed her brow slightly. "Your sister's fall was not a suicide." Sheng Qianzi was taken aback. But at that time, someone at the school witnessed her climbing out of the window of the laboratory building to jump. The police even showed us the surveillance footage. No one pushed her. Sheng Qianzi had always believed her sister succumbed to depression after being wronged and labeled as a mistress by Yan Li, leading her to take her own life. She had never considered the possibility of murder. When Shuang pursed her lips, she was hypnotized and given the command to jump. Sheng Qianzi trembled, regaining her composure after a moment. Was it that scoundrel Yan Li? When Shuang nodded. Indeed. The night Sheng Qianxiu arranged to meet Yan Li at the laboratory building, he failed to show up. Waiting in vain, she went to his apartment in search of him. Upon arrival, she coincidentally saw Yan Li emerge from the apartment, engaged in a phone conversation, his face displaying a tenderness she had never witnessed before. Suppressing her anger, she stealthily followed him. Yan Li arrived at a villa in the suburbs, where she saw a man open the door and pull him inside, none other than their research team's professor, Cui Yunqing. As Sheng Qianxiu questioned why Yan Li would visit Professor Cui in the suburbs, she then witnessed the two of them sharing a passionate kiss. She was utterly shocked. She had never imagined that Yan Li was involved with Professor Cui. It dawned on her that Yan Li, in addition to wanting to steal her research, had used her as a cover for his affair with the professor. She took out her phone, intending to record a video, but was soon discovered by Yan Li and Professor Cui. To control Sheng Qianxiu, Yan Li had secretly installed a listening device and tracker on her phone. When she sensed something was amiss and attempted to escape, she was captured by Yan Li and Professor Cui. Faced with the revelation of their illicit relationship, Yan Li suggested that Sheng Qianxiu should vanish from this world. Professor Cui, skilled in hypnosis, then instructed her to leap to her death. Fu Yilin and Fu Xingzhou, having heard Wen Shuang's revelations, were left astounded. Particularly Fu Yilin, who, upon attending Stellar University, had always held a favorable impression of Yan Li. Yan Li was not only a pillar of the school's research department, but also served as the vice president. He was accomplished, handsome, and maintained a pristine private life, never having been linked to any scandal apart from Sheng Qianxiu's incident. He and his wife, Lu Hanyan, were widely regarded as a model couple. Fu Yilin could hardly believe that he was not only a homosexual, but also a cold-hearted murderer.
Sister-in-law.
How can we exonerate Qianzi's sister and ensure that those who wronged her are punished? Do you have a photo of Yan Li's wife?
Sheng Qianzi nodded. Ido.
Lu Hanyan is the president of a research company and is interviewed by financial magazines every year. When Shuang glanced at Lu Hanyan's photo, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. It seems this couple is playing their own games. They maintain the facade of a model marriage in public, while privately, they are clearly indifferent to each other. Wait. Their little lover is actually the same person? Fu Xingzhou and Fu Yilin were both taken aback. Isn't it that Professor Cui? It seems unlikely. Professor Cui is now the governor's secretary, holding a high position of power. It's improbable that he would still be willing to serve as their lover. Fu Xingzhou was secretly alarmed. This scandal was growing larger than anticipated. It was likely that Yan Li's current position as vice president at Stellar University was also influenced by Professor Cui. The thought of revealing these connections was thrillingly dramatic. However, what Fu Xingzhou and Fu Yilin were most curious about was the identity of the lover who could capture the affections of both Yan Li and Lu Hanyan. Brother Lin. I have some bad news. Do you want to hear it? Qin Shu panted as he rushed over. Fu Yilin looked at Qin Shu. What bad news? In a few days, for the school anniversary, your piano solo has been replaced by Bai Yushu, who always competes with you. Bai Yushu and Fu Yilin were both piano prodigies and regarded as the school's twin heartthrobs. However, Bai Yushu was slightly inferior to Fu Yilin in piano expertise. Fu Yilin was particularly invested in the piano solo for the upcoming anniversary, as the renowned pianist Lola would be selecting her apprentice. Lola had gained fame at a young age, winning numerous international piano competition gold medals. Fu Yilin's idol was Lola, and he dreamt of becoming her disciple. Bai Yushu surely wanted to be Lola's disciple as well. He had deliberately orchestrated this change at a critical moment. Qin Shu, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, I just don't understand why the school leaders always favor Bai Yushu. When the school's piano department selected its chief pianist, they also let you lose to Bai Yushu, even though you play better than he does.
Fuchsing zu Frauen dat die Fu Yilin.
What's going on? You've never mentioned being bullied at school.
Fu Yilin shrugged.
I didn't think much of it before, but I never expected him to steal my spotlight at such a crucial time. Bai Yushu? Isn't he the little lover that Yan Li and Lu Hanyan are jointly keeping? Fu Xingzhou and Fu Yilin were once again astonished. No wonder Bai Yushu could always seize the opportunities meant for Fu Yilin. He had a powerful backing. Bai Yushu's constant competition with Fu Yilin stems from the fact that Yan Li initially had his eye on Fu Yilin. However, after investigating Fu Yilin and discovering his powerful family background, he settled for Bai Yushu instead. Fu Yilin's eyes nearly bulged out. Yan Li was interested in him? I'm a straight man, for heaven's sake. Sister-in-law, please stop. I might throw up my dinner. As for Qianzi's sister, I will find a way to expose the truth during the school anniversary. Wen Shuang looked at Sheng Qianzi, whose eyes were red at that time. I will restore justice for your sister. Fu Yilin leaned closer to Wen Shuang, intrigued. Sister-in-law, how do you plan to expose it? Wen Shuang smiled faintly. Let the dogs bite each other. Fu Yilin did not inquire further. He trusted that his sister-in-law was capable of ensuring that the wicked would be punished. Third brother, I finally understand why you and Mom just want to follow sister-in-law to enjoy the gossip. I am itching with anticipation, eagerly waiting for the school anniversary. Fu Xingzhou raised an eyebrow, right? I'm currently indulging in gossip so much that I no longer want to pursue a career in the entertainment industry, especially since Big Brother is making a living for the family. Fu Yilin nodded, affirming that should the sky fall, his elder brother would bear the weight. When Shuang glanced at the two brothers, inquiring, what are you discussing? Fu Xingzhou hastily shook his head, nothing. Fu Yilin addressed his sister-in-law. I shall escort Qianzi back to her dormitory now. After delivering Sheng Qianzi to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, he gently reassured her, in a few days, the truth regarding your sister will be revealed. Please have faith in my sister-in-law. Sheng Qianzi nodded. Of course I believe in my sister-in-law. She is remarkable and can help me locate the diary my sister buried beneath the tree. Thank you both. Fu Yilin waved his hand dismissively. No need for gratitude. You should return to your dorm and rest. I shall take my leave. As Fu Yilin took a few steps forward, Sheng Qianzi called out to him. He turned to face her, and she offered him a bright smile. Fu Yilin, in my heart, your piano playing is far more melodious than Bai Yushu's. Chapter 205, Missing for 2 years, Longing for Her. The first time Sheng Qianzi heard Fu Yilin play the piano was in the 4th year following her sister's passing. That day marked the anniversary of her sister's death, and she had gone to the laboratory where her sister had fallen. She lingered there for quite some time, enveloped in a profound melancholy. On her way back to the dormitory, she passed by a piano room and was suddenly captivated by the enchanting strains of music emanating within. She could not help but pause, peering through the window. Inside, a young man clad in a white shirt sat gracefully at the piano, his long, elegant fingers dancing lightly across the black and white keys. Sunlight bathed him in a golden glow, his profile sculpted to perfection. The notes he played seemed imbued with a magical ability to heal one's inner wounds. In that moment, it felt as though something had gently bumped against her heart. Her next encounter with him occurred during a hiking trip with her roommate. On a winding road, she came across him racing against another on a motorcycle. Dressed in all black, he sped past her on a dazzling bike, far ahead of his competitor. After winning the race, he casually planted one leg on the ground, removing his helmet with an air of nonchalance, and smirked at the defeated rival. His rebellious demeanor starkly contrasted with the quiet introspection he exhibited while playing the piano. He radiated a vibrant, youthful energy, both exuberant and dazzling. Her heart raced uncontrollably once more. Subsequently, she found herself unconsciously seeking his presence around campus. Until one fateful day, Yi Meng mentioned overhearing a conversation between Fu Yilin and Qin Chu. In the audio, Fu Yilin declared that he did not find her type appealing at all. In that instant, the world seemed to tilt. Sorrow and disappointment engulfed her. Later, when he approached her in the cafeteria, she coldly ignored him. If given the chance, I would play for you alone, Fu Yilin remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Sheng Qianci returned a smile. That sounds wonderful. I eagerly await it. Fu Xingzhou and Wen Shuang stood a short distance away, witnessing this exchange. Fu Xingzhou rubbed the goosebumps that had arisen on his arms. I, a single dog, am struck by this. To his surprise, the youngest, who had been through the most, was experiencing the sweetest romance. Sister-in-law, do you think the fifth will end up with Sheng Qianci? Wen Shuang nodded with an ant-like smile. Indeed. Originally, the fifth was destined for misfortune, deceived in love by a hapless fellow, and faced a grim end. Yet now, his fate has turned, promising a blissful romantic life with Qianci.
Sister-in-law.
I too wish to seek your fortune-telling skills, Qin Chu remarked. Fu Yilin approached, lifting his leg to playfully kick Qin Chu. That is my sister-in-law, not yours.
Besides,
my sister-in-law has already exhausted herself divining for Qianci and me today. If you wish to know your fortune, come back tomorrow. Qin Chu looked at Wen Shuang with a pitiful expression. Sister-in-law, I truly wish to find my sister. She has not been in contact with me or our family for 2 years. Fu Yilin furrowed his brows. Why have you never mentioned that you have a sister? Qin Chu's family owns a restaurant, and when Fu Yilin returned to the country, he had dined there and met Qin Chu's parents, believing him to be their only child. With a sigh, Qin Chu's eyes reflected a mix of regret and guilt. It's all my fault. If it weren't for the argument I had with my sister 2 years ago, she would not have run away from home. Qin Chu's sister, Qin Yao, is 2 years younger than him. His parents exhibited a preference for sons, and as a result, Qin Yao was not particularly cherished. Qin Chu disapproved of their behavior and cared deeply for his sister, willing to share anything his parents bought for him if she desired it. The bond between the siblings had always been strong. Until Qin Chu's senior year in high school, during a break, he discovered his once obedient sister, Qin Yao, had dyed her long black hair in a myriad of colors, wore heavy makeup, and donned a midriff-bearing top and a miniskirt. She stood on the roadside with the boy sporting bleached hair, one arm around her waist while the other caressed her face. Seeing this, Qin Chu was engulfed by a surge of fury. He approached and landed a punch on the boy's face. The boy, realizing what was happening, retaliated, leading to a scuffle. Qin Yao, tearful, pulled Qin Chu away, angrily admonishing him not to harm her boyfriend. Due to the heavy academic load of his senior year, he could only return home every 2 months. He never anticipated that in such a short span, his sister would undergo such a transformation. He forcefully dragged her back home. Their parents, noticing his injuries, expressed concern, and fearing they would blame Qin Yao, he concocted a lie, claiming he had fallen while traveling. He took Qin Yao into his room, demanding to know why she was dating at such a young age, and if she had to, why choose someone who seemed so unreliable. Chewing gum nonchalantly, Qin Yao replied that she liked the boy, did not enjoy school, and urged him not to meddle in her affairs. At that moment, he felt a surge of wrath, nearly striking her. Although her grades were not exceptional, they were above average, and he had always taken the time to tutor her and share his notes. She had once expressed a desire to study abroad with him. If she continued her relationship with the boy, she would not even qualify for a basic college education. He suppressed his anger and attempted to reason with her, believing she would heed his words. However, when he returned home for the next break, their parents informed him that she had moved in with the boy. They tried to convince her to return, but she refused and even threatened to take her own life. Fearing for her safety, he was left with no choice but to let her continue her reckless path. Qin Chu found Qin Yao living with the boy and confronted her about what she found appealing about him. She explained that their parents were often busy and seldom cooked for her, while the boy was willing to cook for her. He provided her with the warmth of a home. Later, he followed the boy and discovered that he was not cooking at all but merely taking leftover food from the mall to give to her. He recorded the boy's actions on video, believing that after watching it, she would end the relationship. But instead, she cried and pleaded with him not to interfere, asserting that her youth was her own to govern. Infuriated, he declared that if she insisted on being with the boy, he would sever their sibling ties. She retorted that she would gladly do so, stating that the boy was more important to her than he was. Enraged, He returned to school and did not return home until after the college entrance examination. After the gaokao, the anger within him dissipated significantly. When he wished to seek out Qin Yao once more, he found himself unable to locate her as she had vanished along with Huang Mao. Later, when he inquired of his parents, they informed him that she had disregarded their advice and eloped with Huang Mao. If my sister finds happiness with Huang Mao, I would not intrude upon her life. I merely wish to know how she is faring now. She staked her youth and life on that Huang Mao. Was it truly worth it? Wen Shuang accepted the photograph handed to her by Qin Chu and, after a moment of contemplation, her brows furrowed in concern. Your sister. Chapter 206. Utter disappointment, severing ties. Wen Shuang, her expression laden with complexity and gravity, gazed at Qin Chu. You may wish to ask your parents. They are aware of your sister's whereabouts. Qin Chu furrowed his brows. My parents know? He had previously asked them, and they stated that his sister had eloped with Huang Mao, having searched for her in vain. If they knew, why would they not tell him? Sister-in-law, have you deduced something? Qin Chu implored, his eyes beseeching Wen Shuang. If you have, could you kindly share it with me? Remembering that he had not yet paid her the divination fee, Qin Chu hastily transferred the funds to Wen Shuang. She pressed her lips together. You must brace yourself. The gravity of Qin Chu's countenance deepened as he nodded. All right. Wen Shuang sighed. Your sister is no longer among the living. Upon hearing this, Qin Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. His complexion drained of color, rendering him pallid. His body trembled violently, legs buckling beneath him, nearly rendering him unable to stand. Fu Yilin and Fu Xingzhou quickly came to his aid, supporting him on either side. Wen Shuang gestured towards a bench by the roadside. Let's help him sit down. After a prolonged silence, Qin Chu finally retrieved his voice from the depths of his anguished throat. Was it the doing of that Huang Mao? He had eloped with his sister, yet failed to cherish her, ultimately leading to her demise. Why did that foolish girl, Qin Yao, not focus on her studies and insist on being with Huang Mao? She was so young. Her beautiful life had only just begun. Qin Chu's heart ached with a pain that rendered him breathless. Wen Shuang fixated on the photograph of Qin Chu's sister, opening her third eye to glimpse fragments of her life. It was in a hospital where Qin Yao, clad in a blue and white uniform, appeared frail and delicate, her pallid countenance emerging alongside her parents. The trio returned home, their expressions heavy with sorrow. Qin's mother grasped Qin Yao's hand, pleading, Yao Yao, please do not inform your brother. He is about to take the gaokao, the most pivotal turning point in his life. Qin Yao bit her lip, tears cascading down her cheeks. But, Mom, the doctor said I am in the late stages of a brain tumor and do not have much time left. If I do not tell my brother, will he not resent me in the future? Qin's mother furrowed her brow. If you tell him, your condition cannot be cured. You are acutely aware of how much money has been spent on your treatment. Your father and I have done everything we can, but a terminal illness cannot be remedied. For your brother, the gaokao is of utmost importance. If you disclose your illness, it will only distract him and cause him sorrow. You do not wish to ruin his future, do you? Her mother's words bore down on Qin Yao's heart like a heavy weight. Her brother had always been kind to her, prioritizing her happiness above all else. Whenever she was bullied by other children, he would be the first to come to her defense. Her brother was the most significant person in her life. She could not bear to see him suffer, to distract him, or to ruin his future. Days passed, and her symptoms became increasingly pronounced: nosebleeds, hair loss, intermittent blindness. Observing her deteriorating condition, her mother became increasingly grave. Yao Yao, if you remain at home, your brother will certainly notice something amiss when he returns from break. You need to devise a plan to move out without arousing his suspicions. Qin's father interjected, simply moving out will not suffice. Given Qin Chu's nature, he will undoubtedly search for Yao Yao. Qin's mother nodded thoughtfully. Yao Yao, you must devise a strategy to divert your brother's attention away from you. Qin Yao's lips quivered. Mom, what do you want me to do? It is not about what we want you to do, but rather what you must sacrifice for your brother's future. Do not be selfish. Do not allow your brother to suffer alongside you due to your illness. Returning to her room, she retrieved the study notes her brother had meticulously organized for her. Tears streamed down her face. Brother, I am sorry. Yao Yao cannot fulfill her promise to study abroad with you. That night, Qin Yao scarcely slept. Then, she conceived a plan that would keep her brother unaware of her condition and prevent him from worrying. She sought out a local delinquent, Huang Mao, to enact her ruse. On the day of her brother's holiday, She instructed Huang Mao to deliberately wrap his arms around her waist and caress her face. As anticipated, her brother was engulfed in fury upon witnessing this, rushing forward with the intent to confront Huang Mao. She attempted to restrain him, but in that instant, the world around her began to spin, her vision blurring. In a frantic scramble, she stumbled and landed atop the fallen Huang Mao to prevent her brother from seeing anything amiss, pleading with him to cease his assault. Her brother, infuriated, dragged her back home. It was the first time she had witnessed his anger directed at her. He must be so disappointed in her. Yet, she had no choice. If her brother learned of her limited time, it would only deepen his anguish. When she next encountered her brother, she had, on her parents' counsel, moved out to cohabit with Huang Mao. She had intentionally allowed Huang Mao to take leftover food from the market, ensuring her brother would see it. She wanted her brother to believe she was utterly infatuated, leading him to feel complete disillusionment. As expected, her brother declared that if she did not sever ties with Huang Mao, he would disown her as his sister. She witnessed the disappointment and sorrow in her brother's eyes. She opened her mouth several times, longing to divulge the truth and her grievances, but, recalling her brother's impending gaokao, she swallowed her words. Enduring the dual agony of body and spirit, she defiantly raised her chin and feigned rebellion, declaring, "If you want to sever ties, then so be it." Her brother stormed out in anger. She collapsed onto the ground, tears mingling with the blood from her nose. Clutching her frail body, she murmured, "Brother, I am sorry. Please forgive Yao Yao." From that moment on, her brother never sought her out again. Originally, she was not expected to survive until her brother's gaokao. Cancer cells voraciously consumed her life. The excruciating pain, relentless nosebleeds, and worsening vision all signified her imminent departure from this world. Yet, a fervent desire burned within her. She wished to witness her brother enter the examination room. With an indomitable spirit and willpower, she endured until the day of her brother's gaokao. She had Huang Mao purchase a qipao for her, its vibrant hues starkly contrasted with her pallid, emaciated visage. Despite her unappealing appearance in the garment, she yearned to wear it, wishing for her brother to succeed. She took a taxi to the examination venue where her brother was to sit for his exams. Chapter 207. From that day forth, he would never see her again. She alighted from the taxi, initially intending to blend into the throng of eager parents, merely wishing to catch a distant glimpse of her brother entering the examination hall. Yet, her parents soon discovered her presence. They pulled her aside into a secluded corner. Her mother's gaze filled with reproach. "Yao Yao, why are you so disobedient? Sneaking off to see your brother. Do you wish for him to notice? Are you intent on rendering all his previous efforts futile? If he were to see you in this state, how could he possibly focus on his exam?" Her father glared at her with a stern expression. "You are being exceedingly selfish. Your mother suffered severe blood loss during your birth, leaving her unable to bear any more children. Your mother, and I can only rely on your brother from now on. Are you planning to ruin his life?" She looked at her parents in disbelief. In that moment, she finally comprehended why they had always favored her brother over her. It was because her birth had caused lasting harm to her mother's womb. She wiped away the tears streaming down her face and, with a mix of frailty and determination, declared, "Mom, Dad, I can wear a hat and a mask so that my brother won't notice my presence. I am, after all, the one who wishes for him to excel and have a bright future the most. I would never dream of impacting his efforts." Her parents remained unconvinced. Her father, with a cold demeanor, insisted, "Yao Yao, be sensible. This is your brother's crucial moment. Do not disrupt him. Leave at once." Her mother pushed her towards the taxi. Reboarding the taxi, Qin Yao instructed the driver to stop across the street. Through the window, she gazed at the candidates descending from the bus. Although they all donned school uniforms, she instantly recognized her tall, slender brother. She leaned against the window, tears welling in her eyes, softly speaking to the tall figure, "Brother, you must do your best. Fly high with the dreams that Yao Yao cannot fulfill. If she were to die, she would become a star in the sky." Watching over him, as the taxi slowly departed from the examination site, she returned to her rented room. Lying in bed, the excruciating pain of her late-stage brain tumor surged over her like a tide. Her world began to spin. She wished to call her parents, but she knew they were undoubtedly waiting for her brother's results. This was his most critical moment. She could not disturb them. She felt immense discomfort and longed for her medication, which lay on the bedside table. Once within reach, the thought of moving her body became agonizing. Her fingers finally grazed the medicine, but she accidentally knocked it over. She collapsed by the bedside, utterly devoid of strength to retrieve the fallen pills. Racked with pain, she curled into a tight ball, her body trembling uncontrollably. A myriad of memories flashed through her mind, her brother as a child, allowing her to ride on his back. Their adventures in the countryside, him climbing trees to retrieve kites for her, him tending to her wounds after a fall, his eyes brimming with concern, and him tutoring her after a poor exam performance. Being her brother's sister had been a source of immense happiness. She was reluctant to part with him. Yet she knew she could no longer remain his sister. The intense pain pierced through her skull, her vision began to blur, and her breaths grew increasingly faint. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated her pallid face, but could no longer warm her gradually cooling body. After Qin Chu completed his examinations, his parents hurried to the rented room. Upon entering, they found that Qin Yao had been dead for 2 days, her body already beginning to emit a faint odor. Fearing that Qin Chu would be unable to bear the blow, they refrained from informing him of her passing and instead took her body back to their hometown for burial. Qin Chu inquired about his sister several times, and they consistently claimed that she had run off with a boy and they had no idea where she had gone. Although he felt disappointed by her actions, he still thought of her often in the following years, wondering whether the boy treated her well. If not, he would surely bring her back home and give that boy a stern reprimand. As the vision in the celestial realm concluded, Wen Shuang furrowed her brow, her expression grave as she turned to Qin Chu. Your sister was diagnosed with late-stage brain cancer on the eve of your examinations. She relayed everything she had witnessed in the celestial realm to him. His parents had concealed the truth of Qin Yao's death, and as her most cherished brother, he had the right to know. Upon learning of his sister's terminal illness, the pretense with the boy, and his parents' heartless demands, Qin Chu let out a pained, furious roar. His blood felt as though it had frozen solid. His sister had endured such tremendous suffering and injustice in life. Silly girl. Why didn't you tell him the truth? Was the examination truly more important than her? Tears of sorrow and anger streamed uncontrollably down Qin Chu's face. Upon hearing of Qin Chu's sister's plight, also felt their eyes moisten. Qin Chu covered his face with his hands, and after a long while, he gradually emerged from his immense grief. I must return home. He pulled out his phone, his fingers trembling as he booked a flight. Due to the late hour, there were no direct flights available, and he had to transfer through several routes, spending over 20 hours to finally return home. He had not closed his eyes throughout the journey, feeling numb as he struggled to accept the dreadful news of his sister's passing. Upon arriving home at 5 in the morning, his parents had yet to awaken. Qin Chu pushed open their bedroom door. The sudden appearance of Qin Chu startled his parents. Chu heir, what brings you back so unexpectedly? His eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled, and stubble adorned his chin. Clenching his fists tightly, he spoke in a strained, hoarse voice, "Where is Yao Yao?" His parents exchanged alarmed glances, a flicker of panic and guilt flashing in their eyes. His mother spoke first. Your sister was disobedient and ran off with that boy, you know this, don't you? I've told you before to focus on your studies abroad and not to worry about her. Seeing his parents still lying to him, he was consumed by rage. She is dead. Where did you bury her? Take me to her. I must see her. Qin Chu's emotions were on the brink of collapse. His parents, taken aback, took some time to process his words. Where did you hear that? Take me to her now. Seeing Qin Chu on the verge of losing control, they realized they could no longer hide the truth and reluctantly led him to the burial site. The car stopped on a winding rural path, and as Qin Chu stepped out, he spotted a solitary grave on the desolate grassland, devoid of a tombstone and overgrown with weeds, appearing particularly forlorn under the sunlight. He never imagined that the next time he would see his sister, it would be at a lonely grave. From that moment on, he would no longer have a sister. Chapter 208. Severing Ties. Never Forgiving. Qin Chu gazed at the weeds atop the grave, crouching down to pull them out one by one. With each tug, it felt as though something was tearing at his heart. Memories of the time spent with his sister flooded his mind. In elementary school, the little girl would bounce into his classroom, proudly presenting him with cookies, saying, "Brother, I brought you these." The teacher praised my homework and rewarded me with these cookies. During the summer vacation, he and she returned to their rural hometown. She yearned for a swim, adorned in a charming pink swimsuit and a colorful inflatable ring. He took her hand and leapt into the pond, where she playfully splashed water upon him, her small face glowing red from the sun, brimming with exhilaration. "Brother, this is so much fun. You must bring me here every year." Though her academic performance was not particularly stellar, she aspired to attend the same high school as him. In response, he devoted time to tutoring her. She felt a pang of guilt and frustration, pondering why, despite sharing the same parents, her brother excelled so effortlessly while she struggled. He affectionately ruffled her hair, assuring her, "You're not foolish at all. See, it only took me one explanation for you to grasp the concept." Instantly, her face lit up with joy. "I will study hard and strive to be as outstanding as you, so that mom and dad will love me too." She was innocent, kind-hearted, and optimistic, so why was she afflicted with a terminal illness? How cruel fate was. He would gladly trade places with her. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face, falling onto the weeds and creating small, damp patches. Unknowingly, his hand was grazed by a blade of grass, drawing blood. Yet he remained oblivious, continuing to pull at the weeds. When their parents noticed Qin Shu's injury, they hurried over. Qin father grasped Qin Shu's arm, exclaiming, "Stop pulling. You're hurt." Qin Shu forcefully shook off his father's hand, turning around with red-rimmed eyes, glaring at both parents, his voice hoarse with rage. "Don't touch me. My sister has been dead for 2 years, and you never told me, leaving her to lie here all alone. How heartless you both are." Qin mother's eyes brimmed with tears as she spoke, her voice quivering. "Chuer, your father and I did it for your own good." "For my good?" Qin Shu's smile was bleak, resonating with sorrow. "You made my ailing sister live with that scoundrel, leaving her utterly alone until she perished. Then deceitfully claimed she eloped with him, ruining her reputation. This is your idea of doing good for me?" Qin mother frowned deeply. "You were on the brink of your college entrance exams. If we hadn't done that, how would you have focused on your studies?" Qin Shu laughed even louder, tears cascading down his cheeks. "Is the college entrance exam so paramount to you? Even if I fail and have to repeat a year in a private school, does it compare to my sister's life? At her tender age, she endured both the agony of illness and the indifference of her parents. Did you ever consider her feelings? What wrong did she commit? Even at the end of her life, she longed to see her brother at the exam venue, yet you stripped her of that right, leaving her to die alone in a rented room. How can you justify making such a cruel decision under the guise of doing good for me? I didn't even get to see her one last time. When she passed, I was filled with misunderstanding and resentment toward her. Are you truly worthy of being her parents?" Master Wen Shuang recounted how, on the day of the entrance exam, his sister, frail and weak, donned a festive qipao in hopes of cheering him on. He could scarcely imagine the depth of her sorrow and helplessness as their parents dissuaded her from attending. When she departed from this world, she was alone in that rented room, yearning for medicine that was just within reach, yet unattainable. How excruciating and despairing that must have been for her. In comparison, what was a delayed entrance exam? Your selfishness and misguided intentions ruined everything. I will never forgive you in this lifetime. Qin Shu's furious outburst struck Qin father and Qin mother like a bolt from the blue. Qin mother's eyes widened in shock and sorrow, her lips trembling uncontrollably. "Qin Shu, everything your father and I have done was for your benefit. And yet you blame us? How could we have raised such an ungrateful child?" Qin father echoed her anger. "We toiled to raise you, only to be met with this treatment in return?" Qin Shu's smile was desolate. "Even now, you fail to recognize your own mistakes. I am your child. Is my sister not? Do you not feel an ounce of guilt for her?" At this juncture, Qin Shu's eyes glistened with a fresh wave of tears. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. "From now on, I will earn my own tuition. I do not wish to see you again. I will sever all ties with you. When you grow old, I will fulfill my legal obligation to provide you with support, but as for familial affection, that vanished the moment you treated my sister in such a heartless manner. I will never forgive you." Qin father and Qin mother were left astounded.
Qin Chu,
Refusing to see them any longer, urged them to leave in a frenzy. He tended to the wild grass on his sister's grave, clearing it away before carving a tombstone for her. He brought her favorite snacks and fruits, tears streaming down his face, repeatedly whispering apologies. "In the next life, sister, may you never be reborn into such a family." Far away, Fu Yilin was deeply concerned about Qin Chu. Hearing about his sister's plight was unbearable for him as an outsider, let alone for Qin Chu, her brother. "Sister-in-law, how is Qin Chu faring? Can you sense anything?" Wen Shuang furrowed her brows. Hasn't he slept for several days at his sister's grave? "You must video call him immediately. If he continues like this, he might collapse." Fu Yilin promptly dialed Qin Chu's number, but it was turned off due to a lack of charge from days of disuse. "Find a friend to check on him," Wen Shuang suggested. Fu Yilin quickly contacted a friend in Yi City, who followed Wen Shuang's instructions to visit Qin Chu's sister's grave. In just a few days, Qin Chu appeared haggard and disheveled. Qin Chu, you need to go home, take a shower, and get some sleep. I will ensure you see your sister in your dreams, Wen Shuang advised. In a daze, overwhelmed by pain, Qin Chu slowly lifted his gaze towards the video camera. After a long pause, he hoarsely asked, Sister-in-law, will I be able to see my sister again? Wen Shuang nodded. Your sister has not yet reincarnated after her death. Upon hearing her words, a glimmer of hope flickered in Qin Chu's dim, desolate eyes. All right, I'm heading back to the hotel now. Upon arriving, Qin Chu took a shower, shaved, and lay down on the bed to sleep. In his dreams, he found himself in an ancient and eerie classroom. In Chapter 209, the good show is about to begin, as dogs bite dogs. Within the classroom, several young girls sat upright. Qin Chu's gaze fell upon one girl in particular. Clad in a blue and white uniform, her long, dark hair was tied back in a high ponytail, her profile graceful, exuding an aura of quiet elegance. It was his sister. Qin Chu's heart raced violently. As if sensing his gaze, the girl suddenly turned her head towards the window. Their eyes met unexpectedly, and in that instant, time seemed to freeze. Qin Yao abruptly stood from her seat, excusing herself from the teacher at the front, and hurried out of the classroom. Brother! Qin Yao leapt into Qin Chu's embrace. Stiff, he trembled as he hugged her back, his voice thick with emotion. Sister, I miss you so much. Qin Yao looked up, her gaze filled with concern as she regarded her thin and weary brother, gripping the hem of his shirt tightly. Brother, how could you come here?
You're not?
Understanding her unspoken fear, Qin Chu gently stroked her head, his voice choked with emotion. I'm fine. A master allowed me to meet you in this dream. Yao, I'm so sorry. You were sick and I was completely unaware. Qin Yao shook her head vigorously. Brother, I've never blamed you. I was never meant to live long. My only wish is for you to be well. This is my final desire. Qin Chu gazed at the sensible and caring Qin Yao, his heart heavy with sorrow. Qin Yao wished to spare Qin Chu from guilt and self-reproach. Just as she had done in the past, she raised her hand and gently patted Qin Chu's shoulder. Little Qin, do not be disheartened. It is already a stroke of fortune and happiness for me to have walked this earth as your sister. Before Qin Chu could respond, she continued, I did not choose to reincarnate because the King of Hell told me that by acquiring knowledge and doing good deeds here, I could earn merits and visit the mortal realm again. At that time, I will witness you marry and have a wife. Tears streamed down Qin Chu's face, once more, as he tightly embraced Qin Yao. Silly girl, if there is a good family, you should reincarnate. Qin Yao shook her head. I have promised to see you marry. Brother, do not grieve for me any longer, and do not blame yourself. You must live well, carrying my hopes and expectations, to behold the beauty of this world and savor the joys of life. Qin Chu nodded, his eyes glistening with tears.
All right.
After class, Qin Yao led Qin Chu into the classroom, and the siblings conversed for what felt like an eternity. On the day of the school celebration, Qin Chu returned. His spirits had evidently improved significantly. He had vowed to his sister that he would carry her hopes and live well. He could not disappoint her. Qin Chu prepared a substantial red envelope for Wen Shuang, but she declined it. You've already given me a gift. I cannot accept this red envelope.
Besides,
you will need to rely on your own abilities to earn tuition in the future, and you'll have many other expenses. Big sister, when I earn money in the future, I will definitely prepare an even larger red envelope for you. Wen Shuang smiled gently. Very well, I shall await it. Seeing Qin Chu regain his vitality, Fu Yilin's heart also felt much lighter. Brother Lin, Bai Yushu not only stole your spotlight, but he also spoke privately with Master Luo La. Could it be that Master Luo intends to select him as her disciple?
Kim Chu Wen deeply.
Fu Yilin pressed his lips together. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Yushu approached. Fu Yilin, your idol, Master Luo La, has given me a signed copy of her new piano album and invited me to her studio this weekend. Do you think she intends to take me as her disciple?
Fu Yilin scoffed.
Are you feeling rather pleased with yourself? Bai Yushu raised an eyebrow. You've lost to me twice in a row. What is there to be so arrogant about? If you could humble yourself a bit, perhaps I could speak favorably on your behalf to Master Luo, to help you secure a small position in the piano world after graduation. Fu Yilin smirked and lightly tapped Bai Yushu's arm. Silently, he slipped a charm given to him by his sister onto Bai Yushu's person. The charm shimmered momentarily before vanishing. Then I shall wait for your support. Bai Yushu observed Fu Yilin's enigmatic expression, a flicker of suspicion crossing his mind. When had Fu Yilin become so accommodating? In the past, any sarcastic remarks directed at him would have been met with sharp retorts. Why had he changed today? Could it be that Master Luo intended to take him as her disciple, leaving Fu Yilin with an indelible blow? Bai Yushu chose not to engage further with Fu Yilin, instead casting his gaze towards the couple, Yan Li and Lu Hanyan, who were being praised by many. They presented themselves as a model couple in front of others. The couple had once supported him, and before he became their shared lover, he had felt gratitude towards them. Later, Professor Yan Li took an interest in him, and he too developed feelings for her, leading to a natural union. However, just when he believed that Professor Yan Li was sincere towards him, she unexpectedly suggested that he seduce Lu Hanyan and discreetly capture intimate moments to leverage against Lu Hanyan. Perhaps, in Professor Yan Li's eyes, he was merely a pawn to be utilized. Yet what could he do? He was too enamored with Professor Yan Li. He was willing to comply with her every request. Bai Yushu did not wish to witness Yan Li and Lu Hanyan feigning affection in public, so he left the banquet hall, intending to return to his dormitory. However, after taking only a few steps, he suddenly felt a wave of heat wash over him, an unusual sensation rising within. It was hot, so very hot. He tugged at his collar, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. "Classmate, are you feeling unwell? Let me assist you to a resting area," a server approached Bai Yushu, supporting his arm. He nodded and followed the server into a lounge. When the server exited, she did not close the door completely, handing the room card to Fu Yilin, who was standing in the corner. Fu Yilin quietly inquired of Wen Shuang beside him, "Sister, will Bai Yushu contact Yan Li later? Will Yan Li come looking for him?"
Yes.
Bai Yushu went to the restroom to splash cold water on his face, yet he still felt unusually restless. The image of Yan Li filled his mind, and he yearned for her intensely. He took out his phone and messaged Yan Li. When she did not respond, he removed his shirt and sent a photo of his bare upper body. Yan Li's phone buzzed several times. He stepped into an empty corner and glanced at his phone. Upon seeing the message, his brows furrowed slightly. Just as he was about to respond to Bai Yushu, advising him to behave in such a setting, he noticed another message from Bai Yushu. "If you do not come, I will seek out your wife. It seems I have been drugged. I need someone to assist me." Yan Li put away his phone and told Lu Hanyan that he had an urgent matter before hastily leaving the banquet hall. When Shuang observed the scene, a subtle smile gracing her lips. A good show is about to unfold. It seems a dog-eat-dog situation is imminent. Chapter 210. Infuriated, Secrets Revealed. Upon entering the lounge, Yan Li's pupils constricted slightly at the sight before him. Bai Yushu was reclining on the sofa, his upper body bare, his belt undone, the taut muscles of his abdomen rising and falling with his rapid breaths. His handsome face was flushed, damp strands of hair clinging to his forehead, exuding a disheveled yet alluring sensuality. Seeing Yan Li approach, he moved closer. "Professor." Yan Li's brow furrowed deeply as he stepped back, creating distance between them. "Do not play these games. I've told you before, this is a critical moment. The Lu Corporation's shareholders meeting is about to convene. I plan to expose your intimate pictures with Lu Hanyan, plunging her into scandal, enabling me to seize the Lu Corporation." Bai Yushu swayed unsteadily, his eyes tinged with red, filled with pain and restraint. "I feel terribly unwell. Please help me." Yan Li gritted his teeth and pushed Bai Yushu away again, lowering his voice to reprimand him.
Stop this.
"If anyone sees us, our relationship will be exposed, and all our previous efforts will be in vain. Just endure a little longer. Once I obtain what I desire, I will naturally be with you." Bai Yushu felt as if he were being consumed by flames, overwhelmed by discomfort. Like a wounded animal, tears welled in his eyes. "Professor, do you despise me? My encounters with your wife, Lu Hanyan, have never been genuine. Every time we were together, I was under the influence of the potion you provided, creating the illusion of intimacy. I have no one but you. I am innocent." Gazing at Bai Yushu's pitiful countenance, Yan Li's heart felt as though it had been gently stirred by a feather, creating subtle ripples of emotion. Bai Yushu embraced Yan Li from behind, his voice increasingly tinged with grievance and sorrow. "You asked me to seduce Lu Hanyan, and I obediently complied.
Now,
I am in such distress that I feel I might perish. Are you truly unwilling to assist me?" Bai Yushu clasped Yan Li's hand, their fingers entwined. "I won't take up too much of your time. I beseech you, will you help me?" Yan Li's heart softened completely. The school anniversary banquet was underway. Surely, no one would pay attention to their corner. Within the banquet hall, after Yan Li's departure, Lu Hanyan eagerly sought out Bai Yushu's figure. He was the little puppy she genuinely adored. In every aspect, both physically and emotionally, he provided her with unparalleled satisfaction. She had once been infatuated with Yen Li, but upon discovering his true nature, her affections had faded. Were it not for her company's reliance on Yen Li's team's research accomplishments, she would not have feigned a model spouse with him. After all, his sexual orientation was profoundly distasteful to her. Yet, her precious Bai Yushu was different. He would comply with her every request, and his orientation was perfectly acceptable. Not finding Bai Yushu in the banquet hall, Lu Hanyan made her way towards the restroom. As she turned a corner, she suddenly overheard a conversation between a man and a woman. I just saw Bai Yushu and Professor Yen Li enter the 106 lounge. One after the other. Do you think they could be involved? Surely not. Professor Yen Li and his student? If that were the case, it would be scandalous. Should we sneak a peek at 106? Let's not gossip. If we're mistaken, do you wish to remain here at school? After all, Professor Yen Li is the vice president. Lu Hanyan hurried towards the 106 lounge. Wen Shuang and Fu Yilin watched Lu Hanyan's departing figure before slowly emerging from the shadows. Sister-in-law, what shall we do next? Wen Shuang bit her lip. Once Lu Hanyan enters, project the video onto the big screen in the banquet hall. For tonight's spectacle, Wen Shuang had discreetly arranged for Fu Yilin to install a hidden camera in the 106 lounge. Simply allowing Yen Li and Lu Hanyan to clash was insufficient. She intended for all the guests at the anniversary banquet to witness the unfolding drama. As Lu Hanyan approached the 106 lounge, she noticed the door was not tightly closed. With a gentle push, it swung open. She strode inside, only to behold two intimate figures on the large bed, Bai Yushu and Yen Li. Lu Hanyan's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before her. She had long ceased to love Yen Li. His infidelity was of no concern to her. But why was her little puppy the one being sullied by him? Lu Hanyan had genuinely cared for her little puppy, viewing him as her possession. The sudden revelation of his defilement by Yen Li filled her with incensed fury. Yen Li, you shameless scoundrel. At the sound of Lu Hanyan's furious roar, Yen Li abruptly lifted his head from Bai Yushu's side. Both he and Bai Yushu were taken aback by her unexpected intrusion. Lu Hanyan felt a rush of blood to her head as she took several swift steps forward, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap across Yen Li's face. How despicable you are, to steal my beloved. Her expression twisted with rage, her eyes blazing as if she wished to rend Yen Li to pieces.
Yen Li,
confronted by the frenzied Lu Hanyan, firmly grasped her wrist. Enough. Enough? You've stolen my beloved and dare to tell me enough? You are utterly shameless. Back in college, you pretended to be a pure-hearted virgin to ensnare me into financing your tuition. Once I was infatuated, you quickly turned to seduce Professor Cui Yunqing from your school. When I inadvertently discovered your infidelity, you used the innocent Sheng Qianxue as a scapegoat, leading me to believe she was the one you were seeing on the side. Causing a ruckus at your school, you allowed her to be labeled a mistress, and when she discovered your affair with Cui Yunqing, you manipulated him into hypnotizing her, driving her to suicide. You dare to steal my beloved, and if I expose your sordid deeds, you'll be left utterly disgraced and destitute. Oh, I almost forgot. Your approach to Sheng Qianxue was not only to use her as a shield, but also to seize her research achievements. Being a genius in her field, you always felt inferior to her. In your quest for success, you resorted to such despicable means, ultimately leading to her tragic demise. Upon hearing Lu Hanyan's words, the color drained from Yen Li's face, his expression growing dark and malevolent. How do you know all this? Lu Hanyan smirked coldly. To keep a secret, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. With that, she turned her gaze towards the pitiful Bai Yushu on the bed, reaching out to him. My dear, you've suffered unjustly. Yen Li, using his position as a professor, has coerced you, hasn't he? You vowed to love only me in this lifetime. Chapter 211. Not a mistress. Present the evidence. Bai Yushu was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated Lu Hanyan would burst in so suddenly, nor that she would unveil so many of Yen Li's hidden secrets. He had vaguely heard of Sheng Qianxue's plight and had always believed her to be the mistress, never suspecting she was a victim of Yen Li's machinations. Furthermore, Yen Li and Cui Yunqing had once been a couple. This revelation completely shattered his worldview. What, then, was his significance in Yen Li's life? Had he ever truly loved him? My dear, why are you silent? Lu Hanyan observed Bai Yushu's trembling form, her heart aching for him. Yen Li must have discovered her little lover was Bai Yushu and threatened him. Bai Yushu, however, ignored Lu Hanyan and turned to Yan Professor, what should we do? Yan Li regarded the devastated Lu Hanyan with a stoic expression. Given our years together, I did not wish to make this too ugly. After all, I am a homosexual, and I must still maintain the facade of a loving spouse with you. However, since you know my secret, you can no longer remain in this world. Lu Hanyan's pupils dilated in shock. You intend to kill me? Yan Li's lips curled into a chilling smile. If there's blame to be placed, it lies in your knowledge of too much. Lu Hanyan clenched her hands into fists at her sides, indignantly declaring, if you kill me, the Lu family will not spare you. If you dare lay a hand on me, you won't survive this. Yan Li's smile deepened with malice. In the past, I had not yet developed a silent killing drug, but now I have. Once injected into your system, even a coroner's examination will reveal only that you died of an acute myocardial infarction, never suspecting me. Realizing that Yan Li was not jesting and might genuinely kill her, Lu Hanyan suddenly turned to Bai Yushu. Little Bai, you will stand by my side and help me, won't you? As long as Bai Yushu aided her. She believed that Yan Li alone could not take her life. Bai Yushu rose from the bed and walked slowly towards Lu Hanyan, his long fingers grasping hers. Lu Hanyan's lips curled into a smile. She knew she had not misjudged her little puppy. His heart was aligned with hers. However, in the next moment, Bai Yushu bound her hands behind her back. Lu Hanyan was taken aback, exclaiming, what are you doing? Are you in cahoots with Yan Li? Yan Li withdrew a syringe and a vial of white liquid from his suit pocket. As he approached step by step, Lu Hanyan felt as if the specter of death loomed before her. Let me go, Bai Yushu. I cared for you so deeply, and yet you betray me? Lu Hanyan screamed, her voice tinged with despair. Yan Li smirked. You are truly naive. When I told you that Sheng Qianxue was actively seducing me, you believed it without question, rushing to school to berate her as a mistress, covering up the sordid affair between me and Professor Cui. Did you never suspect that Bai Yushu was sent to you by me, intentionally drawing close? You excel in the business world, yet in matters of the heart, you are woefully ignorant. An icy chill enveloped Lu Hanyan, her blood seemingly congealing into ice. She could never have imagined that even Bai Yushu was a pawn orchestrated by Yan Li. This man was truly terrifying. In her moment of folly, she had recklessly exposed Yan Li's secrets for the sake of Bai Yushu. In the banquet hall, Cui Yunqing, serving as the governor's secretary, was also invited to the school anniversary celebration. Transitioning from a professor to the secretary of the governor, he had become a legendary figure within the institution. Upon his arrival, the school leaders greeted him with utmost respect, and numerous outstanding students eagerly sought his autograph. His presence illuminated the school, bringing it unparalleled honor. As Cui Yunqing scanned the banquet hall, he noticed a girl whose features bore a striking resemblance to Sheng Qianxue, prompting him to inquire of the principal. Who is that girl? Her name is Sheng Qinxi, the principal replied. Cui Yunqing furrowed his brow, asking, what is her relationship with Sheng Qianxue? The principal, well aware of Sheng Qianxue's past attempts to become Professor Yan Li's mistress, which had resulted in a scandal that tarnished her reputation, responded. Sheng Qinxi is Sheng Qianxue's younger sister. Cui Yunqing's expression darkened significantly. Stellar University is renowned globally. How is it that we are now admitting such individuals? I once suggested that when admitting students from Huaxia, thorough background checks should be conducted. Those with questionable moral character should not be allowed entry. The principal wiped the cold sweat from his brow, knowing that Sheng Qianxue's conduct had no bearing on her sister. However, Sheng Qinxi has excelled academically. Cui Yunqing was displeased to see a face so reminiscent of Sheng Qianxue's. His tone turned stern. With an ethically compromised sister, I doubt the younger sibling is any better. I expect you, as the principal, to exercise strict oversight in admissions. It would be best to counsel Sheng Qinxi to withdraw from the school. The principal felt a surge of cold sweat as he realized he was cornered. He did not wish to comply with Cui Yunqing's directive. After all, Sheng Qinxi had not violated any school rules, and expelling her due to her sister's past transgressions would be wholly unjust. Yet, he dared not offend Cui Yunqing. A mere word from him to the governor could cost him his position. It was evident that Cui Yunqing harbored a strong aversion to the Sheng sisters. Reluctantly, he resolved to follow Cui Yunqing's orders, blaming Sheng Qinxi for not having a sister of good character. Why must she choose to be someone else's mistress? As Wen Shuang and Fu Yilin entered the banquet hall, they spotted Sheng Qinxi rushing towards Cui Yunqing, her eyes red with tears. Yet, before she could approach, she was intercepted by the bodyguards behind him. You must be the one who influenced the principal to expel me, right? How dare you wield your power as the governor's secretary to act with such impunity? Cui Yunqing frowned at Sheng Qinzi, stating, I have no affection for those who have played the role of a mistress. You can only blame your sister for her moral failings. My sister is not a mistress. She was deceived by Yan Li. She is an innocent victim. Cui Yunqing remained unmoved, retorting, Is that so? Do you have any evidence to substantiate your claims? If not, do not show your face at this institution again. Fu Yilin, filled with indignation, thought, this Cui Yunqing is the true mistress, yet he dares to act so arrogantly. Of course, there is evidence. Fu Yilin stepped closer to Sheng Qinzi, gently placing his arm around her trembling shoulders. With my sister-in-law here, do not be afraid. Sheng Qinzi turned to look at Wen Shuang, who nodded in encouragement. The intensity of her racing heart began to settle at the sight of Wen Shuang's reassuring gaze. Cui Yunqing sneered, Evidence? I would like to see it. Sheng Qianxue had long since passed. Who could prove she was not a mistress? Just as Cui Yunqing instructed the bodyguards to expel Sheng Qinzi and Fu Yilin from the banquet hall, a video suddenly appeared on the large screen. Chapter 2:12. The truth revealed, no escape. The screen displayed two figures entwined in an intimate embrace. The guests in the banquet hall were momentarily stunned. They were not only witnessing a live rendition of an explicit scene but were further shocked to discover that the protagonists were two men. Cui Yunqing sensed something amiss and turned to the screen, only to be rendered speechless. Although the video only captured the profile of the men, he immediately recognized one of them as Yan Li. How could he appear in such a scandalous video? Professor, I love you. Let us never part, all right? In the video, Yan Li remained silent, gripping the young man's chin and kissing him passionately. As the young man's chin was lifted, the guests caught a glimpse of his face. Bai Yushu. Yan Li, the esteemed professor. No one had anticipated that these two would be entangled together. My goodness, Professor Yan Li has always been my academic idol. How could he be gay? Wasn't he and Lu Hanyan the model couple? Bai Yushu, seemingly so refined, had seduced Professor Yan Li, shattering all preconceived notions. Cui Yunqing's mind buzzed. Although he had not held a university position for the past 2 years, he had maintained contact with Yan Li and occasionally engaged in intimate relations. Yan Li's ascent to the position of vice president was largely thanks to his assistance. He could not fathom that Yan Li had been keeping a secret lover behind his back. Before Cui Yunqing could process his shock and anger, the door to the lounge swung open and Lu Hanyan strode in. The murmurs among the guests grew more fervent. Wow. The legitimate wife has come in to catch them in the act. What a dramatic turn of events, more riveting than any soap opera. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Hanyan reached out to Bai Yushu, affectionately calling him baby. OMG, Bai Yushu was indeed the shared lover of both Yan Li and Lu Hanyan? This was sensational, explosive. The model couple was tearing each other apart. Just as the guests had hoped, Lu Hanyan, seething with rage, confronted Yan Li. She unveiled a shocking secret. When she mentioned Cui Yunqing, the collective gaze of the guests shifted toward him. Cui Yunqing had not anticipated that the flames of this scandal would consume him as well. His face burned with embarrassment, and blood rushed to his head. Shut off the video. Cui Yunqing's chest heaved violently, his eyes reddened with fury. The principal stood by, discreetly signaling the sound engineer to silence the audio. The footage continued to play. Lu Hanyan revealed all of Cui Yunqing and Yan Li's secrets. Even the principal was left speechless. It turns out that Sheng Qianxue was not the other woman, and her tragic leap from the building was not a suicide. Cui Yunqing and Yan Li are the true beasts in sheep's clothing. These two vile creatures have caused great harm within the academic community. My sister was hypnotized and murdered by you, and while you claim to despise mistresses, you have long since become one yourself. You are utterly despicable, shameless, and deranged. Sheng Qianxi seized a glass of wine from the tray held by a servant and hurled it forcefully at Cui Yunqing, the murderer. The others in the banquet hall echoed her cries, shouting murder. Cui Yunqing's forehead was struck, blood oozing forth as he wiped the liquid from his face. Casting a frigid glare at Sheng Qianxi. I have never harmed your sister. Lu Hanyan is fabricating lies to defame me. I will sue her for slander. And as for you, daring to harm me, prepare to face prison. Witnessing Cui Yunqing's obstinate denial even in such dire circumstances, Sheng Qianxi's face turned ashen with fury, wishing she could tear him to shreds. Wen Shuang tugged at Sheng Qianxi's arm, urging her not to act impulsively, for the law would ensure his punishment. Under the contemptuous and furious gazes of the crowd, Cui Yunqing hastily retreated towards the lounge. Yan Li, ever astute, was oblivious to the machinations against him. Upon reaching the lounge, Cui Yunqing found Lu Hanyan restrained by Bai Yushu, while Yan Li was preparing to inject her with a syringe. Stop! Upon seeing Cui Yunqing burst in, Yan Li hesitated, quickly regaining composure to declare, Lu Hanyan knows our secret. She cannot be allowed to live. Cui Yunqing searched the room and eventually discovered a pinhole camera hidden in the air conditioning vent. He struck it violently towards Yan Li. Your sordid deeds have been broadcast live. Do you realize that? The color drained from Yan Li's face. Before he could fully process the revelation, he was met with a flurry of media reporters storming through the door, cameras aimed directly at them. He opened his mouth, attempting to speak, yet found his throat constricted, as if by an invisible hand. Lu Hanyan, believing she was on the verge of death at Yan Li's hands, turned pale, her cold sweat soaking her hair and gown. She glanced at the man who now mirrored her pallor and laughed cruelly. Karma has arrived. Yan Li clenched his jaw. Lowering his voice to Lu Hanyan, deny what you previously claimed, and I will grant you anything you desire. You know that if I am captured, it will not bode well for you either. As long as Lu Hanyan insisted her earlier statements were fabrications and provided no substantial evidence, the law could not touch him. Sheng Qianxue had been dead for several years, and the coroner found no anomalies. It was impossible to overturn the verdict. Weighing the pros and cons, Lu Hanyan was about to side with Yan Li, denying her prior statements, when suddenly she swayed slightly and uncontrollably uttered, Years ago, Cui Yunqing hypnotized Sheng Qianxue, inciting her to commit suicide, and Yan Li secretly recorded it. The reason I discovered the secret is that I found the video in Yan Li's encrypted cloud storage. I copied it onto a USB drive, which I placed in a bank safe. As she spoke these words, the police arrived just in time. The expressions on Yan Li and Cui Yunqing's faces shifted dramatically. Lu Hanyan, have you lost your mind? Lu Hanyan felt a throbbing pain in her head, regaining her senses to look blankly at Yan Li. What? What did I just say? Fu Yilin, observing Lu Hanyan's reaction, leaned in to whisper to Wen Shuang. Sister-in-law, why did Lu Hanyan suddenly reveal where the evidence is? Wen Shuang replied, I used a truth spell on her from a distance. Fu Yilin gave a thumbs up to Wen Shuang, impressed. Soon, Yan Li, Lu Hanyan, and Cui Yunqing were all taken away for investigation. Regret gnawed at Yan Li's heart. If he had not originally sought to restrain Cui Yunqing to gain more benefits, he would never have recorded that video. Now, with the evidence in hand, their murderous deeds could never be absolved. The principal entered the lounge and addressed the crumpled Bai Yushu on the ground. Your association with the professor, your role as a mistress, and your interference in others' families have severely tarnished academic integrity. The school has decided to expel you. Chapter 213, Embracing Affection. All for her. Bai Yushu trembled violently, tears of humiliation and distress streaming down his cheeks. He wished to defend himself, but the principal's gaze was filled with disdain and loathing. Bai Yushu thought of Lola. If he could still become her disciple, even if expelled from the school, he would still have a future. Without a care for his pride, he rushed to the banquet hall to find Lola. However, upon his arrival, he found her listening to Fu Yilin play the piano. Lola's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, Fu, your hands are born for the piano. You are the prodigy. I have long sought to inherit my legacy. Would you accept my mentorship? Fu Yilin's eyes lit up with excitement, eager to respond affirmatively, when Bai Yushu, in a daze, rushed in, exclaiming, Master Lola, were you not going to take me as your disciple? The smile on Lola's face vanished instantly, her gaze turning icy as she regarded Bai Yushu. Setting aside your scandal, which is now common knowledge, your piano skills do not even measure up to 1/3 of Fu's. I have never mentioned taking you as my disciple. Do not flatter yourself. Bai Yushu opened his mouth, attempting to retort, but Lola's voice cut through sharply. I seek someone of both virtue and skill. With your moral decay, do not even think about being my disciple. I would be embarrassed to have you as an ordinary student. Surrounding onlookers whispered and pointed at Bai Yushu. Previously, he had basked in glory on stage. Now, he stood in utter disgrace. After Bai Yushu left in shame and anger, a fellow alumnus approached Sheng Qianxi to apologize. Sheng Qianxi, I previously misunderstood your sister as Yan Li's mistress. I sincerely apologize. We were misled by rumors and had rejected you. I am truly sorry. Sheng Qianxi gazed towards the experimental building, tears welling in her eyes, her lips trembling. Sister, did you see? The wrongdoers who harmed you have been apprehended. Those who once misunderstood you have also apologized. From now on, you will no longer bear the stigma of being a mistress. Sheng Qianxi turned to Wen Shuang. Her gratitude genuine. Sister-in-law, thank you. When Wen Shuang and her party returned home, Fu Yilin and Sheng Qianxi also took leave to accompany them. Upon their return to the homeland, Sheng Qianxi took Fu Yilin to the cemetery. Holding her sister's favorite flowers, along with fruits and snacks, she and Fu Yilin arrived at Sheng Qianxue's gravestone. She placed the offerings down and gently wiped the photo on the gravestone. Sister, those who harmed you have been punished. You can rest easy now. I will begin my new life. If there is a next life, let's be sisters once more, and I will protect you. Wiping away the tears that slipped down her cheeks, she added, Sister, I brought along the boy I like. His name is Fu Yilin. This time, it is thanks to him and his sister-in-law that those who hurt you face justice. Turning to Fu Yilin, her heart racing, she asked, after rejecting your confession at school, would you still want me to be your girlfriend? Fu Yilin nodded eagerly, of course, as long as you are willing. Sheng Qianxi took the initiative to grasp Fu Yilin's hand, exclaiming, Sister, from now on, I have a boyfriend. Fu Yilin grasped Sheng Qianxi's hand. His eyes tinged with red as he earnestly said, Sister, please rest assured. I promise to take good care of Qianxi from now on. After Wen Shuang returned to the country, she visited the Fu group to seek out Fu Sihong. A few days prior, he had returned early due to some matters at the company. Perhaps it was the habit of sharing a bed with him, but in his absence these past few days, she found herself missing him quite a bit. This marked Wen Shuang's second visit to the Fu group. Dressed in a tailored black trench coat, her long hair cascaded over her shoulders like seaweed, her lips a vibrant red, and her teeth pearly white, she was a vision of beauty. The receptionist, Wan Shi, spotted her and eagerly approached, exclaiming, Madam, it's been ages since you last graced the company with your presence. I've missed you dearly. Wen Shuang smiled, her lips curving upward. I've been rather busy lately. You and Lu Lin are nearing your happy occasion, aren't you? Wan Shi blushed and nodded, her enthusiasm palpable. Will you be able to attend our wedding? Wen Shuang's smile deepened. Of course. After ascending in the elevator, Wan Shi couldn't help but express her admiration in the company group chat. Madam is truly stunning. President Fu is incredibly fortunate. Her colleagues chimed in, affirming, Isn't that the truth? She is not only beautiful but also exceptionally capable. Just days ago, the PR department's Belle, Duan Wei, attempted to seduce President Fu, but fortunately, his heart remained steadfast with the young madam. Though Duan Wei was indeed beautiful, she paled in comparison to the young madam. Many women in the company harbored secret affections for President Fu, yet few dared to openly pursue him. Duan Wei was among the boldest. And it was rumored that President Fu had transferred her to a branch office, with a warning that next time, dismissal would follow. Such was the commanding presence of President Fu. When Wen Shuang entered Fu Sihong's office, he was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, engaged in a phone call. Clad in a perfectly tailored suit, he exuded an aura of mature sophistication, tall and imposing with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Upon hearing a knock, Fu Sihong turned to glance at her. Shuang, you're back. Why didn't you notify me in advance? He set his phone down and strode towards her. It was a last-minute decision to return, when Shuang replied. Fu Sihong took her hand, giving her fingertips a gentle squeeze. Are you tired? Not really. Thanks to my mother-in-law. I was on a first-class flight and managed to catch some sleep, she replied. Fu Sihong glanced at his watch. It's almost noon. Shall I take you out for lunch? Let's not go out. We can dine at the employee cafeteria, she suggested. Fu Sihong nodded in agreement. As the pair approached the cafeteria, an unexpected figure darted towards them. Madam. Fu Sihong turned to see a woman rushing towards them, his brows knitting together in concern. His assistant, Song Chuan, swiftly intercepted the woman. Duan Wei, are you truly willing to jeopardize your job? Duan Wei glanced at the stern-faced Fu Sihong and then at Wen Shuang, whose eyes held an air of suspicion. I didn't mean to faint in President Fu's arms the other day. I genuinely felt faint, she exclaimed urgently. Song Chuan interrupted her. You still dare to argue? Apart from fainting in President Fu's embrace, you've also blocked his car in the underground garage. Now that Madam is here, how dare you show up? You've misunderstood me. I know President Fu as a wife. Why would I willingly become a mistress? I sought out President Fu because I wanted to find Madam. I have a metaphysical matter I wish to consult her about. Song Chuan paused, pondering. Could it be that we misjudged you? Duan Wei nodded earnestly. Of course, you misunderstood. I come from a small town and only wish to focus on my career. I never intended to involve myself in matters of the heart, let alone disrupt another's family. Fu Sihong pressed his lips together, his voice cold, and resolute. My wife and I are heading to lunch now. If you have metaphysical inquiries for her, please visit a fortune-telling establishment. Duan Wei had visited such establishments several times recently, but had yet to locate Wen Shuang. The receptionist had informed her that the fortune-teller was abroad and advised her to make an appointment. However, the strange events she was encountering were urgent and could not wait. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? Join us. Wen Shuang invited Duan Wei. Fu Sihong cast a dark glance at Wen Shuang, prioritizing work. Observing his jealous demeanor, she struggled to suppress a smile. While others men are jealous of romantic rivals, my husband is envious of my work. Yet, I have indeed been preoccupied with work lately, neglecting quality time with him. Once this busy period passes, I must whisk him away for a private holiday. Fu Sihong's lips curled slightly, acknowledging her awareness of having neglected him. Let us go to my office. I will have Song Chuan arrange for the meal to be delivered there. Wen Shuang nodded, leading Duan Wei to Fu Sihong's office. Upon entering, Duan Wei's eyes glistened with tears as she trembled, saying, "Madam, several bizarre incidents have occurred in my neighborhood lately. I'm terrified that I might be next. I truly do not wish to die." Chapter 214, A Terrifying Incident in the Neighborhood, A Malicious Curse. Duan Wei, at 26, was a quintessential small-town scholar. Her parents were farmers from a remote village, working tirelessly throughout their lives, and she was their only daughter. In earlier years, to support her education, the family lived frugally. Yet, she never complained, for they had given her their utmost. With determination, she excelled in her studies and eventually gained admission to Yecheng University. She harbored a fierce ambition to make a name for herself in the city, aiming to bring her hardworking parents to enjoy a better life. After graduation, she toiled relentlessly, eschewing romance and rest, finally saving enough for a down payment on a modest apartment of around 100 square meters. Last month, she joyfully moved into her new home, furnishing it with care, all the while planning to bring her parents over at the right moment. However, that fateful night at precisely 10:20, she heard a scream echoing through the neighborhood. Someone had jumped from a building. Rushing to the window, she witnessed a young girl plummeting like a broken kite. The landing spot was directly beneath the second-floor platform of her newly purchased apartment. When she had bought the place, she had been enamored with the spacious platform, envisioning a garden for her parents when they arrived from the countryside. Little did she anticipate that shortly after moving in, someone would fall to their death. Panic seized her, and her face turned ashen. She dared not step outside to investigate. Before long, the property management and police arrived. Peeking towards the platform, she caught a glimpse of a twisted figure sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a pool of crimson. Horror enveloped her, and she fled downstairs, unable to remain alone in her room. Outside, she found numerous neighbors gathered, discussing the tragic event. The girl, Guing, had grown up in a single-parent household. 2 years prior, her father had perished in a construction accident. Guing had become an orphan, reliant on the charity of a few well-off families in the neighborhood for her education. No one had anticipated that just 2 years after her father's death, she would take such a desperate step. Duan Wei was perplexed as to why Guing had jumped. Along with her neighbors, she speculated that the tragedy of her father's death had driven her to despair. However, a week later, at 10:20, another jump occurred in the same building. This time, the individual leapt from the 14th floor, landing once again on the very same platform, mirroring Gu Ying's fate. The individual who recently succumbed to the tragic fate of jumping from a building was a commendable man, a popular author who had married his childhood sweetheart, a woman who lost a leg during an earthquake. Each day, he devoted himself not only to his literary pursuits at home but also to the arduous task of caring for his disabled wife. However, it was whispered that his wife had passed away from illness a year prior. The man, overwhelmed by grief, secluded himself within the confines of his home, rarely venturing outside. Zhang Xingyu held an immense love for his wife. Recently, he had even been honored with an award for his outstanding literary work. And it was rumored that his novel's rights had been sold for adaptation into a television series. Despite his apparent success, he chose to end his life in such a manner. Duan Wei listened to the gossip of her neighbors, feeling an uncanny sense of eeriness. The clock struck 10:20, the precise moment of his demise, and she couldn't fathom how such coincidences could occur. What was even more unsettling was that her community had witnessed 2 fatal falls. Each day, upon returning home, fear gripped her heart, making her feel as though her spirit might leave her body. Once, she had dreamed of cultivating a garden, but now she dared not step beyond the threshold of her living room. Over the course of merely 2 weeks, with 2 lives lost, anxiety permeated the neighborhood. Yet, within the homeowners group, they offered one another solace, while the property management urged them to keep the incidents under wraps to avoid impacting property values. Having witnessed 2 tragic deaths, Duan Wei's heart raced with trepidation. She contemplated moving away, yet all her savings were invested in this very home, leaving her uncertain of where to turn. She could not, in good conscience, sell the property to an unsuspecting buyer. Attempting to find comfort in the notion that these 2 events were mere coincidences, she resumed her daily routine, immersing herself in work to numb her nerves. One evening, after an arduous social engagement, she returned to her neighborhood around 10 o'clock. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck her. It had been a week since Zheng Xingyu's tragic fall, and 10:20 was fast approaching. Dreading the stairs, she hastily entered the elevator, yearning to reach her sanctuary swiftly. As the doors closed, she was startled by the sound of soft sobbing echoing within the confines. Glancing around, she found herself alone. To her astonishment, the elevator continued ascending past the 2nd floor without stopping. Pressing the buttons desperately yielded no response. A wave of icy fear coursed through her as her heart raced in her chest. Upon reaching the 28th floor, the elevator halted abruptly. As she prepared to flee, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor reverberated in the corridor. Hesitantly, she peered outside the elevator, finding the hallway deserted, yet the ominous sound persisted, drawing closer. A cold dread enveloped her as she felt an unseen presence encroach upon her. Overcome by fear, she collapsed to the ground, her voice lost in terror. Suddenly, the elevator doors closed, descending through the floors, the flickering lights reminiscent of a scene from a horror film. Her mind teetered on the brink of collapse from the lack of oxygen. The elevator stopped at the 10th floor, and the sound of high heels resumed, echoing ominously. Glancing at her watch, she noted that it was still 2 minutes shy of 10:20. In a frenzy, she pressed the door close button, finally reaching the 2nd floor. Gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, she stumbled into her home. Just as she crossed the threshold into the living room, a resounding crash echoed through the air. 10:20 had struck again. Another life had been lost. This time a middle-aged man whose family had perished in a fire 3 years prior while he was away on business. Duan Wei was taken aback, realizing that the community she had invested her life savings in had been the site of such tragedies. The weight of despair threatened to consume her. The recent death had awakened a sense of alarm among her neighbors, dispelling any notions of coincidence. Gradually, residents began to vacate the premises, murmuring about the malevolent curse plaguing their community. For those with the means, departure was an option. Yet for Duan Wei, this place represented everything she had ever known. The very spot where the 3 had fallen lay just beyond her bedroom window. She found herself too afraid to open the windows, resorting to burying her head under the covers at night. This home, filled with her hopes and dreams, was not something she could relinquish. Yet the bizarre occurrences, the ominous curse loomed like a harbinger of death, leaving her sleepless, anxious, and in a state of disarray. 3 days remained until another week passed, and a deep-seated fear gripped her. What if another soul were to leap into the void? Just days earlier, amidst the wind and rain, she had glimpsed shadows on the platform, uncertain if they were the specters of those who had fallen. The slightest disturbance from outside sent her heart racing in terror. At this rate, even if the dreaded curse did not befall her, she feared that the sheer weight of these eerie events might lead to her own demise. Days prior, she had sought to contact Master Wen Shuang for assistance, having fainted into the arms of President Fu due to sheer exhaustion. She harbored no intentions of seducing him. "Madam Young Master, please do not misunderstand. I have never harbored any inappropriate thoughts towards President Fu," she insisted. Observing Duan Wei's pale complexion and dark circles, Wen Shuang discerned her honesty. However, judging by her appearance, she perceived that her life was not in imminent danger, merely shaken, with her stomach in disarray. Yet, over time, her mental state might deteriorate. "Rest assured, you are not cursed. I sense no negativity surrounding you. The spirits of those who fell have not latched onto you," Wen Shuang assured her. Duan Wei sighed in relief. "Madam Young Master, will there be further fatalities in our community? 3 have already perished from the platform on the 2nd floor. I am truly terrified." Wen Shuang produced a talisman from her bag, offering it to Duan Wei. "I understand your fears. Keep this close to you." Gratefully, Duan Wei accepted the talisman and promptly sent payment via scan. "Let us dine first, and afterward, I will visit your community." With gratitude shining in her eyes, Duan Wei nodded. "Thank you, Madam, young master. After their meal, upon receiving a message from Wen Shuang, Fu Xingzhou arrived with his toolkit. With Xiao Qingyang at school, Fu Xingzhou accompanied Wen Shuang, and upon learning about his sister-in-law's new business, Fu Yilin hurried over as well. Sister-in-law, I have yet to witness a ghost, he remarked, turning to Fu Xingzhou. Third brother, what was it like dating a ghostly girlfriend? Fu Xingzhou playfully kicked at Fu Yilin. Are you itching for a response? Wen Shuang had grown accustomed to the playful bickering of the two brothers. Upon arriving at the Wangshu garden community, she narrowed her eyes, gazing into the complex. A heavy aura of malevolence enveloped her. She cast her glance towards a sixth-floor unit, where a faint, nebulous darkness lingered. If her intuition served her right, the next individual poised to leap from the building would reside there. This community harbored a vengeful spirit with profound resentment. The malevolent entity had already consumed the souls of 3 individuals who had jumped, and its power was steadily escalating. At that moment, the community buzzed with commotion, as residents who had yet to relocate were seated in a vacant area. Several Taoist priests, clad in ceremonial robes, performed rituals. They wielded peach-wood swords and chanted incantations. The incense flickered gracefully, joss paper fluttered to the ground, and smoke spiraled into the air. An elderly neighbor from Duan Wei's floor spotted her return and waved enthusiastically. After exchanging a few words with Wen Shuang, Duan Wei approached the neighbor. Xiao Wei, quickly sit down and join us in reciting the exorcism incantations. However, Duan Wei did not take a seat. She glanced at Wen Shuang and the others. The young lady from our company is quite formidable as a metaphysical master. Her remark caught the attention of the leading exorcist. Senior brother, that woman is Wen Shuang. She has recently gained significant notoriety online. Her presence has notably increased the patronage at Qingyang Temple, drawing many clients away from our Yuming Temple. Li Qingheng's eyes glimmered with disdain. Merely an online hype around a false master. What true capabilities can a mere young girl possess? Senior brother, her arrival here surely isn't to usurp our business, is it? Li Qingheng set down his peach-wood sword and addressed the property manager. Manager Wang. While I perform the exorcism, I do not wish for outsiders to interfere. If they are not residents of this community, I kindly ask you to have them removed. Manager Wang glanced at Wen Shuang and her companions, quickly comprehending Li Qingheng's intention. Li Qingheng was a highly priced exorcist he had invited from Yuming Temple. The community had become increasingly sinister, and if they did not invite a master to perform an exorcism soon, the residents would likely flee. When master was invited by me, Duan Wei interjected, her brow furrowed. Manager Wang, being well acquainted with Duan Wei, recognized her as the most unfortunate resident, as the 3 individuals who had leaped to their deaths had done so from the very platform on her second floor. For a young woman to continue residing in the community was indeed a testament to her courage. Duan Wei, I understand your fear, but we cannot resort to desperate measures. That Wen Shuang is merely a master fabricated by television hype. If you trust her, our community will surely encounter further misfortune. Ignoring Duan Wei's objections, Manager Wang approached Wen Shuang and the security personnel. We are currently conducting a ritual. Unrelated individuals must not enter. If you possess any sense, I advise you to leave promptly. Wen Shuang surveyed the situation, her voice icy as she remarked, with Li Qingheng and his group. You shall find no assistance for your community. Preposterous. Master Li is a genuine expert whom I have painstakingly invited. You, a mere product of sensationalism, should refrain from making such audacious claims. If you have any sense, depart at once, or I shall instruct the security to remove you. The audacity of the property manager incensed Fu Xingzhou and Fu Yilin. How dare you speak to our sister-in-law in such a tone? Believe me, a single phone call to his elder brother will see you replaced as the property manager of this community. I care not who you are, you shall not enter. The property manager scrutinized the attire and demeanor of Wen Shuang, Fu Xingzhou, and Fu Yilin, realizing they were not to be trifled with, and hesitated to forcibly expel them. At that moment, residents from the community gathered around. What kind of woman claims to be a master at such a young age? She must be a fraud. Scammers, get out of our community. If you do not leave, we will band together and break your legs. Our community has suffered enough. Do not attempt to swindle us. Fu Xingzhou and Fu Yilin were nearly driven to fury by such ungratefulness. Wen Shuang, her expression unyielding, warned, if I depart, at precisely 10 minutes past 10 in 3 days' time, the same location will witness yet another incident of someone jumping to their death. Chapter 216, an overwhelming desire for control. Proposing a breakup. Duan Wei chased after Wen Shuang as they exited the community. Sister-in-law, I never anticipated the neighbors would speak so disrespectfully to you. I truly believe in your abilities. Wen Shuang, observing the apologetic and flustered Duan Wei, gently reassured her, it is not an issue. The reputation of Yuming Temple precedes it, and it is only natural for the residents to trust them. If it were an ordinary ghost, perhaps Li Qingheng and his fellow priests could exorcise it. However, the malevolent spirit at play here is particularly vengeful and has already consumed the souls of those who leaped. When Shuang turned her gaze towards the 6th floor of the community, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Do you know the resident on the 6th floor? Duan Wei nodded, yes. He is a university student, a fair-skinned, youthful boy. When Shuang and her companions visited the university, the boy attended. As they passed by the basketball court, Duan Wei pointed to a tall, lanky boy. That's him, Ling Zifeng. Ling Zifeng was indeed handsome, yet it was evident that he had not been resting well lately. As dark circles shadowed his eyes, Duan Wei approached him, calling out, Ling Zifeng. He did not even glance up, exuding an air of arrogance. Can you see I'm playing basketball? I don't know that woman, I want to see her. Fu Xingzhou and Fu Yilin exchanged glances and simultaneously stepped forward. Kid, you're quite cocky, aren't you? Care to have a match with us? If you lose, you must obediently meet our sister-in-law. Ling Zifeng sized up Fu Xingzhou and Fu Yilin, scoffing, with you too? I'm the basketball prince of this school. You'll be the ones to lose. He raised an eyebrow, continuing, if you lose, you'll have to kneel and call me brother. Duan Wei furrowed her brow, taken aback by Ling Zifeng's arrogance and rudeness. Fu Xingzhou and Fu Yilin removed their jackets, rolling up their shirt sleeves. Very well. The match began, with both sides exchanging plays. Fu Xingzhou and Fu Yilin demonstrated a seamless synergy, executing feints that left their opponents off balance and precise passes that tore through the defense. Within a few rounds, they had thoroughly impressed Ling Zifeng. With a triumphant high five, Fu Xingzhou and Fu Yilin exchanged smiles, their handsome faces beaming. Third brother. Who would have thought that after such a long break from basketball, we would still be so in sync? Fu Xingzhou raised an eyebrow. This is what it means for brothers to unite. Their collective strength is formidable. Ling Zifeng found himself being pulled by the collar to stand before Wen Shuang. Kid. Show our sister-in-law some respect. Wen Shuang could not help but smile. No need to poke fun. I need not intervene when I face disrespect. My guardians will handle it. Fu Yilin felt a rush of pride. To be one of the guardians of their sister-in-law signified her approval of him. He had heard that the 4th brother had yet to earn her acknowledgement. Ling Zifeng, scrutinizing the youthful and beautiful Wen Shuang, furrowed his brow. We don't know each other, do we? What business do you have with me? Wen Shuang's gaze was sharp and unyielding as she replied. The next target for jumping is you. Ling Zifeng's pupils dilated, his face drained of color as he furiously retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? I've already moved out. How could it possibly be me? Don't you dare curse me. No sooner had he finished speaking than Fu Xingzhou delivered a sharp kick to his backside, nearly sending Ling Zifeng tumbling. He wished to disregard these lunatics and leave, but Fu Yilin stepped forward, seizing his collar and forcefully pulling him back. If you continue to show disrespect towards our sister-in-law, my fist shall not be gentle. Ling Zifeng's brows furrowed tightly, his expression one of distress. Your sister-in-law claims that I will be the next to leap to my death. Am I to applaud her and agree with her? Wen Shuang's tone was icy. Why would it be you? Do you not understand in your heart? Ling Zifeng exchanged a glance with Wen Shuang, her piercing gaze seemingly unraveling every secret. A wave of inexplicable panic surged within him. He lowered his eyes, scarcely daring to meet her gaze again. You caused your girlfriend's demise. Wen Shuang's words struck him like a heavy hammer, landing with a brutal force upon his chest. He swallowed repeatedly, desperately trying to defend himself. No, I didn't. Wen Shuang coldly curled her lips. If that is the case, why do you hesitate to return? What are you feeling guilty about? Ling Zifeng crouched down, cradling his head in his arms, trembling uncontrollably. I didn't mean to. How was I to know she was so fragile? Ling Zifeng and his girlfriend, Lin Jiaro, had been high school classmates. Lin Jiaro, true to her name, was gentle, slender, and delicate. Ling Zifeng held a special affection for her, and she reciprocated his feelings. That summer after their college entrance examination, amidst the cacophony of cicadas, their youthful romance began to blossom. They fell in love. The initial days were sweet and exhilarating. They would stroll hand in hand across the street, share the same cup of milk tea, and shop together. Upon entering university, although they attended different institutions, they remained in the same city. Every weekend, Ling Zifeng would visit Lin Jiao's university. The first year was equally blissful. However, gradually, Ling Zifeng's intense desire for control began to surface. For instance, if Lin Jiao donned a skirt above her knees, he would immediately darken his expression and sternly command her not to wear revealing skirts again. Lin Jiao would plaintively argue that her female classmates dressed similarly, but he could not comprehend, storming off in anger, leaving her in tears. Similarly, if he caught her conversing with any male student, he would explode like a powder keg. Lin Jiao excelled academically and joined the student council. On one occasion, while discussing the content of a cultural evening with the council president, their focus drew them slightly closer together, a sight that Ling Zifeng, arriving to find her, could not tolerate. Ignoring her explanations, he furiously assaulted the council president, forcing Lin Jiao to withdraw from the council. Ling Zifeng's desire for control escalated. He sent her messages and called her, expecting immediate responses, and if she failed to reply, he would storm into her school to confront her. Lin Jiao grew increasingly resentful of Ling Zifeng's unreasonable behavior, and her feelings for him eroded with each argument. It was Lin Jiao who first proposed to break up. Ling Zifeng refused, and soon rumors regarding Lin Jiao's mother, who had once been a nightclub hostess and bore her under scandalous circumstances, began to circulate wildly at her school. Ling Zifeng, assuming the role of savior, appeared at her most vulnerable moment, providing her with care and warmth. Lin Jiao reluctantly accepted him back. After reconciling, they resumed their relationship for a time. However, it wasn't long before Lin Jiao uncovered an unbelievable secret. The instigator behind the gossip about her mother's past was none other than her boyfriend, Ling Zifeng. Unable to bear the blow, she again sought to end their relationship. Yet, an even more unbearable shock loomed ahead. Chapter 217, A Frenzied Retort, Justice Served. The first night back for winter break marked the anniversary of Lin Jiao's mother's death. That evening, she received a message from Ling Zifeng. If she did not reconcile with him, he threatened to take his own life. Lin Jiao's mother had also committed suicide. She immediately replied, urging him not to take such extreme measures. Ling Zifeng then asked her if she still wanted to break up. If she insisted, he would die for love. Lin Jiao was engulfed in turmoil. She had no desire to reconcile. The sweet memories they once shared had long been eroded by his pathological need for control and the betrayal of spreading her mother's past. No matter what, she could not accept a lover who would rub salt into her wounds. She remained steadfast in her decision to break up. Ling Zifeng ceased to respond. Concerned, she reached out to Qi Rui, a good friend of Ling Zifeng, asking him to persuade him. That night, she barely managed to fall asleep by dawn. Around 4 a.m, she was jolted awake by a notification from WeChat. She glanced at her phone and was immediately swept with dread. Qi Rui had sent her a photo. Ling Zifeng lay in a bathtub, a gruesome gash on his wrist, blood gushing forth. The bathtub was stained crimson, and Ling Zifeng appeared lifeless, as if he had already succumbed. Along with the photo, Qi Rui sent a chilling message. You killed him. Lin Jiao trembled violently, her phone slipping from her grasp. She wrapped her arms around herself, her complexion ashen, as memories of her mother's suicide flooded her mind. She recalled returning home one day in elementary school, finding her mother missing. Upon entering the bedroom, she was met with a nauseating stench of blood. Her mother lay on the bed, blood pooling around her. She screamed for her mother, but it was too late. Her mother would never awaken again. The image of her mother's wrist-slitting suicide was the deepest scar in her heart. She fell into depression, seeing numerous psychologists before slowly healing from her psychological wounds. Yet now, the trauma within her was violently reopened by the image of Ling Zifeng's self-inflicted injury. Pain and fear surged over her like a tidal wave. The next day, she dragged her exhausted body to Ling Zifeng's home. The door was opened by Qi Rui, and upon entering, she was met with Ling Zifeng's memorial portrait. Lin Jiao, do you regret it? Why didn't you agree to reconcile with Ling Zifeng? You killed him. Lin Jiao felt as though struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. After a long while, she vacantly left, her spirit shattered. Once she departed, Ling Zifeng emerged from his room. He planned to let her suffer for a few days, filled with regret, before he would seek her out to reconcile. At that moment, Ling Zifeng remained oblivious to the extent of the harm his actions would inflict upon Lin Jiao. Upon returning home, Lin Jiao, in a state of mental collapse, sat on the very bed where her mother had taken her life, picked up a blade, and despairingly cut her own wrist. When Ling Zifeng once again sought her out, he was met with the tragic news of her suicide. Ling Zifeng snapped back to reality from his memories, collapsing to the ground in agony, lamenting. I only wished for her to regret her decision, to stop mentioning the breakup. I never anticipated she would be so fragile, unable to withstand the shock, and choose to end her life. During this time, Ling Zifeng was also suffering. Each time he closed his eyes, he was haunted by the visage of Lin Jiero in her living days. Especially within the community, several bizarre incidents of individuals leaping from heights have recently transpired. His mental state is, in fact, teetering on the brink of collapse. Wen Shuang observes Ling Zifeng, who remains oblivious to the fact that he has caused Lin Jiero's demise, and confronts him directly, questioning why someone with such a strong desire for control and psychological issues does not seek help. You have taken Lin Jiero's life and yet claim she was merely fragile. Are you aware that she suffered from depression and could not withstand significant trauma? People often say that loving someone is akin to nurturing a flower, but I see you as nothing more than a poison, a harbinger of misfortune. Anyone who associates with you is doomed. Ling Zifeng's complexion darkens, his fists clenched tightly. I loved Lin Jiero. If she hadn't constantly mentioned breaking up, would I have had to feign death to scare her? Wen Shuang, noting the dark aura surrounding him, smirks coldly when she brought up breaking up. Did you ever reflect on your own faults? Your controlling tendencies are akin to those of a deranged individual. The moment Lin Jiero goes against your wishes, you unleash the most venomous and hurtful words upon her, even exposing her mother's most shameful moments on campus forums to subject her to public scorn. You have relentlessly bullied her, threatened her, and harmed her, all while masquerading your desire to reconcile as love. You are the epitome of shamelessness, incompetence, and selfishness. Fortunately, it seems your end is near. Ling Zifeng glares at Wen Shuang, his eyes reddened with fury. My parents called me earlier. The property management has hired a master from Yuming Temple to exorcise the evil spirits. After 3 days, these incidents will cease. Moreover, I have already moved out. I don't know what kind of fraud you are, but my affairs with Lin Jiero are none of your business. So stop standing on your moral high ground and judging me. Can you speak like a normal person? Fu Xingzhou raises his leg once more, preparing to kick Ling Zifeng. Ling Zifeng clutches his sore backside, his eyes still bloodshot. If you don't leave, I'll go find the school security to have you thrown out. Fu Xingzhou is poised to kick him again when Wen Shuang raises her hand, halting his action. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Zifeng bolts, cursing crazy people, so young, pretending to be mystics. Even if Ling Zifeng were the next to meet with misfortune, I wouldn't feel sorry for him, Fu Yilin declares indignantly.
Fu Xingzu nods in agreement.
Duan Wei rubs her goosebumps with unease, glancing anxiously at Wen Shuang. Madam, can the curse of our community be lifted? I am truly terrified. It cannot continue like this. The balcony of her purchased apartment has already become a place of death. She genuinely cannot bear to stay there any longer. Wen Shuang retrieves 2 talismans from her bag and hands them to Duan Wei, instructing her to place one in her living room and the other on the balcony where the tragedy occurred. Duan Wei nods in acceptance. 3 days later, Ling Zifeng's parents and his close friend Shi Rui arrive at the rental apartment. Although the master from Yuming Temple has already performed an exorcism at Wangshuan community, they still feel a sense of worry and fear. Zifeng, I truly regret agreeing to your unreasonable request to help you take fake suicide photos to send to Lin Jiero.
Kiwi confesses.
Having lived in the same community as Ling Zifeng, the strange occurrences of the past month weigh heavily on him. He has learned that the 3 individuals who jumped had all previously experienced tragedies in their families. He wonders if his unwitting assistance in causing Lin Jiero's death will make him the next target of the curse. Ling Zifeng offers Qi Rui a bottle of beer. Do you still not trust the master from Yuming Temple? Even if there were malevolent spirits at play, they have been dealt with. Besides, look, it's nearly 10 o'clock. We are still safe here. You must realize that my rental apartment is at least 30 minutes away from Wangshuan. Even if there were spirits wishing for us to jump, we couldn't possibly arrive there by 10:20. Qi Rui finds Ling Zifeng's rationale somewhat convincing. Furthermore, they are both wearing protective talismans given to them by the Taoist priests of Yuming Temple. As long as they remain here past 10:20 without any incidents of jumping, perhaps the malicious curse can be lifted. At 10:10, Ling Zifeng's smile widens. I told you not to scare yourselves. We are only 10 minutes away from 10:20. Before he can finish his sentence suddenly. Chapter 218, An Inescapable Calamity. Retribution strikes. The chandelier in the living room, bright as day, begins to flicker ominously. What is happening? Is the light broken? Ling's mother rises from the sofa to investigate, but in the next moment, the tightly shut apartment door is flung open by a gust of wind, slamming against the wall with a resounding bang. A fierce wind rushes in, carrying with it a chilling coldness. The temperature in the living room plummets sharply, leaving everyone feeling ice-cold from head to toe. A thick, dense white fog swiftly envelopes the room like a specter, obscuring everyone's vision. However, the fog dissipates quickly, and Ling's mother is the first to notice that Ling Zifeng, who had been seated on the sofa, has vanished. Realizing something is amiss, she lets out a terrified scream, her legs giving way beneath her as she collapses to the floor. The next person to jump is Zifeng. It's over. It's truly over. Our community is cursed. No matter where one escapes, those marked by the curse are destined for death. Qi Rui mutters, his face pale. Ling's father helps his wife up from the ground, his voice trembling. We must return to Wangshuan and check. The three of them rush downstairs and hastily hail a taxi to Wangshuan. Ling's father pays triple the fare, urging the driver to speed. What would normally be a 30-minute journey takes them only 20. Yet, they are still a moment too late. When they arrive, they see Ling Zifeng, bloodied and unconscious, being loaded into an ambulance. My son! Ling's mother cries out, her heart-wrenching sobs filling the air. Why has this happened? Didn't the master from Yuming Temple exorcise the evil spirits? The injured still cling to life. They must rush to the hospital for emergency treatment. Ling's father and mother accompany him in the ambulance. Meanwhile, the property manager and neighbors surround the Taoist priests from Yuming Temple. Didn't you claim the evil spirits had been exorcised? Why do these jumping incidents continue to occur? Li Qingheng's Taoist robe is torn to shreds by the enraged residents, and the faces of his fellow disciples bear scratches from the fray. Just days ago, the community had placed immense trust in them, but now, they are filled with hatred. Li Qingheng, who had recently battled the vengeful spirit, is injured, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. They were too fierce. I was no match for them. My master is still in seclusion. Aren't you from Yuming Temple, reputed to have the most powerful exorcists? You frauds, return our money.
Wen Shuang, Fu Xingzu, Fu Yilin.
And Duan Wei sit in a black business vehicle, observing the chaotic scene unfold in the community. Madam, Ling Zifeng jumped from the building, but has not died yet. Could it be because you had me place that talisman on the balcony? Wen Shuang nods. Although Ling Zifeng is detestable, no more lives should be lost. If that vengeful spirit continues to devour souls, it will gain immense power, turning the entire Wangshuan community into her burial ground. I must go to the hospital now. If Ling Zifeng has not perished, that vengeful spirit will seek him at the hospital. I need to confront that spirit. When Wen Shuang and her companions arrive at the hospital, several Taoist priests from Yuming Temple are already present. Wen Shuang, it's you again. I cannot believe that our senior brother cannot contend with that malevolent spirit, yet you can. Wen Shuang raised an eyebrow as she gazed at Li Qingheng. Your junior brother claims I lack the ability. How about we wager on it? Li Qingheng, mirroring his junior brother's skepticism, equally doubted Wen Shuang's prowess. What shall we wager? A smirk tugged at the corners of Wen Shuang's lips. If I manage to subdue that vengeful spirit and put an end to the incidents of suicides at the Wangshu Garden community, you shall publicly apologize to me on the official website of the Occult Studies Association and persuade the president to allow Qingyang Temple to join. Senior brother. Qingyang Temple is merely a small, dilapidated establishment, utterly unqualified for the Occult Studies Association. Indeed, if Qingyang Temple were to join, it would only serve as a disgrace to the association. With a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, Wen Shuang retorted, Are you afraid that Qingyang Temple's inclusion might cause your Yuming Temple to lose its esteemed status as the foremost temple in Yi City? Sister-in-law, they must be frightened. They dare not wager. Their abilities are far too inferior, mere weaklings. The taunts from Fu Xingzhou and Fu Yilin instantly stripped Li Qingheng of his last shred of reason. He nodded, Very well. If you can subdue that malevolent spirit, I shall do as you say. But what if you cannot? Wen Shuang. I will withdraw from the field of metaphysics. Li Qingheng and his companions were taken aback by the magnitude of Wen Shuang's gamble. Recently, due to her explosive rise in popularity on a variety show, she had siphoned off a considerable amount of business from Yuming Temple. Should she withdraw from the metaphysical realm, it would be a most favorable outcome for them. Fine, I accept the wager. I shall await your withdrawal from the metaphysical realm. After all, you have married into a wealthy family. Why not enjoy life as a full-time housewife instead of competing with us men for work? Before Wen Shuang could respond, Fu Xingzhou interjected passionately. What kind of gender discrimination is this? What era are we in? Gender equality reigns. My sister-in-law is formidable in the metaphysical realm. If you dispute that, hurry back to your Yuming temple and cultivate for a few more years before daring to boast. A bunch of fools. Li Qingheng and his companions. Senior brother, there's no need to waste breath on them. If you cannot handle that malevolent spirit, Wen Shuang certainly cannot. Wen Shuang turned her gaze towards Li Qingheng's junior brother. I have one more condition to add. If I win, your junior brother must kneel and call me auntie. Wen Shuang, you are being excessive. With a smirk that was almost a laugh, Wen Shuang replied, you don't truly believe I can win, do you? Are you scared? Senior brother, let us bet. I refuse to believe she can truly win. Sister-in-law, I can't wait to see him kneel and call you auntie, haha. Sister-in-law is auntie. And third brother is now uncle. Well, I'll just be great uncle. Fu Yilin raised his phone, capturing every word. There will be no denying it later. Li Qingheng and his companions felt their teeth almost shatter from frustration.
Wen Shuang instructed Fu Xing to Fu Yilin
and Duan Wei to remain in the car while she proceeded to the emergency room alone. Li Qingheng and his companions, doubting Wen Shuang's capabilities, followed her. Outside the emergency room, Ling Zifeng's parents were on the verge of tears. Qi Rui sat on the ground, repeatedly bowing and pleading, Lin Jiaro, I truly know my wrongs. Please grant me another chance at life. The vengeful spirit is not Lin Jiaro. Qi Rui lifted his head, tears streaming down his face as he looked at Wen Shuang. He had previously followed the variety show Survivor in the wild and knew of Wen Shuang's formidable abilities. Suddenly, she appeared to him as a beacon of hope. Master Wen, I implore you to save me. I truly know my wrongs. I shall never dare again. Ling Zifeng's parents, also in tears, begged Wen Shuang. We believed the priests from Yuming Temple. We never imagined they were merely eloquent in words, utterly useless in critical moments. Master Wen, please save our son. Wen Shuang opened her celestial eye to glance into the operating room. Even if Ling Zifeng were to be revived, he would still be left paralyzed, reduced to a vegetative state. This was the retribution for the harm he had inflicted upon Lin Jiaro. Chapter 219, A Direct Confrontation, Witnessing the Power. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Ling Zifeng was wheeled out of the operating room. The doctor informed Ling's parents when the injured was brought in. His legs were severely injured, with extensive muscle and bone necrosis. To save his life, we have performed an amputation. At this point, the doctor paused slightly before continuing. Moreover, there are multiple instances of internal bleeding in his skull. We have done our utmost to remove the clots, but the damage to the brain tissue remains dire. Currently, he is in a deep coma and is highly likely to become a vegetative state. Upon hearing this news, Ling's parents collapsed to the ground. How could this happen? Overwhelmed by the blow, the couple fainted simultaneously. Ling Zifeng was placed into the intensive care unit. Qi Rui looked at Ling Zifeng, who had just shared drinks with him not long ago, now lying on the hospital bed, barely clinging to life. His heart was filled with fear and sorrow. Is it because Ling Zifeng indirectly caused Lin Jiaro's death that the vengeful spirit led him to his fall? Qi Rui's face drained of color as he recalled the 3 previous jumpers. Did they also cause someone's death? When Shuang glanced at Qi Rui, you are not entirely foolish. That malevolent spirit temporarily targets those with malicious intent. However, should she continue to consume souls, her power will swell, and she will transform into an irredeemably evil spirit, capable of harming even the innocent. If she becomes a malevolent spirit, I wonder if my current spiritual strength would suffice to subdue her? Thus, I must subdue her before she transforms into a great evil spirit. I cannot allow her to harm others any longer. Qi Rui, you must go to Ling Zifeng's parents' ward, and do not come out. Qi Rui nodded, his face pallid. When Shuang settled on a chair outside the intensive care unit, arms crossed, suppressing her aura, Li Qingheng and his companions sat not far away. Senior brother, do you believe that malevolent spirit will truly come to the hospital tonight? Li Qingheng glanced at the intensive care unit, since Ling Zifeng had not yet completely succumbed. This being her first failure, she should return. Senior brother, it must be your exorcism technique that is effective. Otherwise, Ling Zifeng would not have lingered after his fall. Li Qingheng shared this sentiment. When that malevolent spirit arrives, Wen Shuang may very well be terrified. Li Qingheng observed Wen Shuang, who sat with her arms crossed and eyes closed in a feigned state of relaxation. Women often like to put on a show. She is likely pretending to be calm. Regardless, we must remain vigilant. If Wen Shuang cannot handle it, we must subdue that malevolent spirit ourselves. Indeed. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, the The hospital was as quiet as a still lake, and Li Qingheng and his fellow disciples felt drowsy. Suddenly, the corridor lights began to flicker ominously, accompanied by the faint sound of electricity buzzing. Soon after, a series of sharp clicks echoed down the hallway, the sound of high heels striking the floor. Li Qingheng and his companions abruptly opened their eyes. "Senior brother, she has arrived." Li Qingheng nodded, gripping the peachwood sword tightly. Click, click, click. The sound of high heels grew steadily closer. The disciples behind Li Qingheng felt their nerves tighten, their hairs standing on end. In moments, they saw a figure in a flowing red gown emerge around the corner, the woman's red high heels echoing ominously against the floor. Her long, dark hair cascaded freely, and through the disheveled strands, a pallid visage could be glimpsed, with bloodied eyes and a barely perceptible, chilling smirk at the corner of her lips. Click, click, click. The sound of high heels drew nearer. The disciples behind Li Qingheng trembled uncontrollably. Having faced this malevolent spirit at Wangshu Garden, they were all too aware of her ferocity. Li Qingheng turned his head to glance at Wen Shuang. She remained seated on the resting chair, arms crossed over her chest, her eyes tightly shut, and her lovely, radiant face revealed no hint of emotional fluctuation. Suddenly, the female ghost flickered, darting like lightning towards the intensive care unit. Just as she was about to enter, Wen Shuang abruptly opened her eyes and swiftly threw out a talisman. The talisman acted as an invisible barrier, keeping the ghost at bay from the intensive care unit. The ghost whirled around to face Wen Shuang, her blood-red eyes now glistening with an even deeper crimson, as if on the verge of shedding tears of blood. With a serpent-like flick of her tongue, she lunged towards Wen Shuang, reeking of a potent bloodlust. Wen Shuang deftly sidestepped, evading the ghost's onslaught. The ghost hissed ominously, "Those who obstruct me shall perish." As her words echoed, she vanished from sight. When she reappeared, it was right behind Wen Shuang, her elongated nails poised to strike at the nape of Wen Shuang's neck. Reacting with remarkable speed, Wen Shuang lifted her leg and delivered a powerful kick towards the ghost while simultaneously casting a dispelling talisman. However, the ghost had already consumed several souls and, adorned in her crimson garments at the time of her demise, the talisman had no effect on her. The ghost vanished once more, only to re-emerge mere centimeters in front of Wen Shuang, her claws reaching directly for Wen Shuang's left chest. "I thought Wen Shuang was formidable, but it seems her online persona is merely a facade. Now, she is on the verge of having her heart ripped out by this vengeful spirit." Women should know their place, support their husbands and raise their children, instead of stepping out to show off and making a fool of themselves. Li Qingheng and his companions harbored a sense of schadenfreude. They were powerless against the ghost and wished for Wen Shuang to fail as well. In the face of impending doom, however, Wen Shuang displayed no fear. Her gaze sharpened, and she vanished from the ghost's view. The ghost bore a crescent-shaped mark on her nape, striking that spot would significantly weaken her powers. When Wen Shuang reappeared, it was behind the ghost, and she swiftly drew out the Tsongling jade, aiming it at the ghost's vulnerable mark. Sensing the jade's formidable energy, the ghost was struck with terror and attempted to evade. But it was too late. The jade struck true, and she trembled violently, emitting a howl filled with resentment. Glancing at Wen Shuang, she realized she was no match for her and hastily fled. Seizing the moment, Wen Shuang quickly formed a seal with her hands and unleashed a tracking talisman towards the ghost's back. Li Qingheng and his companions were astounded to witness Wen Shuang drive the ghost away. Ignoring their astonished gazes, she hastened outside the hospital, jumped into a vehicle, and instructed Fu Xingzhou to drive, directing him to pursue the ghost. Li Qingheng and the others promptly followed suit. The ghost fled to a cemetery. Consumed by resentment and unwillingness, she opened her arms and howled to the heavens, her long hair dancing wildly in the cold wind. She sought to absorb the dark energy to augment her own strength, her visage twisted and grotesque, eyes gleaming with a chilling light, and her nails elongated into razor-like claws. Just as she reveled in the surge of power, Wen Shuang hurled the Tsongling jade once more. The jade possessed the ability to purify dark energy, and upon contact, the ghost began to expel black mist from her being. Overwhelmed by the jade's might, she collapsed to the ground, her pallor drained, and let out a pained wail. "Everything I do is to uphold justice. Those scoundrels deserve their fate. You, vile Taoist, on what grounds do you distinguish right from wrong?" Wen Shuang coldly retorted to the ghost, whose hatred for her was palpable. "What you perceive as justice is merely the blindness of vengeance. Life and death are fated, and the cycle of reincarnation is ordained. Even if those individuals are guilty, it is the law that shall deliver punishment, not you, who disrupts the balance between the realms. The ghost erupted into laughter, gesturing with her hand as several souls she had devoured floated out from her body. Legal punishment? If they had faced consequences for causing the death of their loved ones, why would I need to avenge their families? Pointing at one of the souls, she revealed a man who appeared to be under 30. Do you know who he is? Fu Xingzhou and Fu Yilin, standing behind Wen Shuang, exchanged shocked glances upon recognizing the man. Oh my, it's him? Chapter 220. Ensnared by gambling, descending into despair. It was none other than the internet celebrity author, Zheng Xingyu. Fu Xingzhou's entertainment media company had recently taken an interest in Zheng Xingyu's novels and intended to purchase the rights. 6 years ago, Zheng Xingyu's dedication to his childhood friend, Jiang Ruyun, who lost her legs in an earthquake, had moved countless netizens. After her surgery, he even proposed to her in the hospital. Fu Xingzhou had watched the video at the time and was left in tears, even donating 100,000 to Zheng Xingyu's account. A year ago, Jiang Ruyun passed away due to illness, and Zheng Xingyu was inconsolable at her funeral. Many netizens lamented the unfairness of fate that separated the loving couple. Zheng Xingyu's rise to fame was built upon his image as a devoted husband. Was that image merely a fabrication? The ghost had consumed Zheng Xingyu's soul, and after siphoning energy from it, she released him, leaving him immensely weakened. As if he could dissolve into ashes at any moment, the ghost approached Zheng Xingyu from behind, tugging at his hair to lift his face. Tell them, what heinous acts have you committed that warrant your demise? Zheng Xingyu's soul, tormented by the ghost, trembled in fear as he recounted the deeds of his living days. Coming from a modest background, he had always believed that knowledge could alter his fate. He worked diligently in school and eventually gained admission to university, aspiring to land a job at his dream company after graduation. Like many graduates, he began with high hopes, believing his education would transform his destiny. After interviewing at a reasonably well-paying company, he started as a junior employee, diligently completing tasks assigned by his superiors. He thought his performance would ensure his transition to a permanent position. However, at the end of his probation, a new employee, who was less qualified, was granted a permanent role instead. This new hire frequently arrived late and exhibited a lackadaisical work ethic. Furious, he confronted his supervisor, only to be dismissed by security. Later, he discovered that the new employee was a relative of the department head. His first experience in the workforce dealt him a significant blow. After a period of despondency, he resolved to take the civil service exam. However, his mother fell ill during this time, forcing him to juggle his exam preparations with a part-time delivery job. It was humiliating for a college graduate to work as a delivery person, yet he endured this indignity to alleviate his family's burden. After several months of delivering food, he arrived at a particular neighborhood one day. Unable to access the elevator, he called the customer, who was preoccupied with gaming and refused to open the door, instructing him to climb the stairs. Fearing a delay, he gritted his teeth and ascended to the 30th floor. Upon delivering the meal, he was greeted by a former colleague who had taken his job, mocking him for wearing delivery attire after attending university, belittling him with scathing remarks. He restrained his anger and remained silent. However, when his former colleague opened the takeout, he remarked that it was delivered late and the food had grown cold. The continued verbal humiliation incensed him beyond measure. In a fit of rage, he lost control and violently assaulted his former colleague. He was incarcerated for half a month, and upon his release, he found himself without even the takeout job. In a bid for revenge, his former colleague exploited the connections within his family, tarnishing his record and rendering him unable to pursue a career in public service. In that moment, he was engulfed in despair, rage, and resentment. Lying on his bed, he felt as though his life had plunged into a bottomless abyss of darkness. Just as he was engulfed in confusion and suffering, his phone screen suddenly illuminated, revealing an enticing message. Do you wish to become rich overnight? Do you yearn to alter the trajectory of your life? Please click the link to begin your journey. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Zheng Xingyu clicked the link. The page transitioned to a vibrant, neon-lit online gambling interface, replete with various betting games, including dice and card games. In the past, he would have never ventured into such territory. Yet now, with no other options, he clung to a glimmer of hope, deciding to gamble just this once. If he lost the remaining 1,000 yuan in his phone, he would delete the webpage. He placed his bets, and as the cards were revealed, Lady Luck seemed to smile upon him. That initial 1,000 swiftly multiplied into 2,000, then 3,000. Within a mere hour, he had amassed over 10,000 yuan. From despair, he glimpsed a flicker of hope. If he could win 10,000 yuan daily, that would amount to 300,000 in a month, far exceeding his previous annual salary at a large corporation. Even if he didn't reach 300,000, 20,000 would suffice to cover his mother's medical expenses. He continued to gamble for 2 consecutive nights, winning nearly every time. He believed that fortune had favored him and would allow him to continue his winning streak. However, this fortunate tide was not to last. The games grew increasingly unpredictable. No matter how meticulously he calculated or risked everything, the money he had won began to dwindle away. Unwilling to accept defeat after having tasted success, he became ensnared in a gambling obsession, convinced he would win it all back. In a desperate bid to recoup his losses, he turned to online loans. With each loan compounding upon the last, his debts transformed into a monstrous beast, relentlessly consuming him. Within a little over a month, he had accrued nearly 500,000 yuan in debt. Coupled with interest, he felt an unprecedented weight of pressure and despair. With continuous losses at gambling and an inability to repay his debts, the enforcers from loan sharks, menacing and terrifying, confronted him, brandishing a glinting machete and threatening to sever his hands if he failed to repay. Just when he felt utterly hopeless, his childhood friend Jiang Riyun arrived in Yecheng seeking work. Having only attended a vocational school, she held a deep admiration for Zheng Xingyu, who had attended university. The loan sharks, eyeing Jiang Riyun, proposed to Zheng Xingyu that if he sold her into the mountains, he could settle his burgeoning debts. Though he had a fondness for the gentle Jiang Riyun, desperation left him with no choice. Failure to repay would result in severe consequences. Thus, he made the painful decision to sell Jiang Riyun into the mountains. Under the pretense of a trip, he took her to the mountains, hoping to earn enough money in the future to redeem her. Throughout the journey, he was tormented by guilt, his conscience warring with his dire circumstances. That evening, they lodged in an inn, where he urged Jiang Riyun to sleep first while he discreetly left to conduct the transaction. Unexpectedly, disaster struck. A tremor shook the earth that night. When he returned to the inn, the building had collapsed. Jiang Riyun had not escaped. In that moment, he felt as if his world had crumbled. Chapter 221, A Heartfelt Persona, Deserving of Death. Jiang Riyun could not perish. What would become of his immense debts if she did? Upon seeing the rescue team arrive, he disregarded his safety and joined their efforts. He shouted Jiang Riyun's name until his voice was hoarse. For 3 agonizing days, there was no sign of her. Beneath the rubble, several bodies were unearthed, and he was gripped by terror, fearing that Jiang Riyun had also succumbed in the earthquake. Just then, good news emerged. The rescue team had located Jiang Riyun. She was alive, albeit barely. In a frenzy, he rushed to her, embracing her tightly and weeping uncontrollably. A reporter captured that poignant moment on camera. Jiang Riyun was taken to the hospital, where it was revealed that her legs were severely injured and would require amputation for her to survive. As he grappled with the decision of whether to abandon Jiang Riyun, the reporter, who had photographed his heartfelt embrace, shared the image online. To his astonishment, the photo went viral, and he became one of the most touching figures from the earthquake. Countless netizens were moved by his profound love and attempts at redemption. Reporters flocked to interview him. Upon learning of Jiang Riyun's amputations, donations began pouring in. Zheng Xingyu was taken aback by this unexpected fortune. The donations allowed him to repay his gambling debts. As he observed his newfound popularity online, a bold idea took root in his mind: to propose to Jiang Riyun and to further cultivate his heartfelt persona. Thus, on the day of Jiang Riyun's discharge from the hospital, he informed reporters and, in front of numerous cameras, proposed to her. Jiang Riyun, surprised that he would not shun her despite her disability, tearfully accepted, moved by his promise of eternal love. The room erupted in applause. The news of Zheng Xingyu's proposal to Jiang Riyun once again thrust him into the limelight. His social media following surged. To capitalize on this wave of attention, he began writing novels online. Upon publication, his fans lauded him for his depth of feeling and talent. Realizing he could leverage his heartfelt persona to maintain his popularity, he disregarded his family's objections and married Jiang Riyun. Afterward, they held a wedding ceremony, garnering media coverage. Over the following years, he earned a substantial income. Had he ceased gambling, perhaps life could have continued smoothly. Yet, having succumbed to the gambling addiction, he found it exceedingly difficult to quit, especially after coming into money. He once again lost all his savings. He thought that after losing it all, he could still exploit his heartfelt persona for profit. However, the tides had changed dramatically. The emotional persona that had once captivated countless netizens during the earthquake had lost its allure in the rapidly evolving digital landscape. The public's attention had shifted to an endless stream of new phenomena. Unable to profit from Jiang Ruyun any longer, his attitude toward her underwent a drastic transformation. Jiang Ruyun, now with her disability, often required assistance for basic needs. When he had money, he could afford to hire caregivers. Now, without funds, he was left to manage her care alone, and his disdain began to surface. Under the pretext of needing quiet to write, he frequently retreated to their rental apartment, leaving Jiang Ruyun alone in their marital home. With no one to care for her, she developed stomach issues and suffered incontinence. When Zheng Xingyu returned to help her, he would scold and berate her with a darkened countenance. A person already burdened by disability is inherently sensitive. Jiang Ruyun was acutely aware of the profound shift in Zheng Xingyu's demeanor. Originally, his portrayal of deep affection was nothing but a facade. In truth, he sought only to exploit her for fame and profit. She had become a burden, weighed down by sorrow, yet reliant on Zheng Xingyu's care. She could only endure her grievances in silence. As the year drew to a close, the biting cold wind swept through, and a virus once again spread its malevolence. Zheng Xingyu dragged her from the bed, placing her in a wheelchair, and pushed her towards the market. Although he donned a mask, he did not insist that Jiang Ruyun wear one. That very night after returning from the market, Jiang Ruyun succumbed to a high fever. Zheng Xingyu feigned artistic pursuits, leaving early and returning late each day. Even when he did come back, he merely glanced at her, disregarding her fever, cough, and suffering. On the 5th day of her fever, her consciousness began to fade. Only when he saw her nearing death did he hypocritically take her to the hospital. It was too late. She had developed pneumonia. Despite the doctor's desperate attempts to save her, she reached the end of her life. After Jiang Ruyun's passing, Zheng Xingyu ostentatiously organized her funeral, where he wept inconsolably, garnering yet another wave of attention. Wen Shuang withdrew her heavenly gaze. This Zheng Xingyu is heartless and ungrateful, selfish and self-serving, a beast in human guise, hypocritical and worse than a mere animal. He deserves to be controlled by a female ghost and to leap to his death. Such a person is not worth 1,000 deaths. Master, I implore you,
Save me.
I would rather suffer in the underworld than be consumed by this female ghost. Zheng Xingyu sobbed, I loved my wife dearly. How could I have harmed her? During her illness, I was preoccupied with my work, neglecting her, which led to her pneumonia and the missed chance for timely treatment. Wen Shuang coldly replied, Zheng Xingyu, you truly deserve your fate. Master, I truly did not, he protested. Wen Shuang tossed a talisman at him, and instinctively, he raised his hand to shield himself. The moment his fingertips brushed against the yellow talisman, a searing sensation spread through him. He cried out in agony, rolling on the ground. Master, spare me, please. He had thought Wen Shuang would be more lenient than the female ghost, only to discover her methods were equally ruthless. Zheng Xingyu, do you realize how despicable you are? When Jiang Ruyun had her legs amputated and was hospitalized, even the loan sharks couldn't bear to see her suffer under your deceit. They secretly warned her of your vile intentions to sell her off to repay your debts. Yet, she firmly believed in your inherent goodness. Remembering how hard you worked in school to gain admission to a good university, she thought you had merely strayed momentarily and wanted to give you another chance. Although you were the one who left her disabled, she never placed the blame on you. While you wrote your novels, she pretended to be your fan, enthusiastically commenting under different accounts to encourage you. During your creative droughts, she stayed up late with you, brainstorming ideas as an administrator, exhausting herself to help you succeed. She did all this merely for you to rise above. Yet what did you do? You exploited her, and once she no longer held any value, you began to resent her, even intentionally infecting her with a virus, leading to her demise. After her death, you still played the role of the grieving lover at her funeral, seeking to profit from her blood. Is human flesh bun truly that delectable? Zheng Xingyu stared incredulously at Wen Shuang, his lips trembling slightly. Are you saying that my administrator, Yuning, is actually my wife, Jiang Ruyun? He had only known Yuning as a girl who patiently listened to his troubles online during his creative blocks. No matter how late it was, she would respond immediately whenever he reached out. Her playful and thoughtful words dispelled his gloom and reignited his passion for creation. As their correspondence deepened, he developed a peculiar affection for the unseen Yuning, planning to seek her out after Jiang Ruyun's funeral. Yet, he had been unable to contact her since. Before Zheng Xingyu could process this revelation, Wen Shuang disclosed another shocking and regretful truth. Chapter 222. She is pregnant. Upon hearing Wen Shuang's words, Zheng Xingyu's lips trembled uncontrollably. His eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "She is pregnant? How can this be?" His thoughts raced back to that chaotic night when he had been drinking with the publisher's boss and returned home inebriated. In a haze, he found Lin Jiaro sitting in a wheelchair, gently wiping his forehead as if he were a precious gem. He took in her delicate features under the light and, driven by impulse, grasped her hand. When he awoke the next morning, he found her lying beside him, unclothed. Lifting the covers, he saw her amputated legs and, unwilling to look further, disdainfully got up to leave. The doctor had once told him that after her amputation, she would find it difficult to conceive. He had always believed she was incapable of bearing children. After discovering her pregnancy, Lin Jiaro had secretly visited the hospital, where the doctor warned her that carrying the child would lead to her demise. Wen Shuang's gaze was piercing as she looked at Zheng Xingyu. Yet she still wanted to keep the child, hoping to leave a legacy for you, fully aware that it could lead to her self-destruction. She intended to tell you after 3 months, but you, eager to rid yourself of her, allowed her to contract the virus, leading to her death.
Fu Xingzu, Fu Yilin.
Duan Wei and the hurriedly arrived Li Qingheng were all furious upon hearing this. Bah, scoundrel. Fu Xingzhou spat at Zheng Xingyu. Zheng Xingyu clutched his hair tightly, his eyes bloodshot with remorse. I truly deserve this. Perhaps this is my retribution. He no longer blamed the female ghost for compelling him to jump to his death, for he knew he had brought this upon himself, deserving every ounce of suffering. Why had he spiraled into madness, ruining both his and Lin Jiaro's lives? His mind raced through countless memories. It was entirely his fault for becoming infatuated with online gambling. That seductive virtual abyss slowly devoured his will. The initial winnings were merely a bait set by the gambling site, leading him to believe he had discovered a path to wealth. In reality, he had fallen into their carefully laid trap. As he invested more, his mind became irrevocably twisted. When he won, he craved more. When he lost, he could not bear to quit, always hoping the next round would recover his losses. To fund his gambling, he borrowed, lied, deceived, and even crazily contemplated selling Lin Jiaro. Step by step, he descended into an irretrievable abyss. He had long forgotten the path he had taken. I do not die unjustly. Zheng Xingyu wept bitterly. I am sorry. Lin Jiaro, I dragged you into hell and despair. Master, can you allow me to see Lin Jiaro as spirit once more? I wish to apologize. He understood that he had sinned during his life and would face punishment in the afterlife, possibly even being reborn as a beast. You have no right to see Lin Jiaro's spirit. Your soul shall endure endless torment, forever repenting. The red-clad female ghost observed the tears of regret streaming down Zheng Xingyu's face, a complex glimmer flashing in her cold eyes. She had compelled him to leap to his death and would torment him in various ways afterwards. Yet, he never expressed remorse, only pain. He believed that Lin Jiaro's demise was a form of liberation for her. Yet now, with but a few words, Wen Shuang had compelled him to reflect upon his actions. This female master seemed to possess a remarkable degree of skill. Master, unlike Zheng Xingyu, I am not deranged. I am innocent and unaware of why this vengeful spirit in red would seek to take my life. The young female ghost kneeling beside Zheng Xingyu gazed at Wen Shuang with an expression of innocence, seeking her assistance. Duan Wei glanced at the young ghost and inquired, You must be Guing, correct? The young ghost nodded, her voice tinged with sorrow. I am Guing. Still merely a high school student. Gu Ying's face bore the marks of youth, exuding a timid and delicate demeanor that evoked a sense of compassion. She indeed appeared to be an unwitting victim. However, Duan Wei hesitated to lend her support, for the full scope of the situation remained shrouded in mystery. Moreover, considering the incident involving the red-clad ghost and Zheng Xingyu's death, it was clear that Zheng had not been wronged. Upon hearing Gu Ying's feigned innocence, the red-clad ghost lunged forward, seizing Gu Ying's long hair and delivering 2 resounding slaps across her face. You insolent wretch! Do you still dare to play the innocent? The red-clad ghost dragged Gu Ying before Wen Shuang, challenging her, Since you are so capable, can you discern why I sought to end her life? Wen Shuang opened her divine vision. It revealed that Gu Ying's mother had once been a woman consumed by vanity and materialism. From a young age, she yearned for the allure of city life. After completing high school, she eagerly moved to Yi City to work. Fueled by ambition, she believed her beauty would pave the way to success. However, she soon encountered the harsh realities of life. Lacking a higher education, it proved exceedingly difficult to secure a well-paying job solely based on her looks. The burdens of rent, utilities, and daily expenses suffocated her. Unwilling to settle for a mundane existence, she eventually leveraged her striking appearance to secure a position as a sales associate in an upscale department store, where she mingled with numerous wealthy heirs. She dated several affluent men, intent on ensnaring a golden husband and entering the ranks of the elite. Yet, gradually, she came to realize that these suitors were enamored only with her beauty and physical allure. Following fleeting moments of joy and novelty, she faced the cruel reality of abandonment. Just as she spiraled into self-doubt, an artistically inclined mature man entered her life. He was gentle and considerate, a master of his craft. Enchanted, she believed she had finally found a partner who was different from the others, but less than a year later, the artist absconded with all her savings and luxury items. It had all been a meticulously crafted deception. The designer gifts he bestowed upon her were counterfeit, and the so-called art collection was worthless. As fate would have it, she soon discovered she was pregnant. The doctor solemnly informed her that after several prior miscarriages, another termination would severely jeopardize her chances of ever becoming a mother again. During that tumultuous period, she felt utterly lost and helpless. One day, while walking down the street, she collapsed from low blood sugar. A slender man came to her rescue. Though he was somewhat handsome, he was mute, with no money and nowhere to turn. The mute man took her to his home and prepared a bowl of noodles for her. In her desperation for shelter, she deceived the mute man, claiming she had just arrived from the countryside to work in E-City, but had been robbed of her belongings and money. The mute man took her in. To ensure her unborn child would have a legitimate identity, she devised a plan involving the mute man. Chapter 223. Bittersweet Tears, Raising an Ungrateful Wretch. After the mute man became intoxicated, he awoke the next day to find Gu Ying's mother in his arms, overwhelmed with guilt and remorse. He chastised himself harshly, regretting that he had taken advantage of her while inebriated. Gu Ying's mother insisted he take responsibility. The mute man offered all his savings to propose to her family. After obtaining their marriage certificate, Gu Ying's mother revealed to him that she was pregnant. Believing the child to be his, the mute man was filled with joy. As a factory worker, he labored tirelessly to provide a better life for his wife and child, working during the day and selling goods at night. He insisted that Gu Ying's mother do nothing, allowing her to focus solely on her pregnancy. He was attentive to her every need, even washing her underwear. Months later, Gu Ying was born prematurely, and the mute man was filled with concern for both mother and child. Once Gu Ying's mother completed her confinement period, she returned her job as a sales associate in a high-end brand store. Surrounded by wealthy men, she began to look down on the mute man. Despite his kindness, his inability to speak rendered him unworthy in her eyes. Giving birth to their daughter and allowing him to raise her was already a considerable act of benevolence. Otherwise, with his circumstances, it would have been impossible for him to find a bride. Less than 3 months after the birth, Gu Ying's mother ran off with a wealthy man abroad. The mute man tracked her down at her workplace and learned from her colleagues about her past actions. He discovered that Gu Ying was not his biological daughter, but rather a child he had unwittingly inherited. In that moment, it felt as if thunder had struck him. The anguish and torment engulfed him like a relentless tide. He harbored resentment towards Gu Ying's mother for her deceit, as well as towards fate for its cruelty. Yet upon returning home, hearing the tender cries of his daughter and seeing her nestled in her swaddling cloth, his heart softened instantly. Regardless of her mother's transgressions, the child was innocent. He resolved to shoulder the responsibility of raising her, determined to provide her with a bright future. For a mute man, raising a child alone was no simple feat. He played the roles of both father and mother, changing her diapers and preparing her formula. When she cried through the night, he would hold her close, soothing her until dawn. Days turned into weeks, and he dedicated his best efforts to his daughter, sacrificing his own needs without complaint. When she reached middle school, their old house was demolished, and he received a sum from the compensation, which he used to purchase a 3-bedroom apartment in Wen Shuang, conveniently located near her school. The apartment was paid in full, and he registered it in his daughter's name. By the time Gu Ying entered high school, the factory where he worked had closed down, and in search of income, he took a laboring job at a construction site. The work was arduous, and his clothes were often stained with dirt and grime. One day, while shopping with her classmates, Gu Ying spotted her father busy near a sewage drain. Her classmates laughed and pinched their noses, mocking her. "Your father is not only a mute but also looks like a beggar, dirty and smelly." That evening, when Gu Ying returned home, she unleashed a torrent of anger upon him. Witnessing her face contorted with humiliation and rage, The mute man opened his mouth to speak, but only a faint sound emerged from his throat. He gestured helplessly, attempting to explain himself, yet found no words to convey his feelings. As Guing entered her rebellious teenage years, she desired a clean and presentable father, and he understood her. He assured her that he would take care of his appearance when visiting her school in the future. However, Guing persisted, tears welling in her eyes as she screamed. "But you are a mute. You can never change that. Your very existence is a source of embarrassment. I truly don't understand how my mother could have chosen you to be my father. She must have been blind." The mute man trembled violently in response. The words of his daughter pierced through his heart like a sharp sword, striking deep within. Yet, as her father, he could not afford to hold it against her. He silently swallowed his bitterness and sorrow, raising his hand to gesture a gentle apology. Upon witnessing this, Wen Shuang felt her eyes welling up with tears.
Fuxingzu.
Noticing her distress, quickly produced a tissue and offered it to her. Wen Shuang dabbed at the tears cascading down her cheeks. What fault lay with the mute father? His gesture of apology stirred a deep pang within Wen Shuang's heart. She felt an overwhelming compassion for this silent, resilient man, who bore the weight of their family like an unyielding mountain. However, Gu Ying's provocative actions were yet to follow. She had entered into a premature romance, associating closely with a good-for-nothing delinquent from outside school. When the mute father received a call from the school teacher, he hurried to the institution, where he learned of Gu Ying's involvement with the troublemaker. With a heart full of anxiety, he sought out Gu Ying, gesturing fervently, imploring her to end the relationship and keep her distance. His weathered eyes were filled with concern and urgency. Yet, Gu Ying was entranced by the delinquent as sweet nothings, swept away by the allure of a passionate youth romance, and refused to heed her father's words, leading to a fierce argument. Gu Ying screamed at her father. "What right do you have to control me? Look at yourself. You are nothing but a useless man. If my mother left, it was because of your inadequacy to provide her with a good life. I am beautiful, just like her. You couldn't keep a lovely wife. So what gives you the right to dictate my life? Your incompetence has cost me my mother's love since childhood. That is a debt you owe me. Don't even think about stopping my relationship. If you truly cared for me, you would accept my boyfriend. Just give me money from now on and stay out of my life." The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, her chest rising and falling dramatically. "Do you know how embarrassing your existence is for me? Because you are mute, my classmates mock me." Gu Ying's voice was sharp and piercing. Each word, each sentence, struck the mute father like a dagger, deeply embedding itself in his heart. That evening, Gu Ying brought her delinquent boyfriend home. She cast a glance at her father, then declared to him, "My mother is abroad. He is merely our servant." She commanded the mute father to prepare a meal for them. Reluctant to create a scene in front of outsiders, he retreated to the kitchen to cook. After the meal, Gu Ying and her boyfriend settled on the sofa to play video games. The delinquent, lounging with his legs crossed, discarded sunflower seeds carelessly and shouted, "I want some fruit." "Mute servant, go downstairs and buy me some." Gu Ying echoed, "Hurry up, get out of my sight. This place is under my name. If you don't behave, I'll kick you out and leave you homeless." Hearing Gu Ying's words, the mute father felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow, his chest constricting painfully, nearly stealing his breath away. His hands trembled at his sides, gripping his clothing tightly, knuckles turning white. Ultimately, he swallowed his anguish and turned to walk away. Upon reaching the door, the delinquent yelled after him, "Old man, you'd better not come back for an hour. I intend to have my way with your daughter." Gu Ying, feigning shyness, nestled against her boyfriend, playfully punching his chest. "You're so bad." The mute father halted, a surge of blood rushing uncontrollably to his head. He spun around, his eyes ablaze with fury, his chest heaving with emotion. He dashed back into the living room, veins bulging on his forehead, glaring at the delinquent, his hands gesturing with urgent, furious intensity, the fire in his eyes seemingly capable of incinerating the young man. "Dare you lay a finger on my daughter? If you touch her, I will fight you." The delinquent, oblivious to the mute father's gestures, smirked with arrogance. "Oh, the mute is getting angry. Why don't you try speaking?" Gu Ying, having grown up alongside her father, understood his gestures all too well. Feeling provoked, she leaped up from the sofa and confronted him, shouting, "You mute servant, mind your own business. Hurry and go buy fruit. Don't embarrass me here." The disdain and revulsion in Gu Ying's eyes pierced through the mute father's heart like a sharp blade. His eyes reddened further, brow furrowed as he gestured to her. "You are still young and naive. Do not let yourself be deceived by a delinquent. Focus on your studies. I am your father and would never harm you. Guing exploded like a powder keg, jumping up and shouting, "You are merely a dependent mute servant. What right do you have to meddle in my personal affairs? If I am happy with him, that is all that matters. Stop your endless meddling. Look at yourself, filthy and incapable of even managing your wife, you pathetic fool." The delinquent laughed heartily, whistling at her words. The mute father's face turned ashen, his lips trembling, as he gazed at his daughter, whom he had raised with immense effort and care, attacking him with such harsh words. His heart felt as though it were being torn apart. His eyes brimmed with anger and sorrow from the betrayal of someone so dear. In a moment of despair, he raised his hand and struck Guing across the face. The sharp sound echoed, leaving a brief silence in the air. Guing covered her stinging cheek, wide-eyed in disbelief. He had never laid a finger on her in her entire life, and now he had dared to strike her? The delinquent, seeing Guing hit, sprang up furiously, pointing at the mute father. "You insolent servant! How dare you hit my woman?" The delinquent lunged at the mute father, and a struggle ensued. Years of hard labor had left the mute father at a disadvantage against the youthful, aggressive delinquent, and he was quickly overpowered and thrown to the ground. Guing stood by, cheering her boyfriend on, believing he deserved a lesson for daring to strike her. The mute father, with one of his teeth knocked out, let rage cloud his reason. Stumbling to his feet, he rushed into the kitchen and emerged with a gleaming knife in hand. The delinquent, seeing the knife, fled in terror. Guing, witnessing this, shot her father an angry glare and retreated to her room, locking the door behind her. Soon after, the delinquent broke up with Guing. Her resentment towards her father deepened, convinced that he had sabotaged her relationship. Yet, the mute father continued to toil day in and day out, laboring diligently. Despite the arduousness of his days, he always returned home before Guing finished her evening study sessions, preparing her late-night snacks. After receiving his wages, he would quietly slip some pocket money into her school bag. As Guiying's 18th birthday approached, the mute father was aware of her longing for the latest iPhone. In order to fulfill his daughter's wishes, he toiled day and night at the construction site, disregarding the blisters that formed on his calloused hands and the excruciating pain in his back. On the day of Guiying's coming-of-age ceremony, she gathered with her classmates outside. After drinking, she stumbled home. Her mute father had bought her a birthday cake and a teddy bear, a childhood favorite. He gestured, "There's another gift. But the specialty store has run out of stock. I can only collect it tomorrow." Guing glanced at the teddy bear, her eyes icy as she accepted it, only to disdainfully toss it into the trash. Furthermore, before turning to leave, she spat at the toy. Her mute father stood frozen in place, retrieving the bear and gently wiping away her spittle with trembling hands. Scalding tears streamed from his weathered eyes as he buried his face in the teddy bear, his shoulders shaking with silent sobs. The light illuminated his solitary, desolate figure, as if narrating the unspoken hardships and injustices he endured over the years. He pondered where he had gone wrong, questioning why his relationship with his daughter had deteriorated to such depths. The following day, Guing awoke and walked into the living room, only to be taken aback by the sight of her mute father lying on the sofa. Normally, he would have been at work by this hour. His face was ashen, one hand clutching his chest, while the other reached for his phone on the coffee table. But the agony rendered him unable to grasp it, despite its proximity. Upon seeing Guing, he cast a pleading glance her way. His lips were tinged with blue, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and he was clearly in excruciating pain. Words failed him, and a faint whimper escaped his throat, a sound that seemed to plead for help, or perhaps to call out his daughter's name. Guing felt a sudden tightening in her chest, a fleeting moment of panic and fear. Yet, the long-standing rebellion and resentment towards her mute father quickly overshadowed those feelings. As she observed the man struggling on the sofa, a horrifying thought crossed her mind. If he were to die, she would be liberated from this burden entirely. She stood a distance away, watching as her mute father succumbed to a heart attack, his breath ceasing before her eyes, his gaze fixed on her as if questioning her callousness. Chapter 225, Facing Consequences. Reluctant to reunite. After her mute father's passing, Guing feigned a pitiful demeanor, seeking sympathy from the neighbors in her community. Whenever she spoke of her mute father, her eyes brimmed with tears as she recounted their life together and the tragic fate of losing her only family member. Her frail and sorrowful appearance successfully garnered the compassion of those around her. Some offered donations, others provided support, while some brought her daily necessities. Her life flourished even more than during her father's lifetime. She took the money, quickly forgetting her mute father, indulging in beautiful clothes, dining at upscale restaurants, and rekindling her relationship with a delinquent boyfriend. Her life was one of carefree enjoyment. However, she never anticipated that this blissful existence would only last 2 years before she was haunted by a vengeful spirit clad in red. Ultimately, she was driven to leap from a building, meeting her demise. Through a celestial vision, Wen Shuang observed Gu Ying's past actions and felt a surge of anger, her chest tightening with indignation. Gu Ying, your mute father should never have been a scapegoat. Your mother's genes are overwhelmingly powerful. Your mute father would have been better off raising a dog. How could you bear to watch your mute father suffer to death? It was an affront to humanity. He may have been unable to speak, but he cherished her like a precious jewel throughout her life, enduring hardship for her sake. Why do virtuous individuals receive no reward for their goodness? Gu Ying furrowed her brows at Wen Shuang. What do you mean by scapegoat? Wen Shuang replied coldly. The mother you so staunchly defend is the one who, after conceiving a child with another man, deceived your mute father into believing the child was his. Yet, merely 3 months after giving birth to you, she abandoned him for another man. Your biological father is a swindler now imprisoned. While your mother eloped with a man abroad only to be discarded, she later resorted to selling herself for money in the red light district and has since contracted numerous diseases. Gu Ying was struck with disbelief, shaking her head in denial. No, that's impossible. Wen Shuang's gaze was piercing. Your mute father knew the truth long ago. Yet he still devoted himself to raising you. His greatest failure was pouring his heart and soul into raising an ungrateful wretch like you, who dismissed all his sacrifices as mere obligations. Did he owe you anything in his past life? Did he disturb your mother's grave? Gu Ying's eyes revealed a mix of grievance and resentment. Even if my biological parents abandoned me, I am innocent. It was his choice to raise me. I never forced him. Moreover, my father forced me apart from my boyfriend. Was he not at fault? Wen Shuang, infuriated, felt the veins in her forehead throb. And what of your delinquent boyfriend? Your mute father witnessed him kissing another girl in public. He juggles multiple relationships, and you were merely a plaything to him. Did you not provide for him, only to be toyed with like a fool? Are you really so naive? The one who loved you most was your mute father. On your 18th birthday, he knew you desired the latest iPhone, and he worked tirelessly to save $10,000 to buy it for you. Unfortunately, the store was out of stock that day, and he planned to retrieve it the next day. But due to overexertion, he suffered a heart attack and collapsed on the sofa. You clearly saw his plea for help. Yet you did not call for an ambulance and watched him die before your eyes. Your heart is too cruel. Your demise at the hands of the vengeful spirit is well-deserved. Someone like you belongs in the deepest depths of hell.
Bane Wen Shuang, Fuxing Zu, Fuilin.
And Duanwei all bore expressions of disbelief. They never imagined that Gu Ying, whose exterior appeared so delicate, could harbor such a ruthless heart. Gu Ying's lips trembled weakly, her mind involuntarily conjuring images of her mute father's rough hands, the care with which he handed her pocket money, and his weary figure bustling about the kitchen. A torrent of emotions surged within her. I was wrong. I wronged my father. In truth, after her mute father's death, she had experienced regret, but she chose to numb herself with indulgence. She could not bear to admit the grievous mistake she had committed. Master, can I see my father's spirit again? I wish to apologize and repent. Do you still have the audacity to meet him? The vengeful spirit raised her hand and struck Gu Ying across the face twice. You, a heartless wretch, deserve to be tormented until you disintegrate into nothingness. Terrified, Gu Ying looked to Wen Shuang for help. Master, please assist me. Now you understand despair and fear? When you witnessed your mute father struggle for life, how did you not comprehend his own desperation and terror? Gu Ying's eyes brimmed with blood tears. I truly understand my wrongs. How could such an ungrateful wretch ever recognize their faults? If given the chance to start anew, you would undoubtedly act in the same manner. With her thoughts laid bare by Wen Shuang, Gu Ying found herself at a loss for words. Wen Shuang turned her gaze towards the spirits of the red-clad female ghost. Zheng Xingyu and Gu Ying, instructing, you may handle your affairs, but do not bring harm to the other residents of Wang Shiyuan community. The red-clad ghost nodded. Perhaps already subdued by Wen Shuang's formidable abilities, her malevolence visibly diminished. I was once a resident of Wang Shiyuan as well. In life, I was often subjected to domestic abuse by my husband, a lawyer. Many in the community were too fearful to testify on my behalf, save for Lin Jiaro and the mute father, who were willing to assist me. They were good people who should not have been harmed by those closest to them. The law could not punish them, so I became a vengeful spirit to aid them. Wen Shuang nodded. I will not punish you. But you must assure me that you will no longer harm others. Should you continue your malevolence, I shall not be so lenient. A tracking talisman was inscribed upon the red-clad ghost, allowing her to sense any wickedness that might arise. After subjecting the souls of Zheng Xingyu and Gu Ying to their due torment, I would escort them to the underworld. Upon witnessing the red-clad ghost departing with the spirits of Zheng Xingyu and Gu Ying, Li Qingheng rushed forward, exclaiming, Wen Shuang, how could you allow that malevolent spirit to leave? How can you trust a word she says? Before Li Qingheng could finish, the red-clad ghost reappeared before him, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Master Wen is now my friend. Dare to show disrespect to my friend, and believe me, I shall take you to meet the king of hell. Li Qingheng, taken aback, was met with uproarious laughter from the brothers Fu Xingzhou and Fu Yilan. Sister Ghost. Li Qingheng's junior apprentice lost a bet with our sister-in-law and now must kneel and call her auntie. Fu Yilan added. The red-clad ghost cast a sinister glance at the several junior apprentices behind Li Qingheng, demanding, who dares to kneel? The junior apprentice who lost the bet trembled as he stepped forward. Under the ghost's intimidating presence, he fell to his knees before Wen Shuang, stammering, auntie. Wen Shuang raised an eyebrow. Did you not have enough to eat? The red-clad ghost promptly kicked the junior apprentice, bellowing, louder. Auntie. Fu Yilan pulled out his phone, recording the spectacle. Next time you dare to boast, I will upload this to the internet. Li Qingheng and his companions turned pale, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. When their master emerged from seclusion, he would surely deal with Wen Shuang harshly. As they prepared to depart, they suddenly heard Wen Shuang utter a chilling warning. You would do well to spend the night in the cemetery. Otherwise, you shall face calamity. Li Qingheng cast a complex glance at Wen Shuang, retorting, do you truly consider yourself a deity? We do not require your meddling. After Li Qingheng and his companions left, Fu Xingzhou looked at Wen Shuang, puzzled. Sister-in-law, why warn them if they wish to court disaster? Wen Shuang smiled wryly. With Li Qingheng's skills, do you think he cannot foresee his fate? He harbors a rebellious streak against me. Only by speaking of it will he venture into recklessness. In pursuit of financial gain. Li Qingheng once exorcised a spirit for a hospital. A young girl, struck by a car, was still alive when brought to the hospital. However, upon discovering her rare blood type and that she was an orphan, several doctors harvested her healthy organs. After the girl's tragic death, she transformed into a vengeful spirit, seeking retribution against those who wronged her. Fearing further fatalities, the hospital summoned Li Qingheng to exorcise the malevolent spirit. The girl could no longer enter the hospital, her hatred for Li Qingheng growing ever stronger, yet she could not approach him. Tonight, having been injured by the red-clad ghost, Li Qingheng's powers were greatly diminished. The spirit of the young girl would not easily forgive him. Fu Xingzhou and Fu Yilan exchanged knowing glances. Let whatever happens to Li Qingheng be a lesson he deserves. As they drove away from the cemetery, junior apprentice Li Qingyang gazed into the pitch-black night sky. Eldest brother, do you truly think we will face calamity tonight, as Wen Shuang said? Had this been before tonight, Li Qingyang would have dismissed Wen Shuang's words. However, having witnessed her formidable prowess, he believed she spoke with sincerity. Junior apprentice, our eldest brother is also a diviner. Why would you place your faith in Wen Shuang? Li Qingyang nodded in agreement. Li Qingheng, focused on the road ahead, instructed the driving junior apprentice to be extra cautious. Yet after driving for a while, they all sensed something was amiss. Why are we still on the same road? This highway should be straight, yet it feels as though we can never reach its end. Li Qingheng furrowed his brow, attempting to remain composed as he took out his phone to call for help, only to discover that there was no signal. Eldest brother, what is happening? This is too eerie. Could we be trapped in a ghostly wall? As Li Qingheng prepared to lower the window to look outside, suddenly, a twisted ghostly visage pressed against the windshield, its ghostly green eyes emanating a chilling, eerie glow, its long tongue extending towards them. Apart from Li Qingheng, the others in the car screamed in terror. The driving junior apprentice lost control of the steering wheel. When he finally saw the road ahead, a dump truck was hurtling towards them. In an instant, the cacophony of honking, screeching brakes, and crashing filled the air. Li Qingheng lay in a pool of blood, his consciousness fading as he caught sight of the ghostly face outside, which bore a sinister grin. Shortly after Wen Shuang and her companions departed the cemetery, they arrived at the scene of Li Qingheng's accident. The dump truck driver had already called for an ambulance. As Li Qingheng and his junior apprentices were pulled from the wreckage, they were all drenched in blood. Fu Yilin felt goosebumps rise on his arms. Thankfully, he had never engaged in wrongdoing and had heeded his sister-in-law's advice. From now on, he would surely hold on to her tightly. Every word from his sister-in-law had proven prophetic. She was truly remarkable. Upon returning to the Fu residence, Fu Xiqing emerged from the kitchen with a late-night snack he had prepared himself. Xiao Qingyang was waiting for you, but I let him sleep. He has school tomorrow. Wen Shuang watched Fu Xiqing, who had taken such meticulous care of Xiao Qingyang in her absence, and warmth flooded her heart. She eagerly leaped into Fu Xiqing's embrace, her bright face adorned with a smile. Thank you, my husband. Fu Xiqing playfully brushed his finger against her delicate nose, replying, for what?
We are family.
Fu Xingzhou clicked his tongue, jesting, where's the Animal Protection Association? There's someone here abusing a dog. Fu Yilin chuckled, I wasn't abused. I'm now in a relationship. Only third brother remains a single dog. After finishing their late-night meal, Wen Shuang took a bath. Exhausted, she dried her hair only halfway before collapsing onto her bed in slumber. When Fu Xiqing came over, he noticed her hair was still damp. He picked up the hairdryer, gently combing through her hair with his long fingers as he dried it. Wen Shuang opened her heavy eyelids to glance at him. His deep, dark eyes seemed to hold the cosmos within, his handsome face adorned with a tender smile. Don't overexert yourself. Wen Shuang nuzzled her small face into his warm, broad palm, feeling both tired and content. The more merit I accumulate, the stronger my spiritual power becomes. Perhaps once I gather all 6 pieces of the spirit jade, I shall return to 1,000 years ago. Upon hearing Wen Shuang's heartfelt thoughts, a shadow of melancholy fleetingly crossed Fu Xihong's deep-set eyes. She still yearned to depart. Neither he nor his family could retain her. The following day, Wen Shuang rose, and it was nearly noon. She felt particularly liberated at the Fu residence, free to sleep as long as she desired. Upon entering the kitchen, she found Mother Fu personally preparing a meal. Noticing Wen Shuang awake, she handed her a thermos of breakfast, saying, Shuang, eat something first. Lunch will be served soon. You've been so busy lately, you've lost weight. Wen Shuang accepted the thermos with a beaming smile, replying, Thank you, Mother Fu. Qian Xi has come over. She was looking for you earlier, Mother Fu remarked. Wen Shuang glanced towards the living room and asked, Where is Qian Xi? It seems she went to the garden with the 5th young master. After finishing her breakfast, Wen Shuang made her way to the garden. Soon, the sounds of her inner thoughts erupted sharply for the Fu family to hear. What am I witnessing? The 5th young master and Qian Xi are about to kiss. They are each other's first. This is simply too sweet. In his room, playing games, Fu Xingzhou heard that the 5th young master was about to lose his first kiss, and quickly set down his phone, rushing downstairs. Mother Fu also abandoned her spatula and dashed from the kitchen. Wen Shuang, concealed behind the bushes in the backyard, was thoroughly engrossed in the scene when she suddenly spotted Mother Fu and Fu Xingzhou approaching. Mother, Xingzhou, what brings you here? Mother Fu gestured with her chin. We came to eat melon. Wen Shuang thought, what is going on? They resemble the mischievous rabbits in the melon field right now. Just as Fu Yilin was about to kiss Sheng Qianxi, he suddenly froze upon hearing Wen Shuang's thoughts. Sheng Qianxi's delicate face flushed bright red, her long, thick eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, while her small hands clutched her dress tightly, palms sweating. Just as she anticipated Fu Yilin's kiss, he abruptly turned his head away, retracting the kiss he was about to bestow. Sheng Qianxi felt her heart plunge, wondering why he hesitated. Chapter 227. There is no such thing as tranquil times. Only because someone bears the burden for you. Seeing this, Wen Shuang grew anxious. Oh no, why isn't he kissing her? I was just getting into the mood. Mother Fu and Fu Xingzhou nodded in agreement. Hurry up and kiss her. Is the 5th young master unable to? Sheng Qianxi looked at the stunned Fu Yilin. And if not for his ears, which were as red as hers, she would have thought he regretted being with her. Could he be more nervous than she was? Sheng Qianxi was the type who believed in love with fervor. She cupped Fu Yilin's handsome, rebellious face in her hands and leaned in to kiss him. Fu Yilin was taken aback by Sheng Qianxi's initiative. The moment their lips met, his mind went blank. It was as if he could not hear Wen Shuang's thoughts at all. In that moment, all his senses were consumed by the girl before him. His cold, white throat undulated as he swallowed hard. His long fingers gently cradled the back of her head, deepening the kiss. Wow, young lovers and romance, this is just too sweet. I need to watch a few episodes of a crime show to clear my head. After Wen Shuang left, Mother Fu glanced at Fu Xingzhou, who was still peeking, and couldn't help but give him a playful slap on the back of the head. Do you have a girlfriend? Why are you grinning like that?
Fu Xingzhou looked aggrieved.
Mom, I'm not the only single dog in this house. Isn't the fourth young master single too? Even the heavens can't manage to marry into the heavenly grandmother's family. Mother Fu's face turned dark. You little rascal. You have quite the logic. Sensing another slap coming, Fu Xingzhou promptly retreated to his room. Mo Ziyuan, you've returned to the country. Are you here to find Fu Yilin? Fu Xingzhou inquired. Mo Ziyuan shook his head, looking at Wen Shuang, who was pouring tea for him. I'm here to find the elder sister-in-law. Several of Fu Yilin's close friends, including Qin Chu, Ji Yu, and Mo Ziyuan, had grown accustomed to calling Wen Shuang elder sister-in-law. Wen Shuang handed a teacup to Mo Ziyuan, asking, What brings you to me? My mother fell ill due to work stress a few days ago, and while in a coma, she kept calling for my father's name. I wanted to ask elder sister-in-law to help me find out where my irresponsible father has gone.
Montag Ziyuan explained.
Having rarely seen his father, Mo Ziyuan had no photos of him at home. His mother had raised him and his sister alone. His father was often away on business trips, sometimes for months or even years at a time. He had never attended any of their parent-teacher meetings. While other children had their fathers teaching them sports and helping with homework, he and his sister faced ridicule at school for being the children without a father. One particularly vivid memory was of a family reunion dinner, only for a phone call to summon his father away. He and his sister had cried and begged him to stay, but he had coldly shaken off their hands. After that, he never returned. His calls always went unanswered, and his messages received no replies. Mo Ziyuan truly could not comprehend why his mother still cared for such an irresponsible man. He hadn't returned in years, likely having started a new family elsewhere. His mother had once been a wealthy young lady, inheriting her family's company, enjoying favorable circumstances. He couldn't fathom why she endured such hardship. His father must have taken a mistress outside. Perhaps she had borne him children, which was why he disregarded them.
Now,
with his mother falling ill and his sister's marriage in trouble, their father had disappeared without a trace. Elder sister-in-law, please help me find out where he is. If he has a new family, I want him to come back and divorce my mother. I will sever all ties with him. Wen Shuang pressed her lips together. Do you know your birth date and time? Mo Ziyuan nodded, providing his details to her. Wen Shuang began to calculate, her expression gradually growing solemn. Noticing her demeanor, Mo Ziyuan sensed that the outcome was unlikely to be favorable. After taking a deep breath, he said, Elder sister-in-law, you need not consider my feelings. Please tell me the truth. Even if he has a new family, I can accept it. I just want my mother to divorce him. Wen Shuang's expression turned grave as she replied, Your father is not keeping a mistress, nor has he formed a new family. He loves your mother dearly and cares for you and your sister profoundly. Mo Ziyuan stood up from the sofa, his emotions surging as he clenched his fists. His voice dripping with sarcasm. Impossible. I have never felt his paternal love. If he cared for us, why has he not shown his face all these years? I see him as nothing but a negligent scoundrel. Wen Shuang furrowed her brows, her tone heavy. Your father's profession is quite unique. He is an undercover narcotics officer. What? Mo Ziyuan was taken aback, unable to process the revelation. He had never imagined that the father he deemed irresponsible was, in fact, an undercover narcotics officer. Undercover narcotics officers are the unsung heroes of this era, their identities kept secret. Even their closest family members dare not disclose their occupations for fear of endangering their loved ones. Mo Ziyuan, your father may not embody the image of a tender parent who provides warmth and companionship throughout your growth. However, the responsibilities he has borne over the years are beyond our imagination. For the sake of the collective, he had to forsake his own family. He conceals his small love for family deep within his heart while shouldering the immense love for his country. He is an extraordinary unsung hero. After Wen Shuang entered this world, she had watched several documentaries about narcotics officers. Once an undercover officer's identity is discovered, he faces brutal torment from ruthless criminals, often leading to death or severe injury. There was one undercover officer who, during a mission, was recognized by his young daughter, who gently called out Daddy. Shortly thereafter, their entire family was silenced, including his mother-in-law's family, and the officer's daughter was merely 5 years old. These brave souls safeguard the nation's integrity and the well-being of its people with their youth, passion, loyalty, and even their lives. Considering the potential retribution from remaining criminal factions, many fallen undercover officers can only have an unmarked grave erected in their honor. Their heroic deeds remain unspoken, and their identities concealed. They erase their names and quietly endure solitude and the specter of death. Reality often proves to be far more brutal and bloody than fiction. There is no such thing as tranquility in the passage of time. It exists solely because some bear the weight of the journey for others.
Montag zu Yuan.
Your father may not be the most devoted of fathers, but he is undoubtedly a commendable undercover officer. Mo Ziyuan was momentarily lost in thought. After what seemed an eternity, his eyes reddened, and with trembling lips, he asked, "What about my father? Is he still alive?" Wen Shuang, after briefly pressing her lips together, replied, "Your father, he is alive." A wave of relief washed over Mo Ziyuan's anxious heart. He exhaled heavily, tears of warmth welling in his eyes. As long as he is alive, that is enough. Yet, before the joy could fully blossom within him, he heard Wen Shuang add, however, his current situation is far from optimistic. In an undercover operation a year prior, Mo Ziyuan's father had been unmasked by the drug traffickers while protecting his comrades and a critical lead. Instead of taking his life immediately, the criminals subjected him to inhumane torment. His eyes were doused with pepper spray, his face slashed brutally, and his insides were mercilessly kicked. Moreover, he lost a leg. Despite this, he resolutely held his ground, refusing to divulge any organizational secrets or the identities of his fellow undercover agents. He believed himself to be on a one-way path to death. Just when he was on the brink, he received rescue and narrowly escaped with his life. Yet, he caused the traffickers significant losses, and the remnants of their criminal faction vowed to take his and his family's lives eventually. He spent over half a year in the hospital, and due to the loss of his leg and the disfigurement of his face, he had to withdraw from frontline duties. Quietly returning to Yecheng, he became a forest ranger in the suburbs. He dared not see his family, not only because of his physical impairments, but also out of fear that those vicious criminals might discover their whereabouts. He preferred solitude, wishing only for the safety and well-being of his loved ones. After hearing Wen Shuang's account, Mo Ziyuan's face turned as pale as paper. The father he had long blamed and despised had endured such unimaginable suffering and torment. The image of his once strong father flooded his mind, and his eyes blurred with tears. "Sister-in-law, I want to see him, even if it means facing retribution." Wen Shuang nodded. "All right, I will take you to see him."
Fuxing zu and Fuma stood nearby.
Deeply moved after hearing Mo Ziyuan's father's story. Mo Ziyuan's father was a hero, a towering figure worthy of their admiration. "Sister-in-law, I will go drive," Fu Xingzhou said. Wen Shuang nodded in agreement. Following the address provided by Wen Shuang, Fu Xingzhou drove them to the foot of a mountain in the suburbs. The trio walked into the woods. Upon reaching halfway up the mountain, a modest bungalow came into view. Mo Ziyuan spotted a frail figure in the distance. The figure leaned on a cane, a vacant pant leg swaying gently with each step, one arm supporting the cane while the other clutched a basket. Despite living halfway up the mountain, where no one else was present, he wore a mask, fearing his appearance might frighten others. He moved laboriously, his once mighty physique now rendered weak and frail. Mo Ziyuan's heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, causing him to struggle for breath. Perhaps due to his former profession, Mo's father was particularly perceptive. He soon sensed the presence of others. He quickly turned his head in this direction, unexpectedly locking eyes with Mo Ziyuan's reddened gaze. Mo's father froze, momentarily believing he was mistaken. He closed his eyes and looked again at Mo Ziyuan, disbelief flashing in his pupils. Yet, he quickly masked his astonishment, slowly making his way toward the bungalow as if he did not recognize Mo Ziyuan. Mo Ziyuan's heart ached even more. "Xingzhou and I want to enter. You go find your father." Wen Shuang encouraged, Mo Ziyuan nodded and ran toward the bungalow. Inside, the light was dim, and a damp atmosphere pervaded. Mo's father entered, setting down the basket. He sat before a simple stove, preparing to cook, still wearing the mask. The flickering firelight illuminated his slightly hunched back, creating an atmosphere of profound solitude and desolation. Mo Ziyuan's breath quickened, his throat constricted as if something was lodged within. He yearned to call out father, but the words caught in his throat, refusing to emerge. Memories of his father's brief companionship flashed before him, starkly contrasting with the weariness of the scene before him. Unable to contain himself any longer, tears streamed down his face. As if sensing something, Mo's father suddenly turned around. Their eyes met again, and he trembled uncontrollably. In that moment of close proximity, time seemed to stand still. Eventually, it was Mo Ziyuan who broke the silence with a heartfelt "Dad." Mo father's eyes moistened, but he quickly steadied himself, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. Young man, you must have mistaken me. I am not your father, he croaked. Understanding his father's apprehensions, Mo Ziyuan disregarded the fear of retribution and rushed forward, kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down his face as he cried out, Dad. That single word carried the weight of years of grievances, longing, and the bittersweet release of learning his father's true identity. Mo's father became utterly still. He had endured the torment of criminals in a dark den, bound to a chair, repeatedly struck by electric batons, scorched with pepper spray on his wounds, and had even lost a leg. Yet, through it all, his gaze remained resolute and unyielding. He would rather sacrifice himself than betray his organization or his country. He was a stalwart man of iron, shedding blood but not tears. Yet, at this moment, Mo Ziyuan's two heartfelt calls of dad struck deep into his soul like a heavy hammer. His shoulders trembled violently, and the cane in his hand clattered to the ground. Mo Ziyuan's father, trembling hands reaching out, gently stroked Mo Ziyuan's head. How did you find your way here? He had never envisioned the possibility of reuniting with his son. His current appearance was grotesque and disfigured. Once, a group of young adventurers had come to his dwelling seeking water, and before he could don his mask, they caught sight of his visage and fled in terror, crying out that he was a ghost. He was deeply afraid that his son would be frightened by his present state. After narrowly escaping death, he entrusted his leader with a divorce agreement for his wife. To spare her and the children from any entanglement, he chose a life of solitude. When he opted to become an undercover drug enforcer, he had already resigned himself to the possibility of sacrifice or a lonely existence. The ones he felt the most remorse for were his wife and children. Now, the only thing he could do was to distance himself from them, ensuring they would not fall prey to criminals. I sought out a master who divined your presence here. Father, do you truly not want me, mother, or sister anymore? Mo Ziyuan's father raised his hand and gently patted Mo Ziyuan's shoulder. Daddy will always love you. It was not that he no longer desired them. Rather, he felt unworthy and afraid to reach out. Chapter 229. He would love her eternally. Yet he could not return to her side. Once, there was a female police officer who went undercover, even after she had retired and assumed a new identity. She was found by criminals who brutally murdered her, even severing her head. Those vicious beings, driven by a desire for revenge, were exceedingly ruthless. He could not gamble with the lives of those he held dearest. Even if the organization secretly dispatched individuals to protect them, he would extinguish any possibility, however minuscule it might be. Child, return home. Pretend you have never seen me. I am not a good father. I have wronged you and your mother and sister. In the future, you and your sister must be filial to your mother. If she encounters a man who treats her well, do not hinder her from remarrying. Mo Ziyuan's nose grew unbearably sour. He understood his father's concerns, yet he truly felt no fear. Had he known his father was a hero in the fight against drugs, he would not have pursued his studies abroad. He too wished to be a towering hero like his father. Father, are you aware that mother is ill? She longs for you deeply. Even in her coma, she calls your name. Can you really bear not to see her even once? Mo Lingfeng's hands, hanging at his sides, suddenly tightened into fists, and the redness in his eyes grew more pronounced. How could he not yearn for the wife he loved? Xu Huo was born into a wealthy family. 25 years ago, she was kidnapped by a rival of her father's business competitors. As the kidnapper's vehicle neared the outskirts of the city, she cleverly freed herself from her bonds, flung open the door, and leapt from the car. Ignoring her pain, she fled, crying for help. Numerous vehicles sped past her, yet none stopped to assist. At that moment, she felt utterly despondent. Just as she was about to be recaptured by the kidnappers, Mo Lingfeng's car fortuitously passed by. Mo Lingfeng, brave and righteous, quickly exited his vehicle to shield Xu Hua. Confronting the merciless kidnappers, he disregarded danger and subdued them. Once the police arrived, he took the battered Xu Hua to the hospital. Xu Hua was a bright and cheerful girl, and she fell head over heels for the man who saved her. After her discharge, she actively pursued him. Initially, Mo Lingfeng, fearing that his profession would endanger her, rejected her advances. However, a year later, their paths crossed once more, and she fervently pursued him again, gradually winning him over. They naturally became a couple, and she never inquired about his occupation. Whenever he received a call for work, she would quietly prepare his belongings. During her pregnancies with their eldest daughter and son, he was not by her side. He held himself accountable to his country, society, and the people, yet he felt he had wronged only his wife and children. Hearing of his wife's illness and her unconscious longing for him, his heart ached terribly. Tears welled in his eyes, and feelings of guilt and remorse intensified. Yet he believed he was no longer worthy of Xu Hua. Mo Lingfeng's voice trembled as he said, "Do not tell your mother I am here. Be obedient, my child. Your father does this for your sake." Mo Zian ceased to press his father further. His father was a man of iron will, who had never shed a tear despite enduring immense suffering. Yet now, before him, he wept. How could he not desire a reunion with his family? He had his own tribulations and fears. "Father, it has been ages since I have tasted your cooking." Mo Lingfeng's eyes glimmered with a smile. "Very well. I shall prepare a meal for you now." Mo Zian assisted him by chopping and washing vegetables. During the meal, Mo Zian assumed that Mo Lingfeng would remove his mask, but he kept it on and did not eat, merely sitting quietly and watching him. "Father, please take off the mask. I will not be frightened." Mo Lingfeng shook his head.
Son.
"Just being able to prepare a meal for you and watch you eat is enough for me." Mo Zian finished his meal with a bittersweet feeling. As he prepared to leave, his phone rang. It was a call from his mother. "Zian, I just woke up. Your sister told me you returned home. Do not worry. I am not seriously ill." Before Xu Hua could finish speaking, a voice on the other end said, "Son, take that water bottle with you." Mo Lingfeng did not notice Mo Zian answering the call. He hurried outside with the water bottle. Xu Hua distinctly heard Mo Lingfeng's voice, though it sounded hoarse. She instantly recognized it as her husband's voice. "Zian, did you see your father?" Upon hearing the tremor in his mother's voice, Mo Zian felt a pang in his heart. Not wanting to deceive her, he choked out a reply. "Yes, put the phone to your father." "But Dad." Xu Hua interrupted Mo Zian's unfinished words. "Does he not wish to see me? I understand his concerns. Give him the phone. I only want to ask him one question." Mo Zian handed the phone to Mo Lingfeng. "Mother is on the line. She has awakened and wishes to ask you something." Mo Lingfeng's fingers trembled as he took the phone, inhaling deeply before speaking in a hoarse voice. "Xu Hua." The voice on the other end fell silent for a long while, but Mo Lingfeng could hear the low, suppressed sounds of weeping. "Xu Hua, I am sorry. Lingfeng, I will only ask you one thing. Do you still hold me in your heart?" Mo Lingfeng pressed his lips together, remaining silent for a long time. He certainly held her in his heart, but they could never return to the past. "You never told me your true profession, but I had already guessed it. You are a remarkable hero. I have always been proud of you. I know you love me and the children, and these past years must have been arduous for you. You return yet refuse to see us. It must be for significant reasons. But Lingfeng, remember, I am your wife. No matter what happens, I will stand by your side. Do not be afraid, nor worry. We will always be a family. Will you come home?" Mo Lingfeng's eyes brimmed with bloodshot tears, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably.
I
am sorry. I cannot go home." With a heavy heart, Mo Lingfeng hung up the phone and returned it to Mo Zian. After leaving the modest dwelling, Mo Zian sought out Wen Shuang, his eyes rimmed in red as he spoke. "Sister-in-law, my father refuses to return to us. He fears that criminals will find us. And he is ashamed of his current appearance, believing it unworthy of my mother. He harbors numerous concerns, yet he has never considered his own feelings. He perpetually stands in the shadows of others, thinking only of their welfare." Wen Shuang glanced towards the doorway of the small house, where a man stood. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on Mo Zian's retreating figure, clearly reluctant, yet suppressing his emotions. She approached him. "Uncle Mo, I can help restore your face." Mo Lingfeng's reddened eyes displayed incredulity. "What did you say?" Wen Shuang reiterated, "I can heal your face." Mo Lingfeng shook his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Young lady, you have not even glanced at my face. How can you claim to know that you can heal it? My visage is utterly ruined." Fu Xingzhou rushed over, exclaiming, "Uncle Mo, my sister-in-law is not only a master of metaphysics, but also an exceptional physician." She successfully removed the birthmark from Jiang Wan's face. Mo Zian stepped in front of his disbelieving father, clasping Mo Lingfeng's calloused hands in his own. "Dad, Lingua's sister-in-law is truly remarkable. It was she who guided me to find you. I had long misunderstood you, thinking you an irresponsible and reckless father, but it was she who revealed your true identity." Mo Lingfeng's body stiffened in astonishment. "You know my identity?" With tears brimming in his eyes, Mo Zian nodded fervently. "Yes, you are an undercover narcotics officer." Mo Lingfeng stood rigid, hesitating for a long moment before slowly lifting his hand to remove the mask covering his face. As the mask slipped away, The grim reality of his disfigurement became visible, his cheeks marred by deep, jagged scars, one stretching from his temple to the corner of his mouth. As if a cruel hand had cleaved his once handsome features in two, the flesh grotesquely contorted. The sight was harrowing. Fearing that his disfigured visage might frighten them, Mo Lingfeng hastily donned the mask once more, his voice taut with discomfort. "Did I frighten you?" Mo Zian felt no fear, only an overwhelming surge of compassion. He stepped closer, embracing Mo Lingfeng tightly, his voice choked with emotion. "Dad, you must be in so much pain. I remember you as a strikingly handsome man, and I never imagined that such beauty could be so tragically marred. If it were an ordinary person, they would have surely crumbled by now." Mo Lingfeng gently patted the back of his son. "It doesn't hurt, it's all in the past. Don't worry, son." Wiping away his tears, Mo Zian turned to Wen Shuang. "Sister-in-law, can my father's face truly be healed?" Wen Shuang pressed her lips together, affirming, "It can be healed. But the damage is extensive. His appearance may change somewhat during the recovery." At her words, Mo Zian's eyes brightened. "If it changes from how it was before, then won't Dad no longer have to worry about being found by those criminals? He can live a normal life again?" Wen Shuang nodded. "Indeed." A smile broke across Mo Zian's face, and his excitement bubbled over. "Dad, did you hear that? You can live a normal life now, without fearing for our family's safety anymore." Mo Lingfeng furrowed his brow, still harboring doubts. "Son, you must trust your sister-in-law. I do not doubt her. It's just that my face is far too damaged. Even a miracle worker might find it difficult to restore. Sister-in-law, healing your face will take time. Do not rush. I promise I will achieve this." Mo Lingfeng regarded the youthful yet resolute Wen Shuang, inexplicably compelled to place his trust in her. He nodded slightly. "Young lady, I believe you." Turning back to the house, Mo Lingfeng retrieved a bank card. "This is the compensation I received after stepping down." The password is before he could finish. Wen Shuang gently pushed the card back towards him. "Uncle Mo, what you protect is not merely a peaceful existence, but the hope of countless families. I greatly admire a hero like you. Healing someone as remarkable as Mo Lingfeng will also significantly enhance my merit." "Dad, do you want to come down the mountain with me to see Mom?" Mo Lingfeng shook his head. "Zian, I cannot face your mother just yet." He was reluctant to reveal his most vulnerable side to the person he cherished most. Mo Zian understood his father's sentiments. "If you cannot face her now, perhaps you can contact her via phone." He handed his cell phone to Mo Lingfeng. "We will wait for you to come home." Having settled his father's matters, Mo Zian, Wen Shuang, and Fu Xingzhou began their descent. Mo Zian glanced at Wen Shuang, hesitating to speak. Noticing Mo Zian stealing glances at Wen Shuang, Fu Xingzhou positioned himself between them, declaring, "Kid, you'd best not entertain any thoughts about my sister-in-law." Mo Zian's handsome face flushed crimson. "Xingzhou, what are you implying? How could I possibly entertain such thoughts about my sister-in-law?" Fu Xingzhou raised an eyebrow. "Then why do you keep sneaking glances at her?" Wen Shuang, seeing through Mo Zian's thoughts, asked, "What else do you wish to calculate?" With eyes sparkling, Mo Zian exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, you are truly remarkable. You saw right through me. I wanted to ask for a reading regarding my sister." Wen Shuang nodded. "Do you know your sister's birth date and time?"
Montag 10.00 Unschuhe.
"Let me call my sister now and invite her to join us for dinner at the Yecheng Grand Hotel." After receiving Mo Zian's call, Mo Nanua drove promptly to the Yecheng Grand Hotel, arriving before the others. As she approached the entrance, she spotted a familiar group of people, her high school classmates. Among them her husband, He Wenxiu. Mo Nanua instinctively wished to avoid them, but it was too late. Li Qianqian, who had never gotten along with her during school, spotted her. "Isn't that the former campus belle, Missouri Nanua? My goodness, has she been feeding on pig feed these years? She has become quite the hefty figure." Having married He Wenxiu for 3 years, Mo Nanua had struggled with infertility, and her mother-in-law had prescribed numerous remedies, causing her figure to change drastically. When the class leader had inquired about her attendance at the reunion, she had declined, fully aware that her altered appearance would invite ridicule. Glancing at her husband, Mo Nanua noticed that He Wenxiu seemed oblivious to the commotion, engrossed in conversation with Li Qianqian's friend, Ling Xianyuan. Having both been signed to the same modeling agency, Mo Nanua had always surpassed Ling Xianyuan in every aspect. However, when the agency sought to send a model abroad for training, He Wenxiu had confessed his feelings for her, prompting her to withdraw from the modeling world for love, allowing Ling Xianyuan to take her place.
Now.
Ling Xianyuan had become one of the most renowned models in the country. As for herself, Mo Nanue cast a glance at her significantly altered figure, feeling an overwhelming sense of inferiority. He Wenxiao, I never heard you express a fondness for women whose bellies surpass their chests. With Mo Nanue by your side, people might mistake her for your aunt. Li Qianqian's comment elicited laughter from the majority of their high school classmates. He Wenxiao, who had been conversing with Ling Xianyuan, lifted his gaze, frowning deeply at the sight of Mo Nanue, who had appeared at the entrance of the hotel unbeknownst to him. He Wenxiao strode towards Mo Nanue, his expression clouded with displeasure. Did you not say you wouldn't attend the class reunion? After scrutinizing her from head to toe, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Are you intent on tarnishing my reputation by appearing without any makeup? When Mo Nanue received a call from Mo Zian, she was at the hospital tending to her ailing mother. There was little time or energy left for such frivolities as beautification. I did not come to partake in the reunion, Mo Nanue replied, gazing at He Wenxiao, who was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his hair styled to perfection, exuding an air of youthful charm. My mother is ill. Why haven't you bothered to visit her at the hospital? I've been traveling for business recently. Your mother isn't in critical condition, is she? Mo Nanue cast a brief glance at Ling Xianyue, who was observing them. You have time to accompany Ling Xianyue to the reunion, but not to check on my mother? He Wenxiao interrupted her, his patience wearing thin. Do not be unreasonable. Xianyue is soon to be engaged to my elder brother and will become my sister-in-law. If you have time for idle thoughts, you might as well focus on managing your figure. Wenxiao, come here. Ling Xianyue urged him. Coming, He Wenxiao replied, hastily making his way toward her. Watching their animated exchange from afar, Mo Nanue felt a pang of inexplicable bitterness. Her affection for He Wenxiao had blossomed during their university years when someone maliciously edited her image to portray her in a scandalous light, posting it on the school forum. Amidst a storm of rumors, she fought to clear her name, yet no one believed her. It was He Wenxiao who took the initiative to unearth the perpetrator and ensured that the individual faced dire consequences. In that moment, she perceived him as a celestial savior. Subsequently, He Wenxiao embarked on a fervent pursuit of her, and she gradually succumbed to the depths of her feelings for him. When her mother learned of her intention to abandon her career for marriage to He Wenxiao, she vehemently opposed the union, given that He Wenxiao's mother had ascended to her position through infidelity. Nevertheless, disregarding her mother's protests, Mo Nanue resolutely married He Wenxiao. They merely registered their marriage without a ceremony, with her mother-in-law promising a grand wedding once she bore the family's first grandson. Within 3 months of their marriage, she began preparing for pregnancy. Yet, to this day, she remained childless. The various unpalatable herbal concoctions she consumed daily had caused her figure to become rounder and more robust. The inability to conceive led to whispers behind her back, branding her as a barren hen. Perhaps He Wenxiao's recent coldness towards her stemmed from her failure to bear children. A sister. Mo Zian emerged from the car, approaching Mo Nanue. Didn't I send you the private room number? Why aren't you inside? Mo Nanue contemplated discussing a change of dining venue with her brother, but was interrupted by the arrival of Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou. It wouldn't be respectful to change locations abruptly with her brother's friend in tow. I just arrived not long ago, Mo Nanue replied, a smile gracing her lips. Mo Zian took her hand and introduced her to Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou. Your sister-in-law is amazing. Sister, didn't you have a quarrel with your brother-in-law recently? Let us have sister-in-law help you with that later.
Montag Nanyu nodded. All right.
Mo Zian led everyone into the private room. After the meal, Mo Nanue turned to Wen Shuang, parting her lips as if to speak but hesitated. Sister, if you have something to ask, just go ahead and ask sister-in-law. Mo Zian discerned her intentions. Recalling the trials and tribulations of trying to conceive over the past 3 years, Mo Nanue's voice trembled as she implored, Master, can you tell me if I will ever be able to have children in this lifetime? Wen Shuang examined Mo Nanue's visage and nodded. Your reproductive palace is full and robust. Conceiving should not pose a problem. However, Mo Nanue's heart tightened. However what? Your true fate will arrive after the age of 30. Mo Nanue furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend the implications of Wen Shuang's words. Sister, I understand what sister-in-law means. She is suggesting that you and He Wenxiao will not be able to have children until you encounter your true fate. At this revelation, Mo Nanue's expression shifted. Her love for He Wenxiao made divorce an impossibility. Master, could it be that my inability to conceive is the cause of the crisis in my marriage with Wenxiao? Wen Shuang pursed her lips. Your difficulties in conceiving are not your fault. The issue lies with your husband. Mo Nanua's eyes widened in shock.
How could that be?
I have undergone examinations at the hospital. My fallopian tubes are the problem, and my husband's medical report indicates he is in excellent health. It was the burden of her own issues that had led to her feelings of pressure and guilt. Every time you go for a checkup, is it always at the same hospital, or has your mother-in-law taken you there?
Montag Nanwa was increasingly astonished.
This master, brought by her brother, was remarkably perceptive. Yes. The gynecologist who examined me is acquainted with my mother-in-law. Your mother-in-law bribed that doctor. If you don't believe me, you can go to another hospital for another examination later. Mo Nanua clenched her hands on the table, anxiety flooding her. What about my husband? Does he know about his health condition? He does not. Your mother-in-law has kept him in the dark. Mo Nanua slumped back in her chair, her mind reeling. After marrying into the He family, her mother-in-law had always treated her well, despite her inability to conceive. Her mother-in-law had not only provided her with nutritious meals, but had also sought various remedies to help her body. She had even assured Mo Nanua that even if she could not bear children, Hiwenshio would never divorce her. It turned out it was all a deception. Master, thank you. I'll add you on WeChat and transfer the consultation fee. After adding Wen Shuang on WeChat, Mo Nanua turned to Mo Zian, saying, Brother, I'm grateful you brought the master here. Otherwise, I would have remained in the dark. I'll cover the bill for this meal.
Don't try to take it from me. Montag Xian schruget. Fine.
Mo Nanua exited the private room to settle the bill. The expenses at the Yecheng Grand Hotel were not trivial, and she handed her card to the cashier. However, the cashier soon returned the card, saying, This card could not be processed. Mo Nanua handed over another card, only to receive the same response. After attempting 3 cards, the cashier's gaze shifted subtly as she remarked, all your cards are declining. Are you perhaps trying to dine and dash? Mo Nanua stood frozen, her cheeks flushing crimson. How could all 3 cards fail? Wait, I'll call the bank to inquire. After a call to the bank manager, she was stunned to learn that all her cards had been frozen by Hiwenshio. Mo Nanua's mind buzzed with a mix of shame and anger. What was wrong with Hiwenshio? Why would he freeze her cards without reason? She hurried towards the private room where Hiwenshio was attending the class reunion. As she reached the door, a server emerged from within. In that fleeting moment, as the door swung open, Mo Nanua beheld a scene that sent a chill coursing through her veins. Chapter 232, meticulously designed for her future. Hiwenshio and Ling Xianyue, under the playful teasing of their high school classmates, were interlinked arm in arm, intimately and suggestively sharing a cup of wine. Ling Xianyue had shed her outer coat, revealing a form-fitting mini dress that accentuated her long, slender legs, her figure so alluring it was almost breathtaking. She stood close to Hiwenshio, her ample bosom nearly brushing against his arm. Hiwenshio gazed upon the exquisitely made-up Ling Xianyue, his throat tightening uncontrollably. In the depths of his eyes lay emotions that Mo Nanua could not comprehend. Her hands, which hung at her sides, suddenly clenched into fists. Wenshio, you and Xianer truly make a perfect pair. Had you not married Mo Nanua back in the day, perhaps Xianer wouldn't be engaged to your elder brother now. After Hiwenshio and Ling Xianer shared a cup of wine, he turned around and noticed Mo Nanua standing at the door of the private room. The other classmates in the room also caught sight of her. Nanua, we are playing truth or dare. I just lost and chose dare. And Qian made me pick someone next to me to drink from the same cup. It's merely a game, please don't misunderstand, Ling Xianer explained. Li Qian crossed her arms, surveying Mo Nanua with a look of disdain. Xianer, why are you even explaining to her? You're a supermodel now, the spokesperson for the He family brand, and soon to be the lady of the He family. Surely, you surpass Mo Nanua in every aspect. After finishing her words, Li Qian turned to Hiwenshio with a playful grin. Wenshio, tell me, who among Mo Nanua and Ling Xianer truly deserves the title of goddess? Qian, isn't that stating the obvious? Just look at Mo Nanua. She's let herself go completely. How could she possibly compare to Ling Xianer? I used to think of Mo Nanua as a goddess back in high school, but who would have thought her prime would be so fleeting? Facing a hefty pig every day at home must be quite unappetizing for Wenshio. The classmates chimed in, mockingly ridiculing Mo Nanua. Turning to Hiwenshio, she found no inclination from him to defend her. Suppressing the bitterness swelling in her heart, Mo Nanua glared at the boys who mocked her weight and retorted. So, what if I'm overweight? Am I eating your family's rice? You should take care of your own affairs. Then, she turned to Li Qianqian and added, I may be fat, but I can lose weight. It's temporary. What about you? Your ugliness is eternal. With that, she spun around and hastily departed. The onlookers were left stunned, particularly Li Qianqian, whose expression was twisted with indignation. Wen Shuang, look at your wife. Is she not a glutton who has lost her ability to speak coherently? Wen Shuang's face darkened as he replied coldly, I will discipline her when I return home. Mo Zian, upon learning that Wen Shuang had suspended all 3 of Mo Nanyue's bank cards, was enraged. This is excessive. When my sister left the modeling industry to work as a designer at his company, her successful designs earned his grandfather's favor. Now that he is firmly established, he even denies her access to her own cards? Mo Zian intended to confront Wen Shuang, but Mo Nanyue restrained him. Zian, please accompany me to the hospital first.
Montauk Xia nodded solemnly.
Upon arriving at a hospital she had never visited before, Mo Nanyue completed her tests within 2 hours and received all her results. Inquiring with the gynecologist, she learned that her fallopian tubes were perfectly healthy and she was capable of conceiving. After 3 years of marriage without success, it was evident that the issue lay with Wen Shuang. A chilling sensation enveloped her. God knows how painful and guilty she had felt during these 3 years of infertility. No matter how bitter the medicine her mother-in-law provided, she would grit her teeth and swallow it. After consuming those folk remedies, she watched helplessly as her figure continued to deteriorate. In the end, she was still belittled by Wen Shuang for failing to manage her weight. The irony was unbearable.
Jie.
When you return, you should divorce Wen Shuang.
Montauk Xian exclaimed furiously.
Mo Nanyue's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she replied, the master said that Wen Shuang is unaware of his own infertility. It is all orchestrated by his mother. As long as I cease taking those folk remedies, my figure can return to its former state. I will find an opportunity to discuss this with Wen Shuang. Perhaps we can rekindle our relationship. After all, he is a man I have loved deeply, and I believe we have not yet reached the point of divorce. He merely despises my current appearance and feels embarrassed by me in public. People are visual creatures. I am not fond of my current self either. Perhaps if I change, I can win back his heart. Mo Zian struggled to understand. Sister, he's disrespecting you publicly, flirting with other women, and has even suspended your cards. Why are you still holding on to him?
You don't understand, she replied.
When I was at my lowest, plagued by false rumors and despair,
it was Wen Shuang who stood up to save me.
To me, he is a beacon of light. Unless absolutely necessary, I do not wish to abandon this marriage. It is not that your brother does not comprehend. It is that you are deceived. A voice suddenly interrupted. Mo Zian and Mo Nanyue turned to see Wen Shuang, who had approached unnoticed. Wen Shuang stepped closer to Mo Nanyue. Since you have given me a fee for divination, there are some truths I must reveal. Mo Nanyue pressed her lips together tightly. Master, is it more serious than my mother-in-law deceiving me about my infertility? Indeed, Wen Shuang affirmed. The person who leaked your nude photos to the forum was arranged by Wen Shuang. His intention was to cast you into despair, only to emerge later as your savior. As expected, you fell for it, perceiving him as a ray of light and beginning to develop feelings for him. Mo Nanyue covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. This cannot be true. If Wen Shuang orchestrated the rumors, why would he go so far as to hurt that person to the point of hospitalization? Understanding her thoughts, Wen Shuang spoke plainly. If it were not convincing, how could you have been deceived? Goodness, this Wen Shuang is truly despicable. Why would he go to such lengths to deceive my sister?
Montauk Xian exclaimed in frustration.
For the sake of his white moonlight, Wen Shuang replied, looking at the stunned Mo Nanyue. Miss Mo, when you were ensnared in the rumors, were you not selected by a modeling agency for training abroad? Mo Nanyue nodded, her complexion pale. So, the master means that if I did not go abroad for training, the opportunity would fall to Ling Xianer. Wen Shuang orchestrated this for Ling Xianer's future. Wen Shuang confirmed, yes. Mo Nanyue felt her body sway unsteadily. She had never anticipated that her feelings for Wen Shuang were merely a result of his elaborate machinations.
For Ling Xianer,
he sacrificed his own emotions and reluctantly married her. How truly unfortunate for him. Chapter 233, a juicy revelation. She naturally must indulge. Mo Nanyue had yet to recover from the shock of Wen Shuang's manipulation of her emotions when she heard Wen Shuang say, there is another reason Wen Shuang married you. Your family background surpasses that of Ling Xianer, and you understand fashion design. Over the past few years, with the support of your family and your design talents, he has established himself within the He group. Mo Nanue's breath caught, her throat constricted, and a suffocating sensation washed over her like a tide, deeply engulfing her. He Wenxiao must have never genuinely cared for her. It was all about strategy and deceit. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, Mo Nanue gratefully nodded at Wen Shuang. Master, I understand now. Thank you. After leaving the hospital, Mo Nanue headed to the design department of the He Group. She submitted her resignation to He Wenxiao's email. Just as she was about to leave, He Wenxiao arrived at the company with Ling Xianer and Li Qianqian. He Wenxiao had already seen Mo Nanue's resignation request, and his expression turned cold as he said, Mo Nanue, what nonsense is this? With your current image, which company would want a designer who cannot even manage her own figure, aside from ours? Mo Nanue gazed at the unfeeling man who accused her, a cold smile curling at her lips. Even if no other company wants me, I am still the eldest daughter of the Mo family. He Wenxiao harbored a disdain for Mo Nanue's maternal family, particularly her mother, who once looked down upon him and sought to thwart Mo Nanue's marriage to him. Once he ascended to the presidency of the He Group, he planned to acquire the Mo family's business, stripping Mo's mother of everything. Are you upset about the incident where I suspended your card? This is merely a slight retribution for the embarrassment you caused Xianer on stage a few days ago. After all, Xianer is soon to become the young mistress of the He family and your sister-in-law. You ought to show her some respect. The recollection of Xianu's mishap on stage ignited a fury within Mo Nanue. He Wenxiao had unilaterally signed Xianer as the exclusive spokesperson. During the fashion show, Xianer, dissatisfied with the conservative neckline of the new gown she had designed, took scissors to it, removing the lining. Furthermore, finding the skirt too cumbersome, she carelessly trimmed the once ethereal fabric, leading to inevitable chaos. Shortly after stepping onto the runway, she stumbled over the disheveled fabric, losing her balance and exposing herself due to the absence of a lining. Despite her blunder, Xianer felt no remorse, instead attributing the blame to Mo Nanue. Fortunately, Mo had documented every detail of her design, which spared her from the wrath of Xianu's fans upon its online release. He Wenxiao, does your elder brother know how fiercely you protect Xianu? Those unaware might think you two are an item. What nonsense are you spouting, Mo Nanue? He Wenxiao retorted angrily. Nanue, Wenxiao supports me because you are unable to bear children. Henceforth, the heir of the He family shall rely solely on me and Hien. Xianer caressed her still flat abdomen. I'm pregnant. You must not have known? Mo Nanue froze momentarily. Xianer was with child? Initially, she had harbored doubts about the fidelity of He Wenxiao and Xianer, but if Xianer was indeed pregnant, it suggested that their relationship had not yet devolved into infidelity, especially since He Wenxiao was incapable of fathering children. Observing Mo Nanue's stunned expression, Li Qianqian stifled a laugh. Xianer, you truly are impressive. Securing the heir of the He family so swiftly, unlike certain individuals who, married to the He family for 3 years, have yet to show any signs of life. Alas, could it be that they are barren? Had Mo Nanue not undergone a medical examination that day, such comments would have left her feeling deeply inferior and heartbroken. However, at that moment, she found it all utterly absurd. She eagerly anticipated the day when the truth would be unveiled, revealing the true colors of those around her. Nanue, in a few days, it will be the engagement banquet for my brother and Xianer. Since Xianer is pregnant, her gown needs to be altered for a looser fit. Could you redesign it for her? Upon hearing He Wenxiao's presumptuous request, Mo Nanue scoffed, Mr. He, have you not received my resignation? We had an agreement. You have no right to obstruct my departure from the company. Moreover, I will be taking my design patents with me. Without waiting for He Wenxiao's retort, Mo Nanue turned and strode away. He Wenxiao observed her retreating figure, his hands, which hung at his sides, suddenly clenching into fists. To gain Mo Nanue's trust, he had indeed signed such an agreement. He understood her unwavering love for him. Even if he dismissed her, she would not leave. But why had she suddenly lost her composure today? Wenxiao, Nanue must be jealous. I never anticipated she would harbor such pettiness, knowing I am to become your sister-in-law soon. Yet still misinterpreting our relationship. Xianer sighed, pulling Li Qianqian closer. Since Nanue has departed, let us appoint Qianqian as the head of the design department. He Wenxiao hesitated. Although Mo Nanue lacked management skills, her design talent was undeniable. Sensing his indecision, Xianer urged Li Qianqian to present her design drafts. Wenxiao, look at these. They are all Qianqian's creations. After a glance, He Wenxiao's eyes gleamed with admiration. Li Qianqian's design prowess was indeed on par with Mo Nanue's. Very well, Henceforth, let Li Qianqian assume Mo Nanue's position. On her way home, Mo Nanue received a message from a colleague informing her that Hiwenxiu had appointed Li Qianqian as the head of the design department. After uncovering Hiwenxiu's true nature from Wen Shuang, she had already experienced his coldness and indifference. Now that she had resigned from the company, it mattered little who succeeded her. Upon returning to the He family villa, she found Madame He absent, engaged in a card game elsewhere. Mo Nanue quietly entered Madame He's room and thoroughly searched, eventually uncovering Hiwenxiu's medical examination report, which had been concealed. Just as she prepared to leave with the report, she stumbled upon another document. Upon opening it, she was utterly taken aback. Heavens, is this truly scandalous? Mo Nanue quickly gathered the documents. At the Fu residence, Madame Fu approached Wen Shuang with the invitation to the He family engagement banquet. Daughter-in-law, in 3 days, the eldest son of the He family, He Yan, is to be engaged to the supermodel Ling Xianer. Will you accompany me? If her daughter-in-law attended, it would surely lead to some juicy gossip. When Shuang glanced at the invitation, her eyes sparkling with interest, I have never attended an engagement banquet. It must be quite delightful. This engagement banquet promises to be rife with explosive gossip. I certainly must attend. Chapter 234, meticulously designed, reputation ruined. Madame Fu had several gowns sent over for the engagement banquet. When Shuang selected a gradient starry sky dress. After donning it, she had Madame Fu take a photograph, which she sent to Fu Xiqing. Typically, whenever she messaged him or sent a photo, he would respond immediately. Yet today, she waited for quite some time without a reply. Gradually, it dawned on her that he had been exceedingly busy lately, leaving early and returning late, making him elusive. When Shuang was reluctant to pry into Fu Xiqing's private matters. If he faced any difficulties, he would likely confide in her. 3 days later, at the He family engagement banquet, when Shuang attended with Madame Fu, Fu Xingzhou, and Fu Yilin, they encountered Mo Zian in the banquet hall. Mo Zian whispered to Wen Shuang, although my father refuses to meet my mother, he still responds to her messages. She claims that no matter how he changes, she will only love him for life. He is her only husband. With a sigh, he added, I wonder what my sister is thinking. Knowing that Hiwenxiu's intentions are not pure, she has yet to propose a divorce. Could she be so infatuated that she cannot bear to part with him? When Shuang scanned the banquet hall but only spotted Hiwenxiu, with no sign of Mo Nanue. Where is your sister? A server accidentally spilled wine on her. So, she went to the restroom. When Shuang nodded thoughtfully, the engagement ceremony commenced shortly thereafter. He Yan, the eldest son of the He family, appeared handsome and composed,
exuding en extraordinary aura.
When Shuang found herself perplexed, why would He Yan choose Ling Xianer? He Yan was originally against marriage, and his relationship with Ling Xianer was due to her having saved him. Half a year ago, He Yan was involved in a car accident. Had it not been for someone who rushed to pull him from the pool of blood, he might have lost his life. Upon awakening, the first sight that greeted him was Ling Xianer. He inquired whether she was the one who had saved him, to which she affirmed. In gratitude for Ling Xianer's life-saving deed, he consented to her request to marry him. However, the truth was that it was not Ling Xianer who had rescued him. The Fu family was left in a state of shock, having believed that He Yan and Ling Xianer shared a deep affection, especially given her frequent displays of love on social media. Little did they know, Ling Xianer was merely a cunning schemer. Fu Xingzhou gazed curiously at Wen Shuang and urged, Sister-in-law, please tell us, who saved young Master He? It was Mo Nanue who had rescued He Yan, dragging him from the wreckage just before the car exploded. She had sustained injuries herself and, upon regaining consciousness, was informed by Hiwenxiu that He Yan wished for her to refrain from seeking repayment for her kindness. Moreover, as she was the younger sister-in-law of his elder brother, he did not wish to invite scandal. Hiwenxiu's overwhelming affection for Ling Xianer was evident, as he had attributed Mo Nanue's heroic act to her. What kind of twisted reasoning could Hiwenxiu possess that would favor the light of his life over the one who had genuinely saved his brother? As when Shuang pondered this, the engagement ceremony had already concluded. He Yan raised a glass of red wine, offered by the officiant, in a toast to the guests. However, as he approached the audience after finishing his drink, Wen Shuang sensed something amiss. Goodness, no wonder Hiwenxiu wanted Ling Xianer with He Yan. He had devised a nefarious plan. Fu Ma, Fu Xingzhou, and Fu Yilin were immediately on high alert. Here it comes, the drama unfolds. It was revealed that He Yan's wine had been tampered with, and Mo Nanue had been knocked unconscious. Heavens! Are they attempting to expose He Yan and Mo Nanuer in front of all the guests? He Wenxiao had truly calculated his moves meticulously. If He Yan were to be caught in a compromising position with his sister-in-law during the engagement banquet, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, leading to his expulsion from the family business. Everything the He family owned would then belong to He Wenxiao. Upon hearing Wen Shuang's thoughts, Fu Xingzhou and Fu Yilin leapt to their feet. What a villain He Wenxiao is. Even if he does not love Mo Nanue, there is no need to ruin her like this. Wen Shuang glanced at Mo Zian and whispered, "Quickly, come with me to find your sister. We must set things right before anyone catches them in the act." After exchanging a few words with guests, He Yan suddenly felt an overwhelming heat wash over him. He loosened his tie, his breath quickening. "Brother Yan, are you feeling unwell?" Ling Xianer inquired with concern. He Yan, feeling dizzy and disoriented, requested her support to the lounge. After sharing a knowing glance with He Wenxiao, Ling Xianer assisted He Yan toward the room. "You go in and rest, it's crowded outside. I will greet the guests," she instructed. Once inside, Ling Xianer leaned against the door, straining to listen to the sounds from within. Before long, she heard Mo Nanue's voice. "Don't touch me, go away." He Yan, seemingly in a haze, responded with a hoarse whisper. "Wasn't it you who came onto me?" Moments later, the sound of tearing fabric echoed through the room. Ling Xianer's lips curled into a smile, and she was about to rush to the banquet hall to inform He Wenxiao to bring the guests to catch them in the act when suddenly, a strong arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her into the adjacent room. Startled, she pushed against the man's chest. "Who are you?" Her unfinished question was silenced by his commanding kiss. Recognizing his familiar scent, she ceased her struggles, wrapping her arms around his neck and reciprocating the kiss. They parted only when breathless, and He Wenxiao lifted her chin, teasing, "After my elder brother has been with Mo Nanue, will you feel jealous?"
Ling Xuan smirked.
"I am with your elder brother not just for pleasure, but to steal his secrets, giving you the chance to rise to power." He Wenxiao pinched her soft waist, recalling how her last secret had led his brother to lose a project, disappointing their grandfather. "If I can catch him in the act of sleeping with my wife today, he will lose all standing in the He family. Once I become the president of He Corporation, I will find a way to marry you and give our child a name." Ling Xianer smiled and nodded. "Wenxiao, I have awaited this day for many years." He Wenxiao pressed a kiss to her lips. "So have I. Now let us hurry outside and bring the others to catch them." Just as they were about to exit, both felt a sense of foreboding. Li Qianqian, acting on Ling Xianer's instructions, was to seize the opportune moment to expose the affair in the lounge. Ling Xianer had promised that today would mark Mo Nanue's disgrace. Li Qianqian held a personal vendetta against Mo Nanue as she consistently outperformed her in fashion design competitions. Once Mo Nanue's reputation was in ruins and she lost her position as head of the design department at He Corporation, her career in the design world would be over. Li Qianqian approached Mrs. He, raising her voice intentionally. "Mrs. He, I just saw Mo Nanue enter the lounge with a stranger. It's been nearly half an hour, and she has yet to emerge. I fear." Chapter 235, Retribution unfolds. A captivating scene. "I fear she might bring shame upon the He family." Mrs. He, aware of He Wenxiao's scheme, maintained her composure and replied, "That cannot be. My daughter-in-law is not that kind of person." "Are you certain of what you saw?" Li Qianqian shook her head emphatically. "If you have doubts, why not take a look for yourself?" With a heavy heart, Mrs. He nodded. "Very well." The other ladies accompanying Mrs. He sensed an impending scandal and followed suit. Li Qianqian led Mrs. He and the other wealthy women to the door of the lounge. She knocked firmly. "Mo Nanue, are you in there?" No response came from within. "Daughter-in-law?" Mrs. He called out, equally unanswered. A smile crept upon Li Qianqian's lips, confident that Mo Nanue was indeed engaged in something shameful inside. "Mrs. He, perhaps we should fetch the hotel manager for a key? If something untoward has occurred, it would be disastrous." Mrs. He nodded, promptly instructing someone to summon the hotel manager. Shortly thereafter, the hotel manager arrived and was about to use a spare key to unlock the door when it swung open from the inside. Mo Nanue emerged, clad in a bathrobe, water still dripping from her hair. Witnessing the scene, Li Qianqian was ecstatic. "Mrs. He, did you see? Mo Nanue is in a bathrobe, her hair wet. She has just engaged in an illicit affair." With that, she forcefully shoved Mo Nanue aside and made her way into the room, intent on exposing her lover and delivering public retribution. Mrs. He frowned, disappointment etched across her face. "Nanue, how could you do this? What about Wenxiao? What about me? For 3 years, I have cherished you as my own daughter. Despite your inability to bear children, I have never once spoken ill of you. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she raised her hand to wipe them away. The other ladies began to murmur and cast judgment upon Mo Nanua. Engaging in such disgraceful behavior at her elder brother's engagement banquet, did she not possess any shame? Previously, Mo's mother had looked down upon Mrs. He for being a mistress, yet now her own daughter was embroiled in scandal. From now on, we shall no longer engage in card games with Madame Mo. With a daughter raised in such a manner, it is likely that her mother is not faring any better. Hearing the whispers surrounding Madame Mo, Mrs. He could not suppress a smirk at the corners of her lips. In the past, Madame Mo looked down upon her, deeming her a mere mistress who had ascended. And now her daughter's reputation lies in tatters. One wonders how Madame Mo feels upon learning this news. Mo Nanua observed the hypocritical demeanor of Mrs. He stepped back, her voice icy as she spoke. Mother-in-law, you profess to care for me yet refuse to hear my explanation. Hastily concluding that I have betrayed Huanxiu, Mrs. He was momentarily taken aback, her gaze lingering on the cold expression of Mo Nanua, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. This marked the first time Mo Nanua had spoken to her in such a tone since marrying Huanxiu. Nanua, it's not that I do not trust you. Earlier, when He Yan and Xian were engaged, you were absent, and Li Qianqian claimed to have seen you enter the lounge with a man, and here you are still clad in a bathrobe. It is rather. Before Mrs. He could finish her sentence, Li Qianqian burst into the room, exclaiming in shock, "What are you doing here?" Mrs. He and several other socialites rushed into the room, eager to identify the supposed lover. However, they were all left dumbfounded when they saw Mo Zian emerging from the bathroom, drenched. Mo Nanua, your shamelessness knows no bounds. Li Qianqian exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment, though internally she was reveling in the chaos. The idea of the lover being another man paled in comparison to the scandal of it being Mo Nanua's own brother. Henceforth, Mo Nanua would become the target of public scorn. Li Qianqian, are you unwell? My sister's gown was soiled by a server, and she simply came to the lounge to wash up. When the plumbing malfunctioned, I came to assist her. Do you truly believe me to be a lover? Perhaps you should donate your brain to a hot pot restaurant for use as delicacies. At least it would serve some purpose rather than embarrassing yourself here. At that moment, several others emerged from the suite. Mama Fu, Wen Shuang, Fu Xingzhou, and Fu Yilan. Zian, someone has mistaken you for your sister's lover? That person must be lacking in intellect to make such an assumption. Fu Yilan laughed, clutching his stomach. The expressions of Li Qianqian and Mrs. He shifted dramatically, their faces alternating shades of green and purple. Li Qianqian never expected such a crowd to be in the lounge. If she still wished to accuse Mo Nanua of infidelity, she would truly be a fool. Mrs. He secretly clenched her jaw. Wen Xiu had assured her that everything was arranged. The lover would be someone she least expected, and she was to await a grand spectacle. Was this truly the spectacle she had anticipated? Miss Mo, we sincerely apologize. We mistakenly judged you. Indeed, it was all Li Qianqian's fault. She had sworn she saw you with a wild man, misleading us into believing you were unfaithful. Yet, it wasn't solely Li Qianqian's fault. Mrs. He seemed to harbor doubts about Miss Mo as well. Did Mrs. He's previous kindness towards Miss Mo merely disguise her true disdain for her inability to bear children? Mo Nanua regarded the shifting expressions of Mrs. He, her lips curling into a cold smile as she addressed the gathered ladies. Esteemed ladies, I assure you, my health is robust. I recently underwent a medical examination at the hospital. She retrieved her report from her bag and presented it to the socialites. Mrs. He cast a glance at the report, her countenance suddenly transforming. Mo Nanua had switched hospitals for her examination? Had she discovered something? As Mrs. He remained enveloped in confusion, Wen Shuang suddenly spoke. Do you hear that? It seems there is some unusual commotion next door. The door to the adjacent lounge had already been discreetly opened by Wen Shuang's subtle magic, and the sounds of flirtation between a man and a woman began to filter through. Wen Xiu, who else could ignite your passion more than your wife in bed? The man's breathless laughter followed. Xian, of course. Over these 3 years, I have only touched Mo Nanua a handful of times. She's as lifeless as a corpse in bed, devoid of any allure. Moreover, she has grown plump and unattractive, whereas you remain as beautiful as ever. That slender waist of yours. The onlookers, upon hearing the intimate exchange, were struck with disbelief, particularly Li Qianqian and Mrs. He. They had come to catch Mo Nanua in an affair, only to discover He Wenxiu and Ling Xian are engaged in a scandalous liaison next door. Mrs. He, her face ashen, rushed forward to shut the door. It must be a case of mistaken identity. My Wenshio would never stoop so low. Mo Nanue, seeing through Mrs. He's thoughts, boldly pushed the door open. The crowd outside was now fully aware of the scandal unfolding within. Chapter 236, A Twist of Fate, Heart-Stopping Revelations. He Wenshio and Ling Xian were lost in their desires, oblivious to the commotion outside. The scene was utterly scandalous. Mrs. He, as if struck by lightning, stood frozen, her mind buzzing. They had aimed to catch Mo Nanue in infidelity, but how had it turned out to be her son, He Wenshio and Ling Xian instead? Indeed, it was He Wenshio and Ling Xian. How shameless could a married younger brother and his newly engaged sister-in-law be? Mrs. He, once a mistress herself, had raised a son to follow in her footsteps. Like mother, like son, both morally bankrupt and utterly disgraceful. Wen Shuang peered into the adjacent room, eager to catch a glimpse. But before she could see anything clearly, Fu Xingzhou and Fu Yilin pulled her back. Sister-in-law, do not look. It would be an affront to your eyes. Mo Nanue gazed impassively at the scandalous affair between He Wenshio and Ling Xian, her heart numb, devoid of any feeling. That man had never truly cared for her. Everything was a deception and a manipulation. What was there left for her to mourn? Mo Nanue discreetly took out her phone and captured images of their indiscretions. She feigned profound distress, swaying as if about to collapse, her tears blurring her vision as she lamented, "What have I done to deserve this? Why must you treat me thus?" Upon hearing Mo Nanue's anguished voice, the couple entwined in passion abruptly turned to face the doorway. Upon seeing the dark throng of onlookers, Ling Xian jolted, her face paling as she shrieked, "Get out, all of you!" He Wenshio felt a tightening in his chest, fear and panic flashing in his eyes. The rationality that had been clouded by desire returned in a rush. Trembling, he pushed Ling Xian away, hurriedly donning his trousers, and shouted at the crowd, "Stop looking and get out!" With a resounding crack, an irate socialite hurled her wine glass at He Wenshio. "You shameless wretches! How dare you tell us to leave? Are all the women in the world dead, He Wenshio, that you would betray your future sister-in-law? Are all the men gone, Ling Xian, that you would betray your fiancé's brother? Like attracts like, may your disgrace endure." Wen Shuang silently applauded the socialite, glancing at Fu Xingzhou and Fu Yilin. "This scandal is too explosive. We must gather others from the banquet hall to witness." "Indeed, sister-in-law is correct. We shall summon everyone immediately." The expressions on He Wenshio and Ling Xian are transformed into a mix of green and purple. "We were set up," He Wenshio hastily defended. "Someone drugged Ling Xian and me, intending for us to engage in this affair." At this juncture, their only option was to devise an alternative plan. At that moment, old Master He and He Chung rushed over. "What has transpired?" inquired the irate noblewoman, recounting the scene she had just witnessed. Upon hearing her words, old Master He nearly fainted from anger. He raised his hand and delivered a stinging slap to He Wenshio, exclaiming, "Beast! Do you honor your Nanue and your elder brother?" Witnessing He Wenshio receive a slap from old Master He, "Madam," he felt an overwhelming pang of sorrow. "Grandfather, someone has conspired against me and Ling Xianyuan, intending to ruin our reputations." He Wenshio gritted his teeth in protest. Old Master He's face turned ashen. "Speak. Who seeks to harm you?" "My elder brother." The moment He Wenshio uttered these words, an uproar ensued. "Your elder brother wishes to harm you? Are you jesting?" "Madam," he interjected hastily, "Father, there is something that He Chung and I are aware of, which we have refrained from disclosing to you. We intended to keep it hidden indefinitely, but I never anticipated that Hien would resort to such despicable and shameless tactics to tarnish Wenshio's reputation in order to vie for the inheritance." Old Master He furrowed his brow. "What matter is this?" "Madam," he produced a document from her bag and handed it to old Master He, revealing that Hien was not He Cheng's biological son, implying that he bore no blood relation to the He family. The document was a paternity test report. After being drugged, Hien had received treatment from Wen Shuang, and once the feverish heat within him subsided, he retreated to another room for a shower. Hearing the commotion, he swiftly approached, only to overhear Madam He proclaiming that he was not He Cheng's biological son. Hien dashed over, his eyes fixated on the paternity test report, which indicated that he and He Chung were not father and son biologically. He staggered slightly, bewildered. "How can this be? Father, you are aging and your health is not robust. I have refrained from sharing this news with you, fearing it would be too much of a shock." In truth, Wen Shuang is your only grandson, He Qing spoke solemnly. His emotions were undoubtedly complex regarding the revelation that He Yan was not his biological son. He had never anticipated that his ex-wife would betray him, leading him to unknowingly embrace a child not his own. Over the years, he had treated He Yan as his own, developing genuine affection for him, and even after learning of the paternity test results, he had not cast He Yan out. He had even intended for He Yan and He Wenxiu to equally share the He family fortune. However, he was blindsided by He Yan's ambition to scheme against He Wenxiu and Ling Xianyuan, aiming to ruin He Wenxiu's reputation for his own gain. He Cheng's gaze sharpened as he directed it toward He Yan. Xianyuan is pregnant, yet you sent her to Wenxiu's bed. Your greed for wealth is truly depraved. The onlookers were left in shock. It appeared that He Wenxiu and Ling Xianyuan were indeed innocent. He Yan, gazing at his father's disbelief, replied coldly, "Father, I have never conspired against anyone. On the contrary, someone drugged my drink. Had it not been for Master Wen Shuang, I might have fallen victim." Naturally, He Cheng did not believe He Yan, especially after the scandal involving He Wenxiu and Ling Xianyuan was laid bare for all to see. "Cease your dissembling. Do not dare to call me father again. Leave the He family at once." He Wenxiu and Madame He exchanged glances, both revealing triumphant smiles. He Yan's handsome face paled as he turned to old Master He grandfather. "Do you not believe me either?" Old Master He's mind was in turmoil. He had always favored his eldest grandson for his superior abilities compared to He Wenxiu. Yet, the paternity test results were indisputable, and he could no longer show favoritism toward someone with no blood ties to the He family. Turning his head aside, old Master He spoke in a hoarse voice. "You may go." He Yan's deep-set eyes brimmed with tears. Just as he prepared to depart, Mo Nanua suddenly called out to him, "Elder brother, do not leave." Upon seeing Mo Nanua speak up, He Wenxiu's expression darkened. "Mo Nanua, my husband was set up by He Yan. Why do you still want him to stay?" Mo Nanua looked at He Wenxiu's demeanor with utter revulsion. Chapter 237. Unveiling Everything. Unbelievable. Mo Nanua regarded He Wenxiu, who was still pretending to be innocent, and couldn't help but scoff. "Elder brother, you claim to have been set up alongside Ling Xianyuan? Do you take us for fools who stumbled upon your affair with Ling Xianyuan? Did you not tell Ling Xianyuan that in these 3 years, you barely touched me, that in bed, I was akin to a corpse, and that your interest in me had completely waned? Yet Ling Xianyuan, with her delicate and soft waist, was enough to ignite your passions? If you were truly a victim of design, would you utter such words?" The earlier noblewomen who had caught them in the act quickly nodded in agreement. "Indeed, does He Wenxiu think we have intermittent amnesia?" Clearly, he and Ling Xianyuan were willing participants in their liaison. They were incredulous that he would attempt to shift the blame onto He Yan when, even if He Yan had plotted against them, there was no reason for him to involve his newly betrothed fiancée. Ling Xianyuan tearfully interjected, "When I was with He Yan, he privately expressed his discontent with He Wenxiu, filled with jealousy, proclaiming that he would ensure He Wenxiu received nothing from the He family. We were both under the influence of drugs, losing our senses. How can anyone take what we said seriously? Besides, what benefit would there be for us in such actions? On the contrary, our reputations have been utterly destroyed, while He Yan stands to gain." He Yan, watching Ling Xianyuan make baseless accusations against him with an unflinching demeanor, was filled with disbelief. Before their engagement, Ling Xianyuan had been gentle, considerate, and understanding in his presence. He had thought her to be a virtuous woman. He Yan's laughter was cold. "Ling Xianyuan, upon discovering that I am not the He family's eldest son, you so easily twist the truth and turn the tables?" Ling Xianyuan pressed her lips together. "I speak only the truth." She had only just learned that He Yan was not the true heir of the He family. Had she known he was an impostor, she would never have accepted his proposal. "He Yan, you truly need not waste your breath on such a shameless woman." Wen Shuang suddenly stepped forward. Ling Xianyuan, enraged by being called shameless, retorted, "And who are you to insult me?" Wen Shuang looked at the thick-skinned Ling Xianyuan with a mocking smile. "I am speaking of you. Are you not the shameless one? Knowing He Wenxiu is married, yet pursuing him, you are not only disgraceful, but utterly devoid of shame. Others may insult you. You ought to listen quietly. If you are publicly humiliated, you should accept it with dignity. What face do you have to appear here and shout? A legitimate wife is won by formal marriage, while you, engaging in clandestine affairs, will forever remain a mistress." After finishing her tirade, she turned her gaze to He Wenxiu. "You are no better. Exploiting and hurting Mo Nanua, you are a scoundrel, lower than a dog, for even dogs eat excrement openly. while you sneakily indulge. Wen Shuang's blistering rebuke left Ling Xianyuan, He Wenxiu, and Madame He with ashen faces. Madame He felt as though she too was being insulted. Breathing heavily, her complexion a mix of hues. She glared at Madame Fu. Our family affairs do not concern your daughter-in-law. Mind your own business. Madame Fu grasped Wen Shuang's hand, a forced smile on her lips as she addressed Madame He. My daughter-in-law speaks of shameless women who act as mistresses. Madame He, why are you so agitated?
Oh.
I recall now. You were once a mistress yourself, which explains your distress. At Madame Fu's words, several noble women stifled their laughter. Madame He's face turned as if she had plunged into a cesspit, reeking and unsightly. Darling, it was clearly your mother, Hien, who strayed first, leading to our union. The son I bore you is the legitimate heir of the He family lineage. Yet here I am, now branded as the villainous mistress? Mrs. He lamented, tears brimming in her eyes, her demeanor one of profound grievance. He Cheng's countenance darkened as he cast a fierce gaze towards Madame Fu. Is this the standard of upbringing we can expect from your Fu family? The affairs of the He family do not require your meddling. When Shuang tugged at the corners of her lips, Mr. He, you have been ensnared by the machinations of a mistress and her child. If you truly cast away your own son, you may find yourself alone and uncared for in your twilight years, if you even reach such an age. He Cheng's anger flared, veins throbbing at his temples. You dare, enough, husband, Mrs. He interjected, do not waste your breath on such a person. Since the Fu family shows us such disrespect, we ought to expel them without hesitation. Mo Nanua retreated to her room, retrieving 2 documents from her bag and briskly approaching to interrupt Mrs. He's unfinished words. Eldest brother, he is genuinely of the He bloodline, whereas He Wenxiu is merely the illegitimate child you bore with another man. Mo Nanua presented the 2 documents to old Master He. Grandfather, I discovered these 3 days ago in Mrs. He's chamber. Old Master He glanced at the paternity test results she handed over. One was between He Wenxiu and He Cheng, while the other was between He Yen and He Cheng. The results revealed that He Wenxiu was not He Cheng's biological son, yet He Yen's child was indeed his grandfather. The previous report must have been fabricated by Mrs. He. These 2 are the authentic ones. Upon seeing the paternity reports handed to old Master He, Mrs. He trembled violently, her pupils constricting in shock. How could Mo Nanua have unearthed her hidden secrets? No, these 2 are the false ones. Attempting to refute Mrs. He was met with 2 more documents from Mo Nanua. Grandfather, I have been married to He Wenxiu for 3 years without conceiving. My mother-in-law even arranged for a forged infertility report. In truth, it is He Wenxiu who cannot bear children. Old Master, he furrowed his brow at the examination report presented by Mo Nanua. Mrs. He was on the brink of madness. How could this foolish girl suddenly know everything? I will summon the staff of the paternity testing facility to perform blood tests on the spot. Upon uttering these words, old Master, he saw Mrs. He's complexion turn even paler. A blood draw on site would render any attempt at deceit futile. After the staff conducted the blood draw, old Master, he instructed his trusted aides to supervise the process closely. He Wenxiu had not anticipated this twist of fate. His glare at Mo Nanua was filled with resentment. Had it not been for her interference, old Master, he would not have sought a re-examination. Sensing He Wenxiu's loathing gaze, Mo Nanua coldly smirked. You incessantly claim I cannot conceive, yet the problem lies squarely with you. He Wenxiu refused to believe he was infertile. After all, how could Xiano possibly carry his child? She had assured him that she had never been with Hien. When Shuang observed the unfounded confidence of He Wenxiu and could not suppress a mocking smile. Surely He Wenxiu does not believe that Ling Xianer is carrying his child? Oh my, could it be true? The child Ling Xianer bears is actually? Chapter 238. The child in her womb is indeed his. What? Did I not see correctly? Ling Xianer is entangled with He Cheng, and she carries his child? The Fu family gasped in disbelief, their worldviews shattered. Months prior, Ling Xianer overheard a conversation between Mrs. He and her physician friend, inadvertently discovering that He Wenxiu was incapable of fatherhood. Realizing that without a child, her position in the He family would be precarious, she devised a bold plan: artificial insemination. She made several attempts to seduce He Yen to conceive his child, but He Yen showed no interest, leading her to suspect his inadequacy. Until one fateful day, she found He Cheng intoxicated and sprawled on the sofa. In an effort to curry favor with her future father-in-law, she served him a cup of tea to sober him. After drinking the tea, He Cheng, captivated by the youthful beauty of Ling Xian'er, succumbed to temptation and embraced her. Though He Chung was in middle age, he maintained a certain allure, and recalling Mrs. He's disdain for her, Ling Xian'er, half-heartedly, engaged in an intimate liaison with He Chung. Upon awakening and realizing he had been with Ling Xian'er, He Chung was both astonished and secretly delighted, for she was far more enchanting than the aging Mrs. He. As their clandestine affair intensified, He Chung assured Ling Xian'er he would facilitate her marriage to He Yan and provide her with ample resources. One must admit that Ling Xian'er was a masterful time manager, deftly navigating between the two He men without arousing suspicion. The Fu family murmured their astonishment, acknowledging her cunning yet deploring the sordidness of the affair. Old Master He, witnessing the guests transform into spectators, felt a tumult in his mind. He tactfully suggested that the He family had private matters to address, urging the guests to depart early. However, the guests seemed oblivious, returning to the banquet hall, eager to partake in the engagement feast. Old Master He, fully aware of their intentions, sighed heavily. Let them stay if they wish. Surely, our family harbors no further scandals. The Fu family also returned to the banquet hall, awaiting the meal. Fu Xingzhou leaned closer to Wen Shuang, sister-in-law. Old Master He's confidants have accompanied the paternity testing. Do you think Mrs. He will attempt any sabotage? Wen Shuang glanced towards Mrs. He. She intends to discreetly contact her lover for one last desperate attempt to switch the blood samples drawn from He Yan and He Wenxiu. We cannot allow her to make contact with him. Wen Shuang produced a signal-blocking talisman and softly uttered an incantation, immediately disrupting the local signals. Mrs. He attempted to send several messages, but they failed to transmit due to the lack of signal. Left with no choice, she quietly rose and made her way towards the banquet hall's exit. Mrs. He has left. Fu Xingzhou observed the banquet hall and sensed something amiss. Sister-in-law. Neither Ling Xian'er nor He Chung are present either. Fu San is quite perceptive to have noticed the absence of Ling Xian'er and He Chung. Fu Xingzhou sheepishly touched his nose. He was not clever. He merely sensed his sister-in-law's thoughts. My heavens, He Chung is audacious indeed, calling Ling Xian'er to the secluded balcony, confronting her about her connection with He Wenxiu. Surely, He Chung does not entertain the delusion that Ling Xian'er, a mere flower, could genuinely harbor feelings for an older man such as himself? After all, Ling Xian'er's affections are as common as flyers on the street, available to all. The Fu family stifled their laughter, the metaphor strikingly apparent. If Madame He could capture the scene of He Chung entangled with Ling Xian'er, it would indeed be a spectacle to behold. Fu Xingzhou and Fu Yilin exchanged knowing glances, both brothers rising in unison. They too were eager to witness such a dramatic unfolding. As Madame He stepped out of the banquet hall, intent on finding a location with signal, she was abruptly halted by the conversation between Fu Xingzhou and Fu Yilin. There's no signal in the banquet hall. I just made a call on the terrace where the reception is quite good. I also played a game there. Madame He hastily made her way towards the terrace. The terrace had been transformed by the hotel into a sky garden, lush with greenery and fragrant blooms. He Chung pulled Ling Xian'er behind a thick-leaved monstera plant. Gripping her slender shoulders, he accused her. You told me you never shared a bed with He Yan. I trusted you. Yet you've been involved with He Wenxiu behind my back. Whose child are you carrying, mine or He Wenxiu's? Ling Xian'er's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her voice trembling with distress. Chunge, do you not believe me? The child I carry is undoubtedly yours. I previously explained that He Wenxiu and I were schemed against. We were drugged and have no recollection of what transpired. Looking at her tear-streaked face, He Chung's heart softened slightly. Xian'er, I care for you deeply. I arranged for you to marry He Yan because I knew he was averse to marriage. Even if he wed you, he wouldn't touch you. But He Wenxiu is different. He is married, and you've gotten involved with him. How do you expect us to maintain our family's dignity?
Ling Xian'er bit her lip, appearing increasingly pitiable.
But He Wenxiu is incapable of fathering a child. The child I carry can only be yours. He Chung's eyes widened in surprise. How do you know that Wenxiu is infertile? I overheard Madame He speaking with her doctor while on the phone, Ling Xian'er confessed. He Chung's gaze fell to her abdomen as he reached out to caress it. I shall believe you this once. However, your entanglement with He Wenxiu has irked me greatly. You must make amends. Ling Xian'er's long lashes fluttered. She understood the implication of his demand. Yet fear gripped her heart. The guests had not yet departed, and if they were caught in this scandal again, her situation would become dire. Chunge, not now. What if someone sees us? He Chung grasped her face firmly. Everyone is in the banquet hall. They won't notice us here. Besides, who would suspect we are involved? He did not concern himself with the paternity test. He cared little whether He Yan or He Wenxiu was his biological son. As long as the child Ling Xianer bore was his, that sufficed. Chingge, I'm truly frightened. What if your wife finds out? What do you fear from her? If He Wenxiu isn't my son, she would have long since betrayed me. As long as you bear me a son, I shall divorce her. Just then, Madame He arrived at the terrace, poised to send a message on her phone, when she suddenly heard He Ching's voice. Chapter 239, A Scandalous Revelation, Twists and Turns. What son? What do you mean by divorcing her? Following the source of the voice, Madame He approached the area concealed by the monstera leaves. As she parted the foliage, her blood ran cold. What did she see? Ling Xiana had audaciously kissed He Cheng. Heavens! Was she seeing things? Just a while ago, Ling Xianer was entangled with her son, and now she was with her husband. In that instant, Madame He felt the world spin around her, nausea rising in her throat. Little vixen, who is better in bed, me or He Wenxiu? Of course, it's you. He Wenxiu cannot father a child, but you've made me pregnant with yours. What? The child Ling Xianer carries is He Cheng's? This pair of adulterers. Madame He, consumed by rage, charged towards them. Wretched woman, I'll tear your face apart. The sudden onslaught startled both Ling Xianu and He Cheng. Ling Xianer quickly adjusted her gown, retreating behind He Cheng. He Cheng, facing the furious Madame He, extended his hands and forcefully pushed her away. If you cause her to miscarry, I will make you pay. Madame He stared at He Cheng in disbelief, her body trembling uncontrollably. You would threaten me for a shameless harlot? He Cheng glared at her. The paternity test hasn't been concluded. Perhaps you deceived me from the start. If you wish to maintain your status as Madame He, refrain from provoking me. Madame He felt as though the blood within her veins was freezing. Her eyes burned red, her face contorted in rage and humiliation. He Cheng, do you have no shame? You've betrayed me with Ling Xiana. How can you face me? He Cheng sneered. What have I done to wrong you? Wasn't it you who climbed into my bed to ascend the social ladder? Madame He choked on her words, unable to respond, nearly fainting from the weight of her emotions. Indeed, she had once been a mistress who forced out He Yan's biological mother. Little did she know that 20 years later, the boomerang would strike her back. Enough of this. As long as you keep our secret, whether or not He Wenxiu is my biological son, I shall allow you to retain your position as Madame He. Hearing He Cheng's assurance, Madame He slowly regained her diminishing sanity. Despite her immense anger, humiliation, and pain, she had no choice but to swallow her pride. After all, He Wenxiu was not He Cheng's biological son. You promise you won't divorce me? He Cheng nodded. I promise. As long as you cease your disturbances and ensure the safe delivery of the child Ling Xiana carries. Gritting her teeth, Madame He replied, Fine, I will keep your secret. No fourth party will learn of your affair with Ling Xianer. Yet before Madame He could finish her sentence, a sudden cough interrupted the conversation. It's over. We all heard that. Surely the He family won to silence us? Madame He whirled around, parting the dense monstera leaves. To her shock, she found herself face to face with Wen Shuang's beautiful yet seemingly innocent eyes. Not only had Wen Shuang and the Fu family arrived, but a substantial portion of the banquet guests had also gathered. The onlookers were now engrossed in the unfolding drama. Madame He Cheng, and Ling Xianer turned ashen at the sight, especially Ling Xiana, who had been caught in infidelity a second time in such a short span. The guests, now aware that they had been discovered, ceased their quiet observations and began to openly discuss the scandal. This is explosive. It shatters all moral standards. In my lifetime, I've never witnessed such a disgraceful affair or encountered a woman so devoid of shame. The ethics and morals they once held dear seemed to have been cast aside, and the crowd expressed their disgust. Moreover, I noticed another detail. Mo Nanhua was correct. He Wenxiu truly cannot father children. Ling Xianer must have known this, which is why she got involved with He Cheng, leveraging it to make He Wenxiu believe the child was his. Meanwhile, He Wenxiu and old master He, believing the guests had vacated, soon discovered that most had congregated on the terrace. Two individuals hurriedly made their way over, only to be met with an even more scandalous revelation. Upon discovering the entanglement between He Cheng and Ling Xiana, old master, he was nearly overwhelmed with fury. He Wenxiu fared little better. In his heart, Ling Xiana had always been the pure and pristine moonlight. In the past, he had gone to great lengths to manipulate Mo Nanhua for her future. He had believed that Ling Xianer's heart contained only him, Yet to his dismay, she had become involved with He Chung. This was akin to having his dignity trampled upon mercilessly. Clenching his hands into tight fists at his sides, his eyes ablaze with rage, he surged forward, demanding to know why. Why had she betrayed him? He had endured humiliation when caught in the act, yet his anger had never burned so fiercely. He had sacrificed so much to harm Mo Nanua for her sake, even tarnishing his own reputation. Why had she turned her back on him? And with none other than He Chung. Disregarding He Cheng's attempts to restrain him, he seized Ling Xian'er's arm with a fierce grip, raising his other hand to deliver a resounding slap across her face. Wretched woman, do you even deserve my regard? Ling Xian'er felt the sting of blood trickling from her split lip. Gazing at the frenzied He Wenxiu, whose anger threatened to consume him, she felt a surge of indignation. Wretched woman? And what of you? You claim to have harmed Mo Nanua for my sake, but can you truly swear it was not for your own gain? Back when Mo Nanua was fair and desirable, if you had no interest, why did you sleep with her? You are nothing but a hypocritical and selfish coward. Your inability to father children is the divine punishment you deserve. You and your mother are the most vile and malicious. Mo Nanua's current state is a result of the harm you both inflicted upon her. And as for me, I was merely a pawn in your game. Sacrificed so you could inherit the He family fortune. Is this your version of love? With matters now reaching a critical juncture, Ling Xian'er realized there was no possibility of reconciliation with He Wenxiu. He had chosen Mo Nanua for his own interests, and now she could do the same with He Chung. Turning to He Chung with a feigned vulnerability, she implored, Brother Chung, for the sake of the child I carry, would you be willing to marry me? This surreal turn of events. Heavens, Ling Xian'er has truly lost her mind. Madam He, upon hearing Ling Xian'er's proposal to He Chung, was incensed and nearly lunged to tear her apart. He Chung, you must not marry her. Ling Xian'er grasped He Cheng's hand, placing it upon her abdomen. Brother Chung, after today's events, a rift will grow between you, He Wenxiu, and He Yen. Would it not be better to start anew with a son? If you desire, I can bear you several more in the future. Her words stirred He Cheng's heart profoundly. Just as He Chung was about to respond, Wen Shuang interjected with a soft cough. May I timidly inquire, Mr. He? On what grounds do you believe the child Ling Xian'er carries is undoubtedly yours? If I hadn't scrutinized Ling Xian'er's private life, I might have assumed the child was indeed He Cheng's. The Fu family members gasped in astonishment. Could there be an astonishing twist in the tale? Chapter 240, Severing Ties, a Lifesaver. He Chung furrowed his brow, glaring at Wen Shuang. What do you mean? The child Ling Xian'er carries is undoubtedly mine. Wen Shuang chose not to respond directly, instead casting a pointed glance at Ling Xian'er. Under the piercing gaze of Wen Shuang, Ling Xian'er felt a chill run down her spine. She had heard that Wen Shuang was a master of mysticism. Surely, she couldn't see through everything?
Approaching Ling Xian'er.
Wen Shuang discreetly pressed a silent charm against her back. This must be Miss Ling's phone, left in the lounge after your rendezvous with He Wenxiu. Producing a white phone, she answered a call that had just come through. Seeing the caller ID labeled as mobile customer service, Ling Xian'er's pupils dilated in fear. She knew this was not a genuine customer service call. Attempting to reclaim her phone from Wen Shuang, she opened her mouth, but no sound emerged. Wen Shuang signaled for silence among the guests, who quickly hushed, eager for the unfolding drama. Wen Shuang answered the call. Cold sweat broke out on Ling Xian'er's forehead as she desperately tried to snatch the phone back, but Fu Xingzhou and Fu Yilin swiftly blocked her, preventing her approach. A frustrated male voice came through the line. Ling Xian'er, I've called you several times. What's going on? Why haven't you answered? Ling Xian'er could not respond, her throat dry with panic as she jumped in frustration. You've already become engaged to He Yen, haven't you? Don't think that becoming the He family's matriarch will allow you to escape me. Transfer $1 million to me immediately, or I'll expose the fact that you're carrying my child. Let us see how you survive in the He family after that. Ling Xian'er was unable to approach Wen Shuang, her complexion pale and her body trembling. She yearned to voice her protest, but could not utter a single word. What was happening to her? Why had she suddenly lost her voice? The caller, seeing her silence, grew increasingly agitated. Why aren't you speaking? You wretched woman. Haven't the He family realized that this will be your fourth marriage? You've been married 3 times abroad, and I was deceived by you. When my family went bankrupt, you fled. Transfer the money, now. He Chung could bear it no longer, his eyes turned crimson, and his body trembled with fury. You deceitful woman. How could you betray me? He rushed to Ling Xian'er, raising his hand to deliver 2 sharp slaps across her face.
Links war nervös stund.
Her ears ringing, her mind reeling in disbelief. How had it come to this? She had always navigated between men with ease. Why had everything gone awry today? You're not carrying my child. Why did you lie to me? He-chung grasped her throat, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. Wen Shuang, witnessing this, recited a few incantations, lifting the silence charm from Ling Xianu. Finally able to speak, she coughed violently. Why did I deceive you? It's because you, like he Wenxiu, are incapable. We were together for months, and I could not conceive. I had your sperm tested. The doctor informed me that your quality is poor due to your smoking and drinking. Am I to blame for your inability to father a child? Her words struck He-chung like a bolt of lightning. His sperm was substandard? This meant he would never be able to have children of his own. Old Master, the paternity test results are in. One of Old Master He's confidants approached with 2 sealed documents. Old Master He opened one to reveal the truth. Hien was truly the bloodline of the He family. With red-rimmed eyes, he approached Hien saying, Yen, I previously misjudged you. I owe you an apology. Hien, with a grave expression, replied, Grandfather, the family has been embroiled in such disgrace. I hope you will handle it fairly. Old Master He nodded, reassuringly, do not worry, I am well aware. Mr. He approached He-chung, striking him forcefully on the back with his cane several times. You have brought a mistress into our home and raised her illegitimate child for over 20 years, nearly driving your own flesh and blood away. Not only that, but you've also entangled yourself with Ling Xianer. You have utterly disappointed me. From this moment forth, you are no longer my son, and I shall remove your name from the He family genealogy. Instantly, He Cheng's complexion drained of color, his body trembling uncontrollably. Father, please. I was wrong. Do not cast me out of the He family. Mr. He lifted his foot and forcefully kicked He Chung aside. Ignoring his son, he turned to Mrs. He and He Wenxiu. The deceit you have perpetrated against our family will not go unpunished. I will pursue legal action. Mrs. He staggered backward, her mind reeling. After years of scheming, had it all come to naught? She could not bear such a blow. He Wenxiu felt equally frantic. Without the support of the He family, would he not become an ordinary man? It felt as though the very heavens were collapsing around him. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Mo Nanuer among the onlookers. If he sought her forgiveness, might she grant him another chance? After all, she loved him dearly. Without the He family, with the Mo family's backing, he could still rise to prominence. I hereby declare that from this day forth, all matters of the He family shall be managed by my grandson, Hien. Upon hearing that Hien had become the head of the He family, a glimmer of hope flickered in the despairing Ling Xianer. She hurried to Hien's side, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, Yen, I promise I will no longer be reckless. In light of the fact that I once saved your life, will you marry me? I will terminate the child I carry and withdraw from the modeling industry to become a devoted wife and mother. Wen Shuang's lips twitched in disbelief. Good heavens! Ling Xianer is truly shameless, like someone who sits on the toilet to remove her makeup. At this moment, she still clung to the last shred of hope, attempting to leverage Mo Nanue's act of saving Hien. When Shuang approached Mo Nanue, whispering a few words in her ear, Mo Nanue's eyes widened in disbelief. Was Hien marrying Ling Xianer because he believed she had saved him? When Shuang nodded, He Wenxiu has credited your merits to Ling Xianer. Mo Nanue closed her eyes, suppressing her anger and hatred. How foolish she had been to develop feelings for such a heartless and selfish scoundrel over the years. However, she was grateful that she had finally seen through him. Ling Xianer, I shall never marry you. Hien coldly rejected Ling Xianer's shameless plea. He was not one to pick up cast-offs. Even if she had been his savior, he would never allow such a brazen woman into his home. Perhaps anticipating Hien's refusal, Ling Xianer clenched her jaw. Fine, if you refuse to marry me, then give me 10 billion to buy out my gratitude for your life. From henceforth, I shall no longer entangle myself with you. Mo Nanue stepped forward, her voice icy. Ling Xianer, I truly envy your complexion. It is remarkably well preserved. After all, it was I who saved Hien 6 months ago. Before Mo Nanue could finish, Ling Xianer cradled her belly, writhing in pain. Yen, my stomach hurts terribly. Given that I once saved your life, will you take me to the hospital? Hien, filled with disdain, replied, I will give you the 10 billion to buy out your so-called gratitude, but you must never approach me again. Mo Nanue interrupted, no. I will not allow you to interrupt her again. Brother, 6 months ago, during your accident, it was I who dragged you from the car, not Ling Xianer. He-Yan's face changed dramatically as he looked at Mo Nanuer in disbelief. What did you say? You were the one who saved me 6 months ago? Not her? Ah Yen, it was I who saved you. Have you forgotten? The first person you saw when you awoke was me.
Ling Swan protested urgently.
If Mo Nanuer rescued you, why has she never told you? The accident site had no surveillance, and after Mo Nanuer dragged him from the vehicle, it exploded, causing her to lose consciousness. She and He Wenxiu had taken both of them to the hospital. Thus, He-Yan's first glimpse upon waking had been of her. As long as He Wenxiu did not expose her, Ling Xianer could never prove she was a savior. He Wenxiu, aware of Ling Xianer's intentions, chose not to expose her. If Ling Xianer received the 10 billion, he would surely benefit as well. I did not tell brother because He Wenxiu misled me. Claiming that brother did not wish for me to exploit his gratitude, Mo Nanua said, turning her gaze to He-Yan. Brother, when I dragged you from the car, you gave me something as a token of gratitude. Do you remember what it was? He-Yan frowned, pondering for a moment before nodding. I remember giving something to the one who saved me. Ling Xianer, you insist that you saved me. Produce the item I gave you, and I shall believe you. Ling Xianer instantly fell into a state of panic. She had not saved He-Yan and had no idea what he had given her. The item you gave me. It's gone. It must have been stolen by Mo Nanua. That is why she stands here, attempting to usurp my merits. He-Yan's expression darkened.
Ling Swan.
Not only are you shameless and fickle, but you also lie incessantly. When I was rescued, I lost consciousness and did not give anything to my savior. Ling Xianu's face turned as pale as a ghost. It was over. Everything was over. He-Yan glared at Ling Xianer with disdain, publicly announcing the cancellation of their engagement before stepping toward Mo Nanua with an apologetic expression. Nanua, I am truly sorry. I had no idea you were my savior. Whatever compensation you require, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. Mo Nanua shook her head. Brother, I do not hold you at fault. This is not your error. If there is any blame, it lies with He Wenxiu. Mo Nanua approached He Wenxiu, producing a divorce agreement from her bag and flinging it at him. She then slapped him twice across the face. The sound of the slaps echoed, leaving He Wenxiu dazed. Mrs. He rushed over to defend her son. Mo Nanua, have you gone mad? How dare you strike my son? Before she could finish, she received 2 slaps from Mo Nanua as well. You have defied the heavens. I am your mother-in-law, your elder. Mo Nanua spat. For 3 years, you concealed your son's inability to bear children, forcing me to endure torturous remedies and bearing immense pressure. Just 2 slaps are a mercy to you. Furthermore, I have already signed the divorce agreement. You are no longer my mother-in-law. He Wenxiu felt a sudden pang of anxiety as he looked at the divorce agreement Mo Nanua had thrown at him. Nanua, I merely made a mistake that every man in the world might make. I was blinded to see Ling Xianer as my ideal. I promise I will change. Let us not divorce, shall we? If you desire children, I can consent to you adopting one from an orphanage. His words filled Mo Nanua with revulsion. As the filter of admiration faded, she saw him for the arrogant and mediocre man he truly was. Why don't you take a look in the mirror? Even if you were to kneel and beg, I would never take you back. He Wenxiu, upon realizing that Mo Nanua was offering him no semblance of courtesy, turned ashen-faced. His teeth clenched in fury. Mo Nanua, you shall regret this. Once you divorce me, you shall become a twice-married woman. No respectable individual from high society will ever wish to have you. Mo Nanua rolled her eyes. My future marriage does not require the concern of a despicable scoundrel like you. Being deceived by you for 3 years was a folly on my part, but from now on, I shall keep my eyes wide open and never again associate with a wretched frog. He Wenxiu, infuriated by her words, retorted. You are now both unattractive and overweight. What gives you the right to insult me as a frog?
Montag Nano scoffed coldly.
My current state is a direct result of your and your mother's actions. It is you who cannot bear children. Yet you force me to endure the torment of various remedies. With you spewing poison daily, it's a wonder I could ever look beautiful. Turning to He-Yan, she said, Brother He, you asked me what I desire. I wish to expedite my divorce from He Wenxiu. I hope you and grandfather He can assist me. He-Yan nodded, understood. Following the exposure of Ling Xianer's scandal online, her reputation lay in ruins. The weight of various penalties suffocated her. Her ex-husband, unable to extract any money from her, confronted her violently, resulting in her miscarriage. The two things she cherished most, her reputation and her body, were irrevocably destroyed. Neither He Chung nor He Wenxiu would acknowledge her. And even in response to her pleas, they hurled insults at her. She had become a loathed cockroach in the eyes of all. Meanwhile, under the intervention of He Yan and the Mo family, He Wenxiu was compelled to divorce Mo Nanyue. After being ousted from the He family, he utilized his savings to establish a clothing design company anew. He hired Li Qianqian as a designer, believing that with his abilities, he would surely rise again. A month later, the nation's most prestigious fashion competition was held in Yi City. He Wenxiu, accompanied by Li Qianqian, learned that Mo Nanyue would also be participating. "Are you confident in defeating her?" he inquired. Li Qianqian nodded with unwavering assurance. "Rest assured, I will undoubtedly prevail." Upon entering the venue, He Wenxiu searched for Mo Nanyue's figure, but only encountered Wen Shuang, members of the Fu family, as well as Mo Zian and Madame Mo. He could not fathom that Mo Nanyue, after leaving him, could thrive better. Once Li Qianqian's company claimed victory, he would be willing to offer her another chance should she return. As the competition commenced, Li Qianqian's design was the 10th to be showcased. Her creation was a qipao that harmoniously blended Chinese elegance with Western romance. The judges nodded approvingly upon viewing her design, awarding it high scores of 9 or above. Mo Nanyue's piece was the final presentation. A model adorned in a floor-length, pure white gown graced the stage, with the neckline and cuffs embellished with tiny diamonds that sparkled like a starry river. The skirt flowed gracefully, perfectly embodying the delicate strength of femininity. Upon reaching the center of the runway, the model dramatically removed the flowing skirt, transforming the gown into a short dress interwoven with silk and sequins. The judges, awestruck, rose to applaud. Without a doubt, Mo Nanyue's creation received a perfect score. He Wenxiu and Li Qianqian's expressions shifted. "It's all right. Even if Mo Nanyue received a perfect score, your score is still second overall," He Wenxiu reassured her. However, when the host announced the names of the champions, Li Qianqian's name was conspicuously absent. He Wenxiu's countenance darkened as he approached a judge for clarification. The judge, perusing the documents, stated, "The designer Li Qianqian from your company has plagiarized a work from a designer who committed suicide 10 years ago due to personal turmoil. Although the piece was never published, it is archived within the design community, and plagiarism is a grave taboo in our industry. Therefore, we have assigned her work a score of 0. He Wenxiu felt as though he had been struck by lightning, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. Returning to his seat, he angrily confronted Li Qianqian. "Your work is plagiarized?" Li Qianqian averted her gaze, her voice trembling. I speak the truth." Li Qianqian's body quaked uncontrollably. Recently, she had moved into a rental, where she stumbled upon a design manuscript in a cabinet. Enchanted by it, she had searched online but found no similar designs, emboldening her to claim it as her own. She never anticipated that such works would be documented within the design community. Seeing her expression, He Wenxiu understood all too well. She had indeed committed plagiarism. This would undoubtedly ruin her career. Just as he was engulfed in panic, the 3 winning designers ascended the podium. Upon catching sight of Mo Nanyue, He Wenxiu's pupils constricted in shock. She had undergone a remarkable transformation. In the brief span of a month, she must have lost around 30 pounds. Although still slightly plump, she appeared much more refined and beautiful. Her once delicately petite oval face had regained its slenderness. Her skin radiant, and her long hair had been cut into a chic shoulder-length style. Dressed in a tailored women's suit, she walked with poise, exuding an air of elegance. The scoundrel must be dumbfounded, thinking that Nanyue would fade into obscurity and despair after leaving him. A woman must love herself fiercely, always placing herself first. A man should never hinder a woman's ability to rise. Fu Xingzhou silently applauded Wen Shuang, acknowledging her profound wisdom. He Wenxiu watched the dazzling Mo Nanyue on stage as she radiated confidence and grace, a stark contrast to the Mo Nanyue he had once scorned and detested. He had never imagined that she could shine so brightly after leaving him. Suddenly, He Wenxiu recalled Mo Nanyue from 3 years prior. She had been equally beautiful and confident. It was he who had dragged her down into despair. To help him establish a foothold in the He Group, she often worked late into the night, tirelessly assisting him in crafting successful products. When he overindulged in social drinking and suffered from gastric discomfort, she would tenderly care for him throughout the night. Reckoning on her love for him, he repeatedly neglected and dismissed her. His mother forced her to consume those excruciatingly bitter remedies. And he never spoke a kind word to her, instead ridiculing her inability to bear children, branding her a sinner. It was never her fault. It was his. In his misguided pursuit of Ling Xiana, he had overlooked the best woman in the world. As tears welled in his eyes, remorse flooded his heart. After receiving her award, Mo Nanua exited the venue, and He Wenxiu hastily followed. A sleek black Maybach rolled to a stop by the roadside. Clad in a tailored suit, the handsome and mature He Yan emerged from the vehicle. "Nanue, congratulations," He Yan said, presenting her with a bouquet of flowers. "Thank you, brother." He Wenxiu felt an unfamiliar sense of crisis welling within him. "Mo Nanue, you are my wife. Even after the divorce, you remain my ex-wife. You cannot become involved with He Yan." Upon hearing He Wenxiu's voice, Mo Nanua turned to face him. Li Qianqian's plagiarism had tarnished her reputation within the design community, and as her employer, He Wenxiu would likely find it difficult to continue in the industry. He was barely managing to keep himself afloat. Yet he dared to meddle in her personal affairs? He Wenxiu, is your mind filled with nuclear waste? A respectable ex should act as though they are deceased. What audacity! Do you have to speak to me again? He Wenxiu approached Mo Nanyu with reddened eyes, his face suffused with remorse. "Nanyu, I have truly come to realize my mistakes. I remember all the kindness you have shown me. Will you grant me one more chance?" Mo Ziyan stepped forward, forcefully pushing He Wenxiu away. "Get lost. Haven't you heard? Late affection is as worthless as grass." Mo Nanyu chose to ignore He Wenxiu, preparing to enter her vehicle, but in the next moment, He Wenxiu collapsed to his knees with a thud. Smack! Smack! He raised his hand and struck his own face several times with great force. "Nanyu, I was blind, my heart clouded by foolishness. I had such a wonderful wife, and failed to cherish her. I am truly a scoundrel, a complete and utter jerk." Tears streamed down He Wenxiu's face. His eyes filled with contrition. "Now I understand. Nothing compares to your smile, your embrace. Nanyu, I love you dearly. I beg you, please give me another chance." Witnessing the scene, Fu Xingzhou couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "Sister-in-law, you won't soften and regret it, will you? Remember, a dog cannot change its nature." Now that He Wenxiu had lost everything, he could only cling desperately to Mo Nanyu as a last resort. If she were to relent, once He Wenxiu regained his footing, he would undoubtedly betray her again. Wen Shuang lifted her chin and continued to observe. Mo Nanyu handed her bag to Mo Ziyan and walked up to He Wenxiu. Seeing her approach, He Wenxiu believed she had softened and turned back, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. He was certain that Mo Nanyu still cared for him. However, in the next moment, several merciless slaps landed on his face. "I've had rabies shots, so I'm not afraid of your barking. Do you think I would accept trash like you? You're nothing but a useless fishing rod, thin and obsessed with fishing, hoping to return like a prodigal son. You should hurry back to your mother's womb and start anew." "Ha ha ha." Fu Xingzhou clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. A woman, once awakened, possesses unparalleled combat prowess. He Yan instructed the bodyguards to drag the stunned He Wenxiu away. Mo Nanyu entered He Yan's car. "Nanyu, if you are willing." Mo Nanyu seemed to anticipate He Yan's intentions and solemnly interrupted him. "Elder brother, I understand your gratitude for my rescuing you, but that is inconsequential. If I encounter anyone in need of help, I would assist them as well. I know you are not one for marriage, but if you are willing, please accept me as your sworn sister." Observing the clear-headed Mo Nanyu, He Yan's eyes revealed a hint of admiration as he nodded with a smile.
All right.
Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou's vehicle followed closely behind He Yan's. "Sister-in-law, could He Yan be Mo Nanyu's destined partner? I find myself somewhat shipping them. Though their past relationship was that of an elder brother and sister-in-law, if they were to truly be together, it might be somewhat awkward, yet it inexplicably feels right." When Shuang smiled mysteriously, Nanyu is now confident and outstanding. Regardless of who her destined partner is in the future, she will find happiness. After attending Mo Nanyu's celebration banquet, Wen Shuang rested at the Fu residence for 2 days. "Third brother, what has your elder brother been busy with lately?" Fu Xingzhou shook his head, having been engrossed in gossip with his sister-in-law and completely neglecting thoughts of his elder brother. However, upon his sister-in-law mentioning him, Fu Xingzhou belatedly realized that his elder brother had been leaving early and returning late, hardly seen at all. He had never been this busy, even during crises at the company. "Sister-in-law, why don't we go to the company to find elder brother?" Wen Shuang nodded. "All right. Upon arriving at the company, they immediately sensed something was amiss. Numerous elites were exiting the elevator, carrying boxes. Sister Zhu, are you also resigning? The receptionist, Wan Shi, frowned. Recently, the Chuangshe group has been systematically suppressing the Fu group. As the world's wealthiest and most enigmatic century-old family, if we remain with the Fu group, we might not even find work in the future. It would be better to accept the double salary offered by the Chuangshe group's newly established branch in Yi City. Xiao Shi, why don't you resign and come with us? Wan Shi shook her head. I won't leave. The young mistress has shown kindness to me and Lu Lin. I refuse to believe the Fu group will truly go bankrupt. Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou were taken aback. The Fu group was facing bankruptcy? How serious was this? Chapter 243. This time, it is her turn to protect him. Wen Shuang hurriedly approached Wan Shi to inquire about the recent situation of the Fu group. Wan Shi informed her that the heir of the Chuangshe group, the world's richest company, had recently been targeting the Fu group, snatching several major projects and luring away high-level employees with lucrative offers. Moreover, the Chuangshe group had allied with other major companies in Yi City to further suppress the Fu group. The sudden upheaval and pressure left Fu Xiheng in a state of utter disarray. Heavens, the Chuangshe group is actually going after our Fu group? The Chuangshe group's headquarters was in Country S, and it was said that its leaders had powerful connections, even with the royal family. Fu Xingzhou could not fathom how the Fu group could have offended such a formidable family. They should be worlds apart. Sister-in-law, what should we do? Although the Fu group is the richest in Yi City, compared to the Chuangshe group, we are like ants, utterly insignificant. If the Chuangshe group intends to destroy us, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Is the Fu family truly facing bankruptcy? Wen Shuang furrowed her brows. First, let us go find your elder brother. Fu Xiheng was in a meeting with major shareholders in the conference room. The Chuangshe group's aggressive actions had left those who had not yet sold their stocks in a state of panic.
Mr. Fu.
What exactly did you do to offend the Chuangshe group? You must quickly devise a plan. If this continues, we will sell all our shares. All our partners are looking to terminate their contracts with the company.
How will we account for this loss?
If you are unable to resolve this crisis, you should resign and allow someone capable to take over. Fu Xingzhou stood outside the conference room, his handsome face darkened with anger. These seasoned investors had not complained about his elder brother's capabilities when it came to profit sharing. Yet now, in the face of a crisis, they all came to attack him. When Shuang observed the man who had recently lost considerable weight, her brows tightly knitted. Why is the Chuangshe group suddenly targeting the Fu group? Could it be that their young lady has taken a liking to my husband, and if she cannot have him, she intends to destroy us? Hearing Wen Shuang's thoughts, Fu Xiheng abruptly turned his head towards the conference room door. Upon seeing Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou approaching, he gestured for a pause in the meeting and strode towards them. Come to my office. Fu Xiheng led Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou into his office. Elder brother, why didn't you inform us of such a significant matter? Fu Xiheng's brows were tightly furrowed. I have been investigating the reasons behind the Chuangshe group's targeting of us. Informing you wouldn't change anything. Have you discovered the cause? Why is the Chuangshe group suddenly antagonizing us? It can't possibly be that their young lady has taken a liking to you. It should be related to the Wen family. Recently, the Wen family has received support from the Chuangshe group, gaining momentum. Companies that have canceled contracts with us are now turning to cooperate with the Wen family. If this trend continues, the Wen family is likely to usurp the Fu family's position as the wealthiest in Yeqing. Does the Wen family still dare to cause trouble? I am eager to see how they have colluded with the Genesis group. What? Could it be true? Wen Mu actually allowed Wen Liao to usurp my identity and recognize the heir of the Genesis group who has come to Yeqing in search of a sister? Wen Mu handed over my childhood jade pendant to the heir of the Genesis group and even took my hair for a DNA test. Having transformed into the esteemed young lady of the Genesis group, the first target of Wen Liao's vengeance is the Fu family. She intends to bring them to ruin, making them believe that I, Wen Shuang, am a harbinger of misfortune. Once the Fu family casts me out, she will then propose that Fu Xiqing marry her. Such a melodramatic situation has befallen me. I had thought my current life was quite satisfactory and had no desire for familial recognition. Fu Xiqing and Fu Xingzhou were both taken aback. After all, it was Wen Liao who had appropriated Wen Shuang's true identity. There is a business gathering in Yeqing tonight, and Wen Liao, along with the heir of the Genesis group, will be attending. Let us confront Wen Liao about her true identity together, though I do not wish to acknowledge my family. I cannot allow someone to impersonate me and harm the Fu family. Husband, there is a business gathering in Yeqing tonight. Will you take me along? Initially, Fu Xiqing had no desire to attend the gathering, as many companies had defected to the Wen family, and his presence would only subject him to ridicule. However, he nodded in agreement.
All right.
Brother, sister-in-law, I will accompany you. Wen Shuang smiled slightly, suggesting they all dress elegantly. When Wen Shuang, Fu Xiqing, and Fu Xingzhou appeared at the business gathering, many were astonished. The Genesis Group's blatant support for the Wen family was an obvious attempt to dismantle the Fu family and replace them as the wealthiest in Yeqing. A fact that these business magnates had long recognized. The astute understood the necessity of aligning with the Wen family to ensure their survival. Although the Fu family had yet to declare bankruptcy, they were on the brink of collapse. In the past, Fu Xiqing would have been the center of attention at such gatherings, but tonight, hardly anyone approached him. People avoided him as if he were a plague, fearing that association would lead their companies to a similar fate as the Fu families. Very well, I will remember each and every one of these opportunists. Those who dare to show disdain towards my husband will come to regret it. Fu Xingzhou also felt the coldness and disdain from the crowd. He could not fathom how his elder brother had endured this isolation and contempt. The experience was indeed excruciating. Do not fear. I am here for you, Wen Shuang said as she took Fu Xiqing's long hand in hers. A warm current coursed through Fu Xiqing's heart. Truth be told, he had never feared anything. Brother, you still have me and our family.
Fu Xiqing nodded in acknowledgement.
Isn't that the illustrious President Fu? I hear your company is facing a crisis. Weren't you quite arrogant before, canceling our cooperation? Didn't you claim that as long as I was around, you would not show your face? The man speaking was Zhao Kongsheng, a former partner of the Fu family in electronic components. After years of collaboration, Fu Xiqing had terminated their partnership a year prior when he discovered Zhao's products were being compromised. Your wife is quite beautiful. If President Fu would let her take on the role of a socialite, perhaps your company might still have a glimmer of hope. Before Zhao could finish his sentence, Fu Xiqing delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. Zhao stumbled back several steps, crashing to the floor in a disheveled heap. Regaining his composure, he glared at Fu Xiqing with a twisted expression of shame and rage. Your family is on the verge of bankruptcy, yet you act so arrogantly? Do you dare kick me? I'll call the police and have you arrested. Once you're behind bars, who will protect your beautiful wife? I hear you have an attractive younger sister as well. Fu Xiqing was about to retaliate again when Wen Shuang quickly held his hand. Let me handle this. With a smile that held a hint of mockery, she approached Zhao Kongsheng. You wish for me to be your socialite companion? Zhao, now upright, eyed Wen Shuang with a lecherous gaze. How perceptive, Mrs. Fu. If you please me, once the Fu family collapses, I could take you under my wing. Wen Shuang scoffed. You wish to take me under your wing? You might not even live to see that day, as you are about to find yourself in prison. What do you mean? Wen Shuang narrowed her eyes, her demeanor icy. Do you recall what transpired a decade ago? Upon hearing her mention the past, Zhao's face paled noticeably. Chapter 244. A climate of fear, scandals unfolding one after another. How could Mrs. Fu possibly know about events from 10 years ago?
No.
It is impossible for anyone to know. This woman must be trying to deceive him. Zhao forced a smile. I do not understand what you are saying. You think a mere woman can save your husband from ruin? At that moment, a guest approached Zhao, reminding him, I hear Mrs. Fu has a knack for fortune-telling. Zhao's expression turned increasingly disdainful. What could a young woman possibly know about fortune-telling? It's likely just a fabricated persona to gain attention. The people she predicted were merely actors hired by the Fu family. Fu Xingzhou was infuriated. How could Zhao Kongsheng be so blind? Just as he was about to confront Zhao, Wen Shuang stopped him. Let me offer you a free reading, she said, raising an eyebrow at Zhao. Let me see. Your right cheek indicates a loss of your mother, and an exposed Adam's apple signifies a loss of your father. In other words, you lost your biological parents shortly after birth. After graduating middle school, you came to Yeqing to work, having been a car washer, a waiter, and even a beggar, sleeping under bridges. At 20, you fortuitously helped a boss who was suffering from hypoglycemia. To express his gratitude, he took you in and, recognizing your intelligence and diligence, began teaching you the art of business. You did not disappoint his expectations and gradually found your footing. However, the life of indulgence transformed your mindset. You no longer wished to work under him, but sought to replace him. As she recounted his past, Zhao Kongsheng's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes darted nervously, and his breathing grew rapid, clearly unsettled. You're talking nonsense. Zhao shouted angrily. Shut your mouth, or else. Fu Xiqing shot Zhao a cold glance. And if I don't? Zhao, realizing he could not contend with Fu Xiqing's imposing stature, faltered. President Fu, please keep your wife in check. She should not utter things she does not understand. Fu Xiqing looked at Wen Shuang with fondness. My wife can say whatever she wishes. I indulge her. If you have an issue with that, I suggest you keep it to yourself. Zhao could hardly believe Fu Xiqing still had the audacity to be so brazen in his dire situation. Where were Wen Liao and the rest of the Wen family? The heirs of the etiquette family and the Genesis group have arrived, and it would suffice to bring about the bankruptcy of Fu Xihing's company. Mr. Zhao, what are you afraid of? Are you concerned that everyone will discover you are a murderer? As Wen Shuang's words echoed through the venue, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Zhao Kongseng raised his hand, intending to strike Wen Shuang, but in an instant, Fu Xihing seized his wrist with considerable force. The grip was so intense that it felt as though Zhao Kongseng's wrist might shatter, contorting his face in agony. Such a fierce expression. My husband is quite manly. Wen Shuang remarked. Fu Xihing interjected, Zhao Kongseng, 10 years ago, the proprietor who taught you the art of business mysteriously vanished, but the truth is that you murdered him. His body lies concealed in the ice cellar of the villa where you currently reside. His family has long believed he encountered danger abroad, maintaining correspondence with you all these years, unaware that you are indeed the killer. Big sister-in-law, the police will be arriving shortly, Fu Xingzhou stated. His partnership with Wen Shuang having become remarkably synchronized. He had already notified the authorities the moment she revealed Zhao Kongseng's impending legal troubles. Before long, the police did indeed arrive. Upon seeing them, Zhao Kongseng instinctively attempted to flee, but the officers, swift and adept, apprehended him. His complexion turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, he truly believed in Wen Shuang's supposed ability to foresee the future. After all, it had been a decade since he committed the crime, and no one had discovered it. He had refrained from disposing of the body, as he wished to flaunt his triumph before his mentor, who, despite having taught him the ways of business, had refused to marry off his daughter to him. At the core, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for him. As Zhao Kongseng was led out of the venue, regret began to gnaw at him. If only he had not provoked Fu Xihing's wife, would the outcome have been different? That woman possessed an uncanny ability to divine the truth. Her persona was not merely an act. After Zhao Kongseng's arrest, the whispers among the guests grew louder. He came from humble beginnings, yet became the CEO of a billion-dollar enterprise. I always found a story inspiring, but it turns out he's a murderer. Not only a murderer, but also a treacherous ingrate. Several executives, who had previously harbored ill feelings toward Fu Xihing and sought to humiliate him, now hesitated to approach, having witnessed Zhao Kongseng's downfall. After all, how many in the business world were truly innocent? If Fu Xihing's wife could see through their facades, it would be a perilous gamble. Yet, a few undeterred souls pressed forward, eager to offer their heads on a platter. Mr. Fu, do you regret not marrying Wen Liao? Why not divorce Wen Shuang and marry her instead? Perhaps Wen Liao might spare your Fu group, suggested a young dandy in his 20s, a close friend of Wen Liao, who had recently secured numerous collaborative projects alongside her. Wen Shuang glanced at the voluptuous woman beside the dandy, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. Mr. Li, can you even discern whether your companion is male or female? What gives you the right to comment on my husband's romantic life? Mr. Li's expression darkened. Wen Shuang, what do you mean? My girlfriend is, of course, a woman. Are you envious of her ample bosom and long legs? Indeed, Mr. Li's girlfriend stood at 175 centimeters, with pronounced curves that surpassed Wen Shuang's. However, Wen Shuang felt no envy. After all, the woman had returned from Thailand post-surgery. What do you mean? Mr. Li stammered, his tongue tied. Wen Shuang shrugged. Could you straighten your tongue before you speak? What I mean is, your girlfriend is a transgender woman. The color drained from Mr. Li's girlfriend's face. How had Wen Shuang discerned her secret? Those who had encountered her believed she was more feminine than women themselves. Your girlfriend's name is Qin Cici, isn't it? Previously, he was known as Qin Si when he was a boy, your university roommate. Once, while you were asleep, he reached into your pants and was caught, resulting in a severe beating. He harbored feelings for you for many years, and realizing he could not change your orientation, he underwent gender reassignment surgery in Thailand. Now, having returned, he has seduced you, and you are ensnared. How does it feel to consider marrying him, unaware of the foolishness that awaits you? Chapter 245. She must be a devil, truly not to be trifled with. Mr. Li's fists clenched tightly, veins throbbing on his forehead, clearly infuriated by Wen Shuang's remarks. I don't believe it. Cece is absolutely not a transgender person. Wen Shuang chuckled lightly. Isn't she carrying a bottle of estrogen in her bag? Despite his disbelief, Mr. Li swiftly snatched the bag from Qin Si. Before long, he unearthed a vial of estrogen. It struck him like a bolt of lightning, leaving his mind in a daze. Brother Li, don't listen to her. I'm not. Qin Si's protest faltered as the shock overwhelmed Mr. Li, who rolled his eyes and fainted. Qin Si, witnessing this, hastily hoisted Mr. Li and exited the banquet hall. The onlookers were left speechless. How could a woman possess such strength? The revelation of Mr. Li's girlfriend being a transgender woman was undeniable. When Shuang surveyed the other attendees, her gaze seemingly challenging anyone who dared to mock or insult her husband to step forward. At this moment, even those who might have sought to take advantage of the situation hesitated to offend Fu Siheng. After all, he had a wife with a remarkable ability to see the truth, and they could not afford to cross her. Just then, a young woman in a mermaid dress approached. Master Wen, I am Du Rua, a close friend of Mo Nanue. I am immensely grateful for your assistance with Nanue's recent troubles. I believe you are kind-hearted, and my family is eager to collaborate with the Fu family. It is human nature to seek advantage while avoiding harm. It is easy to add embellishments, but challenging to offer genuine help. Du Rua's willingness to partner with the Fu family at this juncture elicited a flicker of gratitude in Fu Siheng's deep, narrowed gaze.
Du Rua.
Are you out of your mind? I oppose your collaboration with the Fu family, her fiancé, Xiao Fan, interjected, his face ashen as he pulled her closer. Forbidding her from conversing further with Fu's family, Du Rua shook off Xiao Fan's grasp. Your family's refusal to collaborate with the Fu family is your concern, but I am willing to work with them. Besides, I am not yet married to you. You have no authority over my company's matters. Du Rua, you are my fiancé.
We will soon be one family.
I cannot stand by idly while your family faces bankruptcy. When Liao has made her stance clear in the business realm, anyone who collaborates with the Fu family is opposing the Wen family. With the Genesis Group as their backing, who among us can afford to offend them? Miss Du, your willingness to collaborate with my husband is appreciated. However, I must caution you, do not marry this man, or your future will be fraught with hardship, Wen Shuang declared. Xiao Fan's expression shifted dramatically. Mrs. Fu, do not spread falsehoods. You may have accurately predicted Zhao Kongxing's and Mr. Li's situations by mere chance, but my family has committed no crimes that warrant your disdain. Wen Shuang sighed. You lot always speak with such bravado. The consequence of such bravado will be my striking back. Originally, Fu Xingzhou had accompanied Wen Shuang to the business gathering with a heavy heart, having been oblivious to the unfolding chaos within the company. The elder brother has always been a favored child of destiny, yet he must endure mockery and ridicule from those who once sought his favor, bearing an immense burden alone. However, at this moment, his spirits have considerably lifted. With the presence of his sister-in-law, it is as if a stabilizing force has emerged. No matter what malevolent entities may approach, there is no need for fear. She can effortlessly repel them all. When Shuang turned to Du Rua and inquired, is it true that your fiancé has a younger brother, several years your junior?
Du Rua nodded affirmatively.
In truth, he is not merely your fiancé's brother but rather his son. Your fiancé became a father at the tender age of 15. Du Rua's mouth fell agape in shock. Her fiancé, Xiao Fan, was equally astonished, rendered speechless for a long while. To conceal the truth of his early fatherhood, his mother had pretended to be pregnant and subsequently traveled to Hong Kong to give birth. Friends, family, and neighbors had always believed that his brother was born to his mother, never suspecting otherwise. This long-hidden secret, suddenly unveiled by Wen Shuang, felt as if it had been torn from the shadows. Is she a devil?
Du Rua pondait.
Bo Rua, it is not as you think. Do not heed her fabrications. Wen Shuang offered no chance for Xiao Fan to defend himself, stating that his brother's peculiarities paled in comparison to the more shocking revelation that the child's mother was his cousin. Du Rua appeared as if struck by lightning, her mouth agape, unable to utter a single word for what felt like an eternity. When she regained her composure, she turned to look at Xiao Fan, whose complexion was hardly better than hers. He seemed to wish to contest her accusations, yet was ensnared by the dread of further disclosures from Wen Shuang that might prove unbearable. Du Rua raised her hand and, with a sharp slap, struck Xiao Fan's face. You scoundrel, you truly disgust me. With tears welling in her eyes, she fled toward the banquet hall's exit. Xiao Fan, flustered and frantic, hurried after her. Witnessing this spectacle, the other guests in the banquet hall grew increasingly hesitant to offend Fu Xiheng. They would rather await the arrival of the Wen family and the heir of the Chuangshi group. They doubted that Wen Shuang could reveal any more secrets about the Chuangshi group, whose wealth and power were beyond any challenge from the Wen family or Wen Shuang herself. With a mere flick of a finger, they could obliterate an individual or a family enterprise. Brother, sister-in-law. Zhou Jingma and Fu Songyu rushed over. The duo had been vacationing abroad but cut their trip short upon hearing whispers of trouble befalling the Fu family. Brother, whatever happens, our Zhou group stands firmly by your side. And so does our Gu family. Mrs. Gu and Jiang Wan also hurried to join them. And I too. Qi Yan, who had been filming out of town, arrived as well. He looked at Fu Xiheng and remarked, though I know you worry I might take away your beloved Shuang. In a crisis, I will stand with you. And our Mo family. Mrs. Mo Zian, and Mo Nanua joined the gathering. When Shuang's eyes shimmered with emotion.
Oh.
How true the warmth of human kindness can be. Until now, I had not felt it so acutely. At this moment, I am truly moved. She had once thought of herself as merely a transient figure in the lives of those who had sought her guidance. Yet, at a time when she and Fu Xiheng needed support the most, they all stood forth to back them, filling her heart with warmth and purpose. Thank you all. When she first arrived in this world, she yearned to return to 1,000 years past. Now, piece by piece, her heart was being touched by the people and events of this world. Miss Wen Liao is here. A commotion arose at the entrance of the banquet hall. When Shuang squinted toward the door, Wen Lu Yao and the Wen family had arrived, and notably, Wen Lu Yao was linked arm in arm with a tall, handsome man. Upon recognizing him, Wen Shuang was momentarily taken aback. It was he. Chapter 246, Astonishing. She could hear her innermost thoughts.
Yes, Ili?
The man whom Wen Luyao was accompanying was tall and slender, clad in a pristine white suit, his neatly slicked back hair accentuating his sharp, noble features and piercing gaze. When Shuang soon realized that while he bore a striking resemblance to Yi Sili, he was not him. He is not a man, nor is he Yi Sili. Oh, it turns out he is Yi Sili's fraternal twin sister. Thus, this woman is also a biological sister to this body I inhabit. Fu Xiheng and Fu Xingzhou were momentarily stunned. Like Wen Shuang, they initially believed that Yi Sili had entered. This woman truly had an androgynous appearance. As for Wen Luyao, she clung to Yi Song's arm, and upon entering the banquet hall, they were immediately surrounded by guests eager to greet them with fervor and flattery. Wen Luyao felt a sense of elation. Being the daughter of a prominent family was indeed delightful. She could command attention and respect effortlessly. Even the wealthiest family in Yi City, the Fu family, paled in comparison to the grandeur of a prominent family. Miss Wen, our company has ended its collaboration with the Fu Group. We hope you can grant us another opportunity. Miss Wen, you look stunning tonight. We would like to invite you to be the spokesperson for our new jewelry line. Mr. Wen, Mrs. Wen, and Wen Jinyan were all particularly delighted. With Wen Luyao now recognized as a daughter of the Yi family, their status had risen significantly. Those who once disregarded the Wen family now sought their favor. As they anticipated the imminent retribution awaiting the ungrateful Wen Shuang, the Wen family secretly reveled in their good fortune. Sister, these enterprises are quite astute. Let them collaborate with the Chuangshi group. When Lu Yao beamed at Yi Song. Yi Song, usually stoic, revealed a hint of tenderness in his gaze toward his long-lost sister. Whatever you say. Yi Sili was currently abroad filming, and he would surely be delighted to learn that she had found her sister after so many years. Once they concluded matters here, she planned to take her sister away from Yi City. Miss Wen, the Fu family has arrived as well. We know you wish to avoid them, but Fu Xiheng's wife possesses an uncanny air.
Wen Luyao is narrowed.
When Shuang is here too? Instinctively, she glanced at Mrs. Wen, who shook her head, signaling her not to worry. There was no way Wen Shuang could uncover the truth. When Lu Yao clenched her jaw in silent frustration, since Wen Shuang had arrived, she intended to humiliate her thoroughly. The heiress of the Chuangshi group surely cannot be so foolish as to be manipulated by Wen Lu Yao and her family. Yi Song, who was linked to Wen Lu Yao, suddenly froze.
Who spoke?
Throughout her life, she had always been exceptional, nurtured by her family as a successor. She excelled in every endeavor, whether it be music, chess, calligraphy, or business acumen. No one had ever dared to call her foolish in public. Noticing Yi Song's unease, Wen Lu Yao inquired with concern, Sister, what troubles you? Yi Song regarded her sister with a slight frown, Did you just hear someone insult me? When Lu Yao shook her head, how could anyone dare to insult you? You are the heir of the Chuangshi Group, a titan of the global business arena. These people in Yi City would be eager to curry your favor, not insult you. A flicker of confusion passed through Yi Song's eyes. Could it be that I have just experienced a mirage? Sister, Wen Shuang and the Fu family have also arrived. Yi Song's gaze sharpened with a piercing intensity. Was that the Wen Shuang who caused you to lose a kidney and has perpetually tormented you?
Wen Yao nodded.
Not only did she leverage the power of the Fu family to bully me, but she also snatched away my fiancé, acting like a treacherous ingrate. Do not worry, dear sister. I shall reclaim all that belongs to you. The corners of Wen Shuang's mouth twitched. Well, she truly is a fool. Yi Song was once again taken aback. She had indeed heard that voice cursing her. When Lu Yao guided Yi Song to stand before Wen Shuang and Fu Siheng, a glance at Fu Siheng revealed that, given the recent targeting and suppression of the Fu group, he must be overwhelmed and exhausted. His handsome face appeared slightly gaunter, the contours more sharply defined. Fu Siheng was originally meant to be hers. It was all Wen Shuang's shameless doing, climbing into Fu Siheng's bed and coercing him into marrying her. Mr. Fu, I offer you another chance. If you divorce Wen Shuang and marry me instead, I can persuade my sister to let you off the hook. Fu Xingzhou interjected before Fu Siheng could speak. Wen Liao, have you no sense of shame? You've slept with countless men and are utterly tarnished. How dare you fantasize about replacing my sister-in-law and marrying my elder brother? Have you turned into a rat that has gained sentience? When Lu Yao's face shifted in color, a mix of green and purple. Ever since she had reunited with Yi Song, no one had dared to mention her sordid past. Fu Xingzhou certainly had some audacity. Sister, I will ensure that Fu Xingzhou disappears from the entertainment industry. Yi Song glanced at Fu Xingzhou, and upon her gaze landing on Wen Shuang, she momentarily froze. Wen Shuang's features were exquisite and captivating. Her alluring fox-like eyes seemed to possess an enchanting charm. Those eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother's in her youth. TSK. How brazen of her to stare at me. Does she not realize that Wen Lu Yao bears no resemblance to the Yi family? No wonder she is so foolish, especially considering she is soon to marry the prince of the S country, a perverse young man who has tormented countless innocent maidens. Upon discovering his true nature and intending to expose him, she will find herself imprisoned by the prince. To have her eyes gouged out and turned into a doll, oh my, how tragic. Yi Song's body once again stiffened. This time, she was certain she had heard someone cursing her, not merely insults but vile curses. Something was amiss. How could the person cursing her know that she was about to marry the prince of the S country? Even when Lu Yao had not disclosed this information to her. Yi Song's gaze lingered on Wen Shuang. Who are you? When Lu Yao immediately interjected, Sister, she is Wen Shuang. Wen Shuang tugged at the corners of her lips. A smile that was neither here nor there. Miss Yi, as far as I know, Wen Lu Yao is the true daughter of the Wen family, while I am merely an orphan picked up from the streets. How has Wen Lu Yao now become your sister? Worried that Wen Shuang might speak recklessly. Wen's mother quickly stepped in. Wen Shuang, actually Lu Yao is the one we found on the roadside. Your character has always been poor. You have constantly taken Lu Yao's belongings and even pushed her down the stairs, nearly causing her death. Although we are your biological parents, we cannot show favoritism. Lu Yao is innocent. She has now reunited with her true family, so do not harbor ill intentions and try to destroy what does not belong to you. When Lu Yao's eyes glistened with tears as she plaintively cried to Yi Song, Sister, look. Wen Shuang is trying to seize my identity as the daughter of the Yi family once more. Chapter 247. To redo the paternity test. When Lu Yao secretly rejoiced that she had informed Yi Song beforehand about Wen Shuang's penchant for stealing her possessions. With the jade pendant and the DNA test report in hand, she believed that no matter what Wen Shuang said, Yi Song would not be swayed. Sister, I want Wen Shuang to kneel before me in public and apologize. Yi Song seemingly did not hear Wen Lu Yao's words. Her mind was consumed with confusion. The moment Wen Shuang spoke, she had already determined that the curse she had previously heard came from Wen Shuang herself. Heavens! Does Wen Lu Yao think that with the DNA test report, her status as the Yi family's daughter is set in stone? Miss Yi, after all, you are the heir of the Genesis group. Have you not considered that if Wen Lu Yao obtained a strand of my hair, she could also conduct a test? If I were truly the Wen family's genuine daughter, why would Wen's parents despise their biological child yet dote on an adopted daughter? As Yi Song listened to Wen Shuang's sarcastic remarks, the usually unflappable woman found her mouth slightly agape. This was, after all, the first time in her 26 years of life that she had encountered such an unusual situation. Wen Shuang had not even opened her mouth, yet she could hear her merciless jibes. She glanced around at the others. No one else seemed perturbed. This meant that only she could hear Wen Shuang's inner thoughts. Fu Zhiheng and Fu Xingzhou exchanged silent glances, a flicker of understanding passing between them. Could it be that Yi Song also possessed the ability to hear Wen Shuang's thoughts? Doubt crept into Fu Xingzhou's mind. During the last variety show recording, Yi Xili had seemingly been unable to hear Wen Shuang's inner voice. Why was it that Yi Song could hear it now? Fu Xingzhou suddenly recalled that earlier, his sister-in-law had internally acknowledged Yi Song as her biological sister. It seemed that once she recognized someone as family, that person could hear her thoughts.
Monsieur,
Did the Wen family acquire a strand of hair for a DNA test with your family? Upon hearing Wen Shuang's words, Wen Liyao and the Wen family members' expressions changed dramatically. How did Wen Shuang know? Wen Liyao suddenly remembered that Wen Shuang had exhibited particularly uncanny behavior during the variety show. The Wen family had always doubted that Wen Shuang, raised in the countryside, could understand fortune-telling and divination. Surely, the Fu family had bribed actors to create a mystic persona for her. Sister? I have long said that Wen Shuang is jealous of me and wants to take everything from me. Wen's mother and father nodded repeatedly. Miss Yi, we are fully aware of what kind of person Wen Shuang is. Please do not believe her words. Fu Xingzhou could no longer hold back, scoffing. You have all heard about the recent affairs concerning the He family, correct? The surrounding guests nodded in agreement, whispering amongst themselves. Mrs. He deceived He Chung and the old man He, with He Wenxiu being the true heir of the He family, while the eldest son, He Yan, was revealed to be illegitimate. Heavens, do not tell me Wen Liyao is also a false daughter, and Wen Shuang is the genuine one? Please. Let there be no reversal. I have just severed ties with the Fu family. If Wen Shuang is truly the Yi family's daughter, our company is doomed. I believe Wen Liyao is the true daughter of the Yi family. Surely, there cannot be so many dramatic twists in reality. Fu Zhiheng's expression darkened as he spoke. Miss Yi, may I ask whether the strand of hair from Wen Liyao was plucked directly from her head? Or was it provided to you by the Wen family? Oh, it seems my husband is quite astute. He has hit the nail on the head. If it was not plucked directly, the Wen family could have substituted my hair for the test. Yi Song, destined to be the heir of the Genesis group, was certainly not without her wits. Her mother had suffered from severe depression due to her sister's disappearance for many years. Yi Xili had also been searching for his sister throughout the country for years. Everyone eagerly anticipated the return of the younger sister. Upon learning that Wen Liyao was likely the sister, she hastily traveled from country S. Initially, a blood test was to be conducted, but due to Wen Liao's long-standing blood disorder and her rare blood type, she fainted at the sight of blood and refused the test.
consequently,
The Wen family provided her with 3 strands of hair. At that time, she did not consider any other implications. However, now that Wen Shuang and the Fu family had raised objections, she felt that the paternity test was indeed somewhat hasty.
Monsieur,
Please do not be swayed by Wen Shuang and the Fu family. They are desperate and merely wish for you to relent and spare them. If you believe their words, it will surely break your sister Liao's heart. Wen Mu implored, her face etched with urgency. Should Yi Song recognize Wen Shuang as her sister, it would spell disaster for the Wen family. Oh dear, the Wen family is in a panic, and Wen Liao is poised to make her grand move. She will soon feign a cough while covering her mouth with a handkerchief, and with an air of pitiful desperation, she will declare, Sister, if you do not believe me, I no longer wish to live, and then reveal the handkerchief stained with the fake blood she had prepared in advance.
Ye Song furovet herbrov.
Would Wen Liao truly resort to such tactics as Wen Shuang suggested? As Wen Liao noticed Yi Song's gaze upon her, her long eyelashes fluttered, and she quickly produced the handkerchief to cover her mouth. Sister, if you do not trust me, what meaning does my life hold? She coughed repeatedly before lowering the handkerchief, revealing a small blot of blood upon it.
Liao,
Wen Mu exclaimed, her face filled with concern. You are unwell. Do not let anger consume you. Miss Yi will certainly not be swayed by outsiders' provocations. She will believe in you. Had Yi Song not heard Wen Shuang's inner thoughts, she might have felt a hint of uncertainty. However, now Wen Liao's utterances and actions mirrored exactly what Wen Shuang had described. Wen Liao had previously feigned coughing up blood to elicit Yi Song's sympathy. She aimed to ruin the Fu family. When Yi Song initially opposed, she pretended to cough, lamenting her grievances. Yi Song, who cherished her sister, began to intervene on her behalf against the Fu family. She had assumed Yi Song would stand by her this time as well, but she found Yi Song's gaze increasingly peculiar. Anxiety gnawed at Wen Liao's heart, her mind racing. Surely, Yi Song could not possibly believe Wen Shuang's words. Sister, I feel so unwell. I do not wish to attend tonight's gathering. Will you take me home? Yi Song pursed her lips tightly and chose to disregard Wen Liao, instead turning to Wen Shuang. You claim you are my sister? Wen Shuang's complexion turned frosty. If you do not believe me, we can go for a paternity test right now. If it weren't for my family's odious husband, I would not desire to acknowledge such a foolish sister, she thought. Even if Yi Silin did not ascertain that I am indeed his sister, he unconditionally trusts me. Yi Song's heart jolted.
Hat Shilin met Wen Shuang.
Miss Yi, if you trust Wen Shuang and proceed with the test, it will truly hurt your sister Liao's heart. When Mu urged anxiously, Yi Song closed her eyes and after a few moments of silence, made a decisive choice. I possess my mother's hair.
Now,
I will take both Wen Shuang and Wen Liao for testing. If the results reveal that Liao is indeed my biological sister, I shall apologize to her and fulfill all her conditions. Should you deceive me? Chapter 248. The Unveiling of Heritage, like falling into an abyss. Yi Song's gaze was sharp, her demeanor imposing. Both Wen Liao and the Wen family felt an invisible pressure weighing upon them. Were they truly to undergo another paternity test, it would spell their doom. Sister, how can you be swayed by Wen Shuang's mere words? If you do not trust me, I shall take my own life. Observing the tear-streaked face of Wen Liao, who threatened to crash into a wall, Wen Shuang could not help but click her tongue. Crying, throwing a fit, and threatening to hang oneself, what other tricks can Wen Liao possibly employ?
how lowly.
If Miss Yi is foolish enough to be soft-hearted and believe her, I see no reason to acknowledge her anymore. Yi Song remained motionless, refraining from stopping Wen Liao from her self-destructive intentions. Realizing this, Wen Mu quickly grasped Wen Liao, imploring, Liao, do not act recklessly. Wen Liao collapsed into Wen Mu's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Regardless of how heart-wrenching her cries were, Yi Song remained unmoved. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yi Song coldly remarked, once you have wept enough, we shall go to the paternity testing center. When Liao's legs weakened, nearly causing her to faint, Yi Song personally contacted a paternity testing agency. Under pressure, Wen Liao and her family had no choice but to accompany her. Cold sweat trickled down Wen Liao's forehead as she lay in her mother's embrace, her body trembling uncontrollably. Mother, what should we do? If we undergo another test, our secret will surely be exposed. A flicker of malice flashed in Wen Mu's eyes. It was all Wen Shuang's fault. Had she not caused such turmoil, Yi Song would not have doubted Wen Liao's lineage. Fortunately, she was prepared. Do not worry, there is nothing that money cannot resolve. In Yi City, there were 3 paternity testing centers, and to prevent Yi Song from switching to another, she had bribed a staff member at each one. As long as her accomplices secretly swapped the samples, the results would remain unchanged. Upon hearing her mother's plan, Wen Liao's heart, which had been lodged in her throat, finally settled back into place. Mother, you are truly impressive. Upon arriving at the paternity testing center, Yi Song personally took hair samples from Wen Shuang and Wen Liao. Wen Shuang cast a glance at Wen Liao, who had lost all prior panic and concern, her eyes now gleaming with a hint of disdain and triumph. Knowing she is about to be exposed, Wen Liao is surprisingly unperturbed. It appears Wen Mu has bribed the staff at all 3 paternity testing centers in Yi City. Regardless of where they go, she has a way to ensure the samples are swapped. How utterly despicable. Upon hearing Wen Shuang's inner thoughts, Yi Song's expression darkened. She discreetly shot a glance at Wen Mu, who stood behind Wen Fu, covertly sending messages. After sending her message, Wen Mu, seeing Yi Song with the samples, yet not handing them to the testing center staff, inquired with a hint of confusion, Miss Yi, why have you not proceeded with the test? I have called the director. Once he arrives, I will personally oversee the staff conducting the test. At Yi Song's words, Wen Mu nearly buckled at the knees, on the verge of collapsing. Miss Yi, our Yi City paternity testing centers are all authoritative institutions. You wish to supervise the process. Do you not trust them?
Ha!
She is panicking. Her words are firm, but her body betrays her with tremors. Upon hearing Wen Shuang's thoughts, Yi Song struggled to maintain her serious demeanor, almost unable to suppress a smile. It seemed that Wen Shuang was quite the comedian. Compared to the always feigning weakness and vulnerability Wen Liao, she was far more entertaining. To avoid any missteps, I will personally oversee the entire process this time. Wen Mu nearly choked on her own blood. Once the director arrived, Yi Song entered the laboratory alongside him. Wen Mu and Wen Liao exchanged glances, both filled with trepidation. Miss Liao, you need not worry. We firmly believe you are the third young mistress of the Chuangshe group. Once the test results are out, please be sure to speak highly of us before Miss Yi. In our pursuit of collaboration with your Wen family, we have thoroughly offended the Fu family. Not only have the Wen family and the Fu family arrived, but also all the business leaders attending the corporate gathering have followed suit. Half of them stand with the Wen family, while the other half supports the Fu family. The staff at the appraisal center have arranged both parties in the conference room. The results will take at least 2 hours to be ready. Over here, the atmosphere around Wen Shuang is relaxed, with some chatting and others playing cards. In stark contrast, the mood on Wen Liao's side is palpably tense and oppressive. Wen's mother's schemes have come to naught. She has tried several times to pull Wen Liao away, but Yi Song has stationed guards at the entrance of the appraisal center, making it impossible for them to leave. Mom, what should we do? What should we do? Once the appraisal results are out, I and the Wen family will be utterly doomed. Had she known, she would never have allowed Yi Song to confront the Fu family. Had she simply followed Yi Song to S country, perhaps none of this would have transpired. She has truly shot herself in the foot. Wen's mother is at a loss, feeling even more panicked than Wen Liao. If all else fails, we will seek help from Wen Shuang. After all, she was raised by our Wen family. 2 hours later, Yi Song entered the conference room holding 2 reports. All eyes turned to her. Miss Yi, surely Wen Liao is your biological sister? They queried. To be honest, your decision to conduct a new appraisal has truly hurt Wen Liao's feelings. She has been red-eyed and appears quite distressed. The business leaders siding with Wen Liao all stepped forward to defend her, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Yi Song approached Wen Liao, her expression fierce as she glared at her. You and family have some audacity to deceive me. Yi Song forcefully tossed one of the paternity test reports at Wen Liao. You are not my biological sister, Wen Shuang is. Although she had anticipated such a result, the moment the truth was revealed, Wen Liao's mind went blank. She felt as if she had plunged into an ice cellar, a chill coursing from her head to her toes. Her eyelashes trembled violently, tears cascading down, one after another. She wished to say something, but her throat felt constricted. The business leaders who had sided with Wen Liao were left dumbfounded. It was a thunderclap from a clear sky. Unbelievable. Despairing. How could this be? It's over. It's all over. Wen Liao, I can't believe you are the fake heiress, an imposter. After all our trust in you, are you trying to ruin us? Wen Liao's face turned pale, on the brink of collapse. She looked at Yi Song, who seemed ready to tear her apart, and felt her blood freeze in her veins. Sister, I didn't intend to deceive you. Wen Liao turned to her mother, trembling as she pointed at her. It's all her fault. She concocted this terrible idea, wanting me to take Wen Shuang's place. If you wish to hold someone accountable, then hold her responsible. I am innocent. Upon hearing Wen Liao's words, Wen's mother felt her heart shatter. Chapter 249, Facing Punishment, Sincerely Seeking Forgiveness. Wen's mother felt as though her heart was bleeding. She had always cherished Wen Liao, more so than her son, Wen Jinyan. She would have given her very heart if she could. Yet in the end, she was met with her daughter's ruthless denials and accusations. Liao Yu. Wen Liao interrupted her mother, akin to a furious little beast. If you hadn't presented the jade pendant and Wen Shuang's hair, how could I have ever impersonated her? It's all your fault. You have ruined me. Slap. Wen's mother, consumed by rage, struck Wen Liao across the face. All these years, I have truly wasted my affection on you. When you fell down the stairs as a child, you blamed it on Wen Shuang. To protect you, I deleted the footage from the stairwell. And I even sent Wen Shuang to the countryside at your behest. I considered you in everything, and yet you bite me back? I have raised an ungrateful wretch. Wen Liao covered her stinging cheek, roaring in anger as she lunged at her mother. Wen's mother was knocked to the ground, still in shock, as Wen Liao seized her hair and delivered several slaps to her face. Wen's mother looked at Wen Liao in disbelief, her eyes red and her spine chilled. How dare you strike me? I am your mother. I have treated you with such love. How can you do this to me? Wen Liao scoffed coldly. You treating me well is only what is expected. If you were of any use, why would I need to impersonate Wen Shuang to claim kinship? If you are to blame anyone, blame yourself. You have ruined me. Everyone present was left speechless by the scene. Wen Shuang's lips twitched. Let them tear each other apart. Let them fight. This scene is even more dramatic than the trending short dramas lately. Wen's mother, now looking like a swollen-faced pig, regretted her past decisions. She had truly raised a viper. Had she shown a little more kindness to Wen Shuang back then, perhaps she wouldn't have sunk to such depths now. From this moment forth, I will withdraw all investments in the Wen Group. Moreover, I will ensure that the Wen Group disappears from Yi City. The business leaders siding with the Wen family trembled in fear. Miss Yi, we too have been deceived by the Wen family. Please grant us another chance. We will find a way to make amends for the losses to the Fu family. Miss Yi, please do not take action against us. Yi Song ignored these fair-weather friends and turned to approach Wen Shuang. Wen Shuang, nestled against Fu Siheng's arm, rested her small face on his shoulder. Surely my foolish sister doesn't think that an apology will absolve her of the harm she caused my husband? My husband has grown considerably thinner lately due to her malicious oppression and competition. Yi Song's heart tightened, trembling with anxiety. The moment the appraisal results were revealed, she felt an overwhelming sense of panic and fear. Why hadn't she insisted on a blood draw and supervised the paternity test process herself? To misidentify her sister and even aid an outsider in harming her own sister's husband. She truly deserved the harshest punishment. With heavy steps, Yi Song approached Wen Shuang and Fu Siheng, bowing deeply, her usual pride humbled. I am deeply sorry. It was my negligence that allowed the impostor to exploit the situation. All the blame lies with me. I beg my sister and brother-in-law for a chance to make amends. Fu Siheng remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together, his dark eyes piercing into Wen Shuang. Wen Shuang grasped Fu Siheng's long hand, pulling him to stand.
Darling, I am hungry.
Please take me and your supporters out for a meal. She had no intention of acknowledging Yi Song at all. As they prepared to leave, Yi Song, filled with remorse, called out, Sister and brother-in-law, rest assured, I will ensure that those who betrayed you face their due consequences. Meanwhile, Fu's mother received a call from the luxury flagship store that a gown she had been eyeing had arrived. She planned to purchase it as a gift for Wen Shuang. Arriving at the brand's flagship store, just as she was about to ask the sales assistant to wrap up the dress, a voice rang out. Oh, is that my dear sister, Hewanru? Fu's mother turned to see Hewanping, whom she hadn't seen in ages. Dressed in shimmering attire, looking considerably younger and more beautiful, Hewanping approached with an air of arrogance. Isn't your Fu family on the brink of bankruptcy? How can you still be leisurely shopping at a luxury store? Fu's mother frowned. Hewanping, who told you that our Fu family is going bankrupt? Hewanping curled her lips in a sneer, her face adorned with scorn and disdain. The denizens of a Yi City business circle were well aware that the Wen family was on the brink of becoming the wealthiest in Yi City, while the Fu family was destined to fade into obscurity. Hewanping produced a VIP card, a testament to the recent acquisition of the shopping mall by the Wen family. With this card, I can purchase anything I desire, clear the premises at will, and blacklist anyone I choose. Hewanru, you have always outshone me since childhood, and even in adulthood, you've married better than I. However, your streak of fortune shall not endure. At last, it is my turn to rise. Madame Fu's countenance was icy. Hewanping, do you take pride in being Wen Jinqing's mistress? Does Madame Wen know? Hewanping retorted, and if she does, what of it? What successful man does not keep a mistress? In this age, we mock the poor but not the courtesan. Hewanru, when the Fu family faces bankruptcy and you find yourself with nothing, you will come to plead with me. After handing the VIP card to the sales associate, Hewanping ordered her to expel Madame Fu from the flagship store. It was the first time Madame Fu had endured such a profound humiliation. Upon exiting the mall, she called Wen Shuang. After learning of the unfolding events, Madame Fu deeply regretted not being present to witness the spectacle firsthand. She glanced back at the mall, where Hewanping foolishly believed she could become the mistress of Yi City's richest man. In the end, it was nothing but a fleeting dream. One must remain grounded, with a righteous worldview and a strong moral compass. Taking shortcuts and engaging in unscrupulous behavior only leads to self-destruction. In a swift act of retribution, Yi Song orchestrated the downfall of the Wen family, leading to their bankruptcy within a mere 3 days. The Wens were burdened with immense debt. When Liao's struggle with sexual addiction became public knowledge, with photographs of her having bedded 99 men surfacing. Among them were those with girlfriends and wives. And upon the scandal's revelation, when Liao was besieged by the partners of those men, stripped bare in public, she was forced to run naked through the streets, only to be subsequently sold into a nightclub where she endured relentless torment. Not long after, her mental state deteriorated, leading to her institutionalization.
Wen Fu, Wen Shuang
went into hiding to escape his debts and took refuge in He Wanping's home, but it wasn't long before Wen Mu discovered the unsettling truth. Upon catching Wen Jinqing maintaining a mistress behind her back, who happened to be Madame Fu's sister, she was so enraged that she seized a kitchen knife and castrated him on the spot. She then attempted to attack He Wanping, who retaliated by splashing sulfuric acid on her, disfiguring her. Yi Song not only brought about the ruin of the Wen family, but also exacted punishment upon the companies that had conspired against the Fu family. Furthermore, to atone for the harm inflicted upon Wen Shuang, Yi Song graciously gifted her a 5 stake in Genesis Group 5, a substantial offering considering that Yi Song only held a total of 10 in the company. With the profits from Genesis Group, Wen Shuang could live comfortably for generations. To earn the forgiveness of Wen Shuang and the Fu family, Yi Song stood outside the Fu villa throughout the night, even enduring a torrential downpour. Wen Shuang, please forgive Yi Song. She truly cares for her sister. The primary blame lies with Wen Liao and her mother. They have been exceedingly wicked, but thankfully, they have faced their own consequences, Madame Fu urged. Wen Shuang cast a glance at Yi Song, drenched and resembling a drowned rat, and could sense her remorse and regret. Madame is right. Yi Song genuinely loves her sister, albeit she is a bit naive and too trusting of others. It is hardly surprising that Ye's father bestowed only 10 of the shares upon her, expecting her to tirelessly expand the family's business empire, recognizing her exceptional acumen for commerce while also knowing she is easily deceived. Alas, Ye's father tragically perished in a car accident 3 days later, leaving his illegitimate son to inherit everything. He worked tirelessly to elevate the Genesis Group to global prominence, only for it to ultimately benefit his illegitimate child. It is a profoundly sad irony. Standing outside the villa, Yi Song absorbed Wen Shuang's thoughts. Her hands clenched into fists at her sides, her pupils narrowing sharply. Chapter 250, A Visit to the Mother-in-Law, Anxiety Abounds. Yi Song's mother, Yun Huan, a native of Huagua, remained in S country after marrying Yi Baiqian. By a stroke of fate, she shielded the queen of S country from a bullet. In gratitude, the queen bestowed upon her numerous resources. Possessing business acumen, Yun Huan assisted Yi Baiqian in managing their ventures, gradually transforming Genesis Group into a global powerhouse. However, during the birth of her youngest daughter, she suffered severe hemorrhaging, leaving her weakened. Later, upon returning home for a family visit, her youngest daughter vanished, plunging her into a deep depression. Over the years, Yun Huan had remained melancholic, her temperament fluctuating unpredictably. Yi Baiqian never voiced a complaint. He was exceptionally devoted to his wife and children, embodying the ideal husband and father in S country. Yi Song had long admired her father. Unlike other affluent men who kept mistresses, he returned home punctually each day. On weekends, he would forego all engagements to cook for his family. After graduating from university and joining the family business, she never heard of her father indulging in any scandalous affairs. She never feared that her family would encounter any issues. When Wen Shuang's revelation surfaced, Yi Song's initial reaction was disbelief. Her father had never strayed. How could there be an illegitimate child? He had often stated that when it came time to draft a will, his assets would be entrusted solely to her, Si Li, and her sister. Over the years, not only had she and Si Li sought their sister, but their father had too. He was a family-oriented man, deeply loving towards his wife and daughters. He was certainly not the scoundrel Wen Shuang described. Would you like a cigarette? Fu Xingzhou approached the drenched Yi Song, offering her one. She glanced at him before accepting. Fu Xingzhou handed her a lighter. Yi Song placed the cigarette between her lips, ignited it, and took a drag. Her striking almond-shaped eyes narrowing slightly as she exhaled the smoke, exuding an inexplicable coolness and allure. By the way, you can hear my sister-in-law's thoughts, can't you? Yi Song halted her smoking, her sharp gaze fixed on Fu Xingzhou. You can hear too? Fu Xingzhou raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Did you really think you were the only one who could hear? We, the Fu family, are her in-laws, of course we can. Yi Song's lips twitched. She had genuinely believed herself to be unique in this regard. It was surprising that the entire Fu family could hear as well. My sister-in-law is an extraordinary metaphysical expert. Everything she reveals is authentic. If you doubt it, you'll regret it for a lifetime.
Ye Song furovet herbrov.
Fu Xingzhou flicked the ash from his cigarette. You don't believe, do you? I was once a skeptic like you, but then I was soundly proven wrong. Yi Song pressed her lips together. I don't disbelieve my sister's words. A few days ago, at a business gathering, she declared that Wen Liao was an imposter and that she was the true sister. Everything she said turned out to be true. I just find it hard to accept that my father is that kind of person. Fu Xingzhou, perceiving her inner turmoil, sighed. Return home, and you will learn the truth. Yi Song was a decisive individual. After finishing her cigarette, she promptly contacted a private jet. I want to ask my sister if she is willing to return with me. Fu Xingzhou led Yi Song into the villa. Wen Shuang glanced at Yi Song, instantly comprehending her intentions. She suggested that Yi Song take a warm shower first. Once Yi Song had finished her refreshing bath and donned a clean outfit, she approached her sister. Sister, I will be returning to S country shortly. Would you care to accompany me? Mother would undoubtedly be elated to see you. And it might even improve her health. Wen Shuang nodded in agreement. Indeed, they have been searching for you incessantly over the years. The bond of kinship was indeed quite moving. Frosty, I shall accompany you, Fu Sihing said in a husky voice, a flicker of barely concealed anxiety flashing in his deep-set eyes. Wen Shuang cast a glance at Fu Sihing, unable to suppress a smile. Ha ha ha. My grumpy husband fears that once I arrive in S country, I might not wish to return. Perhaps marrying early was a mistake. There are so many dashing young men out there. Fu Siheng. Was he not youthful and handsome enough? Fu Xingzhou raised his hand, sister-in-law. I also wish to join you. Wen Shuang turned to Yi Song, may I bring my husband and third brother along? Upon seeing Wen Shuang willing to converse, Yi Song's eyes brightened. Of course, sister. Bring whoever you wish. Just forgive me for my earlier misidentification. As they were about to depart for S country, Wen Shuang and Fu Siheng ascended to gather their belongings. After packing, Wen Shuang noticed Fu Siheng had yet to emerge, so she ventured into his wardrobe. Fu Siheng stood before the mirror, endlessly changing outfits. What on earth are you doing, grumpy husband? It's not like you're preparing for a beauty pageant. Why the fuss over clothing? Hearing Wen Shuang's thoughts, Fu Siheng turned to her. Madam Fu, could you assist me in choosing an appropriate outfit to meet my mother-in-law? Wen Shuang realized after all this time, he is nervous about meeting his mother-in-law. Wait, it's my first time meeting my biological mother as well. Fu Siheng beckoned to Wen Shuang, who approached him. Madam Fu, how does this outfit look? Wen Shuang glanced at his attire. What is there to choose from? His wardrobe consists merely of black, gray, and white. Selecting one is hardly a challenge. Hee, I believe he looks even better without any clothes on. Suddenly, Fu Siheng reached out and encircled Wen Shuang's slender waist. She looked up at him, puzzled. What are you doing? Her unfinished words were silenced by his lips. He could not allow her thoughts to be revealed, otherwise everyone downstairs would hear. Indeed, Yi Song downstairs had overheard. She had not anticipated that her sister was both humorous and somewhat flirtatious, proving to be even more amusing than she had imagined. As their daughter-in-law prepared to return to her true family, Fu's mother felt genuine happiness for her. It was also her son's first encounter with his mother-in-law, prompting Fu's mother to prepare various gifts for the meeting. Just as she finished, the butler approached with urgent news. Madam, Ms. He Wanping is outside. She insists on seeing you. If you do not go, she claims she will commit suicide. Fu's mother was momentarily taken aback. He Wanping had thrown sulfuric acid on Mother Wen's face, disfiguring her, and had fled while the police were actively pursuing her. How dare she show her face? While instructing the butler to call the police, Fu's mother headed out with bodyguards. Upon seeing Fu's mother accompanied by bodyguards, He Wanping felt unable to approach. Rage and hatred coursed through her, yet she was powerless to act. With a thud, He Wanping sank to her knees before Fu's mother. Sister, I should not have mocked you at the flagship store that day. I realize my mistake. He Wanping could hardly fathom that Wen Shuang was the true heiress of the Chuangshi group, while Wen Liao was merely an impostor. The Wen family had gone bankrupt, and Wen Wensheng had accrued insurmountable debt that would take lifetimes to repay. Furthermore, he had coerced her into mortgaging her house to settle his debts. She had yet to relish her own life. Why should she bear the burden of his debts? Just as she was about to break things off with him, Mother Wen had caught her in the act. Wen Wensheng had even turned the tables, claiming she was the one who seduced him. Witnessing the two women in a scuffle, he had conveniently vanished. When Mother Wen brandished a kitchen knife against her, she naturally retaliated with acid. After the incident, she realized she had committed a crime. In the days that followed, she had evaded police pursuit by masquerading as a beggar, sleeping under bridges, and scavenging for dog food. She was truly at her wit's end. Watching Fu's mother thrive while her own existence dwindled filled her with envy. Why was there such a vast disparity between siblings born of the same parents? Sister, I implore you to help me find a lawyer. I do not wish to go to prison. Please, assist me once more. Observing He Wanping, who wept uncontrollably, Fu's mother's eyes involuntarily glistened with tears. She had once genuinely desired to extend a helping hand to this sister. However, He Wanping had shown no gratitude or appreciation for what she had. Had she been afflicted with esophageal cancer, He Wanping would have undoubtedly crawled into her husband's bed at her funeral, just as Wen Shuang's thoughts had revealed. With her lack of loyalty and compassion, why should Fu's mother remain soft-hearted? I have long severed our sisterly bond. No matter how you plead, I shall not assist you again. He Wanping closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, she produced half of a jade pendant from her pocket. Sister, do you remember this half of the jade pendant? It was left to us by our mother before she passed. I know I cannot escape my fate. I shall leave this half to you. Being a relic from their mother, Fu's mother did not refuse and instructed the bodyguard to retrieve the pendant. As the bodyguard approached to take the pendant, He Wanping suddenly drew a sharp dagger from her sleeve and plunged it towards the bodyguard's chest. Seizing the moment of surprise, He Wanping swiftly lunged at Fu's mother. The unexpected scene rendered Fu's mother frozen in shock. He Wanping reached Fu's mother's side, her eyes filled with malice as she aimed for her chest. He Wanru, if I must descend into hell, I shall drag you down with me. He Wanning stabbed Fu's mother once, and as she attempted to strike again, the alert bodyguard charged forward, forcefully kicking He Wanping away. She collapsed to the ground, blood surging from her throat as she coughed up a mouthful of crimson.
Ha ha ha.
Even if I die now, I shall not be alone. On the road to the netherworld, I shall have my sister's company. Before she could finish her words, He Wanping suddenly sensed something amiss. The bodyguard and Fu's mother, whom she had stabbed, stood unscathed a short distance away. Neither bore a drop of blood on their chests.
How could this be?
She had put all her strength into that thrust. Both Fu's mother and the bodyguard simultaneously produced a piece of dark talisman paper. The talisman quickly turned to ash in their hands. He Wanping stared in disbelief at the scene before her. Hearing the commotion from within the villa, Yi Song rushed out, just in time to witness the unfolding drama. She had seen He Wanping attempt to stab Fu's mother and had intended to intervene, but the distance was too great. She had assumed Fu's mother would collapse, yet miraculously, Fu's mother remained unharmed. This was utterly surreal. Mother, are you alright? Fu Xingzhou hurriedly emerged from the villa. Fu's mother, still shaken, patted her chest. I'm fine. You nearly scared me to death. Thankfully, your sister-in-law's talisman protected me. The talisman is not exclusive to the Fu family. It is possessed by all who serve them, including servants and bodyguards. Once Fu Xingzhou confirmed that Fu Ma and the bodyguards were unharmed, he approached the astonished He Wanping and delivered a forceful kick to her. Just you wait to rot in prison. In no time, the police arrived, apprehending He Wanping. As she was escorted to the police car, an idea seemingly struck her. And she cried out in alarm, Wen Shuang is a monster. It's impossible for anyone I stabbed to survive. It must be Wen Shuang who has cast a spell on them. Hurry and capture her for human experimentation. However, no matter what she said, the police only took her into custody. After Wen Shuang and Fu Xiqing descended from the upper floor, they learned of the earlier commotion. Daughter-in-law, I need to purchase a few more talismans, Fu Ma declared. Wen Shuang nodded. 4 talismans sold to family. Wen Shuang offered a discount. Fu Ma bought 3 talismans and gifted 1 to a bodyguard. While aboard the private jet heading to Country S, Yi Song stole glances at Wen Shuang several times. Noticing Yi Song's unusual behavior, Wen Shuang turned to her and asked, What's the matter? Is there something on my face? Yi Song shook her head. She had previously searched for her sister's name online and was astonished to discover that her sister was indeed a master of metaphysics, even more formidable than she had imagined. A single talisman could avert disaster, a knife as sharp as that could pierce yet leave a person unscathed. Sister, may I purchase a talisman from you? No need for a discount. I can pay 10 times the price, Yi Song nervously proposed. Fu Xingzhou could not help but chuckle. He wished to capture Yi Song's current anxious demeanor on camera. The fierce businesswoman was displaying an unexpectedly vulnerable side. It was utterly delightful. Wen Shuang retrieved 2 talismans from her bag and handed them to Yi Song, saying, No need for 10 times the price, just the same discount as my in-laws. After all, you are my dear sister. Upon hearing the words dear sister, Yi Song felt her eyes prick with tears. She had thought that Wen Shuang would not acknowledge her for some time. Sister, can you call me that again? Seeing Yi Song on the verge of tears, Wen Shuang graciously replied, Eldest sister. Yi Song, overwhelmed with emotion, reached out and tightly embraced Wen Shuang. Good sister. After their reunion, Yi Song learned that Wen Shuang and Fu Xiqing had only obtained a marriage certificate and had not held a wedding ceremony. Her expression grew serious as she addressed Fu Xiqing. From now on, my sister has a true family. You owe her what is due, and you must make amends promptly. Otherwise, we will introduce her to better and more outstanding men. Fu Xiqing nodded, assuring her, eldest sister, rest assured, as long as Shuang is willing, I can provide her with a grand wedding at any time. Yi Song took Wen Shuang's hand, expressing concern and warmth, ensuring Fu Xiqing could not interject. Fu Xingzhou nudged Fu Xiqing's arm and whispered, brother, did you see that? Yi Song is utterly devoted to her sister. You must treat our sister-in-law exceptionally well. Do not let her ever threaten to return to her family for a divorce. Otherwise, you might have to pursue her across countries.
Fu Xiqing mused.
Crossing borders does not frighten me. What terrifies me is that she might return to 1,000 years ago, and I would not know where to find her. Chapter 252, Exposing True Feelings, Utterly Astonished. The Yi family residence, nestled on a hillside in the city, featured 6 luxurious villas arranged in a grand, atmospheric, and mysteriously spectacular manner. Their private plane descended directly onto the helipad. As Fu Xingzhou disembarked, he could not help but marvel inwardly. The Yi family truly lived up to their reputation as global business magnates. Their wealth was beyond comprehension. He suddenly felt that his elder brother was unworthy of his sister-in-law. With a wealthy family, and being a master of metaphysics, it was akin to living the life of a protagonist in a fulfilling narrative. Upon learning that the third young lady had been found, a row of uniformly dressed servants stood orderly at the entrance of the main villa. Yun Huan, whose health had declined in recent years, had taken the rare opportunity to dress up and apply makeup. By Qian, will I frighten her in this state? Due to her illness, Yun Huan had become emaciated, and sometimes she would startle at her own reflection. Had it not been for her unwavering resolve to see her youngest daughter one last time before her life ended, she might not have survived to this day. Countless times in the dead of night, she had contemplated using a sharp blade to cut her wrist or leaping from the rooftop. She felt that her body had become a hollow vessel, incapable of containing any joy, sorrow, or emotion. For someone suffering from severe depression, each day was a torment. Madam, you look beautiful today. Night Bai Qian gently wrapped his arm around Yun Huan's frail shoulders, pulling her into an embrace. Their long-lost youngest daughter had been found by Yi Song, observing the shell of a woman that Yun Huan had become over the years. He saw a flicker of vitality return to her eyes, though his own gaze was shrouded in complexity. Before long, Yi Song approached with several figures in tow. Mother, Shuang has returned. Yun Huan quickly stepped forward, her gaze drawn to Wen Shuang, who was being led by Yi Song. Wen Shuang's eyes bore a striking resemblance to her own youthful visage. Yes, this was her longed-for youngest daughter. She had finally come back. Yun Huan's nose tinged with a bittersweet ache, her eyes reddening as her lashes trembled violently.
Shuang, my Shuang.
Wen Shuang was born in October. When the weather turned cooler and frost began to appear, Yun Huan had named her Yi Shuang, with Shuang symbolizing purity and beauty. Yun Huan raised a trembling finger to gently caress Wen Shuang's face, tears streaming down in torrents. You went missing when you were 3. I have searched for you for nearly 20 years. Every year during the new year, I would set a place for you at the table. And I kept the teddy bear in your room, hoping you would return soon. Initially, Wen Shuang had felt little emotional connection to the idea of reunion, as she was not the true Yi Shuang. However, the moment Yun Huan's tears fell, her heart began to churn violently, and her eyes involuntarily glistened with unshed tears.
Shuang.
You must have suffered all these years. Yun Huan clutched Wen Shuang tightly in her embrace. Wen Shuang raised her hand, gently patting Yun Huan's trembling back. Up close, she realized that Yun Huan was even thinner than she appeared. It seemed she was little more than skin and bones. Perhaps it was the bond of motherhood. As Wen Shuang found herself unable to hold back her own tears. Noticing Wen Shuang's tears, Yun Huan cupped her small face and said, Shuanger, don't cry. It's enough that you are back. Wen Shuang nodded, her voice choked as she called out, Mom. Upon hearing that long-desired word, Yun Huan's tears flowed like a flood, unstoppable. Mom, please don't cry. I'm back, and everything will be all right. Wen Shuang feared that Yun Huan might faint from crying. Shuanger, I am your father. Night Bai Qian stepped forward, wishing to acknowledge Wen Shuang. She glanced at him, but did not respond. This scoundrel thinks I will call him Dad. That's a dream. Mom has become skin and bones, and he still tries to play the devoted husband. He must be hoping she will leave this world soon. Yun Huan, who was still holding Wen Shuang, suddenly stiffened. She looked up at Wen Shuang, her tear-blurred eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Was that you speaking, Shuang? Yi Song sensed her mother as anomaly and felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be that their mother could hear her sister's innermost thoughts? Yi Song hurriedly glanced at Yi Baiqian. Yi Baiqian displayed no signs of distress, indicating that the unworthy father could not hear his daughter's thoughts.
Shuang.
What did you just say? Yi Song quickly seized her mother's arm. Mom, my sister didn't say anything. Behind her are her husband and his younger brother. Yun Huan was taken aback. Shuang is already married? She lifted her gaze to observe Fu Xiqing, who stood behind Wen Shuang. He was tall and handsome, exuding an air of noble elegance. From a superficial perspective, he seemed quite compatible with her daughter. Fu Xiqing, sensing the scrutiny from his mother-in-law, felt an immediate surge of anxiety. Hello, mother-in-law. Yun Huan nodded. Yes. You all must be exhausted after several hours of flying. I have instructed the chef to prepare a welcome banquet. Please, come inside. As Yi Baiqian watched them enter the villa, he couldn't help but feel displeased. Not only did his youngest daughter fail to acknowledge him, but even his son-in-law and his brother-in-law did not take the initiative to greet him. How could they be so impolite? As the patriarch of the Yi family, how could he be disregarded, treated as though he were invisible? After escorting Wen Shuang and the others to the banquet hall, Yun Huan returned to her room to retrieve a gift she had prepared for her youngest daughter. Yi Song followed her into the room, her brow furrowed with concern. Mom, my recent health issues seem to be worsening. I even experienced auditory hallucinations earlier. How could my sister have said that father is an unworthy parent? Yi Song lowered her voice. Mom, you did not experience auditory hallucinations. You heard my sister's true feelings. Yi Song revealed to her mother that she and the Fu family could hear her sister's thoughts. Yun Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it truly that fantastical? Yi Song nodded. There's no time for explanations now. Some matters I will discuss with you later. If you hear my sister's thoughts during dinner, please do not display any shock. Yun Huan presented the family heirloom jade bracelet to Wen Shuang. Both Yi Song and Yi Silly had no objections. To them, their sister was far more precious than the heirloom bracelet. Yun Huan lovingly took Wen Shuang's hand and adorned her delicate wrist with the bracelet. Sister-in-law, Shuang has returned. Why didn't you inform us sooner? A strikingly beautiful noblewoman entered the banquet hall with her 3 children. When Shuang cast a glance at the noblewoman, Yun Huan quickly introduced Shuang. This is your aunt. Behind her are your eldest cousin, second cousin, and youngest cousin. Shuang, welcome back. Your aunt is truly delighted for you. When Shuang scanned the noblewoman, her beautiful eyes betraying an inscrutable emotion. She feigns happiness, but likely despises me in her heart. After all, another person has returned to compete with her children for inheritance. 10 years ago, she lost her husband and has played the role of a weak widow before my mother all these years, oblivious to the reality. Chapter 253. The illegitimate child exposed. The mistress is actually her? Mommy is greeting you, and you dare not respond? Do you even understand manners? A small boy's voice rang out. Before Wen Shuang could react, the boy suddenly aimed a water gun at her chest, spraying her with water. The boy acted too swiftly for anyone, including Wen Shuang, to react. The fabric of her shirt became damp, revealing the color of her undergarments beneath. Wen Shuang looked at the boy, who made a face at her, a mischievous grin on his lips. What are you staring at? I didn't do it on purpose. Just as the boy finished speaking, Fu Xiqing strode over in a few swift steps, snatching the water gun from his hands and dousing the boy's face with the contents of the gun. I didn't do it on purpose either. Yi Wenhan was the little tyrant of a Yi family, although he lost his father before birth. Old Master Yi adored this grandson. At 10 years old, no one had ever dared to treat him this way. Infuriated, Yi Wenhan instinctively prepared to kick Fu Xiqing. However, in the next moment, Fu Xiqing seized his ankle and lifted him upside down. Ah! You rotten bastard. Let me go. Do you know who I am? I'll have my grandfather kill you. Yun Huan's expression darkened as she reprimanded, silence. Then she turned to Qiu Feng, sister-in-law. Is this how you educate your children? Qiu Feng watched in anguish and anger as her youngest son was held upside down by an outsider. She cast a pleading glance at Yi Baiqian and then began to sob pitifully. Sister-in-law, Wen Han is just a child. He didn't mean to spray Shuang. Why should your son, an adult, hold a grudge against a child? Fu Xiqing paid no heed to Yi Wenhan's cries. Coldly he spoke. Do you understand your mistake? I'm not wrong. Yi Wenhan protested. Not wrong, is it? Fine, I'll let go. With his head down, Yuan Han found himself a meter above the ground, and if Fu Xiqing were to release him, he would undoubtedly fall and injure himself severely. For the first time, the fearless little tyrant felt an inkling of fear. Mommy, brother, sister, uncle,
Come save me.
Yi Baiqian approached Fu Xiqing with a serious expression.
Put Wen Han down. Fu Xiqing remained unmoved.
His icy gaze fixed on the unrepentant Yuan Han. Do you acknowledge your fault? I'm not wrong. If you dare drop me, my uncle will make you pay. Fu Xiqing promptly released his grip. Yi Baiqian was alarmed and quickly extended his hand to catch Yuan Han. Although Yuan Han was unharmed, he was clearly shaken. He clung to Yi Baiqian, weeping uncontrollably. Qiu Feng approached, wiping her tears. Uncle, it seems that my sister-in-law and Shuanger do not welcome us. Perhaps I should take the children back. We are all family. You should stay and dine with us, Yi Baiqian declared with finality. Yuan Huan took Wen Shuang to change clothes, while Yi Baiqian instructed the servants to fetch a clean outfit for Yuan Han. Witnessing Yi Baiqian's actions, Yuan Huan felt an uncontrollable tightening in her chest. After the unexpected passing of her elder brother, she felt a pang of sympathy for her sister-in-law and her children, prompting her to urge Yi Baiqian to extend his care towards them. However, she was taken aback when her long-lost biological daughter returned, only to find herself bullied by Yuan Han. To her dismay, Yi Baiqian seemed indifferent, his attention consumed by the wailing Yuan Han. Was he truly unable to discern right from wrong? In the past, she had regarded her considerate and affectionate husband as a pillar of support, yet in this moment, he felt utterly foreign to her. Did he hold Yuan Han in higher esteem than his own flesh and blood? Wen Shuang, observing Yuan Huan's expression, let out a silent sigh. It's only natural for a scoundrel father to care for Yuan Han. After all, he is his youngest son, his biological son. How can I reveal the truth to my mother? She already suffers from severe depression. Will the harsh reality cause her to collapse? And that's not even the crux of the matter. All three of them belong to him.
What?
Yuan Huan and Yi Song were taken aback. What did Wen Shuang's revelation imply? What did it mean that Yuan Han was Yi Baiqian's youngest son, and that there were three of them? Standing outside the room, Yi Song felt her mind racing. She dared not delve deeper into the implications, for the thought seemed utterly implausible. Fu Xingzhou lowered his voice and addressed Yi Song. Didn't you say your father returns home punctually every day and even cooks for your family on weekends? I must ask, does your aunt's family join you for those meals? Yi Song was jolted by his words. Until he mentioned it, she hadn't considered it, but upon reflection, her aunt and her cousins frequently dined with them almost every weekend, ever since her uncle's plane accident a decade ago. Her father had been exceptionally considerate towards her aunt and her children. Previously, both she and her mother thought it was quite normal, considering how challenging it was for her aunt to raise 3 children alone. But now, her sister's insinuation implied that all 3 of her aunt's children were her father's? Your father is quite ruthless. He even betrayed his own elder brother, making your uncle's 3 children not his. Yi Song's mind went blank. This was simply too incredulous. Before she could recover from the shock and absurdity, she heard Wen Shuang drop another truth that was even harder to accept. Chapter 254, No Longer Attached, Awakening. After the scoundrel father's elder brother discovered that none of the 3 children were his, it wasn't long before the private plane he was on crashed. What? Did her uncle uncover that the 3 children were not his before his death? Did this mean his demise was not an accident? Yi Song recalled that a decade ago, her uncle had gone on a business trip to another city and was in such a rush that he took a private helicopter. Less than an hour after takeoff, due to sudden fog in the mountains, the pilot mishandled the flight, causing the helicopter to crash into the mountain. The scene of the accident was quite horrific. When her uncle passed, her aunt had just discovered she was 2 months pregnant. Consequently, their grandfather was deeply concerned for little Yuan Han. If her uncle's death was not an accident, could it be linked to her father? The thought was chilling, and she dared not contemplate it further. Feeling a shiver run down her spine as goosebumps prickled her arms, Yuan Huan, who had heard Wen Shuang's thoughts, was left in stunned silence, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Her heart raced rapidly as a torrent of emotions surged within her. The 3 children of Jiufeng were all Yi Baiqian's? This was a notion she had never entertained. In her uncle Yi Shihong's lifetime, Yi Baiqian had maintained a good relationship with him. Yuan Huan had always assumed they were brothers bound by mutual respect. Who could have imagined that Yi Baiqian was entangled with her sister-in-law? The revelation that all 3 children belonged to Yi Baiqian was utterly shocking. When Yi Shihong discovered this truth, he must have felt a similar emotional upheaval. It was no exaggeration to describe it as a thunderbolt from a clear sky.
It was truly terrifying.
Since her uncle's passing, she had pitied Qiu Feng and even suggested that Yi Baiqian provide her with additional support. Little did she know, the two had been carrying on an affair right under her nose. She must be the most foolish original wife in the world. Had it not been for Wen Shuang's revelation, she might have remained oblivious until her dying day. With reddened eyes, Yunhuan dug her fingers deeply into her palms, nearly breaking the skin. "Mom, I'm ready." When Shuang emerged from the cloakroom, not wanting her daughter to sense her distress, Yunhuan quickly adjusted her demeanor. It was their first visit to her family, and she wished to ensure her daughter remained cheerful. She couldn't dampen her daughter's spirits, nor allow herself to faint from anger. "You must be hungry. Let us hurry out for a meal." While she believed in her daughter's words, she would also seek the truth. If Yi Baiqian truly had an affair with Qiu Feng, she would not let that pair of scoundrels escape unscathed. The group returned to the dining room. Yu and Han had already been comforted by Yi Baiqian, the spoiled child, accustomed to indulgence. Did not wait for Wen Shuang and the others before picking up a spoon to show off. Seeing this, Yunhuan furrowed her brows and declared, as a prominent family, "Our children should be raised with proper etiquette. Tomorrow, I will petition the royal family for Lady Agatha to personally instruct Yu and Han." Agatha was the court etiquette instructor of the Kingdom, known for her strictness. Even royal offspring would not escape her discipline. Children were often terrified at the prospect of being assigned to her tutelage. Upon hearing Agatha's name, Yuan Han dropped his spoon in fright. He rushed into Qiu Feng's arms, crying, "Mommy, I don't want that old witch Agatha to teach me. I want to go."
Yi Baiqian.
Watching Yi Wen Han finally cease his tears only to be set off again by Yun Huan, slammed his hand on the table in frustration. "Madam, my elder brother passed away early, and my sister-in-law has had a hard time raising the children alone. Wen Han is the apple of the old master's eye. If he truly makes mistakes, as an aunt, you should be more forgiving. Why must you always bicker with a child?" Yuan Han is truly the scoundrel father's precious darling, too cherished to endure even the slightest hardship. But then again, the scoundrel has always favored Qiu Feng. Had it not been for her marrying Yi Shihong, he would never have married my mother. He married my mother because he valued her business acumen, seeking to usurp his elder brother Yi Shihong's position, and my mother was conveniently able to assist him. Now that he has attained everything he desired, he merely wishes to discard her. Luckily, fate has a way. He will meet his demise in a car accident 3 days hence. Yun Huan was suddenly jolted. 3 days from now, Yi Baiqian will die in a car accident? The scoundrel believes that Qiu Feng married Yi Shihong under duress, but in truth, she coveted the status of his heir, thinking that being with Yi Shihong would secure a brighter future. However, after marriage, Qiu Feng found Yi Shihong lacking in romance. Seeing Yi Baiqian courting someone, she felt a pang of jealousy, wanting both sides, yet the scoundrel chose to believe her. Later that evening, Qiu Feng, in tears, complained to the scoundrel about her grievances. The scoundrel, feeling pity for her and the children, will go to draft a will the next day, bequeathing all his shares to his mistress and illegitimate child. The shares left by the scoundrel father, combined with those bequeathed by her deceased husband, will inevitably render Qiu Feng and her children the ultimate victors. Yun Xian was once again taken aback. She had not anticipated that Yi Baiqian was not only a cad but also exceedingly malevolent. Qiu Feng's 3 children were his. But did that mean her 3 children were not his as well? To think he would leave all the shares to his illegitimate offspring. Over the years, her eldest daughter, Yi Song, had labored tirelessly to fortify his empire, ensuring that the Genesis Group remained a titan in the business realm. In the end, she was to suffer betrayal and harm from her own father. This was utterly heartbreaking. Yun Xian closed her eyes, silently vowing that she would never allow such a travesty to occur. For a mother who cherished her children above all else, none could rival her devotion to them. If a man truly strayed and his heart wavered, she would solely advocate for her children's best interests, shedding not a single tear for him. After dinner, Yun Xian called Qiu Feng and Yi Wen Han over. "Wen Han, your sister Shuanger has returned. From now on, you are all family, so let us cease the discord. Aunt will gift you a gold lock. Henceforth, you must behave, understood?" Yun Xian hung a small gold lock around Yi Wen Han's neck. Observing the scene, Qiu Feng smirked slightly. "Sister-in-law, you must also educate Shuanger well. If necessary, perhaps you could invite Agasha to teach her some manners." Yun Xian smiled thinly. "My daughter is both beautiful and polite. There is little need for instruction." However, dear sister-in-law, should you fail to discipline Yuan Han, you may find yourself regretting it. Humph, my mommy is the best. If you speak ill of my mommy again, I shall toss the gold lock you gifted into the filthy gutter. Yun Xian suppressed her rising temper. Very well. I shall say nothing further. Once Qiufeng and her family had departed, Yi Song approached Yun Xian. Mother, why did you give Yuan Han a gold lock? Yun Xian lowered her voice. The gold lock contains a listening device. Chapter 255. The division of assets is absolutely impossible. After briefing Yi Song on a few matters, Yun Xian led Wen Shuang into a princess room. The four-poster bed was adorned with pale pink drapes, creating a breathtakingly dreamlike ambience. The lotus pillows were a part of Yun Xian's dowry from her youth. The jewelry box on the vanity was filled with small trinkets belonging to Wen Shuang from before she turned 3. Not a single piece had been discarded. On the bay window lay 22 gifts, each accompanied by a birthday card personally penned by Yun Xian. Shuang, I await you here every year. Recalling the year Shuang had gone missing, Yun Xian had searched everywhere, crying until she fainted. I am so sorry. You have grown so much before returning home. When Shuang instinctively embraced her emaciated mother. Though she was cherished by Fu Ma in her in-laws' household, the love from her biological mother was an entirely different sensation. Mother, please do not cry. Your Shuang has returned. Yun Xian nodded, her voice choked with emotion. Madam, it is time for your medication. Upon seeing Aunt Rong at the door with medicine in hand, Yun Xian hastily wiped her tears. Shuang, this is Aunt Rong. During the year you were missing, I reached a point where I wished to end my life, consuming a considerable number of sleeping pills. It was Aunt Rong who discovered me in time and took me to the hospital. When Shuang turned to Aunt Rong, hello, Aunt Rong. Aside from Yi Song and Yi Silu, Aunt Rong is the only one from the Yi family who genuinely cares for my mother. Regrettably, after my scoundrel father's incident, Aunt Rong was falsely accused by Qiufeng of poisoning her and was subsequently imprisoned. Qiufeng had long desired to bribe Aunt Rong to tamper with my mother's food, but Aunt Rong remained steadfast, refusing temptation or threats, and consistently stood by my mother. Qiufeng has always held a grudge against her. Moreover, my mother has been taking medication for depression over the years, yet her condition has worsened, and her temperament has become increasingly erratic. This is due to Yi Baiqian having adulterated her medication with counterfeit drugs. When a man turns cruel, he can be utterly heartless. Even if he harbors no feelings for my mother, she did stabilize his career and bore him 3 children. Fortunately, my mother once shielded the royal queen from a bullet. Yi Baiqian dares not openly harm her, as he harbors some trepidation. Otherwise, she would likely have perished long ago. Yun Xian was left in a state of shock, her very soul trembling. Over the years, her health had deteriorated, and it turned out that Yi Baiqian's hand had played a part in it. How absurd that he maintained the facade of a devoted husband outside. After finishing her medication, Yun Xian held Wen Shuang's hand and spoke for a while before heading downstairs. Upon seeing Yun Xian descend, Yi Baiqian claimed he had business with a client and left the villa. Once he was gone, Yun Xian activated the listening device software. Qiufeng and her 3 children resided in a villa at the base of the mountain, though they did not occupy the main building. Upon returning to the villa behind the main building, the eldest son, Yi Yanqing, exclaimed angrily, Mother, the younger brother is correct. Now that Aunt's family has found their little daughter, she will undoubtedly attempt to claim our inheritance. Qiufeng shed her cautious and pitiful demeanor in front of outsiders. Her eyes glinting with malice, there is absolutely no possibility of her taking what is rightfully ours. She would immediately instruct Yi Baiqian to draft a will. As long as Yi Baiqian allocated all his shares to her children, they would be the ones to rule the Genesis group henceforth, while the business-savvy Yi Song would be relegated to working for them. Yanqing, you will soon replace Yi Song as the president of the Genesis group, Qiufeng continued, turning her gaze to her daughter, Yi Mingzhu. Mingzhu, you must secure the 3rd prince. Your future as the 3rd princess is paramount, as he is most likely to become the heir. As for Yi Song, she is soon to be wed to the little prince, who is rumored to have peculiar tendencies. Her future will be anything but pleasant. Yun Xian's 3 children would forever remain beneath her children's feet. Once Yun Xian was no longer in the picture, Qiufeng would ascend as the matriarch of the Yi family, ensuring that Yun Xian's offspring would never know peace. The night was deep. After meeting with a client, Yi Baiqian stealthily approached the villa behind the main building. He found Qiufeng in Yi Wenhan's room, where she was tucking him in. Yi Baiqian approached from behind and embraced Qiufeng. She elbowed him away, feigning instability as she fell into his arms. Yi Baiqian wrapped his arms around her and leaned down to kiss her lips. Aren't you afraid Wen Han will see? Yi Baiqian glanced at the peacefully sleeping Yuan Han. What is there to fear? I am his biological father. Without me, he would not exist. Qiufeng shot him a reproachful look. You speak so sweetly now. Yet you likely do not dare to make our identities public in this lifetime. With that, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Qian Go, you must compensate us. Once Yi Song marries the little prince, she will be considered an outsider. Yi Silu is muddling about in the entertainment industry and knows nothing of business. You must ensure Yanqing takes over the group. Yi Baiqian gently stroked Qiufeng's head. Rest assured, everything I possess will eventually be entrusted to our children.
No.
You must hasten to draft a will. Your little daughter has returned, and Yun Xian will undoubtedly fight for her share. Without waiting for Yi Baiqian to speak, Qiufeng pouted and said, Look at how your youngest daughter has changed towards us since her return. Her husband, Wen Han, was so frightened when he was reprimanded by her that he could barely speak. It was heart-wrenching to witness. As an aunt, Yun Huan not only failed to protect Wen Han but also coldly chastised him. Is she really quarreling with a child of merely 10? Is it not because she is concerned for her beloved daughter? Yi Baiqian lowered his gaze in silence. Reflecting on Yun Huan's demeanor towards Wen Han that evening, he indeed felt a pang of displeasure. Wen Han was his cherished youngest son, one he could hardly bear to lay a finger upon, and yet, her husband dared to lay hands on him within his own home. It was a blatant disregard for his authority. After the meeting tomorrow morning, I shall visit Lawyer Yan's firm to draft a will. Upon overhearing Yi Baiqian's decision, both mother and daughter were incensed. Sister's heartfelt words were all true, mother. Do you now believe? Night Song inquired. Yun Huan's eyes were reddened, her slender hands clenched into fists, the blue veins threatening to burst forth. Yi Baiqian is a scoundrel. He shall meet a terrible end. How dare he scheme against her, plotting against her children? Night Song sought to calm her mother, saying, Mother, do not harm yourself with anger. Did not my sister say he would meet with a fatal accident in 3 days? Yun Huan's expression hardened at this thought. Mother, should we intervene regarding father's accident? Yun Huan pressed her lips together, her countenance fierce. Intervene? To prevent his demise? How could one restrain their lower instincts? A man who schemes against his own wife and children deserves nothing less than an early demise. She contemplated drafting a will to bequeath everything to his illegitimate child. Did he? Very well. If he plays the part of the fool, I shall play the role of the sage. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in her eyes, and a sudden idea took root in her mind. Chapter 256. The disappearance of the daughter. Surprisingly, it was her doing. After finishing her bath, Wen Shuang emerged from the bathroom clad in the nightgown Yun Huan had prepared for her. Lying on the spacious, plush couch in her princess room, she felt an otherworldly sense of unreality. Embracing her teddy bear, she turned over in bed. She thought she would soon drift into slumber. Yet she found herself tossing and turning, sleep eluding her. Having recently grown accustomed to sharing a bed with Fu Sihong, the absence of his presence left her slightly insomniac. Habit truly is a formidable force. Meanwhile, Fu Sihong was also plagued by sleeplessness. Fu Xingzhou's eyelids felt unbearably heavy. Yet the restless movements of the person behind him rendered him incapable of sleep. Brother, are you unable to sleep? He asked. I can understand. Being so close to sister-in-law, yet unable to share a bed, must evoke a sense of helplessness akin to a eunuch longing for the empress. Fu Sihong gritted his teeth in annoyance. I am inclined to kick you out right now. Fu Xingzhou chuckled. A man yearning for satisfaction is indeed a fearsome sight. Fu Sihong's handsome face darkened. Silence. Just as Fu Xingzhou was about to retort, he suddenly heard Wen Shuang's inner thoughts. I can't sleep. I can't sleep. It's been ages since I scrolled through short videos. With my grumpy husband absent, it's the perfect opportunity. Wow, the handsome men from S country are quite something. Their standards seem even more daring than those back home. Fu Sihong abruptly sat up in bed. He took out his phone and messaged Wen Shuang. Are you asleep? After waiting nearly 5 minutes without a response, he heard her thoughts. I read that women who reply immediately to men's messages lose their allure. The first step to becoming a successful woman is to read but not reply. Fu Xingzhou was nearly in fits of laughter. Fu Sihong shot him a warning glare. Fu Xingzhou snatched Fu Sihong's phone and replied on his behalf. Stop playing on your phone. Play with me instead. Wen Shuang. Oh heavens, how does he know I'm on my phone? In the dead of night, he wants me to play with him? What exactly does he mean? Fu Sihong shot a disgruntled look at Fu Xingzhou. Do you wish for me to beat you? Fu Xingzhou buried his face in the blankets. Brother, stop pretending. You've longed for sister-in-law to play with you. Fu Sihong ignored him and replied to Wen Shuang. That was a mistake. Wen Shuang. The sky is blue. The sea is deep, and not a word from men is true. Fu Sihong couldn't help but curl his lips. When we return to the country, I shall let you play. Wen Shuang did not reply further. There was no point in continuing the conversation. If they did, she might truly find it impossible to sleep that night. The following day, after breakfast, Wen Shuang informed Night Song about Yi Baiqian's plans. Sister, are you saying that scoundrel will call the lawyer this afternoon to draft a will? Wen Shuang nodded. Night Song pondered for a moment before responding. Sister, could you accompany me to meet lawyer Yan? Yan Siyuan was the legal advisor for the Chuangshi group and a renowned lawyer in S country. If the scoundrel were to draft a will, he would undoubtedly seek out Yan. Wen Shuang accompanied Night Song to Yan's office. Upon arriving at the entrance, they spotted lawyer Yan rushing out of his office in a flurry. Seeing the usually composed Yan with reddened eyes, Night Song inquired with concern. Lawyer Yan, is everything all right? Yan Siyuan glanced at Night Song, his voice hoarse. My daughter has gone missing. Wen Shuang scrutinized Yan's troubled expression, noticing the desolation in his eyes. His only daughter was in imminent danger, her brows furrowed in distress. Sister, we must follow lawyer Yan. Yan Siyuan and his wife had married late in life, and although they were now in middle age, their daughter was just 5 years old this year. Yan's wife had taken their child back to her hometown for a visit in celebration of Yan's mother's upcoming 60th birthday. After just one day, their child suddenly vanished. After searching for hours, Yan's mother and wife had grown frantic and finally called Yan for help. An hour later, they arrived at Yan's hometown. Yan's residence was a small villa, now surrounded by a crowd. Yan's mother sat in a wheelchair, weeping profusely while berating Yan's wife. You are nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. You couldn't even watch over a child. You shouldn't bear any more children. If anything happens to our granddaughter, how will you face Siyuan or our family? Siyuan is a distinguished lawyer. What woman could he not have? Yet he chose to marry someone as uneducated as you. Not only can you not bear a son, but you also cannot keep watch over your only daughter. The accused, Shin Qinghe, turned pale, trembling all over, her lips turning a deep shade of blue. She was more anxious than anyone else about their missing daughter, feeling lost, terrified, and desperate. When she had risen that morning, her daughter was still asleep. She had gone to the town to buy groceries, leaving her with her mother-in-law, never imagining that upon her return, her daughter would be gone. What on earth happened? Yan Siyuan strode over. Upon seeing him return, Yan's mother cried even harder. Siyuan, you are just in time. Your wife has lost your daughter. You must divorce this harbinger of misfortune immediately. You are nearly 40. While you still can, marry a woman who can bear you a son. Night Song couldn't help but roll her eyes. Wasn't he the immediate priority to find lawyer Yan's daughter? Why was this old woman urging her son to divorce his wife as if she were certain that her granddaughter would never return? Wen Shuang coldly curled her lips. She was indeed resolute, for lawyer Yan's daughter was the one she had lost. Yi Song's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it truly be? After all, she was also his granddaughter. Go summon lawyer Yan. I know where his daughter is, he instructed. He immediately went to fetch Yan Siyuan. Lawyer Yan, my sister is a master of metaphysics. She has divined the whereabouts of your daughter. Is that true? Can your sister truly ascertain where my daughter is? Shin Qinghe, who had slumped weakly to the ground, revealed a flicker of hope and light in her dim eyes. What kind of charlatan is this? They must be trying to swindle the Yan family. Lady Yan exclaimed furiously. Yan Siyuan helped Shin Qinghe to her feet, asserting, Miss Yi is the heir of the Chuangshi group. She would not speak frivolously. Shin Qinghe nodded. Then let us hasten to follow Miss Ye's sister to find our daughter. Noticing Yan Siyuan and Shin Qinghe departing, a glimmer of panic flashed in Lady Yan's eyes. Could that Miss Ye's sister truly discern the location of Sui Sui? No, it was utterly impossible. Wen Shuang led Yan Siyuan and Shin Qinghe to a cave behind the village. Soon, they discovered Sui Sui lying in the cave, her limbs bound by ropes, unconscious from a blow to the head. As they carried Sui Sui out of the cave, the couple noticed an abundance of dark brown fur scattered about. It was indeed the hide of a black bear. Had they arrived any later, the bear would have returned to consume their daughter. The thought sent a chilling wave down their spines. Someone had clearly intended to harm their Sui Sui. Chapter 257. From beginning to end, he only loved her. Who could be so malicious as to spare no thought even for a 5-year-old girl? Yan Siyuan's mind raced. As a prominent lawyer, he had offended many. And there had been attempts on his life before, but never had anyone dared to threaten his family. Once he uncovered who sought to harm his daughter, he would not let them escape unpunished. As they descended the mountain, a low growl from the black bear echoed through the woods. Yi Song shivered at the goosebumps rising on her arms. Had we arrived 10 minutes later, Sui Sui would likely have ended up as the bear's meal. Yen Siyuan and Shun Qinghe looked at Wen Shuang, their eyes red with gratitude. We cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for you, we would have lost our only daughter. Wen Shuang turned to Yen Siyuan, pursing her lips before speaking. You are a lawyer. If someone wishes to take your daughter's life, you should handle it impartially. If you do not act, your daughter will remain in peril. Yen Siyuan's heart raced. The master was implying that he was astute enough to grasp the truth from her subtle hints. When Shuang nodded, Yen Siyuan nearly collapsed from the weight of the implication. What does the master mean? Who truly wishes to harm Sui Sui? Shun Qinghe inquired, perplexed. Yen Siyuan clenched his fists, his expression complex. Let us return for now. Upon seeing Yen Siyuan carrying Sui Sui back, Lady Yan's heart raced. Siyuan, have you found Sui Sui? Yen Siyuan shot a cold glance at her. Do you not wish for Sui Sui to be found? Lady Yen shook her head vehemently.
How could that be?
Sui Sui is my granddaughter. Yen Siyuan brought Sui Sui into the room, as Shun Qinghe carefully fed her a few sips of water. Sui Sui slowly began to awaken.
Sui Sui.
Do you feel unwell?
Why did you go to the back mountain?
You scared your father and me to death. Upon seeing her parents, Sui Sui's face displayed a look of confusion. Grandma can walk now. She said if I wanted to make her happy, I should go gather pretty flowers from the mountain. I went to the back mountain, picked some flowers, and as I was about to head down, someone suddenly hit my head. I don't know what happened. Shun Qinghe gasped at Sui Sui's account. Could it be that mother did this to Sui Sui, knocking her unconscious and abandoning her in the cave? After Sui Sui's disappearance, Shun Qinghe felt an overwhelming guilt. She had never blamed her mother-in-law nor regarded her as a truly wicked person. Was it possible for her to be so heartless as to wish for Sui Sui's demise simply because she was not a grandson? Yen Siyuan stormed out of the room, his face as pale as death. Lady Yan's heart sank at the sight of his expression. Mother, you can walk yet you still feign disability, forcing Qinghe to care for you. What have we done to deserve this? Do you wish to harm our daughter? Lady Yen, infuriated, retorted. You actually believe the words of a little girl? You are an ungrateful wretch, forgetting your mother once you have a wife. Do I, an old woman, have any reason to harm my granddaughter? Shun Qinghe approached with a bottle of hot water. Previously obedient to her mother-in-law, she had always followed her directives, not wanting to create friction between her husband and his mother. Yet her patience and filial piety had not earned her any special treatment from Lady Yen. You cannot walk.
Can you?
Then this boiling water should not affect you either. As Shun Qinghe poured the hot water towards Lady Yan's legs, she swiftly stood up from her wheelchair. Yen Siyuan, your wife is trying to kill your mother and you remain indifferent? Yen Siyuan's gaze turned icy as he glared at Lady Yen. I have no mother who would wish to harm my daughter. I will pursue legal action against you according to the law. Lady Yen crumpled to the ground, her body failing her. Have you lost your mind? I did all of this for your own good. Shun Qinghe does not possess your level of education and cannot bear a second child. What purpose does she serve for you? With your current standing, there are countless women available to you. Yen Siyuan moved to Shun Qinghe's side, firmly grasping her hand. After casting a tender glance at her, he fixed his steely gaze upon Lady Yen. When you became a vegetable after your car accident in high school, I relied on my excellent grades to attend school for free. But in college, I struggled even for living expenses. It was Qinghe who supported me through her stall. And while you lay on your sickbed, it was Qinghe who cared for you after work. She has sacrificed so much for our family. Would I abandon her after achieving success? A virtuous wife supports her husband's ambitions, and I owe my achievements to Qinghe. You often criticize Qinghe for not being able to bear another child. It is not that she cannot, but because I care for her and do not wish her to suffer further. You are not a queen, with no throne for my children to inherit. One daughter is sufficient for me and Qinghe. Over the years, you have continually picked at Qinghe's faults. Whenever I sought to reason with you, you resorted to tears and threats. Qinghe always advised me to avoid conflict with you, constantly considering your feelings, even when she was hurt. The temptations outside are numerous, but my heart belongs solely to Qinghe and our child. You must never harm Sui Sui. Yen Siyuan embraced Shun Qinghe, unable to contain his emotions as tears streamed down his face. Wife, I am so sorry. Shun Qinghe tightly returned his embrace. In the past, As she supported Yen Siyuan through college and cared for his incapacitated mother, many had advised her against such foolishness. After all, there were countless stories of those who, in the pursuit of their ambitions, disregarded their loved ones. Yet she had always believed in Yen Siyuan's character. In truth, her faith had never been misplaced. Lady Yen watched the two of them in a passionate embrace, her heart seething with rage. Yen Siyuan, you ungrateful wretch. Everything I have done is for your own good. A noble lady from an influential family took a fancy to him. Once Sui perished, Shun Qinghe would undoubtedly file for divorce, leaving him single and free to pursue a relationship with the noble lady. Yen Siyuan chose to disregard old Madame Yen and promptly contacted the authorities. Typically, he could overlook her petty quarrels, but this time she had crossed a line. Even if she was his own mother, he would not easily forgive her transgressions. Wen Shuang and Yi Song observed the scene, both giving a thumbs up to Yen Siyuan, recognizing his sense of justice. Yi Song nodded in agreement, noting that even their unworthy father appreciated this quality in him. However, now that his sister had become the savior of lawyer Yan's daughter, it was likely that lawyer Yan would align himself with them. At that moment, Yen Siyuan's phone rang. It was Yi Baiqian calling to draft a will. Chapter 258, An Unexpected Incident, Hard to Believe. At the law firm, Yi Baiqian requested Yen Siyuan to assist him in drafting a will. He intended to bequeath all his assets to Qiu Feng and their 3 children. The rights of inheritance for the Chuangshi group would be passed on to Yi Yanqing. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yen Siyuan's eyes. Mr. Yi, are you certain you wish to leave all your assets to someone outside your original family? Yi Baiqian nonchalantly twirled a jade ring on his finger, stating that they possessed a modest amount of shares, ensuring their livelihood for life. Yen Siyuan pressed his lips together, refraining from further inquiries. He was well aware of Yi Baiqian's temperament. Once he made a decision, it was not easily swayed. He had not considered how the original wife would survive in the company if Yi Yanqing were to assume control. With only the shares in Yi Song's possession, it was highly probable that she would be marginalized. Mr. Yi, drafting the will may take a few days, as I have some family matters to attend to first. Yi Baiqian nodded in acquiescence. All right, I have a business trip tomorrow and will return in 2 days. Please assist me with the will then. After Yi Baiqian departed, Yen Siyuan called Yi Song. Miss Yi, I did not draft the will for your father today, but he will return in 2 days. Maintaining professional decorum, Yen Siyuan withheld the details of Yi Baiqian's will from Yi Song. Lawyer Yen, the fact that you did not assist him in drafting the will is already a tremendous favor to me. 2 days hence, Yi Baiqian would meet with an unfortunate fate in a car accident. The prospect of him drafting another will was utterly impossible. That evening, while Yi Baiqian was out dining with clients, Yi Song seized the opportunity to present several documents for his signature while he was inebriated. Yi Baiqian perused the first document, concerning company projects, and without a second thought, affixed his signature. Lacking the patience to scrutinize the subsequent documents, he signed them all as well. Emerging from the private room, Yi Song wore a cold smile. To bestow all his wealth upon outsiders, such aspirations would remain unfulfilled in the next life. After Yi Baiqian's business trip, Yun Huan, Yi Song, Wen Shuang, Fu Siheng, and Fu Xingzhou ventured to the capital of S country for leisure. Observing Yun Huan and her companions returning with numerous bags each day, Qiu Feng smirked with cold disdain. Once Yi Baiqian finalized his will, everything belonging to the Yi family would rightfully belong to their branch. Consequently, Yun Huan and her children would have to navigate life under her watchful gaze. However, Yun Huan's recent demeanor appeared significantly improved. With the return of her youngest daughter, had her depression truly lifted? 2 days later, Yun Huan received a call from the hospital. Yi Baiqian had been in a car accident on his return trip from the business trip and was currently undergoing emergency treatment. Observing Yun Huan's expression, Wen Shuang comprehended the gravity of the situation. Oh dear, the scoundrel is about to meet his end. Fu Siheng and Fu Xingzhou paused mid-meal, excitement bubbling within. The climactic moment had finally arrived. He was not heartless. He simply wished for the despicable Yi Baiqian to meet his demise sooner rather than later. Upon completing the call, Yun Huan addressed those at the dining table. Yi Baiqian has met with an accident. I must head to the hospital. We shall accompany you. The group hastily made their way to the hospital's operating room, where they coincidentally witnessed Yi Baiqian being wheeled out, covered by a white sheet. The attending physician, upon seeing Yun Huan, bore a grave expression as he stated, Madam Yi, Mr. Yi has sustained severe injuries. We have done our utmost, but Yun Huan lifted the white sheet for a brief moment, confirming it was indeed Yi Baiqian's lifeless body. The love she once harbored for this man now rendered her utterly repulsed. His death stirred no emotions within her. Yet, when it came to performing for the occasion, she still played her part. She collapsed over Yi Baiqian's corpse, weeping inconsolably. Medical staff rushed to comfort her, while investigators arrived to conduct assessments, concluding it was an accidental death rather than foul play. Once the tears ceased to flow, Yun Huan declared, "A song. Please contact the crematorium. We shall have your father cremated tonight." Wen Shuang, observing Yun Huan's decisive and efficient resolution, silently commended her. Mother was indeed a formidable woman. She handles matters with such precision. Once he is turned to ashes, Qiu Feng's intentions to have her illegitimate child undergo a DNA test with the scoundrel will be rendered impossible. Yi Song immediately contacted the crematorium. Qiu Feng had been unable to reach Yi Baiqian for several hours. Did he not mention he would return from his business trip tonight? He had even sent her a message before boarding the plane. Not only was his phone unanswered, but the driver's as well. A sense of unease began to creep into Qiu Feng. She proceeded to the main villa to check if Yi Baiqian had returned, only to find that aside from the servants, the master was absent. Where had Yun Huan and her children gone? They were frequently out shopping, flaunting their lavish purchases and showcasing their happiness on social media, which made her feel nauseous. Was it truly necessary to be so ostentatious simply because she had regained her youngest daughter? Did she not realize that her husband's heart had long since strayed from her? As Qiu Feng prepared to call Yi Baiqian again, the servant Rongma hurried out, carrying a large bag. "Rongma, where are you off to in such a hurry?" Rongma glanced at Qiu Feng. "Madam, the second master has had an accident." A tightening sensation clutched at Qiu Feng's chest. What kind of accident? He was in a car crash and has passed away despite efforts to save him.
Boom.
Qiu Feng's mind went blank. She trembled, her pupils widening in shock, unable to process the information. No, it couldn't be. How could Yi Baiqian have died in a car accident? She refused to believe it. Qiu Feng seized Rongma's arm, her voice sharp with disbelief. "You must be lying. How could my brother-in-law be dead? Just moments ago. He sent me a message asking me to wait for him at the villa tonight." "Madam, our mistress is far more devastated than you. Please let me go. I must deliver clothing to her, as they will be keeping vigil at the funeral home tonight." Yi Baiqian's body had already been taken to the funeral parlor? Qiu Feng clutched her throbbing forehead, and after a considerable pause, she trembled as she dialed the old master. "Father, has Baiqian been in a car accident and passed away? Were you aware of this?" The elder Ye's voice quivered as he replied, "Yes, Yun Huan just called me." A buzzing filled Qiu Feng's mind. If even the elder Yi had received the call, there could be no doubt about its veracity. How could it have happened so suddenly? Was it an accident or foul play? "Old Master Yi, I have contacted the police department, and it has been confirmed as an accident." Qiu Feng's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. "Father, what should we do now?" "You must summon the 3 children. I will call the identification center. While Bai Qian's body has yet to be cremated, we must hastily conduct a paternity test." Chapter 259. A stunning scene, completely stunned. Qiu Feng promptly reached out to her eldest son, Yi Yanqing, but his phone remained unreachable. Consequently, she hurriedly took Yi Mingzhu and Yi Wenhan to the funeral home. The sudden death of Yi Baiqian had left the Yi family in shock, unaware of the tragedy that had befallen them. At the entrance of the funeral home, Qiu Feng encountered old Master Yi. With the loss of his eldest son, and now his youngest, old Master Yi appeared to have aged considerably overnight. "Father, what if Yun Huan refuses to allow the DNA test?" Qiu Feng expressed her concerns. Old Master Yi gripped his cane tightly, leaving no room for her doubts. It was only after Qiu Feng had given birth to Yi Wenhan that he had learned the truth about her 3 children. Despite Qiu Feng's betrayal of his eldest son, what could he possibly do? His eldest son was already gone. He could not possibly hold his youngest son accountable. They were all of the Yi family's bloodline. Moreover, Qiu Feng's children were far more adept at winning his favor. In contrast, Yun Huan's offspring, Yi Song, was cold and unyielding, lacking the sweetness of Yi Mingzhu. As for Yi Silai, he was often away filming, rarely returning to visit his aging grandfather. As for the recently found Wen Shuang, having grown up outside the Yi family, she bore no emotional connection to him and would never be dutiful towards him. Thus, the family legacy of the Yi clan could only be inherited by Qiu Feng's children. "Rest assured, I will stand by your side." Old Master Ye's assurance brought a fleeting sense of relief to Qiu Feng. When they arrived at the morning hall, They found Yun Huan with red-rimmed eyes, pale and visibly distressed. Old Master Yi sighed inwardly, realizing that Yun Huan was still unaware of the truth. He could only lament that it was unfortunate to reveal such a harsh reality at this moment. The blame lay solely on Yun Huan for being incapable. Even marriage had not secured Yi Baiqian's heart. Ah Huan, Baiqian has been in an accident. As his father, I am heartbroken and deeply pained to send my white-haired man to a black-haired one. However, death cannot be reversed, and we, the living, must learn to let go. Yun Huan wept silently, as if overcome by sorrow that rendered her speechless. Yi Song supported the swaying Yun Huan, her voice choked with emotion. Grandfather. Everyone knows that my father and mother had a strong bond. My father was widely recognized as a model husband in this country. His sudden misfortune is something my mother cannot accept. If it weren't for us, his children, urging her, she would have wanted to follow him. Old Master Yi was momentarily taken aback by Yi Song's words. Fortunately, no outsiders had come to pay their respects that night. Otherwise, he would have found it difficult to reveal the truth. Ah Huan, I must tell you something. In truth, Qiu Feng's 3 children are all Baiqian's. Yun Huan's eyes widened, her complexion turning even more pallid.
Impossible.
Baiqian loved me and our children so dearly. How could he father illegitimate children with his sister-in-law? Upon hearing the term illegitimate children, Qiu Feng's expression turned ashen. Suppressing her indignation, she stepped forward with a pitiful demeanor. Sister-in-law, I know that revealing the truth at this moment is deeply hurtful to you. But the reality is as such. Yanqing, Mingzhu, and Wen Han all share Baiqian's blood. As soon as Qiu Feng finished speaking, Yun Huan raised her hand and struck her across the face. Sister-in-law, do not tarnish my husband's reputation. I believe he was absolutely loyal to our marriage and would never betray me. Qiu Feng was momentarily stunned by Yun Huan's slap. She had not anticipated Yun Huan's unwavering trust in Yi Baiqian. Should she call her foolish or naive? When the paternity test results came back, she hoped Yun Huan would be so crushed by the revelation that she would succumb to despair. Rubbing her swollen face, Qiu Feng sobbed, Sister-in-law, I understand that you cannot bear such a blow right now, but a paternity test will confirm the truth. At that moment, a staff member from the paternity testing center approached. Ah Huan, where is Baiqian's body? Old Master Yi inquired. Yun Huan looked at Old Master Yi, who was wholeheartedly assisting Qiu Feng and her 3 children, and her heart sank as if plunged into a cold abyss. It dawned on her that Old Master Yi had long been aware of Qiu Feng and Yi Baiqian's affair. The only ones left in the dark were she and her children. Wen Shuang and Fu Sihing sat quietly in a corner of the morning hall, observing the unfolding scene without intervening. Wen Shuang knew that as soon as Yun Huan hastily arranged for Yi Baiqian's cremation, she had to brace herself for the inevitable. Tears, sorrow, and grief were all merely performances for the benefit of Old Master Yi and Qiu Feng. How I eagerly anticipate the expressions on Old Master Yi and Qiu Feng's faces when they discover that Yi Baiqian has been reduced to ashes. Yun Huan caught a glimpse of Wen Shuang from the corner of her eye. The young girl had her arms crossed, a playful smile tugging at her lips. Fortunately, relying on her daughter's intuition, she had preemptively guarded against all eventualities. Otherwise, she and her children would have been completely ensnared, leaving nothing but their bones. Song, take them to see your father. Qiu Feng supported Old Master Yi as they followed Yi Song into the morning hall. Qiu Feng's heart was laden with sorrow and despair. How could someone so vibrant simply depart? Yet, she took solace in having ensured his will was established in advance. Once the paternity test was completed, all assets would rightfully belong to her and her children. Yi Song led them to an urn. Here, my father rests. Old Master Yi and Qiu Feng's pupils widened in unison, their mouths agape in shock and disbelief. Yi Baiqian's body had been cremated? Upon regaining his composure, Old Master Ye's eyes turned red with fury as he bellowed, Yun Huan, come here. Who permitted you to cremate Baiqian so soon? We didn't even get to say goodbye. Vile woman. Vile woman. Wen Shuang, eager to witness the expressions of Old Master Yi and Qiu Feng, hastily guided Yun Huan into the morning hall. Forgive me for finding it amusing at this moment. The expressions on Old Master Yi and Qiu Feng's faces truly resemble that of someone coated in white paint. Father, the time of Baiqian's passing conflicts with his birth chart. Cremation must be swift, or the Yi family will face dire misfortune. Yun Huan raised her hand to wipe away the tears that had been forced from her eyes. Surely, you do not wish for the Yi family to decline, do you? Grandfather, we are all acting for the good of the Yi family, Yi Song choked out. Old Master Ye's hand trembled as he clutched his cane. Under the guise of acting for the Yi family's benefit, Yun Huan had directly cremated Bai Qian's body. What was her true intention? Had she discovered that Qiu Feng's 3 children were Bai Qian's? It was inconceivable. After all these years, how could she have possibly realized it before Bai Qian's accident? Given Yun Huan's temperament, if she had discovered the truth early on, she would not have remained so composed. Was it truly the case that the timing of Bai Qian's accident clashed with his birth chart? Standing behind old Master Yi, Qiu Feng's mind buzzed as she gazed upon the urn. The revelation was even more shocking and difficult to accept than hearing the news of Yi Baiqian's fatal accident. He had been reduced to ashes. How could a paternity test even be conducted? Sister-in-law, you are heartless. How dare you unilaterally decide to cremate Baiqian? Such significant matters should be discussed as a family before making a decision. You did not even allow my father and me to see Baiqian one last time. You are utterly inhumane.